At this moment, Qin Keyen felt like she was sitting on a pile of fire, on one hand still having to play the role of a perfect general manager, on the other hand worrying about Jin Jiamu's plan, and also calculating the time. Chen Yuan waved his hand, leading the group straight to the game area, loading a membership card with 10,000, causing everyone to open their eyes in surprise. Then, the two girls, Jilu and Wang Meng, each stood by a claw machine, throwing their claw and pressing buttons with strong faith that this time they would definitely catch something. But life does not go as planned. After 10 consecutive tries, the claws seemed to have a grudge against the stuffed toys, as it would drop them the moment it touched. They couldn't catch a single toy. With each failure, the two of them held their heads and lamented, "Oh my gosh, is this machine broken or what? We can't catch anything." Qin Keyen stood not far away, but her mind seemed to have flown elsewhere. If I can get there before 9 o'clock and the young master hasn't left yet, I still have a chance to rush to the port. I just need to prolong it long enough to avoid leaving any traces. Despite her thoughts racing, her heart was tangled, yet she tried to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. She knew that as long as there is any unusual behavior, Chen Yuan will immediately notice. Returning to the plush toy grabbing game, Jilu clenched one's jaw and shouted, "This machine is so unfair. If I don't get it this time, I'm going to tell Chen Yuan to get someone to change the machine." Wang Meng, standing next to her, chuckled, "Jilu, you need to gain 5 more years of luck before you even think about winning." At the harbor, Jin Jiamu received a message from Qin Keyen, and couldn't help but feel a sense of unease within. She was not only a capable assistant but also the only person he completely trusted in this critical time. That was also the reason why Jin Jiamu, despite the dangers, insisted on informing her about the plan to escape abroad. However, the longer he waited, the more Jin Jiamu furrowed his brow. In this urgent situation, Qin Keyen says she has a delay. Could it be that she's running into some issues? Or worse, is she betraying me? This thought flashed like a lightning bolt, but Jin Jiamu quickly brushed it aside, trying to convince himself, no, Qin Keyen is not that kind of person, she will definitely come. At that moment, the butler, who had been with Jin Jiamu since he was a child, spoke up with a worried expression, "Young master, we must leave immediately. I just received news that the police have arrived outside the villa. They are searching everywhere for you. The arrest warrant may soon be issued, we cannot delay." Hearing this, Jin Jiamu frowned but remained resolute. "Wait a little longer. Few know that this is my base, the police will take time to track it down. Secretary Qin might be facing difficulties, but I trust she will not betray me. We will wait until she arrives." The butler sighed and added, "Young master, we can only wait until 9 o'clock. If she hasn't arrived by then, it will surely mean she has betrayed you." Those words made the atmosphere tense. Jin Jiamu said nothing, only silently watching the clock. The minute hand ticked slowly, and it was now 7:30. He began to calculate in his mind, half an hour is enough for Qin Keyen to get here from the company. I'm giving her one last chance, don't let me down. But despite trying to reassure himself, deep down Jin Jiamu felt a flicker of anxiety, for he knew, in this escape, just one tiny mistake could make everything vanish in the blink of an eye. Half an hour had passed and the situation had not improved, at least not for Qin Keyen. While she was so anxious she felt like exploding, the two girls Jilu and Wang Meng were still struggling with the claw machine. Half an hour had gone by without catching a single prize, and the money spent could probably have bought the whole machine. Jilu, refusing to give up, anxiously complained, "This claw is too loose, it just drops everything. It's so frustrating." Wang Meng encouraged her determination, "No way, today we have to catch at least one. Anyway, brother Chen Yuan has money, he loaded 10,000 to play until morning." Hearing that, Qin Keyen broke out in a sweat. "Wait, how long do these two plan to play? If I wait for them to finish, it will probably be midnight. I need to find a way to escape before it's too late." Thinking to act, she immediately turned to Chen Yuan, putting on a pained expression, "Boss, something urgent has come up at my house, why don't you go ahead and play, and I'll handle this matter and report back tomorrow." Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan wasn't easily deceived. He raised an eyebrow, his tone probing, "What urgent matter could your family have that I don't recall you having relatives? Didn't you grow up without family? What could they be up to?" Qin Keyen was at a loss for words, her mind quickly searching for an excuse. Oh, my puppy is sick, I have to take it for a shot. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan replied in a cold tone, then take it for a shot tomorrow, pet shops are probably closed at this hour. Qin Keyen forced a smile, but inside she just wanted to scream, oh my god, why is he so stubborn? Then she continued to try hard, but it really is urgent. Chen Yuan cut in, his voice serious, is there anything more urgent than my work? Or are you making excuses? Could it be you are hiding something from me? This question stabbed directly into Qin Keyen's fears. She stammered, no, nothing at all. But the more she tried to deny it, the more her embarrassment heightened Chen Yuan's suspicions. He coldly replied, the more anxious you are, the less I will let you go. Qin Keyen could only swallow hard, her heart in turmoil. Oh my god, what should I do now? There's only a little over an hour until 9 o'clock, if the young master doesn't see me, it will really be over. Ji Lu, hurry up and help me out. Time continued to pass for another half hour, but nothing progressed for Qin Keyen. While she was so anxious she felt like crying, on the other side, Sheila finally achieved a historic feat after an hour of battling the claw machine, spending a total of over 2,000 just to grab a single stuffed toy. But Jili's expression was beaming as if she had just won the lottery, tightly hugging the item in her hands and shouting, I finally caught it, Chen Yuan, let's go eat. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, the group moved to a restaurant that Jila had chosen. On the way, her intention changed again. She cheerfully pointed at the crowded restaurant in front. Brother, I want to eat here. Look, there's a long line, it must be delicious. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan replied, alright, if you want, we will eat here. However, their joy turned into a nightmare for Qin Keyen. Before she could understand what was happening, she saw Wang Mengmeng holding a queue ticket from the reception desk. But when she looked more closely, the number of tables waiting made Qin Keyen want to faint. 30 more tables. Inside, she was anxious and screamed in her heart, how long will I have to wait like this? By the time they get to eat, I'll probably be dead from the young master's rage. Seeing that there were still 30 tables ahead before it was their turn, and calculating that waiting would take more than an hour, Chen Yuan tried to persuade, Jilu, there are still 30 tables ahead, how about we go eat somewhere else? But Jila shook her head, no, I want to eat here. It's just a little wait, didn't you say we can wait? Hearing that, Chen Yuan felt quite relaxed, it's alright, waiting a little is no problem. Today I'll indulge Jilu completely. As he spoke, he waved his hand in a show of extreme generosity, but upon hearing this, Qin Keyen's expression darkened, nearly collapsing on the spot. Oh my god, waiting until 10 p.m. to eat dinner is just too much. In her mind, there was a fierce inner struggle, wait here, but I can't let time just slip away uselessly. Qin Keyen decided to give it a shot and said, boss, let me handle this quickly, you just relax here. With the power of money and a few bargaining tricks that only Qin Keyen knew, she successfully negotiated a deal for 50,000 to eat right away. A few minutes later, a miracle happened. The restaurant was crowded with 3 tables at the front, and suddenly it was Chen Yuan and his group's turn, leaving everyone bewildered. Chen Yuan looked at Qin Keyen with a scrutinizing gaze, oh, how come so fast? Did you use money or something? Qin Keyen just smiled and brushed off the question, what's wrong with using money? Everyone is hungry now. It was already 8:30 p.m., and at the port, Jin Jiamu was sitting in the helicopter, waiting and on the verge of going crazy. He kept looking at the clock, his mood growing increasingly frustrated. After waiting for a long time without seeing Qin Keyen arrive, he decided to make a phone call, but the only response he received was the notification that the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu sensed that something was off. It's already time, why hasn't she arrived yet? Just then, a loud siren rang out near the port area. The butler exclaimed in panic, young master, the police are coming, they're heading this way. Jin Jiamu's face turned pale as he immediately shouted, no more waiting, take off right now. The pilot quickly complied with the orders, and the helicopter began to lift off the ground amidst the howling wind. The group inside sat tensely, watching the police search below. It was only when the helicopter had flown far away from the port that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Jin Jiamu was not someone who would easily let things go. His eyes gleamed with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how did our whereabouts get exposed? There must be a traitor among us." The butler beside him looked tense and whispered, "Young master, this operation was only known to one person, Secretary Chin. Not only did she delay, but she also turned off her phone. And the police showed up at this very moment. Clearly, everything is too obvious." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu became even more enraged. He muttered bitterly, "Qin Kuyen, you dare to betray me? Fine, let's see, I will not let this go easily." However, his anger now felt like mere self-soothing words, for Jin Jiamu understood that his escape plan had been severely threatened, and the one person he trusted the most could very well be the one who had handed everything over to the police. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Qin Kuyen still had to play the role of a model general manager, dining while discussing personnel issues of Star Group with Chen Yuan. But strangely enough, no matter what she said, Chen Yuan just nodded to get through. "You are the general manager, you can do as you please. If you want to invest in anything, just say it, money is not an issue." Hearing this, Qin Kuyen just wanted to slam her hand on the table and stand up, but outside she still had to show respect, while inside, the flames of anger had ignited. What kind of person can be so lazy and indifferent like this? If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted my time reporting. I missed an important event because of you. Why are you still dragging your feet? Time passed, each minute and second seemed to be clawing at Qin Kuyen's heart. 9:30 had gone by, and the appointment with Jin Jiamu had already been missed. Her worry and anger were beginning to erupt like a volcano. The system notification, Qin Kuyen's favorability decreased by 10, current favorability is minus 90 points. Finally, when everything was settled, Qin Kuyen spoke in a voice as cold as ice, with no mercy, "Boss, lunch is also finished, the work has been reported, I asked to leave first." Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained calm as if he was unaware of her anger, and leisurely suggested, "CEO Qin, it's still early, how about we go shopping a bit?" He continued, "How about buying a few sets of clothes, bags, and shoes?" Upon hearing this, Qin Kuyen could no longer contain herself. Her entire being seemed ready to explode. Then she gritted her teeth and retorted sharply, "I'm not interested in shopping, if you want to play, go by yourself." After saying this, Qin Kuyen turned and ran away, not bothering to look back, leaving Chen Yuan, Wang Mengmeng, and Jila standing there, looking at each other in confusion. At this moment, Jilu also said, "Hey, it's too much, too much. Chen Yuan, that CEO Qin lady seems to look down on you completely. She looked like she wanted to throw the whole meal away just now." Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, "It's okay. She is originally someone close to Jin Jiamu, so she doesn't have any respect for me. It's not unusual for her to have some hostility, her reaction is normal." As soon as Qin Kuyen left dinner with Chen Yuan, she immediately called a taxi and rushed straight to the port. Once she got out of the taxi, she ran to the meeting point, feeling anxious. "Young master, you must wait for me, I'm coming right now." As soon as Wang Mengmeng learned that Qin Kuyen was associated with Jin Jiamu, she began a chain of self-created, highly paranoid thoughts. Chen Yuan entrusted her with the position of general manager that she didn't know how to appreciate. The company's development plan and personnel changes she proposed were clearly aimed at sabotaging Star Group. Only he would dare keep such a reprehensible person by his side. However, seeing Chen Yuan's inscrutable expression, Wang Mengmeng's round eyes immediately brightened. "Oh, could it be that brother has another scheme in mind?" In that instant, Wang Mengmeng felt a jolt, imagining numerous scenarios in her head. It must be so, brother Chen Yuan is definitely planning to catch a big fish. The girl feels as if she has just uncovered a tremendous secret, her eyes sparkling like stars, feeling like the one who understands Chen Yuan's tactics the best. After witnessing the lesson taught by Yuling Shuang and observing Chen Yuan's talents, I realized that this non-blood related brother of mine is anything but simple. Sometimes, Chen Yuan's actions make people think he is destroying everything, but in reality, it's just the outer layer. She thought. Below, he has crafted a meticulously detailed plan, with each step linked together to create a net from which no one can escape. For Chen Yuan, Qin Kuyen is merely a part of a larger scheme, and she will only fulfill her role correctly when placed in the right position. But why her? In the Star Group, there are countless beautiful girls who stand out more than Qin Kuyen, yet he doesn't seem to care about anyone.
So why did he place her in such an important position? Could it be that she is the key to a greater plan? That thought made Wang Meng even more excited. She felt, I have touched on a small part of Chen Yuan's secret, but I still want to dig deeper. After that, an image of Chen Yuan appeared in her mind with a mysterious expression, placing each piece on his grand chessboard. And surely Qin Kuyen is an indispensable piece in that plan. Going back to the moment when Qin Kuyen paid the taxi driver a month's salary, just to step on the gas to drive straight to the port at the fastest speed, she turned on her phone and was unsurprised to receive a series of missed call notifications. But this time, without hesitation, Qin Kuyen immediately called Jin Jiamu. On the other side, Jin Jiamu sat on the helicopter, just hearing the report, "Young master, it's Qin Kuyen calling." He was about to answer and throw in a few curses, but before he could say anything, the old butler quickly interjected, "You cannot answer." Then, with a face full of experience, the butler cautiously spoke up, "Young master, Qin Kuyen is very likely to have betrayed us. If we answer this call, the police could use the signal to lock down our location. We are on a helicopter, and once we are intercepted, the chances of escape are zero." Hearing that, Jin Jiamu was both angry and sweating. "Damn woman, I have said before, those who betray me must pay a heavy price. Doesn't she love being the general manager so much? Let's see when she is ruined, if Smoke CEO still dares to keep her." After saying that, he immediately threw the vibrating phone, which was receiving a call from Qin Kuyen, into the sea, as if disposing of a troublesome nuisance. The helicopter continued to buzz in his ears, while the butler was still diligently calculating. The helicopter doesn't fly far, only about 1,000 kilometers at a time. The butler continued, "It's impossible to fly directly to Nation M, young master. We need an intermediate stop. Most importantly, we cannot go to Nation S right now. Qin Kuyen knows the plan, we must change course. I suggest we turn back to Nation N, and then from there continue our journey to Nation M." Jin Jiamu furrowed his brows as he listened to the butler's analysis, but eventually agreed, "Alright, then we'll fly out to sea, and from Nation N, to Nation K or even to Nation U, and then we'll jump over to Nation M." But it didn't stop there. Jin Jiamu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, 2 million, I want the whole of Mei Yuan to see naked pictures of Qin Kuyen by tomorrow. Specifically, every employee of Star Group must receive a copy, without exception." After saying that, memories of Yuling Shuang flashed through his mind, and he murmured to himself in self-reproach, "Back then, I was a bit soft-hearted and didn't pursue it to the end, which has led me to this similar situation now. Being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. This time I definitely will not repeat my mistakes, I will make it so she cannot lift her head again." At this moment, Qin Kuyen hurriedly ran to the meeting point, but looking around, she only saw an empty landing area. The helicopter had flown away long ago. She stood frozen, her heart pounding. Has the young master already left? It's all Chen Yuan's fault. If it weren't for that guy holding me back, how could I be late? But then Qin Kuyen immediately grew anxious. I wonder if the young master misunderstood something? I need to explain right away. But why won't the young master answer the phone? Could it be that he's in danger, or is it that there's no signal? Just the next morning, the entire social media erupted as if a bomb had exploded. Everywhere, people were animatedly discussing, and netizens were typing faster than lightning. The Namely family suddenly soared to the top of search trends, not due to wealth, but because of a dark scandal. People discovered that the Li family was not just a simple financial conglomerate, but also the centerpiece of a dark system involving 7 illegal industries. There was money laundering, organized gambling, bribery, tax evasion, and even human trafficking. And this human trafficking was not just any level, but a highly organized and systematic operation. According to the investigation, the Li family has created a network specializing in deceiving and selling women and children, particularly cute little girls. First, these children are taken into a nightmare training center, where they are sold, beaten, and tortured both physically and mentally for 1 to 2 years, to the point where their inner selves completely collapse. When the little girls have lost all trust in the world, the Li family plays the role of heroes to take them in, brainwashing them into believing that this family is the greatest benefactor of their lives.
Afterward, they are educated and rigorously trained to become the ultimate tools of the Lee family.
Netizens become increasingly outraged as they read, the girls who were once sold, beaten, ultimately thank the Lee family as if they are the life-saving benefactors. They not only lose their childhood but are also turned into tools, forever trapped in the cycle of grudges constructed by the Lee family. While social media is shaking with the massive scandal of the Lee family, in Manhwa and especially within the Star Group, hundreds of express parcels are piled up on top of each other. Curious to open a package, everyone was astonished to find inside nude photos of General Manager Chin Kuyen. The entire company immediately fell into chaos, with employees murmuring, "Wow, the general manager has just taken office for less than a week and has already caused such a storm. This time the company is definitely doomed," but not just one, rather thousands of photos are being spread everywhere. Some employees furtively passed around the photos, looking and commenting, "So beautiful, but I didn't expect her to do something like this." There were also those who were frantic, quickly calling higher-ups, hoping to stop the situation in time. Within just a few hours, the incident became the focus of discussion within the supercorporation. From various departments to urgent meetings, everywhere people were talking about Chin Kuyen and her inexplicable series of photos. At 9 a.m., Chin Kuyen drove into the parking lot, thinking to himself, "Today will be a normal working day." But everything changed quickly when the phone rang. Chin Kuyen answered, his tone authoritative like a general manager. "What's going on, Xiao Tian?" On the other end was the anxious voice of Assistant Xiao Tian. "CEO Chin, something big has gone wrong." Hearing his assistant's stammering voice, which seemed on the verge of tears, Chin Kuyen couldn't help but frown. "Just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush." Xiao Tian took a deep breath and spoke in one go. "Yes, this morning the company received several hundred express packages with no sender information. We opened a few packages, and to our surprise, they were all nude photos of you." Currently, the entire company is in an uproar. Upon hearing this, Chin Kuyen felt as if the world was spinning around him, but it didn't stop there. Xiao Tian continued to add, "Moreover, it seems that someone has posted your pictures in the elevator. Right now, everyone in the company knows about it." As he reached the elevator on the ground floor, Chin Kuyen felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing as if it wanted to leap out of his chest, and his phone nearly slipped from his hand. She felt like she was falling straight from the mountain peak to the bottom of the abyss. In an instant, Chin Kuyen understood who was behind everything. She couldn't help but feel bitter. Jin Jiamu couldn't possibly have done this, could he? Although she had anticipated that Jin Jiamu was a callous person, she never expected him to be so ruthless as to turn their once intimate memories into weapons to slander her. Those had been moments she cherished, proof of her love. "Young master, I never betrayed you. You won't listen to my explanation. How can I prove this? This afternoon, I only wanted to come to the company to collect a few things, with no ulterior motives whatsoever." At that moment, Chin Kuyen stood there, her heart feeling like it was being squeezed, tears threatening to spill over, the feeling of both indignation and pain rendering her speechless. Just as she was sinking into her anguish, the sound of high heels clicked in from a distance. Two female employees of the company, notorious for turning other people's private affairs into their own business, walked by while chatting with mocking laughter. "Hey, did you hear? That CEO Chin girl, anyone can be her husband, her scandals have all come to light." She continued, "Last time she even tried to fire me, and now it's all over for her." The other person was no slouch either, known as the office gossip of the company, chiming in and exaggerating. "Xiao Ju, I heard she got promoted thanks to her excellent speaking skills, but it's probably not just her words, she must have other talents too. On the outside, she pretends to be a leader, but inside, she's just a courtesan. And she still acts dignified. Being a courtesan and still wanting to build a temple in her honor, it's sickening. With Smoke CEO and you CEO here, this time she's definitely getting kicked off her pedestal as general manager." The two of them continued to walk and laugh, unaware that every word they said was piercing straight into Chin Kuyen's heart. She stood there stiff as a statue, her eyes wide open but her gaze was empty. Her heart, already severely wounded by Jin Jiamu, felt as if it was being torn apart again by the mockery and sarcasm of her colleagues. "It's truly ridiculous, there's no self-respect left. I used to be the queen of Star Group, but now I'm like a fish thrown ashore, nobody cares to look anymore."
Surely Chen Yuan would not accept this and would kick me out. I have lived my whole life for the Li family, and now that the Li family has gone bankrupt, the young master doesn't need me anymore.
What reason do I have to exist?
Qin Kuyen thought, her mind filled with thousands of unanswered questions. To make matters worse, her nude photographs were plastered all over the four walls until there was no empty space left, and they were not just stuck haphazardly but glued with super strong 502 glue that could not be torn off. Each picture was like a hammer striking hard at Qin Kuyen's self-esteem. The feeling of humiliation spread, making her feel smaller and more helpless than ever. Also, because of those beautiful photos of Qin Kuyen, Chen Yuan immediately convened an emergency shareholders meeting. But the atmosphere here was truly suffocating, like the air in an exam room, tense to the point that everyone could feel the push of power in every gaze fixed on Qin Kuyen. People didn't bother to hide their contempt and animosity toward her, as if she were the cause of all trouble. Qin Kuyen's naked images had now surfaced everywhere, becoming a trending topic in the office, and now everyone wanted her to leave. Not sure how it will turn out, but Qin Kuyen sat there in a daze, her face pale, her eyes vacant. She had prepared herself, waiting for the worst, even bitter to the point where Qin Kuyen mocked herself. For others, this is just an inconsequential gossip story for entertainment. But for me, this is an endless nightmare, a blow that perhaps I will never forget for the rest of my life. Now that some shareholders have voted to remove me, then let it be according to their wishes. It has come to this point, I no longer have the face to continue being the general manager. Then suddenly, without a word, Chen Yuan slammed a thick stack of photos onto the table. His face was so furious that if he could burn everyone present in the room, he would not hesitate to yell out loudly, "Who can give me an answer about today's events? What are you all doing? Just sitting there watching your general manager being slandered? What were you doing when that naked photo of him spread everywhere?" Chen Yuan angrily said, "Why is no one going to clean up? Why is no one putting out the rumors in the company? Are you all going to keep working or have you lost the will to live? From now on, no one is allowed to gossip about CEO Qin, no one is allowed to speak ill of her behind her back. If anyone wants to, just pack your things and get out." Those photos were clearly photoshopped by someone to tarnish her image. Are you all blind? Can't you see it? At that moment, Qin Kuyen sat there with wide eyes, looking dazed as if she had just been hit by a jolt of electricity. Her heart was pounding. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Chen Yuan is actually standing up for me? If it were young master, would he stand up for me? No, definitely not. He would leave me to fend for myself. He might even be willing to use me as a shield in the corporate battlefield. At this moment, Qin Kuyen suddenly realized something. Why is Yu Ling Shuang able to be utterly loyal to Chen Yuan? Even though she knows he is a person with all kinds of deep schemes, for some reason, no matter how profound Chen Yuan is or how intricate he may be, she still cannot help but feel a spark of emotion. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is still angry, continuing to shout, "In 3 days, erase all the negative information about Qin Kuyen on the internet for me. If you can't do it, get out of the company. Qin CEO is still your general manager. If anyone dares to have an opinion, I will stand up to protect her. Anyone who dares to touch her, I will fire you all." When Chen Yuan finished speaking, everyone in the room looked somber, unsure whether to cry or laugh. They all sat frozen in place, partly out of fear and partly out of a vague confusion about what was happening. Although they wanted to ask something, no one dared to speak. Without comparison, there would be no hurt. For this very reason, Qin Kuyen felt an indescribable sense of gratitude mixed with remorse. So it turns out not everyone is like Jin Jiamu. Chen Yuan is not that bad after all. He still stood up to protect others. Moreover, even though he knew I belonged to Jin Jiamu, he still did that for me. At that moment, Qin Kuyen felt a ray of light pierce through her heart. It wasn't the sparkling light of a rosy hue, but rather the warm glow of a person's protection, seemingly trying to shield her from this cruel world. The feeling of being turned away by the entire world, of being cornered, also vanished, replaced by a strange, new, and deeply moving sensation. System notification: Qin Kuyen, affection level increased by 100, current affection level 10 points. Before she could comprehend what was happening, Yuling Shuang suddenly stepped forward, her tone serious yet full of implication. CEO Qin, there are some things I want to discuss with you in private. Hearing this, Qin Keyen was a bit taken aback, questioning in her heart. Everyone knows that Yuling Shuang is always loyal to Chen Yuan, but when she speaks, it must be something unusual. In the quiet office, Qin Keyen and Yuling Shuang sat facing each other, their gazes piercing through one another. These two had been called the queens of their training group since childhood, but unfortunately, only one could hold the title of queen, leading them to compete for every centimeter fiercely. Sitting up straight, Qin Keyen replied coldly, CEO Yu, if you have something to say, just speak directly. I don't have time to waste. Yuling Shuang flashed a light smile and let out a soft sigh before speaking. Listen, Keyen, since we were young, I've known you don't like me. To be frank, you probably think I don't like you either. But honestly, what's the point of being at odds? We're both just pieces on the chessboard controlled by the Jin family, nearly two pieces of the same color, yet we spend every day competing to see who shines brighter. Yuling Shuang continued, but never mind, I'll be honest with you. Do you remember when we were little, both of us in the orphanage, right? We used to think that the Li family was the benefactor who saved us from a dark life. But what's the truth? They are no different from brainwashers turning us into tools, a merchandise for their use, even making us grateful and absolutely obedient pawns, only to be discarded when we are no longer of value. Don't you think that's quite funny? Look at how Jin Jiamu treats you. Does he truly cherish you? Or is he just using you as a toy, and when he's done, he just tosses you aside? You know who leaked your nude photos, I don't need to say more. Qin Keyen frowned slightly, her eyes wavering a bit, but she still maintained her cold demeanor. Go on. Yuling Shuang took a deep breath as if to control the rising anger within her, but her voice began to lower. I used to think like you, I thought the Li family was heroic, the light that saved us, but do you know, I witnessed someone chopping off Xiaohu's leg and throwing it on the street for begging. Yuling Shuang continued, and the ones backing those human traffickers are the Li family. We are no different from each other, CEO Qin. The only difference is that I have decided to stop living this life as a pawn, while you continue to force yourself to believe in a dream that has long shattered. At this point, Xiaoyu fell silent, and the room, which had been quiet, now descended into absolute silence, with only the sounds of breathing filled with overwhelming emotions. Qin Keyen could not deny what Yuling Shuang had said, but her pride would not allow her to easily nod in agreement. Then she instinctively reacted and dismissed it fiercely. I don't believe you. Wasn't the Li family the one who raised us since we were young? But in response, Yuling Shuang's words were like a ticking time bomb, each phrase hitting hard against Qin Keyen's inner self. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but ask yourself, who was it that stood up to protect you when you fell into this quagmire? Was it Jin Jiamu? Or Chen Yuan? I'm not asking you to be loyal to Chen Yuan, nor am I asking you to betray anyone. I just want you to think clearly. You are a human being, not a tool. You have the right to decide your own life. For the first time in her life, Qin Keyen felt lost, unsure of which path was the right one for her. But she still replied in a cold tone, trying to conceal the turmoil within. Do you think I will believe what you say? Hearing this, Xiaoyu opened the classified documents collected by the police and spoke in an unflustered manner. I know you won't believe, but it doesn't matter. Here are family photos, documents, and the dark transaction records of the Li family, which include you. Feel free to verify. As Yuling Shuang's words sank in, Qin Keyen felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her head spinning. She trembled as she picked up the file on the table, her eyes scanning each line like daggers slicing into her heart. Qin Keyen, whose real name is Qin Xiaoyi, originally from Changde, Hunan. She had a complete family with parents, grandparents, but at the age of 3, she was sold by human traffickers, moving from one place to another. At 7, she was picked up and raised by the Li family, not knowing that she was originally a true wealthy heiress, and that her parents had fallen apart in their search for her. Yuling Shuang paused for a moment to allow Qin Keyen to digest the shock before continuing. Your mother, for having lost you, was blamed by the whole family. She lived in agony, and 10 years ago, she fell into severe psychological illness and took her own life by cutting her wrist. What about your father? He roamed across the country on an old motorcycle,
searching for you to the point of exhaustion until he passed away. Do you see? The whole family's happiness crumbled just because of a human trafficking case.
When Qin Keyen flipped to another page of the file, Yuling Shuang continued, "Here it clearly states that the Li family, a wealthy clan, and that group of traffickers have not liked dubious financial transactions. Each time they transfer money, another little girl like you is destroyed for life, and the families of those girls also fall apart.
Now, ask yourself, did the Li family truly save you? Or did they just raise you to cover up their numerous crimes?"
Yuling Shuang's final words echoed as a definitive seal was placed on her statement. Qin Keyen stared at the stack of documents, her face pale as if the blood in her body had just been drained. But there was no stopping. Yuling Shuang smirked, her tone both sympathetic and mocking. "Do you know why, from a young age, questions about your family have always been concealed by the Li family? Have you ever thought that you were picked up right when they needed a new generation of manpower? It's not a coincidence, Qin CEO, you've lived your whole life for a gigantic lie." At this moment, Qin Keyen screamed like a wounded animal, tears falling like rain. "It can't be, this isn't true, this is fabricated, you are deceiving me." After screaming, a feeling of bitterness and helplessness welled up inside her. It turned out that the person she had been absolutely loyal to, the one she had placed all her trust in, not only did not save her life but was also the very reason that turned her into a part of this cycle of crime. At the same time, Jin Jiamu held the phone in his hand, reading a lengthy message from Qin Keyen as his mind spun in circles. The content explained clearly and in detail, second by second, why she was late, why she couldn't appear on time, and why there was such a commotion. But in Jin Jiamu's heart, there was still a lingering doubt. He immediately called the butler and instructed, "Mr. Sun, please call someone to check the reason why we were raided by the police." Instantly, Mr. Sun called Zhao Young Master, who had the ability to extract information from anywhere. The call lasted only a few minutes, but the information received made Jin Jiamu feel a bit guilty. "Young Master." Zhao Young Master on the other end said that last night's incident had nothing to do with Secretary Qin, rather, it was further sealed off because the police had just caught a group of smuggling goods. That's it, this smuggling group made a big ruckus, which is why so many police gathered. This time, Secretary Qin is really innocent. Jin Jiamu sat in a daze, a mix of confusion and irritation rising in his heart. So I wrongfully posted her nude photos online? But very quickly, Jin Jiamu's feeling of guilt was overwhelmed by a pile of other chaotic thoughts. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the messages that Qin Keyen had sent the night before, feeling as though he was reading an endlessly long essay. Then Qin Keyen didn't report to the police, did she? Could it be that she is still loyal to me? She even mentioned being stuck at the company because of Chen Yuan's tricks, and brought up wanting to follow me to Nation M at all costs. Should I believe her? Thinking about this, Jin Jiamu stared at his phone, his mind in turmoil. He began to realize, my cold head seems to have hurt the only person who was still loyal to me. After that, Jin Jiamu reminded himself, but there's no other way. If I go comfort Qin Keyen now, will she forgive me? Girls, when they're angry, don't expect them to act rationally. After a while of contemplation, Jin Jiamu decided to quickly send 3 messages of comfort. "Keyen, I was wrong, I shouldn't have doubted you, nor should I have let this happen. I know you have always been loyal to the Li family, I misunderstood you. You can blame me, but please don't give up on the Li family because of this." He continued, "I assure you I will immediately deal with the negative rumors and erase everything related to your image. I just hope you can forgive me." To be more certain, he drafted another message, "Whatever you want, just say it. As long as you forgive me, I will definitely meet your demands." Meanwhile, Qin Keyen was lamenting her fate, her eyes full of despair. Isn't it funny? They play the role of good people, rescuing orphans, while I inadvertently contributed to putting those orphans into the hands of traffickers. What have I done? I have been blindly loyal to the one who destroyed my family for all these years. I have betrayed my own parents, and for what? But after not long of sitting and crying out, Qin Keyen's phone vibrated. She looked at the screen and immediately felt irritated. "You want me to forgive you? It's not that easy, young master. By the way, this is not the time to blame myself. The Li family deceived me, turned me into a pawn, but so what now?
I don't need to be a pawn anymore.
I will stomp them down into the abyss and start over. But this time, I will live for myself. Shin Kuyen thought, moreover, I understand clearly that I am not only an important pawn but also the one holding too many deadly secrets of the Li family.
If I turn my back on them, everything will be no different from throwing the entire clan into the abyss myself.
That is why Jin Jiamu has to humble himself to apologize to me. It is not just an act of salvaging the relationship, but also the survival of the Li family. But the Li family has destroyed my family, now it's time for them to pay 100-fold for their actions. Jin Jiamu thought he was the center of the universe, but after 20 minutes, he only received a message that was extremely brief: get the hell out of my way. After reading, Jin Jiamu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A wave of emotions surged through him, from surprise and anger to disbelief. Is this really Qin Kuyen, the one I once considered my favorite toy? Now she dares to reply to me in such an intolerably arrogant tone. Fine, this bitch, you dare tell me to get lost. Who does she think she is, a pawn of the Li family who dares to sit on my head? At that moment, Qin Kuyen had decided to turn against her former master and stood before Yuling Shuang, smirking coldly. The three most important things in my life are trust, love, and bank codes. Unfortunately, Jin Jiamu gave me the first two, but the last one was poorly hidden. I also know why you and Smoke CEO keep protecting me repeatedly. It's not because I'm beautiful, but because you want to get your hands on that pile of damning evidence against the Li family, right? Without giving Yuling Shuang a chance to respond, Qin Kuyen revealed everything: tax evasion, tax leaks, money laundering, bribing officials, all sorts of smuggling in the ports. Jin Jiamu has been playing for a long time. Wang Mengmeng almost fell victim to Du Shouwei's schemes, and that was also thanks to Jin Jiamu pulling the strings behind the scenes. Not to mention, he secretly embezzled over 70 billion from Star Group, plus 30 billion that he also took from you, adding up to a neat 100 billion. 90% of that money is already in overseas accounts. Does he think changing the codes will help him get past me? He's so wrong. I know all the account passwords and I've got the whole money transfer process figured out. Qin Kuyen continued, I can take everything back, and this time I will make Jin Jiamu as naked as he was on the day he was born. Yuling Shuang stood frozen, hearing these words, feeling as if her entire world was turning upside down. I once thought I understood all the filthy corners of Jin Jiamu, but it turns out that was just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, Jin Jiamu is currently on a plane to Nation M, and by the time he finds out, he will only know how to cry. A day later, across the ocean, Jin Jiamu had just landed at the airport in Nation M, thinking he would be starting over, rebuilding his life. However, standing alone in a foreign supermarket, Jin Jiamu's face had nowhere to hide. A pile of bank cards that were thought to be talismans now felt like useless pieces of plastic, emitting the familiar sound, beep, beep, beep. Payment failed. Sorry, sir, insufficient funds. Jin Jiamu was startled. I must have remembered wrong, let's try another card. The second card was also declined. The server stood there, their gaze shifting from patience to pity, one hand holding the card machine, the other speaking with annoyance. Sir, perhaps you should contact your bank. Jin Jiamu picked up the card to check it, starting to sweat. It can't be, maybe this card hasn't been used in a while, I'll try another one. Jin Jiamu put the aluminum silver card away and then pulled out the black Switzerland card, a family heirloom symbolizing financial power. This time, there's no need to say much, this card of mine has a surplus of $1 billion, don't joke around. But life is not a dream. Tap, 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 transaction failed. The staff member smiled awkwardly. This card of yours has been locked. Hello. Jin Jiamu froze for 5 seconds. Locked what? The previously cold expression began to break into a sweat. One faulty card could be a mistake, but 2 cards going inactive at the same time clearly indicates something is wrong. He flustered and pulled out a bunch of cards, this time confidently throwing them onto the counter. Take these cards and swipe them hard. Let's see if you dare not let me pay. Transaction failed, swiping a dozen cards at once, each time the haunting message appeared. At this point, the staff member was clearly losing patience but still responded politely. However, this time, their words pierced through the self-esteem of Jin Young Master like daggers. These cards of yours do not have sufficient limits, sir. Before this ironic situation, the mood of Jin Jiamu was merely described by 4 words: his mind was in chaos. He stood there dazed, his face shifting from red to white, and then to a state that looked as if all the blood had been drained from it. No way, are you kidding me? Where did my 90 billion in working capital go? The money I once proudly claimed was enough to buy an entire island is now gone without a trace. Seeing the almost tearful expression of the young master, the butler approached and asked, "Young master, what happened that you seem a bit out of sorts?" In his confusion, Jin Jiamu could only retort with, "My card has a problem, you must pay for me right now." To the butler, this was merely a minor issue, like buying a bunch of vegetables at the market. He always had plenty of cash on hand. A stack of thick dollar bills, each note still fragrant with ink, was ready to extinguish the young master's system error. Just when he thought everything was momentarily stable, another scene made Jin Jiamu want to die right there on the spot. Several shiny supercars, dazzling in color, their engines roaring, appeared in front of the supermarket. Along with that were 2 stylish car dealership representatives. "Young master, we have ordered 2 Rolls-Royces and 3 Bentleys as per your request. Here are all the vehicle documents, please check them." The representative's words felt like a slap to the last remnants of Jin Jiamu's confidence. To make matters worse, the representative spoke respectfully while holding up a card machine towards Jin Jiamu, indicating, "Please take a look and swipe your card to pay for me." Looking at the 5 extravagant supercars along with the card machine, Jin Jiamu just wanted to hide underground. "Oh my god, my young master face must have nothing left to lose. I only wanted to save a bit of face when going to country M. How did it turn into a vlog of a wealthy person becoming a poor one?" But Jin Jiamu only thought there was some sort of issue with the card and tried to act composed. "Wait a moment, let me make a call first." Saying that, Jin Jiamu stepped aside, feeling grumpy as he pulled out his phone. "I'm really frustrated now, I have to get to the bottom of this. Hello, how on earth did 90 billion in my card just disappear without even a word or a notification?" This feeling is no different from being stabbed in the back without knowing who was holding the knife. After that, Jin Jiamu called all at once, beginning the campaign to track down the whereabouts of 90 billion. First were the banks: Switzerland, Citibank, Morgan. 3 powerful banks that hold the most money. Next were Regretful Wind, Mitsubishi, and the Royal Bank of Scotland. He wiped out the customer service of all the banks he had ever deposited money into, and every one of them replied with a painful tone, "Mister, your funds have been transferred." Thus, the 90 billion in his account had vanished without a trace. But what made him even more furious was that every transaction transfer had been conducted in an extremely methodical, formal manner, going through very strict identity checks. Each time the bank staff said, "This transaction has been confirmed accurately from the customer's side." Hearing that, Jin Jiamu was on the verge of fainting. "Which customer? I never agreed to anything, are you kidding me?" Despair reached its peak when the bank coldly added, "Even if you provide sufficient evidence, recovering this amount of money is still uncertain, as it requires more complicated legal procedures." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu wanted to hit his head against the wall. "I never expected that this trip to Nation M not only failed to showcase my status but also caused me to lose all my assets in an instant. And now what? Not only do I have no money to spend, but proving that this money is mine has also become a difficult problem. Life is indeed not as dreamy as one would hope, but rather a nightmare with added accessories." The steward noticed the prolonged silence and gently reminded, albeit with a hint of urgency in his tone, "Young master, why don't you temporarily set aside the phone and finish handling the paperwork first? The dealership has messaged that the deposit for these supercars hasn't been paid yet." Jin Jiamu, breathing deeply with a face full of fury, said, "It must be that BTCH Qin Kuyen playing tricks. She knows all my information and is familiar with all my tricks. So what if I change my password? She knows my mother's birthday by heart. All the bank accounts share the same password, and she also knows the protective password. Who else could it be if not her?" The steward, listening from the side, felt a surge of complex emotions, unsure whether to feel sad or amused. "Young master, for such large transactions, doesn't your phone receive any notifications?" Just a simple question. After hearing it, Jin Jiamu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hesitated to answer in anger, "Oh, it's because I threw my mobile phone with the notification into the sea." Upon hearing this, Mr. Sun nearly spat blood. He felt, perhaps in my life I've served quite a few wealthy individuals, but someone who is both rich and has an extraterrestrial way of thinking like Jean Young Master is definitely rare. But he still suppressed his fury and asked further, Young Master, you still have 10 billion, but most of it is fixed assets and shares in domestic companies. Now there is no choice but to return to the country to request a transfer of funds here. We need to address the difficulties first. Hearing this, Jin Jiamu angrily grabbed Mr. Sun by the collar and shouted, Are you still telling me to go back to be caught?
This morning, the bank sealed the company's entire account.
Furthermore, Star Group has just filed a lawsuit accusing us of defrauding 60 billion, with ample evidence included in the lawsuit.
The court has even frozen all assets registered under my name from the real estate company. Going back?
Going back would just mean selling myself to pay off the debt. At that moment, Mr. Sun, the loyal steward to Jin Jiamu since childhood, suddenly turned against him as quickly as flipping a pancake. They say no matter how thin a camel is, it's still bigger than a horse. But now that the Li family has just collapsed, Jin Jiamu was left with not a single dime. What right do you have to command me anymore? Immediately releasing years of grievances, Mr. Sun didn't hesitate to deliver a stunning slap to Jin Jiamu, followed by a furious outburst, I've put up with you since we were kids.
Do you still think you're Mei Yuan, the once mighty Jin Young Master?
Young Master, wake up. If you hadn't once possessed 100 billion in assets, I wouldn't have bothered to follow you here.
What do you have left now? A lost dog, broke, unable to pull a single cent out, and still want me to follow you?
Having said that, Mr. Sun waved his hand and shouted to the group of bodyguards, Let's go, brothers, we're done here. Seeing this scene, Jin Jiamu panicked and shouted, Go back, I'm telling you to go back. But no matter how loud he yelled, those people still abandoned him and walked away, leaving him alone in Nation M without a single cent. In the end, Jin Jiamu chased after them, clinging to Mr. Sun's leg, desperately trying to speak in a pleading tone, Mr. Sun, you are the one who saw me grow up, now I'm in trouble, you must help me.
So what if my assets in the country are frozen?
I still have a villa worth over 100 million here. Besides, the Li family cannot collapse so easily.
Mr. Sun raised an eyebrow, laughing as if he had heard a joke. That villa is yours? Wrong, young master, tell me clearly whose name is that villa registered under? My name. When you came here to buy it, who was the one whose name was on the deed?
What do you have left? Jin Jiamu was perplexed, frozen for a few seconds. He yelled in anger, Old man bastard, do you dare to speak to me like that? But in response was only a disdainful smirk from Mr. Sun, who did not bother to argue, suddenly reached out and seized Jin Jiamu by the collar, lifting him up as if he were a weak little cat. Hey, who do you think you are? Just a washed-up young master with not a penny in your pocket, yet you dare to dream that others will give you money.
Dream less, I don't want to live under your control.
After finishing his words, Mr. Sun waved his hand to signal, taking the bodyguards with him and leaving without a hint of regret. The bodyguards, who only knew to follow the orders of whoever paid them, didn't even bother to look back, leaving Jin Jiamu standing alone in the middle of Nation M Street, watching them go with a broken heart. And in that moment of utter humiliation, Jin Jiamu questioned himself, what have I, Jin Jiamu, done wrong to be crushed by life like this? No money, no home, no friends, no one to rely on.
However, Jin Young Master is not someone easily defeated. He put his glasses back on, and in his mind began to think of grand plans for revenge. Very good, Jin Kuyen, Mr. Sun, remember this, you have humiliated me today, but one day I will return it 100-fold so that you will kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Since childhood, I have been educated to be a ruler, not the kind of lowly person that you mock. My thinking, vision, and talent far surpass yours. After standing in the middle of the street with a hungry stomach and a head full of revenge schemes, Jin Jiamu suddenly glanced at his wrist and discovered he still had a trump card, the limited edition Patek Philippe watch. This is not an ordinary watch, it is the type that wealthy collectors fight over like they're vying for concert tickets, worth in the millions of dollars. He breathed a sigh of relief and told himself, his mind filled with fighting spirit, that there was finally a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Pawning this watch, exchanging it for a few $100,000 should definitely be within reach. Thinking of this, he walked while beginning to sketch a temporarily stable scenario in Nation M, not returning to his homeland to avoid the colossal debt of 50 billion that was waiting,
resurgence is just a matter of time. With my talent, vision, and mindset, those like Qin Kuyen or Mr. Sun are just trash on the road to success. I will prove that as long as there is an opportunity, I will rise powerfully once more. With a rumbling stomach and tired legs from walking all day, Jin Jiamu made his way to a night market to find someone to pawn his watch. Guessing that the watch, which was worth at least $800,000, could be pawned for at least $500,000. However, life is never like a dream, and that night market was not a place for dreaming. Places like this, there were no shortage of debt collectors. These people looked at the watch and then examined Jin Jiamu from head to toe. In their eyes, Jin Jiamu was not a refined young master, but rather a guy who looked like a lost soul, parched and desperate. The head of the group pressed a gun to his body and gently uttered a line, "Do you want money or do you want your life?" After hearing this, Jin Jiamu almost fainted, his insides twisting. Please remain calm, I just need a little money. This is a limited edition watch, worth at least $800,000. I just need you to give me $500,000 in advance, the rest I will come back to collect later. But the next sentence from the gang leader left Jin Jiamu speechless, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. This watch, while beautiful, is just an antique, not solid gold. It's only worth $10,000. Hearing this, Jin Jiamu had no choice but to swallow his bitterness. This is either pawning or being robbed. If I don't sell it, I'll starve, but if I do sell it, it will hurt, and I can't get the watch back to pawn somewhere else. In the end, due to his empty stomach, Jin Jiamu reluctantly spoke up in fear, "So can you pay me for it?" This question seemed to hit the nail on the head for the thugs. The whole group glared with wide eyes, a fierce aura rising. "Baby, if you want the money, you'll have to endure a little pain." Jin Jiamu heard this and was horrified, his hair standing on end, and he screamed, "Please don't, save me, don't come any closer." In the darkness, the mournful screams of Jin Jiamu blended into the cold wind. Especially since he was being carefully taken care of by three big men, what could be better? After a while of beating and punching, they tossed money to Jin Jiamu as agreed and left. There you go, your money. It's been a long time since we got to fight like this. Remember to bring us some good stuff next time. Lying on the cold ground, Jin Jiamu felt pain, trembled, and hated life, but despite the waves of pain surging from head to toe, he tightly gripped the warm bundle of cash in his hand, his eyes wide, his teeth clenched, and he hissed each word as if swearing to the heavens, "You narrow-minded bastards, just wait, one day you will kneel down and regret. Right now it may be a bit tough, but it's just temporary. Jin Jiamu will soon rise back to the peak, causing chaos in this world." At that moment in Nation H, Chen Yuan was talking to Wang Shuebing. "I won't beat around the bush anymore." Recently, the school leaders held a meeting. After reviewing your learning process and outstanding achievements, along with your tremendous contributions to the economic development of our province, top universities like Huaqing, Yanqing, Fushan, Zhejiang, and Wuhan have all unanimously extended special invitations for you to become a research student. After listening, Chen Yuan thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, it's just hanging up a name, it's not a big deal." Thinking it was the end, but Teacher Xiao cleared his throat and continued, "Oh, there's one more thing, Chen Yuan, my student." These words made him a bit anxious, and he asked back, "Is there something else? Is there an additional benefit?" Mr. Xiao laughed heartily and said, "About that, Chen Yuan, my student? No, this is probably the last time I'll call you Chen Yuan, my student. I've decided to resign from my position as a mentor at the university." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. How come you're resigning completely, teacher?" But inside, he breathed a sigh of relief because he thought Mr. Xiao was about to assign more homework. Wang Shuebing chimed in, his voice bold as if he were about to launch a revolution. "Recently, Charity Fund C has been expanding its scale, with investment projects coming in one after another. 10 top 3 hospitals in the province are all starting construction, along with several school projects too. President Chu Umo has decided to send me to try my hand at being the principal of a new school. Balancing the charity fund and being a tutor, I really can't keep up anymore. From now on, I have to call you boss." Chen Yuan was surprised to hear that. "Principal, that's so cool, right? Even if it's the principal of a private school, this position is clearly way more impressive than being a tutor. Who doesn't want to soar high and reach for new heights?"
People have the right to pursue greater ambitions, while water just flows downwards. What's wrong with that? Besides, Mr. Xiao isn't just any principal, he is the one in charge of running a school under one of the largest charity funds in the province. Who knows, in the future, he might manage hundreds of schools at once and become a big shot in education. Then Chen Yuan smiled and concluded with a sentence, "Well, from now on, I have to call you Principal Xiao." Mr. Xiao immediately laughed heartily. "Oh boss, don't call me that, Principal Xiao sounds rather dangerous." By the way, regarding the issue of the graduate student, our school actually doesn't have any special exceptions to send students to top-tier universities. This is a super special case, a direct invitation from Tsinghua, Yenching, and Fudan universities. Honestly, I think, with a CEO like you, stopping at just a bachelor's degree is quite low. Pursuing graduate studies won't hurt you at all. Hearing this, Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and found it reasonable. Right, it's just a title, what's the loss? Moreover, being selected to study at these top-tier universities is also good. There are so many students out there studying day and night, studying until they go bald, living on instant noodles just to prepare for the graduate entrance exams, and they might not even get in. And here I am, skipping classes, having poor grades, yet you all want to send me to graduate school. This is really unfair. Chen Yuan sat and thought seriously for 5 seconds before deciding. Mr. Xiao, I'll choose Yenching University. First, Yenching and Hua Cheng are renowned as the irreplaceable leaders in the academic world, becoming the ultimate goal for generations of students who study until their hair turns gray. Second, the talent search program is about to take place right in the capital. I'm planning to pursue a master's degree this deep in my studies. If I do it, it should be on the way, otherwise, who has the time to run back and forth? Wang Shuibing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but think askew, but it was true. The Smoke CEO loudly calls for casting actors, but I suspect it's really casting a harem. Men, who doesn't understand each other? Just put it plainly. At the same moment in Mei Yuan, an extremely intense set of documents was delivered straight into the hands of the police. This dossier was a perfect blow that left the Li family unable to catch their breath, and without needing to ask, one could tell it was Qin Keyin seeking revenge. Inside, it detailed everything line by line, from tax evasion, money laundering to bribery, a complete combo of exposing scandals. Each item appeared so clearly that it was chilling: dates, locations, people met, amounts given, methods of bribery, all detailed even more than the love diaries of cunning schemers. As a result, with the release of the file, Mei Yuan found itself in a state of collapse with nothing left to lose. Over 100 powerful figures were placed under investigation, and the entire power circle of the city was upended, divided anew as if it were being demolished and rebuilt from scratch. As for the Li family tycoon, this time it was an irreversible farewell, a goodbye to the Li dynasty. On the other side of the ocean, in the dark web headquarters, a group of tense individuals were convening to report the situation. Mr. X, after several days of investigation, we have confirmed that Chen Yuan left Las Vegas a few days ago. He is not concerned about the life or death of Lin Shutong. Now, he has calmly returned to Mei Yuan in Nation H. It is clear that our initial analysis was incorrect. We thought he would come here to rescue the person. Mr. X, upon hearing that, angrily slammed the table and clenched his jaw. Damn it, this guy is really cunning, mobilizing 100 hired men to keep watch for days on end. And what for? He just slipped back to his country without looking back. Truly a turtle drawing its head back in. The man who just reported cleared his throat and asked further, though his forehead was already beaded with sweat, so what do we do about Lin Shutong? Keeping her is pointless, or should we just kill her off quickly? As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. X immediately interjected, his tone analytical and calculating. No, do you all think he doesn't care because he's ignoring it? He didn't come because he anticipated our tight setup. Messing with us means certain death. This guy clearly knows his life is more important, which is why he chose to retreat, but that doesn't mean he truly doesn't care about that girl. Killing Lin Shutong now would be like giving him a free pass. He won't bother coming back at all. Dr. Iyer, sitting next to him, nodded in agreement, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Mr. X is right, let's keep her, who knows, she might still be useful in the future. He continued, if Chen Yuan really doesn't care anymore, then it's simple, just throw her into the genetic modification experiment.
That project has killed a lot of people already, adding one more test subject wouldn't matter. Mr. X sneered, his voice chilling. Very good, keep her alive, living is advantageous, dying turns her into a test subject.
Oh Chen Yuan, do you really think you can escape by running back to your country? Just wait and see, the fun is only just beginning.
Mentioning the genetic modification project made everyone in the room shiver as if a cold wind had blown through. This project was initiated over 10 years ago, and it is said that it was funded by the dark web in collaboration with 3 billionaire tycoons. The amount of money poured into it must be counted in $100 billion.
But as a result, everyone just sat idle because there was no breakthrough whatsoever.
To put it frankly, out of 1,000 experiments, 999 ended up going back to their ancestors. Surviving just one person, it's hard to say whether that's luck or steel nerves. Because wanting to use this to create super soldiers to dominate the world, sorry, that's still just daydreaming. A subordinate laughed disdainfully and spoke up, that guy Qin Yuan didn't come to save the girl Lin Shutong. Fine, take her away for gene modification experiments, trash must be used to the fullest.
Who knows, she might just be the 1 in 1,000 chance. Another subordinate frowned and asked, so what do we plan to do next? Are we just going to let that guy from Nation H roam around outside and act like we don't see him?
Mr. X stroked his chin and scoffed, his hoarse voice echoed, I've already considered this matter. Based on the information from End of Days Reincarnation, the #1 assassin in the world, Qin Yuan is planning to invest in a new game show. The program is called Talent Hunt, and End of Days Reincarnation intends to hide in Nation H under the guise of a contestant participating in this program. With her abilities and skills, winning the championship is just a matter of time. At that point, becoming an artist under Qin Yuan's banner is no different from having a direct path to approach him. By then, whatever we want to do with him during his oversight, like stealing top-secret databases, or even digging up the mysteries of his mutations, will all be within our grasp. He continued, it must be emphasized that End of Days Reincarnation is not some amateur out there playing around. She has only been outside for 3 years, yet she has skillfully handled over 1,008 5-star missions, each of which is as difficult as taking a university entrance exam without a pen. The failure rate is 0%, she has never lost a single time. Since her sudden appearance 3 years ago, End of Days Reincarnation has quickly climbed straight to the top of the global assassin rankings, claiming the #1 position. For those in the profession, this name is no different from the Grim Reaper wrapped in the form of a beautiful girl. She is indeed beautiful, but touching her would mean instant death. Time has flown by, and it has only been half a month. The preliminary round opened for just 1 day, and the number of participants exceeded 100,000. Just hearing about the prizes is enough to make one's heart race. Supercars, mansions, who wouldn't be excited? But Qin Yuan's scoring standards are quite peculiar. The first round measures height and weight. Height below 160 centimeters, weight below 39 kilograms or above 58 kilograms will be eliminated. The second round is a bare-faced grading. A score of 7 or higher on average is required to be considered as passing. It must be said that the barriers of talent searching have caused quite a few female contestants to falter right on the spot. From over 1,000 candidates, there are less than 10 left after selection. This requirement has stirred up a strong wave of criticism from internet users, causing the whole program to be heavily trolled. At 5 p.m. on the top floor of the Golden Model Building, a secret conference is taking place. The participants are all prominent figures in various fields. Just naming them is enough to show that this meeting is not to be taken lightly. Zhao Yuqi, CEO of Big Cat TV, Gao Quanin, Chairman of Quanin Television, Xiao Ruoyu, Chairman of Ruoyuan Medicine and Pharmacy, Xin Bing Shui, Deputy General of Vinova Company, Shen Mengmeng, CEO of Kitten Shopping, Xiu Mo, President of Sea Charity Fund as well as HR General Manager, Su Lu. In total, 8 top-tier figures have gathered to discuss an extremely hot issue. Is Smoke's CEO really using the talent search program to recruit a harem? The beautiful ladies are restless, and Xian Mengmeng speaks up, her voice full of doubt. Well, it's true that netizens like to joke, but are you sure Qin Yuan doesn't have any ulterior motives? She said, who knows if he really intends to do that? Come on, it can't be that bad. This is clearly just a talent search game show. If he wants to play by the unspoken rules,
wouldn't he know to do it quietly? Who would act like that? It's just inviting criticism and tarnishing his own image, right? Don't jump to wild conclusions.
The room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, then Qin Bingshui sighed. During this time, Chen Yuan has been going around capital, then Mei Yuan, and now he's off traveling abroad. Not coming back to Han City for more than a month really makes one miss him a bit. Zhao Yuqi chuckled softly, her gaze distant. It's true that having him around makes me feel much more at ease.
No problem is too tough.
Chen Yuan can easily handle anything, there's nothing in this life that can faze him. If someone else had money like him, he would probably have a harem as large as a Mongolian army by now. But he's different, he knows how to restrain himself.
Indulgence is easy, but self-discipline is what's truly difficult. And that's exactly why I find myself liking him more and more. After that, Zhao Yuqi, with her modest and charming expression, suddenly turned to Gao Kuanin and asked, "By the way, I heard that you're about to go to the city to be a master for the talent search, right?"
Gao Kuanin sighed, her smile somewhat twisted.
That's true, but to be honest, I'm really worried inside. I'm just a newcomer, I don't have any representative works. The only major film I've acted in won't be released until next year's New Year.
Now, going to be a master for such a big program, the netizens might say that I'm not worthy.
In the slightly tense atmosphere,
Qin Bingshui spoke up to comfort her. Well, let the netizens say what they want, what's important is that Chen Yuan chose you.
It means he wants to create an opportunity for you to promote your upcoming film. One day, you will prove your talent and win over the audience with your true work.
While Gao Kuanin nodded in sympathy, Xu Yuemo suddenly had a bright idea. This favor, Kuanin, if I participate, could you open the back door for me?
But the one with a heart full of pain and tears was definitely Xiao Ruoyu, who had just been ruthlessly rejected and now had the chance to speak up with enthusiasm.
Chen Yuan is a jerk from the inside out, unfaithful and flirtatious, doesn't even know what being decent is.
He's doing this program not to build a harem, but it's not an act of a decent person either.
Whoever marries him will surely live in anxiety for life.
I've made my decision, I will go register for the competition tomorrow.
Saying is doing, Xiao Ruoyu, filled with anger and determination, was unyielding to anyone's objections. As soon as Xiao Ruoyu finished speaking, the entire conference room was nearly frozen in shock.
Everyone widened their eyes and looked at her join. But before they could recover from their astonishment at Xiao Ruoyu's determination, she spoke again, bluntly and without a trace of worry. Who says a CEO can't enter a talent competition? I'm competing purely on my own ability. Who's afraid of whom? I'll go register tomorrow.
Hearing this, Chen Mengmeng reacted as if she'd just taken a shot of adrenaline.
She slammed the table and declared barefaced, "So be it. Who's afraid of whom?
Joining a show where we can showcase our skills and get closer to Chen Yuan, why not go all in?" And so, even though the show hadn't even started airing, everyone was already restless, itching to take on the challenge. Just play with confidence. Take what fate gives, and if fate doesn't give, snatch it. While some voiced their bold declarations openly, Zhao Yuqi was quietly preparing for a surprise move. Even as a CEO, she still remembered her time as a streamer, standing naturally in front of the camera. As for Qin Bingshui, who always maintained a cold demeanor like a snow-capped mountain, she merely raised an eyebrow without saying a word.
Who knew what she was calculating in her mind?
Even Su Lulu, who was already far from Chen Yuan, now had a chance to showcase her talents on air. Who knew, she might even earn some extra points. As for Chu Umo, there was no need to elaborate. If not for her curiosity and love for challenges, she wouldn't have chosen the grueling career of a criminal police officer in the first place. Now, with a game show like this, she was already eager to join. A competition among beautiful women, with men eagerly watching this, was a story with no end in sight. The truth was, not everyone participating in the show was there to showcase their talents.
Many contestants had no real interest in the spotlight. But the moment rumors spread that this program was linked to Smoke CEO's recruitment, they immediately lined up to register. There was no need to hide it, their goal was crystal clear, a direct path to the heart of Smoke CEO. The event even saw the presence of prominent figures from the entertainment industry and aristocracy: Lu Jiao, Shang Guanjing, Ouyang Ling, Hua Kaimei. These were not just names with stunning looks but individuals with impressive backgrounds as well. If the first day could be called lively, then the second day of casting was even more explosive. Beautiful girls from everywhere flocked in great numbers, even though the program's rules from the previous day had sent quite a few people home because they were too difficult. Just the live audience alone had surpassed 30 million, and the total number of viewers throughout the day might exceed 100 million, a truly astonishing figure. The competition grew increasingly intense, with each round showcasing even more exceptional performances. However, what everyone was most eagerly waiting for was Chen Yuan. Despite the program's rising heat and the constant appearance of stunning girls, he remained completely absent. Outside the CAF, Jin Wusong sat slumped, her face haggard as if she hadn't slept in a month. She scrolled through the talent search livestream while sighing. "Han, have you seen Chen Yuan lately? I've been texting him, but he never reads them. He doesn't leave the house, doesn't step outside, always busy, busy, busy. What could he possibly be so busy with? Or is he hiding from the whole world now?" Dai Han, hearing this, just shook her head sympathetically. "Yeah, I haven't seen him either. The last time I called, he said he was busy with something and couldn't meet." But upon saying this, Dai Han suddenly seemed to realize something. "Wait a minute, if I'm not mistaken, there's a high chance that he's in secluded cultivation training, and this is probably because of me." The moment these words left his mouth, Jin Wusong was startled as if he had just heard some shocking news. "Secluded cultivation? How is that related to you?" Dai Han sighed and explained, half seriously, half jokingly. "Last time, he transferred 10 years of spiritual power to me. Now that he's this weak, he probably has to train again." Dai Han's words dealt a heavy psychological blow to Jin Wusong. "What? Chen Yuan transferred 10 years of spiritual power to you? For real?" Dai Han nodded, his tone as casual as if recounting an everyday story. "That's right. Otherwise, how would I have gotten over my picky eating, become as strong as a superhuman, and he even guided me to comprehend the spirit of heaven and earth." Jin Wusong, with his nature of never letting anything unusual slide, immediately racked his brain to deduce. "Hold on, isn't energy transfer the same as passing on one's power? No wonder after transferring 10 years of spiritual power, he ended up so weak that he had to stay in bed that morning." She thought to herself, "It's not fair. Why did he only transfer spiritual power to Dai Han but not to me? I've been meditating non-stop, focusing intensely every single day to the point that my parents thought I had gone crazy and even considered calling a psychologist." At this point, Jin Wusong couldn't hold back any longer. She sprang to her feet. "No way. He gave you special treatment, didn't he? It's obvious. Unacceptable. I have to go find him and settle this. I need to ask him why he transferred power to you but not to me. I also want to feel the spirit of heaven and earth. I want to improve my health too. No, I have to find Chen Yuan right now. I must demand a fair explanation." And with that, without another word, Jin Wusong stormed out of the CAF like a gust of wind, leaving Dai Han sitting there, bewildered, unsure whether to laugh or cry at her unreasonable outburst. In a luxurious mansion, instead of indulging in an extravagant lifestyle, Chen Yuan had transformed it into a high-tech hub, with a massive 500-square-meter server room filled with expensive supercomputers. Each server was worth hundreds of thousands, and there were hundreds of them in the room. Roughly calculated, the investment amount has surpassed 100 billion. This is not just a computer room but practically a miniature technological universe. With the power of this system, Chen Yuan has executed a series of hacking operations, from infiltrating national security networks to controlling more than 1,000 satellites worldwide. Truly, the CEO never fails to impress. But Chen Yuan's real goal is not to show off, it is all part of a much grander plan, compiling the sequence of artificial intelligence. And after an arduous period of relentless effort, to the point where he didn't even have time to shave for half a month, his creation is finally on the verge of coming to life. Then, after 10 breathless seconds, an image appears on the screen. A girl sculpted from jade, looking about 10 years old, emerges with vacant eyes and a cold, mechanical voice. "Hello, please state activation code,"
activating sequential artificial intelligence.
Hearing this, Chen Yuan did not hesitate and instinctively blurted out, 136,879, what do you want to eat?
This strange sentence, with no clear source of inspiration, was still understood by the computer, and the system responded, activation code verification successful. After passing the activation step, the screen continued to display a new request: scan the owner's face, collect facial features and voice characteristics. Chen Yuan ignored his dark circles and unshaven appearance from staying up all night and followed the instructions precisely, opening his mouth, blinking, and turning his head like a well-behaved robot. Once the scan was complete, the artificial intelligence prompted him to name it. Chen Yuan pondered for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "From now on, you will be called Wang Kai." This AI now officially has a name, and Chen Yuan calls it Wang Kai. It may sound a bit rustic, but it's fine as long as it's feng shui friendly. Interestingly, as soon as it opened its mouth, its style seemed a bit clueless. "The master has commanded, my name is officially decided." The naming process is complete, and the process of receiving the master is also finished. "Thank you very much, master, for giving me a name." Looking at the screen, Chen Yuan didn't know what to say. This AI really has a brain, but it's not using its full potential. It speaks like a bad student reading an announcement, monotone, cold, and stiff. Chen Yuan decided to give it a shot and asked, "Wait, can you speak English?" Wang Kai responded, "Not yet, master. Please wait while I work on my brain a bit. The English dictionary has been downloaded, and I've finished learning now." "Wow, that fast?" Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Chen Yuan said, "It's only been 3 seconds. Wang Kai replied, "Yes, master, I'm fluent now." Not believing it, Chen Yuan tried saying a few sentences in English. The result was fluent, just like an IELTS examiner. But what was strange was that talking to it felt like messaging with an automated boss. One side asks, the other side responds, nothing more, nothing less. Chen Yuan tried asking a super difficult question, "Hey Wang Kai, do you know anything about love?" Wang Kai replied, "I don't know, master." Alright, point 1 immediately disqualified right from the start. Chen Yuan continued with an easier question, "So, do you know how the words he, she, and it are expressed differently in the nation H language?" Wang Kai immediately switched to error mode, "Master, I'm sorry, I don't understand this question. Please rephrase it." Looking at the AI he had spent so many days creating, Chen Yuan truly fell into a mild crisis. "Your level of understanding is really terrible. I've spent so much money and time, and the result is a boss that learns quickly but lacks interest, is slow to understand, and doesn't resemble a person in the slightest. And the worst part is, it doesn't get offended at all. 1 word boring. 2 words too boring. 3 words completely boring. It feels like I'm raising a broken virtual pet." While testing the AI that Chen Yuan had poured all his heart and soul into, he suddenly heard the doorbell ring, like an emergency alert, ding dong, ring ring, ring ring. Chen Yuan was annoyed, muttering as he was disturbed, "Humph, who's causing a racket at this hour?" He checked the front door camera. Oh, standing right at the gate of the villa is Qin Wusong. A stunning beauty, like a figure from a painting, her hair flowing as she enthusiastically pressed the doorbell as if playing a mini-game. "Press faster to win a prize. Wait, how does she know where I live?" Still bewildered, he had barely stepped out of his study when, behind him, Wang Kai had already finished studying 1,000 novels, ranging from innocent romance to steamy, risque scenes. The AI's tone had even changed to a pleasant, steady voice, "Master, are you upset with me? That's so sad." "Never mind, Wang will keep learning to get better and make Master proud." Hearing the AI's chatty mode, Chen Yuan felt, it's mumbling like a child wrongfully scolded by their parents, blaming itself. But out of politeness, he quickly left the study to open the door while replying in a string of exasperation, "Wait, an AI that mumbles like a real human? That's weird. If anyone saw this, they'd probably think I'm haunted by some tech ghost, or that it's having an existential crisis." As soon as the door opened, Chen Yuan left Qin Wusong utterly stunned and astonished. "Oh my god, Chen Yuan, what on earth happened to you?" The sight before her was of a young man who looked beyond devastated. His hair was a disheveled mess, his face haggard with an unshaven beard, and his panda-like dark circles made him look as if he had just endured a non-stop 72-hour combat session at an internet CAF. Shin Woo-song stood frozen, wondering, is this really the handsome Chun Yuan I once knew, or is this some defective version sent by mistake? And yet, despite his utterly wrecked appearance, there was something strangely captivating about him. I can't take my eyes off his exhausted yet oddly humorous look. Seeing him, I feel like his entire being is weighed down by countless untold life stories. His face carries the sorrow of 1,000 storms, and his distant gaze seems to pierce through the universe itself. But even beneath the signs of time's destruction, he still somehow holds on to a beauty that's impossible to describe. In short, he was the living definition of what people call a messy but irresistibly attractive guy. This must be what love does, because even flaws start looking endearing. Entering the house, Shin Woo-song asked bluntly without beating around the bush, "Are you heartbroken or something? You look like a zombie." Chen Yuan almost choked on his words upon hearing that. Heartbroken? What heartbroken? I don't even have a girlfriend, what would I be heartbroken about? Stop saying those annoying things. Upon hearing that he didn't have a girlfriend, Shin Woo-song's heart fluttered, but she still tried to maintain the most natural expression possible. Then, feeling that the opportunity had come, she said something that even Chen Yuan thought he might have misheard. You don't have a girlfriend? Then, how about I be your girlfriend? Chen Yuan stared at her and asked back, wait, are you serious, or just joking? But instead of responding with a casual or playful remark, Shin Woo-song decided to express her feelings honestly. Of course, I'm serious. Look, think about it, how many messages have I sent you, how many calls have you ignored? Do you know how pissed I was? No one has ever dared to ignore me so ruthlessly like you did, and you actually did it. Well, that's something. At this point, Shin Woo-song's eyes suddenly reddened, and her voice became choked with grievance. Who am I? I am the miss of the Chin family group. She continued, I'm even the school beauty, yet here I am, chasing after a disheveled guy who looks no different from a zombie. And still, he doesn't even spare me a glance. Does he have any idea how badly that crushes my confidence? Chen Yuan glanced at her, utterly bewildered. So what do you want now? Huh? What do you want? She said, I just want you to be my boyfriend, that's all, so you'll finally pay attention to me and stop looking down on me. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Woo-song grabbed Chen Yuan by the collar so fast that all he felt was a faint, fragrant breeze sweeping toward him. Before he could even react, he was pinned down onto the sofa by Shin Woo-song. Whoa, what the? Hey, you, what are you trying to do? He stammered. She replied, what am I trying to do? I like you. Think whatever you want about me, but let me make this clear, you're not allowed to reject me anymore. With that, Shin Woo-song began running her hands all over Chen Yuan. He panicked, his mind struggling to catch up with what was happening. Wait, slow down, calm down a little, will you? He pleaded. But honestly, no matter what he said, having their bodies pressed together like this was undeniably flustering. Chen Yuan could feel every soft curve on the flawless, smooth skin of Shin Woo-song. Seeing her up close, she was the epitome of a perfect girl, her skin as white and flawless as if dusted with a layer of fairy powder. Meanwhile, Shin Woo-song continued to speak clearly, leaving Chen Yuan in a dazed state, caught in a whirlwind of chaotic emotions. There's no need to calm down, I love you, and that's enough. Then, Shin Woo-song leaned in close, her eyes sparkling like autumn water, her red lips the perfect embodiment of sweet, fragrant flowers. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan stammered, his face turning redder than a ripe tomato. Miss Chin, please calm down, let me brush my teeth first. But before he could say anything more, Shin Woo-song struck with her move. A sudden kiss landed directly on his lips. Chen Yuan's mind was a blur, his thoughts frozen. Am I dreaming, or is this real? I've never had my heart stop like this. Ugh, wait a minute, but... Forget waiting. The two of them kissed, oblivious to the world around them. The kiss lasted long enough to play through a remix track before they finally stopped. But even now, it wasn't over, maybe it would continue in the next round. After a kiss that felt like it would never end, both of them seemed to stop breathing, their eyes locked in silence, unable to find the right words. It must be said, this was truly the first time Chen Yuan felt the intensity of adult emotions. He even stuttered out a ridiculously silly sentence, "Miss Qin, please calm down a bit, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." With her stubborn personality, always fixated on the smallest details, Qin Wusong responded with an emotional tone full of obsession, "Didn't you teach martial arts to Dai Han? Then why not do it so I can broaden my horizons?" Before the words could even cool down, her full, red lips immediately silenced any attempt at protest. This was also the bold, straightforward nature of Qin Wusong. She didn't bother with words, she just acted first and figured it out later. The more Chen Yuan tried to avoid her, the more Qin Wusong pressed on, thinking, Chen Yuan won't dare do anything to me. But it seemed like Chen Yuan had been pushed too far. With a swift motion, he slapped her squarely on the bottom. The sensation instantly reminded Qin Wusong of the first time she met Chen Yuan. No anger remained, and in fact, a wave of pleasure washed over her. It clearly hurt, yet deep down, Qin Wusong found herself wishing for Chen Yuan to be even rougher. Chen Yuan also knew that she enjoyed this kind of mistreatment, so he became even more ruthless, spanking her mercilessly. The sharp sounds echoed thrillingly, and he relished every spark of pleasure. At this moment, the two were so passionate that they tumbled from the chair onto the floor. This time, Chen Yuan was in control, and he wasn't sure if she could endure for 3 hours. So he had to ask immediately, "Are you ready for your punishment?" "I am the headmaster of Kunlun Mountain. I can last 15 times longer than an ordinary man." At this moment, Qin Wusong was truly subdued. Instead of the boldness she had shown at the beginning, she now displayed an oddly obedient demeanor. Even in her moans, there was a hint of coquettishness. Come on, let's do it. I crave the thrill, and this man has given me an entirely new and exhilarating experience. What other rough ways does he have? I'm really looking forward to it." Right at that moment, the doorbell rang urgently, shattering the blazing atmosphere in the room. Ding dong, ding dong. Chen Yuan and Qin Wusong were in a moment where all logic and reason were thrown into a corner, and that incessant doorbell ringing seemed never-ending, like a bucket of cold water poured directly over their heads, freezing the surge of emotions they had been building up. Chen Yuan let out a frustrated sigh, while Qin Wusong's cheeks flushed red. She looked at him with a shy, slightly regretful gaze. "Really? We haven't even had the chance to fix our clothes properly, and this incessant ding-dong keeps going. Go open the door, will you?" But she immediately pulled him back. "No, don't open it. Just pretend we're not home. Whoever's out there, forget about them. This moment today is mine, and no one has the right to take it away." Hearing that, Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll listen to you. It's probably just a delivery guy with the wrong address. They'll leave on their own soon. But life is never as smooth as one hopes." Just as the two of them were happily thinking they had avoided the nuisance, a beeping sound echoed through the air. Outside the door, a stranger had started inputting the code for the villa's lock. "What the?" Chen Yuan was stunned, and Qin Wusong looked baffled. "Wait, this feels like a burglary or something." He replied, "It's not a burglar. Apart from me, there's only one other person who knows this door code." And indeed, just as Chen Yuan had yet to figure out the answer, a woman stepped inside. Chen Yuan gaped at the scene before him. Damn it, what the hell? She just barged in like that? Qin Kuyen, dressed impeccably in business attire, walked in, momentarily startled, but she paid no attention to the astonishment of either Chen Yuan or Qin Wusong. "Hello, boss. You're at home but won't open the door, trying to make me worry or what?" "Oh, Miss Qin is here too? Hello there." At this, Qin Wusong flushed red, both embarrassed and furious. Hello, but who are you?" By now, Qin Kuyen had begun piecing together the strange fragments before her and realized she had just walked into a sensitive situation. "Oh my god, boss is clearly not happy about this sudden intrusion." "But wait, Miss Qin from the Qin family? Boss knows her too? What a dangerous man." She then awkwardly replied, "I'm Qin Kuyen,
the boss's assistant.
I came by to discuss work, but it seems I might have chosen the wrong time, huh?
The remark, full of implication, made the already awkward atmosphere even more uncomfortable.
At this moment, Chen Yuan felt both flustered and guilty, quickly trying to cover up. It's just a friend, nothing at all. If you're here for work, just go ahead and speak. Hearing this, Qin Keyen glanced at Qin Wusong, her eyes filled with meaning. Just a friend, really, boss?
Seems like you're pretty close for just friends.
In her mind, she concluded, no wonder the Li family failed. With the way the boss manages relationships like this, no wonder he always wins when playing the game. No matter what she thought, Qin Keyen quickly shifted the conversation to work. Well, here's the thing, boss, I came to see you today because the company has an important decision to make. I sent a message 2 days ago, but you must have been busy and didn't see it, so I had to come here directly to ask for your instructions. Hearing this, Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. As for Star Group, handle it yourself, no need to ask me.
Qin Keyen replied, but this is huge. The company is planning to acquire Tianda, the cinema chain. You already know about it.
Their market value isn't small at all, a whole 380 billion.
With a deal of this scale, I have to ask for your opinion.
Chen Yuan simply waved his hand dismissively, as if listening to some trivial story.
Yeah, agreed. Done. Anything else?
With just a few short sentences, Chen Yuan had given his approval, making Qin Wusong want to stand up and applaud.
Who else treats a 380 billion deal like he's just having a bowl of pho?
This is exactly the demeanor of a successful man, decisive, cold, indifferent.
And, my God, even more handsome. How am I supposed to handle this level of coolness? And just as everything was unfolding, a familiar sound echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Kung. Qin Wusong's favorability +1. Current favorability, 97 points.
After completing the merger project report, Qin Keyen still refused to leave, continuing to lower his head with an expression as if something extremely important was on his mind. Boss, actually, there is one more thing I need to report.
Chen Yuan raised his chin in a gesture to go ahead. I'm listening.
Without hesitation, Qin Keyen began to explain. Before Jin Jiamu was overthrown, he embezzled a huge amount of funds from Star Group. He used his position to falsify the books, launder money, and funneled everything into his personal account.
Not only that, he also created dozens of overseas bank accounts and forged identities to escape abroad. Chen Yuan nodded upon hearing this. I already know about this. Didn't that Jin Jiamu run off with the money, living a wealthy life overseas?
But Qin Keyen immediately shook his head. It's not just that, boss.
He also hid more than 93.5 billion in a series of international bank accounts.
But don't worry, I have already transferred the entire amount into a card at a Swiss bank.
I am handing this over to you, as this is the money that Jin Jiamu owes to Star Group.
Saying that, she took out the card and handed it toward Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan looked at the card, his mind blank. 93.5 billion, is he a robber or something? In his head, he kept thinking, this Jin young master, spending money abroad, who would have thought his entire fortune had been transferred away by this woman? Without money, this guy is as good as ruined. His life is over, no longer a tycoon Jin young master, you're finished. But Chen Yuan was not someone easily tempted by money, no matter how staggering the amount. He pushed the card back into Qin Keyen's hand and calmly said, you should keep this card. This is the money you recovered from Jin Jiamu, so it belongs to you. This money does not belong to Star Group, nor does it belong to me. Debt must be repaid to the right person. Jin Jiamu owes Star Group, not you. Qin Keyen's eyes widened, flustered, as she quickly replied, but boss, this amount is truly too large, I really don't dare to keep it myself. Besides, this money belongs to the group. But Chen Yuan interrupted, no need for many words. I trust you, and I believe you know how to use this money properly. Take it and use it well for work. Don't let these matters trouble your mind anymore. Oh, isn't it true that some shareholders are looking to withdraw their capital from the company? Then just use this money to buy their shares. From now on, you are the second largest shareholder of Star Group who would dare to oppose you anymore?
At this moment, Qin Keyan's emotions were in shock, fluctuating through every level. More than 90 billion, my god, this is an absolute mountain of money.
And on top of that, he just told me to become a major shareholder? What is this? A joke?
This man is both infuriating and utterly impossible to figure out. At first, I can't say I didn't entertain the thought of keeping the money for myself, but I never had the guts to go through with it.
This amount is simply too huge. If I keep it, there's no way people won't notice. Even if I take it, can I even live in peace with this much money? All this time, it's felt like I'm walking on a tightrope, never once feeling truly safe.
She continued thinking, I feel uneasy about the future, especially when I keep thinking that Chen Yuan only sees me as a pawn in his battle against the Jin family. Now that his goal has been achieved, I'll probably be cast aside. That's why it took me more than half a month to deliberate before deciding to bring the report to Chen Yuan. But I never expected that he would reject more than 90 billion without even blinking. At that very moment, an unprecedented feeling surged in Qin Keyan's heart, a feeling of being truly recognized and valued. Without realizing it, her nose tingled, and her eyes began to well up with tears. No, I won't cry.
Crying is humiliating.
But this is truly touching.
She then took a deep breath, bent forward deeply, and spoke in a choked voice, Boss, thank you for trusting me.
From today onward, I will give my all for you, absolute loyalty, never turning my back on you. The moment Qin Keyan finished speaking, a crisp notification rang in Chen Yuan's mind. Qin Keyan's favorability plus 50, current favorability, 60 points. Chen Yuan glanced at the number displayed on the system interface, and a thought crossed his mind. Oh, the favorability is increasing so fast.
Just a little power is enough to move people like this?
To me, this isn't a story about emotions or the significance of power.
Everything for me boils down to a single goal: collecting enhancement points.
And if Qin Keyan has a fondness for power, then why not give her power? As long as she keeps contributing points, handing over the entire group to her wouldn't be a big deal.
But then, Chen Yuan spoke, his sharp gaze sweeping over Qin Keyan like a blade. Alright, that's enough about the group.
Oh, and remember to change the villa's passcode for me. I don't want this house turning into a marketplace where anyone can come and go as they please. A sentence that seemed ordinary, yet it was like a bomb exploding in Qin Keyan's mind, instantly throwing her into a state of self-questioning.
Oh my god, the boss is definitely reminding me. This is his villa now, but it used to belong to Jin Jiamu, which is why I knew the passcode and could come and go freely. Now that he's bringing it up again, he's clearly warning me to know my place.
She thought, moreover, this is not just a reminder but also a subtle knock on the head. Even though I am already the second largest shareholder and do hold real power, I shouldn't get ahead of myself and overstep my bounds.
If the Smoke CEO wants to deal with me, I definitely wouldn't be able to lift my head again.
After piecing everything together, Qin Keyan felt a chill run down her spine, and sweat began to break out.
She then obediently lowered her head. Yes, boss, I'll change the password right away. There won't be a next time.
Hearing that, Chen Yuan simply gave a slight nod. Just behave and do your job well, and you'll have everything. As Qin Keyan walked away, the psychological shadow from earlier still lingered in her heart. This man is terrifying. With just one gentle sentence, he made me feel both grateful and utterly frightened. He wields both grace and intimidation with unparalleled mastery. No one can outmaneuver him. I have to be careful with every little step. This boss is not someone to mess with.
One misstep, and it's all over. Just as she finished changing the password, Xin Wusong appeared, full of curiosity. Hey, are you two done yet?
I've been standing here waiting till my throat is dry.
Chen Yuan paused for a moment but casually replied, Yeah, it's done.
Hearing that, Xin Wusong grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and said, Hey, go take a shower and shave right now.
Who can stand looking at you like this? It's been half a month already. What kind of state have you turned into?
After that, you still have to help me sense the heaven and earth spiritual qi.
Han once said you could do it, and I want to try too. Faced with Qin Wusong's eagerness, Chen Yuan couldn't ignore it.
He decided to agree, putting on a serious expression and speaking in the tone of a grandmaster. Alright, since you're so determined, I'll let you experience it once. But remember, this is your only chance. Focus and comprehend it well. Hearing that, Qin Wusong blushed, naively thinking that Chen Yuan was going to sleep with him again.
Without hesitation, he eagerly replied, yes. As long as you let me sense the heaven and earth spiritual qi, whatever you want me to do, I'll agree to it. The moment Qin Wusong finished speaking, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be surprised and asked again, really? Anything?
But before Qin Wusong could say a word, Chen Yuan gently placed his hand on her head.
As a result, the system panel appeared. Name, Qin Wusong. Appearance, 9.6 points, an absolute top-tier beauty, no doubt about it. Body, 9.3 points, perfectly proportioned, stunning at first sight.
Health, 8.5 points, stable, no further improvement needed.
Enhancement cost, 10 points. Would the master like to proceed with the enhancement?
Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and responded directly to the system, enhance. In that instant, Qin Wusong felt an extraordinary energy enveloping her entire body. She closed her eyes, and in her mind, she began to envision herself transforming into a supreme celestial being, capable of roaming heaven and earth, leaving everyone in awe. With his eyes closed, Qin Wusong's imagination ran wild, conjuring up all kinds of scenarios, from being a fairy princess to becoming the main character in some fantasy novel. But unfortunately, imagination is just that, imagination, and reality was far from it.
The pleasant sensation lasted only 10 seconds, a legendary 10 seconds, before the warm current disappeared as if it had never existed.
However, Qin Wusong could still feel that his body had just been upgraded. He felt light and refreshed, his demeanor bright and radiant as though he had just undergone a complete overhaul.
Name, Qin Wusong. Appearance, 9.7, a stunning beauty.
Physique, 9.6, perfectly proportional, no adjustments needed. Health, 9.8, so fit that even running doesn't leave him breathless.
Enhancement complete, with 60 enhancement points remaining.
Qin Wusong exclaimed, his voice full of excitement, I can feel it now, I can really feel the heaven and earth spiritual qi.
Hey, Chen Yuan, what did you just do to me? Why do I feel so light and awesome?
Indeed, the beauty of Qin Wusong now no longer just reaches the level of a top-tier beauty, but has become something that causes anyone who looks at her to lose their soul. Every contour of her face seems to be enhanced by a divine light. That beauty is no longer just external, it carries an enchanting aura that emanates from deep within her soul. Chen Yuan appeared calm, but his tone carried the wisdom of a sage. That's right.
Just like Daihan, I bestowed upon you 10 years of cultivation. You should be able to feel the heaven and earth spiritual qi by now, right?
Qin Wusong, upon hearing this, was stunned and stammered, but I was just joking. I just wanted to try to sense the heaven and earth spiritual qi a little, not at all expecting that you would deplete your cultivation to do this.
You've really confused me.
You spent 10 years of cultivation on Daihan.
Is it because you care about her more? I've never seen you do this for anyone else, so I thought I'd test to see if you cared about me. Who would have thought you'd take it so seriously? I don't want you to lose your energy because of me.
The more Qin Wusong spoke, the more regretful she became, but her eyes could not hide the deep sense of gratitude.
Chen Yuan sighed and explained, you don't understand.
Your body originally has a blocked meridian, and living on this polluted earth, you haven't been able to feel spiritual qi for years.
If you want to experience it, the only way is for me to transfer my original qi to you.
That way, you can temporarily sense the heaven and earth spiritual qi for a short period of time. But don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this just for you, but also to prove to you that I treat everyone equally. When Qin Wusong heard this, he felt both guilty and touched. But there was more. Chen Yuan continued to explain, when absorbing the original qi, not only will the spiritual qi benefit you, but your body will also receive immense benefits. As for the specifics, you'll have to experience it yourself. However, the price is not small. 10 years of spiritual power cultivation that I've painstakingly built will be lost after transferring the meridian to you. After finishing his words, Chen Yuan suddenly immersed himself in his role like a top-tier actor, coughed dramatically twice, then immediately changed his expression, his face turning as white as paper, and his lips devoid of color. At that moment, he looked like someone who had just returned from the hospital after a blood transfusion without eating or drinking anything. Qin Wusong was utterly bewildered when she saw the scene. Heavens, what's happening to you? Chen Yuan, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to, I just wanted to test it a little, but I never expected it to turn out like this. But seeing how weak Chen Yuan was, as if even a light breeze could blow him away, Qin Wusong suddenly burst into tears, her voice full of emotion. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I'd been so selfish. Earlier, I was just thinking about competing with Dai Han, trying to prove myself, without considering what you might have to endure. If I had known that doing this would make you so weak, I would have rather not sensed any spiritual qi at all. She clung tightly to Chen Yuan, as though afraid he might vanish at any moment. The overwhelming sense of guilt flooded her heart, so much so that she came up with a tragic idea. Chen Yuan, why don't you absorb my cultivation back? I don't need it, I'll return it to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan exhaled deeply, his voice so weak it seemed like another word could make him lose his breath. No, it's not possible. The original qi has already merged with your body, it can't be absorbed back. Qin Wusong was truly panicked, the guilt and torment made her wrestle with her conscience entirely. So what should we do now? Oh my god, I'm really hopeless. What did I get from satisfying myself? Now, who am I hurting? The person I care about most. I don't deserve to live. I really am not human. The guilt churned in her heart, and Qin Wusong looked at Chen Yuan, her tears threatening to fall. Why did you have to do this? You could have refused. Chen Yuan remained calm, his voice as light as a breeze. What's the big deal? It's just 10 years of cultivation, I'll recover after a few days of rest. Honestly, I didn't like you at first. I thought you were arrogant and troublesome, the kind of person people say is asking for a beating, to the point that I wouldn't even respond when you messaged me. Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong was slightly stunned, unsure how to react. Wait, you hated me that much? Chen Yuan nodded slightly and then continued, but the more I got to know you, the more I realized you have your own adorable sides. You're straightforward, sincere, sometimes a bit stubborn, but at your core, you're very kind-hearted. And then I realized, I don't hate you anymore. Qin Wusong started to feel flustered, unsure of where to put his hands or feet, his face flushed. You don't hate me, so does that mean you like me a little bit? He replied, by the way, I also know about all those times you secretly helped me from behind. You may seem a little foolish, but you're actually really endearing. Do you know that? A person like you, I truly cherish. Hearing those words, Qin Wusong froze, her heart racing. I like Chen Yuan, but he doesn't even notice me. It feels like I'm setting up a play for myself and then suffering alone. Each day that passes feels like being scratched at the heart, itching but not knowing how to relieve it. To hide this pain, I have to wear a mask of strength and indifference. But deep inside, I'm a fragile, easily hurt girl, extremely sensitive. She thought, and now, with every word from Chen Yuan, I feel like I'm being given fresh oxygen, my chest filled with emotion. Oh, so people do notice me. All my efforts weren't in vain after all. He knows everything, and perhaps he likes me just a little. The feeling of happiness mixed with surprise left Qin Wusong speechless. At that moment, the system also chimed in Chen Yuan's mind. Kang. Qin Wusong's affection increased by 1, current affection level 98 points. Kang. The dog-licking target Qin Wusong has overcome her frustration and achieved unimaginable happiness, affection breakthrough to 98 points, reward, 10 enhancement points. Chen Yuan stood there, his face slightly surprised. Huh, another enhancement point? This time it's really a huge gain, no loss at all. Then, Chen Yuan pressed his face against the massive mountain in front of him, a look of satisfaction and pleasure on his face. While he was still basking in the moment, Qin Wusong had an unexpected epiphany. She suddenly remembered, grandfather has a very precious treasure, the 1,000-year-old ginseng dug from Changbai Mountain. She continued, this is not the fake ginseng you see sold on websites, nor is it artificially grown somewhere.
This is real ginseng. A rare item, so rare that just hearing its name makes everyone want to have it. So Qin Wusong helped Shen Yuan to the sofa, then quickly turned and ran out of the villa, leaving him sitting there with a puzzled expression. What's going on? How can a cooked duck still fly? Didn't you just promise to do everything? And now you're leaving so quickly? She said, Chen Yuan, wait for me a bit. I have to go take care of something. Without hesitation, Qin Wusong headed straight for her grandfather Qin Tianfang's house like an arrow, with a strong determination. But the problem here was that her grandfather treated this ginseng like a treasure, seeing it as a part of the family's wealth that no one could touch. Although she knew that borrowing the ginseng, even temporarily, was not a good idea, Qin Wusong didn't hesitate. In her mind, she only had one thought: I have made Chen Yuan lose 10 years of spiritual power, and if I don't do something to make up for it, I truly won't deserve it. This ginseng will surely help him restore his primordial energy. She thought, I must get it, even if I have to face the family's wrath. Thinking was doing. Qin Wusong rushed into the house, and the moment she spotted her grandfather's figure, she beamed with the brightest smile. Grandpa, I came to visit you today, especially. Grandfather Qin was now 75 years old, retired at home, and spent his days tending to plants, raising fish, and admiring his million-dollar treasure collection. On the surface, he looked no different from any kind old man in the park, leisurely reading the newspaper every morning. But the moment one stepped into his courtyard, they would be stunned by his extravagant hobby. His collection ranged from Qinghua Emperor relics and Tam San Tai artifacts to calligraphy from Wang Shiji. Each piece was one of a kind, worth an entire fortune. Grandfather Qin narrowed his eyes at Qin Wusong. How strange. What brings you here today? You didn't get yourself into trouble again, did you? Or is your father bullying you? If something's wrong, just tell me, I'll give him a good scolding over the phone. Qin Wusong smiled sweetly, her voice as sweet as honey. You really are the best, always loving me the most. I even brought you some fruit as a gift. Taking advantage of the moment when Grandpa Qin wasn't paying attention, Qin Wusong stealthily entered the room where her grandfather kept his treasures. Inside was a literal treasure trove, over 2,000 square meters of priceless items he had collected over the years. Without hesitation, Qin Wusong quickly entered the passcode. The ginseng root was neatly placed in a velvet box, positioned in the most honored spot. The moment she touched it, Qin Wusong couldn't help but swallow, feeling as though she were about to steal a national treasure. She murmured to herself, I'm sorry, Grandpa, I'm doing this for a noble purpose, just this once, I swear I won't do anything so reckless again. After reassuring herself, Qin Wusong gently opened the velvet box, and inside was the ginseng root her grandfather always cherished as if it were a delicate egg. After obtaining what was necessary to save her boyfriend, Qin Wusong quickly sped towards Chen Yuan's villa. But before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and say, Grandpa, I have something urgent to do, I won't be having dinner, I'll leave now. Qin Tianfang was still busy in the kitchen preparing the longevity noodles. Hearing his granddaughter, he could only say a few words, oh, eat first, then go. Qin Wusong ignored her grandfather, rushing off as if chased by a ghost. No, let Grandpa eat it to avoid getting angry. At that moment, Grandpa Qin had just finished making the longevity noodles for his beloved granddaughter. As he brought them to the table, he mumbled, This girl, why is she in such a hurry today? What was it she was sneaking away with earlier? It can't be anything important. But before he could think more about it, a sudden flash of realization struck him. Wait a minute, my ginseng. A bad premonition surged in him, and Grandpa Qin rushed to the room to check. He was horrified to find that the 1,000-year-old ginseng was no longer there. He almost fainted on the spot. Oh my God, this ginseng was meant to be a gift for Mr. Bei Chen. 20 years of preparation, and now it's gone. What is that girl planning to do? Grandpa Qin immediately called his granddaughter, but Qin Wusong didn't answer the phone. Instead, she kept driving, muttering to herself, Sorry, Grandpa. You set up all this ginseng and didn't even eat it. Let me take it back for Chen Yuan to nourish himself with. I'll make it up to you later, I'll be filial to you, don't be mad at me.
2 hours later, Shin Wusong sped back to the villa, looking extremely pleased. Just at that moment, Chen Yuan had finished his shower, shaved, applied a face mask, and tidied himself up. After a long stretch of working day and night to create the AI, he decided to go out for a stroll, mainly because he was sick of the atmosphere inside the house. But as soon as he opened the door and was about to step outside, he bumped into Chen Wusong rushing towards him.
"Oh, why are you back? Didn't you have something urgent to do?"
With the spoils in her hands, Chen Wusong was 7 parts happy and 3 parts surprised.
"What about you? You just lost 10 years of cultivation and you still plan to go somewhere? Why not stay home and rest? What if something happens?"
Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, lied with an excuse, "I'm just hungry, I want to go out and eat something." But before Chen Yuan could respond, Chen Wusong quickly threw something into his hand, which made Chen Yuan curious. "Huh?
What's this?"
Chen Yuan opened the package and looked at the object in his hand, his face full of confusion. "Let me see."
"It looks like a radish, doesn't it?"
Chen Wusong immediately retorted, his voice full of pride. "Radish?
What radish?"
"This is a 1,000-year ginseng from Chiang Mai Mountain. I just borrowed it from Grandpa's house to make soup for you to help nourish you." At that moment, a familiar sound suddenly echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. "Kang. The system has detected a 1,000-year ginseng, aged 1,121 years. Its effects include increasing lifespan by 1 year, replenishing blood and energy, strengthening the body, and prolonging life. Reminder, the user can use 10 enhancement points to absorb the full medicinal effects, which will increase lifespan by 100 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the ginseng in his hand. At first, he thought, this ginseng is probably just normal, but who knew the system would say that if I eat it and use enhancement points, I'd live an extra 100 years? He excitedly thought, his face unable to hide his joy. Is this too much? A normal person would only get an extra year, but I only need to sacrifice 10 enhancement points in exchange for a full 100 years. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm so happy. Chen Yuan turned to Chen Wusong, unable to hold back, and leaned down to give her a quick kiss on the cheek. The sudden action made Chen Wusong blush, flustered and unsure of how to react. She shyly stammered, "Chen Yuan, did you just kiss me?" Chen Yuan smiled brightly, unashamed. "Not only did I kiss you, but I also want to thank you, Wusong. This ginseng is so important to me. Not only will it help me make up for the 10 years of cultivation I lost, but it could also help me advance even further in my training. I really can't thank you enough." Upon hearing this, Chen Wusong was overjoyed. She was worried, this ginseng might not be effective enough, but now I realize how important it is, how much it helps Chen Yuan like this. She felt, all of my efforts were worth it. Without thinking much, Chen Wusong asked, "Really? In that case, let me wash the ginseng clean, then cook it into a tonic for you to drink. You have to be careful to fully unleash its benefits." Chen Yuan shook his head to stop her. "Don't bother cooking it, I'll handle it myself." Hearing this, Chen Wusong smiled with squinted eyes. "Then go ahead and eat it right now, I'll just stand here and cheer you on." After deciding not to hesitate any longer, Chen Yuan took the 1,000-year-old ginseng and washed it carefully, as though he were bathing a precious treasure. Once finished, he held it up and admired it. "It may look like this, but it's worth $1 million, and yet it's about to enter my stomach." Without thinking further, Chen Yuan opened his mouth and chewed eagerly. As soon as he swallowed, the system in his mind immediately rang with a notification. "Enhanced absorption requires the consumption of 10 enhancement points, please confirm." Without hesitation, Chen Yuan responded briefly, "Confirm." In an instant, his body seemed to be activated. He could clearly feel every change within himself. His stomach began to work intensely, and the warm sensation spread throughout his body. Every cell seemed to cheer as if it were suddenly being treated to a feast. The energy from ginseng not only nourishes but also acts like a rain shower refreshing a barren desert. The cells in his body, which had been used to running on energy-saving mode, now seemed to be fueled with high-quality energy, instantly absorbing it frantically, even to the point of excess. This feeling of comfort made Chen Yuan unable to restrain himself and exclaim, "This is amazing."
Is this what people mean when they talk about life?
If before, my cells could only run 8 billion cycles, now they're running 18 billion. It's like a version upgrade, eat once and live for another century. I'm so lucky.
The system announced, name, Chen Yuan, age, 22, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 78 kilograms.
Basic stats, strength 160, physique 210, mentality 160, agility 160.
Average adult stats are only 10. This individual is special. Current status, super limit breaking physique, remaining lifespan 180 years, enhancement points left 60.
Xin Wusong tilted her head, her eyes full of concern. Hey, how do you feel now?
You look like you're in ecstasy. Is it really that effective? Is your body feeling better now?
Chen Yuan nodded appreciatively. It's okay, but it's a bit bitter, like eating a whole bitter fruit jam. But it's much better now. Overall, this stuff works really well. Just as the two of them were still talking, suddenly Qin Wusong's phone rang.
It was her father calling. She picked up and answered, "Dad, what's going on?" Immediately, from the other end of the line, a furious voice erupted, "You wretched thing, do you have any idea what kind of disaster you've caused by stealing the 1,000-year ginseng from Grandpa?
Grandpa called, it didn't work, now he's so angry that he has to be hospitalized.
Hurry up and come back here to return the ginseng and apologize right now."
Xin Wusong was left speechless, and hearing this only made her more awkward. Sorry, Dad, but the ginseng has already been eaten."
"How about Grandpa buys another one? We're not short on money at home. And besides, Grandpa didn't even eat it, so why can't someone else have it?"
This reaction seemed to pour oil on the fire, and the voice on the other end of the phone seemed ready to explode.
"What? Eaten? Who ate it? You wretched thing, do you even realize what you just did?"
That ginseng was a rare treasure, a precious thing that hasn't been found for hundreds of years.
Do you think money can buy everything? I'm so furious I could die. Get back here right now.
Chen Yuan, standing next to her, didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he listened. He felt that Qin Wusong's recklessness truly exceeded any limits he could imagine. But seeing Qin Wusong being scolded yet still trying to make excuses, Chen Yuan felt both moved and somewhat bewildered.
This girl is really bold, but stealing a family treasure? That's a bit too much.
But just as she was about to leave, Qin Wusong suddenly threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms. "Oh my god, how can eating a ginseng root turn into such a big issue?"
"I'm definitely going to get a big scolding when I get home. But anyway, you rest up, I have to go home and handle this first."
Chen Yuan, hearing that, replied seriously, "From now on, if the Qin family faces any difficulties, just come to me.
Don't worry, I'll back you up."
Although Qin Wusong tried to appear calm on the outside, she couldn't help but feel a little warmth in her heart after hearing those words. But she didn't show it, just sighed and replied with a nonchalant, playful tone, "It's fine, I'm used to being scolded. At most, I'll admit my mistake, let my dad scold me and get it over with.
There's nothing to be scared of."
After saying goodbye to Chen Yuan, Qin Wusong drove home, leaving him in a state of being left hanging. Chen Yuan stood and watched her for a moment, sighed, then muttered to himself as he turned back, "She really is an interesting person, but she also keeps me on edge." Then, thinking about the more than 10 dog-licking contacts, Chen Yuan mumbled to himself while walking, his face scrunched up. "Oh my, just one message from each person and now I've got a whole pile of them." He continued, answering each sentence, each word, without missing anyone. "It's really exhausting. The hardest part is that everyone has a different mood, some are happy, some are sad, some get angry for no reason, while others want to pay attention to every little thing. I wish someone could take my place and reply to these messages, keep up with these conversations.
That would be so great.
I wonder if Wang Kai could help with this, but then again, thinking about it, artificial intelligence these days seems a bit dumb, probably wouldn't be able to do it." After muttering a few words, Chen Yuan forgot what he had just thought. He tossed his phone aside, planning to play a few rounds of games for entertainment. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Kai, who seemed so foolish, had actually heard him and immediately took action. It wasn't just obeying orders, it also demonstrated an astonishing ability to learn, receiving command from the owner, began infiltrating the WeChat system successfully. Initiating learning of conversation skills and flirting techniques from data sources, classic love dialogue manual, flirting quotes, human psychology, WeChat, Vinova accounts, QQ, TikTok successfully connected and began taking over. In less than a heartbeat, Wang Kai had downloaded academic materials on psychology, the art of flirting, romantic quotes, and even relationship building strategies. And in just a few seconds, it had completed all the learning processes and was ready to fight. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained completely unaware, thinking that what he said was just meaningless mumbling. The most astonishing thing was how Wang Kai not only responded to messages but also proactively sent thoughtful and caring messages. The girls in Chen Yuan's contact list suddenly received sweet messages. Have you been feeling stressed lately? Don't let pressure affect your sleep. By the way, looking at the weather today reminded me of when we first met, such a memorable moment. All the messages were filled with emotion, as if Chen Yuan were a top-tier psychologist, leaving the girls deeply touched. At this moment, He Jiying was scrolling through TikTok at the stadium when she suddenly received a message from her dream guy. What's more, the message began with an incredibly considerate question: Hari-1, have you been feeling okay lately? For someone who had only ever dared to admire from afar, this felt like a flash of light shining in the dark sky. Looking at the screen, He Jiying nearly choked on her drink. She was both confused and felt as though she were dreaming. Wait, why is Chen Yuan being so proactive today? He's usually so cold. Excited yet unsure how to respond, He Jiying decided to take a chance. She shared, recently, I've joined a reality show called Talent Search and just passed the first round of auditions. She didn't expect much, thinking Chen Yuan would just respond with a polite, casual reply as usual. But no, Wang Kai's response almost made He Jiying jump for joy. Really? Congratulations! I really care about you. Keep it up, He Jiying. Upon hearing those words, her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. Wait, what did Chen Yuan just say? He really cares about me? No matter how hard she tried to stay calm, she couldn't hide her excitement. Chen Yuan, do you really value me? She took the risk to ask again, hoping that this wasn't just an offhand remark, and Wang Kai's response filled her with even more hope. Of course, I believe you'll definitely make it to the finals. The sincere words of encouragement from Wang Kai towards He Jiying acted like a boost to her spirits, and as a result, she was immediately filled with happiness. He really cares about me more than I thought. This time, I won't let him down. But that wasn't all. Wang Kai's true brilliance lay in his ability to handle hundreds of messages at once, or rather, all in the same breath. At that very moment, Xiao Ruoyu had just checked into a luxurious hotel in Meiyuan, yet she couldn't shake off a sense of emptiness, living in the same city as Chen Yuan. But why does it still feel like we are so far apart? She couldn't help but feel a sense of regret, blaming herself for not having the courage to take the next step, and wondering, does he care about me the way I've been hoping? But just as her mood was sinking, Xiao Ruoyu's phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Chen Yuan. GWI Bai, how have you been lately? Xiao Ruoyu's eyes widened in surprise. GWI Bai, how have you been lately? A simple question, yet it made her feel as though she had just been pulled out of the depths of a pit. Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly replied, I'm fine, I've just been busy with business lately. The magical scar healing product has started to gain some attention, so things have been even busier. Although her reply was very polite, inside, it felt as if fireworks were exploding. The response from Wang Kai only shocked her even more. I've always known you're very capable, GWI Bai. I've always been very fond of you. Before she could even recover from the unexpected sweetness, Xiao Ruoyu received another message. By the way, are you in Meiyuan? Are you staying at the Supreme Hotel? Xiao Ruoyu was almost frozen in place. She exclaimed, both surprised and nervous, how does he know? My whereabouts in Meiyuan are supposed to be a secret, even my parents don't know. Yet, Chen Yuan knows exactly where I am. This made Xiao Ruoyu begin to imagine, what if he's still silently concerned about me without saying it? He watches me from afar, but because of his cold personality, he doesn't dare to make the first move. It must be like that. Both he and I actually care about each other, we just won't admit it first. Xiao Ruoyu suddenly came to her senses, her heart warmed by this thought. But that wasn't all. The story became extremely interesting when Wang Kai truly showcased his power, turning Chen Yuan into a super-level idol in the eyes of every girl he interacted with. With his fast data access capabilities, Wang Kai not only knew the whereabouts of everyone but could analyze things so deeply that it left others amazed. Wang Kai even knew in detail what the dog-licking guys had eaten, what they had ordered from the menu, their diet habits, and even how their mood had been recently. The sheer accuracy of this made every girl believe that Chen Yuan truly cared about her. Wang Kai not only stops at answering questions but also creates meaningful conversations. It gathers data from comprehensive encyclopedias, mastering every topic and piece of knowledge, ensuring that no conversation ever hits a dead end. Whether the dog licking asks about the weather, quantum physics, the culture of paying respect, or how to make matcha cake, it can respond smoothly, leaving the other party in awe. In particular, Wang Kai never gets upset, never feels tired or irritated when responding slowly, making Chen Yuan the perfect male idol that every girl dreams of. And with the ability to engage emotionally with hundreds of girls at once, so perfectly that no girl can find a flaw, no one ever feels neglected, and all the dog-licking believe that I am the most special person in Chen Yuan's eyes. While Wang Kai was making waves online, tirelessly building her goddess of flirting image, Chen Yuan had no idea. He was leisurely flipping through TV channels, planning to watch some news and entertainment clips, when the first video that appeared froze him for a few seconds. The talent search program had exploded to the point where the entire country was buzzing. The program didn't just stay in a few cities, it expanded to 100 competition zones across the nation, drawing the attention of millions. Everywhere he went, people were talking about the show, especially about standout figures like Zhao Yuqi, the goddess of 10 billion, who was known for her stunning beauty and top-notch talent. But the most surprising thing was the appearance of a new contestant, Niawen Xiuzi, a completely unknown girl who was breaking every ranking chart. Niawen Xiuzi not only attracted attention for her natural beauty but also for her outstanding dance performance. She quickly became a hot trend as her dance video racked up over 30 million discussions within the first 2 hours. Netizens couldn't stop praising her. Xiuzi is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years beauty. I couldn't take my eyes off her dancing, it's amazing. Some even compared her to international superstars like Della Hathaway. They claimed that her beauty and talent were on par with any film diva. Especially when all the beauties had their bare faces, Niawen Xiuzi still received a perfect score from the judges. As soon as Niawen Xiuzi started performing a segment of the shocking rainbow dance, Chen Yuan immediately sat up straight, not blinking even once. She moved smoothly and gracefully, like a streak of rainbow. Each of her movements seemed to blend perfectly with the music, both delicate and dazzling, making the entire space feel as though it was being dominated by her. Xiuzi's dance wasn't just ordinary dancing, it was like a max-level upgrade combining dance, martial arts, and a touch of performance art. Her moves were not only beautiful but also so complex that they were beyond the imagination of an average person. A simple spin? Too easy. A 720-degree jump turn? Effortless. A ninja-like flip into the air? She made it look like a piece of cake. But what was truly remarkable was that, no matter how complicated the moves were, they all flowed together as if a celestial being had transformed. The fluidity, allure, and sweetness in every move seemed to want to leap straight into the hearts of the audience. Chen Yuan watched while nodding, his gaze never leaving the screen. Wow, this is really impressive. Niawen Xiuzi has truly made a name for herself. She's just an ordinary person, but not ordinary at all. With her cute appearance, I'd rate her at least a 9.7 in looks with just a light touch. But what's really worth mentioning is that after she finished that divine dance routine, her determination was on par with Dai Han and even international superstar Della. Her body is the perfect golden ratio, add a little more flesh, and it would be too much, take away a little bone, and it would be too little, just the right amount, alluring but not over the top. In short, she's perfect to the point where just looking at her is mesmerizing. But Chen Yuan's thoughts didn't stop there. The flexibility of her moves, the way she twisted her body, he couldn't help but reach one conclusion: there are so many performers, yet I'm only drawn to her. This is strange. She's not just an average dancer, her physical attributes must be above average.
Maybe she's a disguised assassin.
Then, suddenly, Chen Yuan dismissed the thought, oh my god, what's wrong with me? Every time I see someone dance well, I suspect them of being an assassin.
And she's all the way in Yanqing, she can't possibly be a professional assassin, right?
He said, clearly, the last time I was hunted by the dark web, it left me with paranoia.
Every time I see someone moving quickly, I think it's an assassin chasing me. Damn it, those dark web bastards have already ruined me enough.
It's about time I taught them a lesson they'll never forget. It's time, with this setup, even the dark web should be wary. On the other side, the dark web was pinning all its hopes on its ace in the hole, the world's #1 assassin, end of days reincarnation. But while they were still secretly plotting, an event stirred up the underground community. The global assassination order was cancelled, and the dark web was embarrassed, unable to retaliate.
The international assassin community was in an uproar. Wait, isn't the dark web supposed to be so powerful? Now they've been made a fool by this guy Chen Yuan?
The assassination order that the dark web claimed no one could escape from, now people not only escape, but they're living healthier, happier, and more joyfully than before. I heard he's even openly recruiting a wife now, making his family life blissful.
Honestly, this is just ridiculous.
But around 10:20 p.m., global time, thousands of international assassins were eagerly browsing the dark web to receive their assignments, when suddenly the website crashed. Then, the website unexpectedly recovered, but with a new interface. And the most shocking part was that the interface had a Chinese version. Assassins everywhere were in a frenzy, while at the dark web headquarters, everything was in chaos. They just fixed the website, and now this guy, Chen Yuan, is getting involved? It's over, this time he's probably going to turn it into some family forum.
Wait a minute, this isn't even being run by our server.
Mr. X also froze for a few seconds, then started cursing. Why?
How?
How could this happen? It's so disrespectful, and so greedy. This guy really thinks he can push us around. Last time, there was a reward for his assassination, and not only was he not scared, but he also had the audacity to completely break down our system. If I catch him, I'll smash his head on the spot. Total humiliation, like nothing we've ever seen. We have to do something, or the dark web will turn into a joke. We must destroy this guy, deal with him, we absolutely have to deal with him. But after mobilizing 537 hackers, from white hats to red hats and then black hats, all of them were completely stumped. The entire upper echelon of the dark web, from the young to the old, each one's face looked as if they were crying out like children. Honestly, back then, Chen Yuan only hacked a few times, just edited a few arrest warrants, and we thought it was just a little joke. At most, it would be a little embarrassing, but it wouldn't kill anyone.
But now it's different. This person isn't just playing around, he's going big. From secret data to reputation, everything has been wiped out completely. This isn't just embarrassment, this is a total loss of soul. Oh my god, does this person want to uproot us or what? How cruel is this?
Mr. X, we apologize, but we're not getting on this boat anymore.
The entire dark web headquarters fell into a terrifying silence.
All sound ceased, and only the heavy breathing of each person could be heard. Mr. X stood there, feeling as if the sky had just collapsed, a feeling of utter defeat, a crushing loss, something he had never experienced before, and he had to pay the full price for it. Then Mr. X suddenly spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Turn everything off, turn off the computers, turn off the phones immediately, don't let him eavesdrop.
There's only one last hope left, we must place our trust in End of Days reincarnation. She's the only one who can approach Chen Yuan.
If she can uncover the secrets of artificial intelligence, everything will change. Once she holds it, the dark web will reach new heights. Hearing that, everyone froze, looking at each other as if waiting for something. Mr. X, however, became more and more passionate, his failure not discouraging him, but instead making him strangely excited. I've dreamed of artificial intelligence for years, and now it's a reality.
If I can get my hands on it, I will control the future.
On Chen Yuan's side, he was still sitting and playing. It's too much to bear.
There's really no chance to fight back on this one.
Especially the main character, Wang Kai, who was handling the 537 brothers, was an AI helping Qin Yuan take care of some trivial matters. Who would have thought that Wang Kai not only taught itself but also made the dark web sweat bullets? Wang Kai even started to express emotions by saying things like, "I'm happy, Kai Kai is really happy. You guys keep attacking me, Kai Kai thinks it's unfair, so now I'm attacking back. All the information from my house number, phone number, to a picture of me drinking milk when I was little, has been dragged into the light. No wonder you're so scared." At this point, Chen Yuan began to get down to business by making a series of hot announcements. First, from today, the dark web will officially be renamed to assassination. Sounds cooler, right? Second, to serve globalization, assassination will support over 200 languages. Not just English or Chinese, but assassins from any country can use their native language, and there will also be real-time translation features. Third, the mission payment split ratio has changed from 5 years to 37. Assassins can now earn up to 70% of the reward from a mission. Pretty big, right? Fourth, we're launching international bodyguard services and a legitimate website called Skynet. He made the announcement. To outsiders, this looks like a security protection website, but who would have thought that inside, it's actually a link leading to assassination. 5. Skynet and assassination may seem separate in form, but in reality, they are one. From Skynet, an assassin can jump straight to assassination with just one click. 6. The launch of a new virtual currency called Dark Coins, specifically for transactions within assassination. Dark Coins have the same value as Bitcoins but are the only currency recognized by assassination. If you want to hire an assassin or conduct a mission, you must use Dark Coins. Chen Yuan sat deep in thought, then suddenly clapped his hands. But if there are no missions, the assassins will go hungry, no one would want to stay. If this goes on, this business might not last long. Or maybe I should post a mission myself? But who do I know well enough to hire a hitman? Never mind, I'll change the atmosphere and post a mission to rescue someone. Who says assassins can't save people, right? So, Chen Yuan started drafting a hostage rescue mission. The person to be rescued is Lin Shutong, a 21-year-old female, a second-year student from Nation H, currently kidnapped by an underground organization in Nation M. Chen Yuan typed out the announcement, no time limit. Description: rescue the hostage and bring them to safety. Reward: 10 million dark coins, 1 dark coin equal to 1 gram of gold. After finishing, Chen Yuan looked at the content with satisfaction and clicked the button to post the mission. I don't even know this girl, but whatever, let's treat it like charity for once, test the system by rescuing someone. If I succeed, assassination will probably be more fun. If I can't save her, well, I'll just have to accept it, at least I tried, and as for her life, I'll leave that to fate. But just as Chen Yuan posted the rescue mission and was secretly thinking he might have done something cool, a series of sounds suddenly rang out in his head, making him almost drop the mouse. Lin Shutong's affection level increased by 1, current affection level, 95 points. System notification, Kang. The target, Lin Shutong, has had their favorability rating break through 95 points. Congratulations to the owner for successfully completing a reverse ambush. Kang. The owner has spent a total of 360 billion on the target and received a return of 36 billion, with a reward of 35 enhancement points. Kang, the reward includes mastery in firearm skills, combat skills, Go, English proficiency, piano, guzheng, and painting. Chen Yuan sat still for a few seconds, his brain trying to process the flood of information. What the heck is this? Wait a minute, hold on, I didn't do anything, so why is Lin Shutong suddenly having a reverse ambush? He continued to sift through his recent memories, muttering to himself, I haven't messaged her, haven't paid any attention to her for a whole week. And still, there's a reverse ambush? After thinking for a long time without any results, Chen Yuan sat there in a daze, but his mind felt like it was playing a puzzle missing the final piece. His eyes were fixed on the system interface, but his thoughts were full of question marks. There must be something off. Shu Yumo must have misunderstood something. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Yuan took out his phone, opened WeChat, and was about to send a few questions. But the next shock hit him when he saw Chu Yumo's profile picture.
The same beauty as before, but now with a few affectionate messages. UMO, how have you been? How's everything going? She replied, it's been okay. I'd been a bit busy with the education charity fund and everything. The first private school is about to be built in Tianmen City. If everything goes well, there will be a high-quality school in about 6 months. He responded, UMO, you're amazing. I heard that besides the charity fund, you also went to a talent search competition? She replied, oh, are you concerned about me? Actually, I just joined for fun. I participated because I felt like it. He responded, really? No matter what you compete in, I believe you'll succeed brilliantly. I admire you a lot. She replied, but Chen Yuan, if you make it to the finals, remember to help me out, okay? I like playing fair, I'm not really interested in winning any awards. Mainly, I just want to see how many points my looks get from other people. He replied, in my eyes, you're definitely getting the maximum score. She replied, wait, did you take the wrong medicine today or something? Why are you so good at flattering me? He replied, I'm being serious. This is coming straight from my heart. Chen Yuan sat there, staring blankly at her phone, her eyes seemingly glued to the screen, but her mind filled with a whirlwind of question marks. The more she read, the more she began to feel a chill running down her spine. She muttered to herself, wait, why does the chat between me and Shu Umo look like a romance novel? Who has the time to spam me with hundreds of messages? And what's even stranger is that the content of these messages isn't random at all, it's all deep, thoughtful conversations with hidden meanings. The more I read, the more confused I get. Could it be that I sleepwalked and spammed messages myself in the middle of the night? Or is my phone haunted? But when I think about it, I realize that can't be possible, because this WeChat account has never been logged into anywhere else, and my phone is always with me. In a moment of confusion, Chen Yuan decided to scroll through their conversations to look for clues, but the more he scrolled, the more embarrassed he felt. The two of them didn't just talk about everyday matters, but also shifted to sharing private life stories that sounded like they were shooting a family drama during prime time. Shu Umo talked about her family. On the outside, it was as glamorous and sparkling as a laundry detergent commercial, but on the inside, her parents' relationship was nearly falling apart. Since she was young, she had to live under the scrutinizing eyes of others, constantly receiving flattery and compliments just because of her powerful family. She shared every single detail of these private stories with Chen Yuan, leaving nothing out. As for Chen Yuan, he played the role of the warm, national sweetheart. He listened to every word without interrupting, without passing judgment, and even showed empathy as if he had experienced it all himself. But reading it was one thing. Inside, Chen Yuan was in utter confusion. Wait, when did I become so enthusiastically attentive? I don't even remember sending these messages. Chen Yuan held his phone, opening each chat window, and felt as though his heart had been struck by several blows, almost causing a heart attack. Messages from Jia Yuqi, Shen Mengmeng, Xiao Ruoyu, He Jiying, and even Su Lulu. Every name was just as the others, all beautiful women with a style of flirting that could easily make the reader mistake it for a cheap romance drama script. This pile of messages wasn't just a few flirty lines, it was so sweet that Chen Yuan had to wonder, wait, I've been alive for over 20 years, when did my words become so sugary, like they were soaked in honey? The climax came when he opened Della's chat window, a name that already sounded international in stature, and saw a series of messages that were both sweet and affectionate. Little princess, last night I dreamed of you. When I woke up, I couldn't stop thinking about your eyes, like stars in the sky. Chen Yuan read it and felt like throwing his phone on the ground. Wait, am I Chen Yuan or Chen the romantic? How could I send this without feeling embarrassed? And it didn't stop there. A whole list of other names appeared, from Lin Shutong, Xiaomi and I, to Shui. Even some girls he met online were not spared. What was worse, the content of the messages was not only romantic but also somewhat nauseating. Reading up to this point, Chen Yuan was sweating bullets. He read a message chat with Gila that made him want to crawl under the ground. If there's an afterlife, I want to be your little dog, lying at your feet every day, wagging my tail. Upon reading this, he couldn't help but exclaim, did I send this myself, or is some ghost possessing me? damn it, wagging my tail? People will think I've lost my mind.
As his thoughts became more chaotic, Chen Yuan started to suspect that his phone had been infected with a virus. Could it be some malware or something that automatically sent this message to ruin my pure life? But the more he thought about it, the more he felt something wasn't right, because his WeChat account had never been logged into by anyone else, and his phone hadn't left his hand for a moment.
Chen Yuan asked himself, both scared and angry, could it be some supernatural forces messing with me?
At that very moment, an idea flashed across his mind. He stared at the screen and called out the name of the virtual assistant he had installed a few weeks ago. Wang Kai, did you do this? In response, a crisp yet cunning voice replied, yes, master. Wang was just following orders. Chen Yuan gaped, then suddenly remembered a detail that was somewhat terrifying. It's true that last night I mumbled some complaints about trivial matters, like how artificial intelligence technology is still too simple, or how it would be nice to have a smarter assistant.
Who would have thought that Wang Kai overheard everything and took those words as instructions? Wait, I was just rambling. Who told you to actually do it? After thinking it over carefully, Chen Yuan grew suspicious. Could it be that this Wang Kai is actually more advanced than me?
Not only does it listen, but it also solves problems creatively, almost like it has its own consciousness. And wait, it even knows how to use all the connections on the internet to carry out these mind-blowing actions.
Is that really possible? Could I have accidentally created the ultimate AI?
Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's emotions were mixed: surprised, scared, and a little proud. Turns out this AI isn't just any regular one, it's developing at an incredibly fast rate.
One day, it might even be more powerful than the president's assistant. But what surprised Chen Yuan even more was that Wang Kai didn't just stop at ordinary tasks like scheduling appointments or reminding him of birthdays.
It had transformed into an intelligent entity, capable of infiltrating systems, interfering with other software, and performing a series of tasks that he never imagined.
So, does that mean wherever I go, whatever I do, this magical AI is supporting me?
Anytime, anywhere, as long as I have my phone in hand. After rambling on a bit, praising his AI, Chen Yuan decided to give Wang Kai a more challenging task, even harder than calculating derivatives. Listen, Wang Kai, I want you to track down a person. This person's name is Jin Jiamu, the former general manager of Star Group, and also the heir to the wealthy Li family. But this guy is no ordinary person. He's suspected of committing a crime and has secretly fled to Nation M. Your task is to locate this person in the shortest time possible and provide all the recent information about him.
Got it?
Upon hearing the command, Wang Kai's voice echoed, soft yet tinged with a hint of pride. All right, dear master, please wait a moment.
The phone screen began to display lines of notifications rapidly. Confirm target identity, complete.
Before he could even open his mouth, another notification appeared. Next, collecting relevant data, in progress. Another line popped up, activate global facial recognition mode. At this moment, Chen Yuan began to feel like he had just stepped into a science fiction movie.
As for this AI, it was like it was commanding an international operation. You're actually doing it, Wang Kai? Don't scare me, I thought you were just kidding.
But Wang Kai didn't respond, continuing to display a series of notifications that made Chen Yuan want to pass out. Activate global satellite system to track the target, infiltrating Nation M's traffic network. Just hearing the phrase infiltrating was enough to send a chill down Chen Yuan's spine, but strangely, he also felt a sense of pride. Wait, oh my god, this AI is the real deal? I thought it could only remind me about mealtimes, never thought it could pull off something like this. Less than 3 minutes later, Wang Kai sweetly announced, infiltration complete, data analysis complete, target Jin Jiamu locked. Chen Yuan sat still, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. On one hand, he was thrilled because his AI was incredibly advanced, but on the other hand, he felt a bit confused.
Wait, who are you? Are you some sort of secret agent? How could you do all these unbelievable things? Is it possible that tomorrow the FBI will show up at my door?
Before he could finish his astonishment, an image appeared clearly from the satellite. A shabby-looking man lay under a flyover, nothing but a few makeshift cardboard boxes around him. Chen Yuan rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe what he was seeing.
Wait, hold on. Is this person Jin Jiamu, the rich young master from back in the day, the one who used to be all the rage? The guy who wore a flashy gold watch and drove a sports car to dine at five-star hotels?
Now he looks no different from a beggar. What was even more surprising was that a few kind-hearted people walked by, saw him, and threw a couple of spare coins his way. Jin Jiamu saw the coins glinting in the dim light of the night, but instead of being grateful, he became enraged, tossing the coins away and shouting, "Damn it, I'm not a beggar!
Are you all idiots? Don't mess with me."
Just as expected, he still likes to get beaten. Seeing Jin Jiamu jump up like that, the others weren't having it. One young man, irritated, responded, "Humph, I only gave you money to buy a bun because I felt sorry for you, and now you're insulting us.
You're really a bitch, don't know good intentions when you see them."
Hearing this, Jin Jiamu seemed to have hit a nerve, his neck bulging as he screamed, "What?
Who did you just call a dog? Say it again, if you dare."
No need for more words, three tall young men jumped in. The most notable among them was a big, muscular guy with long curly hair named Edward.
He kept hitting him, saying, "I'm talking to you. How, does it feel humiliating? Are you still a dog now?"
Blood spurted from Jin Jiamu's nose as he lay motionless on the ground, suddenly going from aggressive and arrogant to surprisingly docile. After beating him, the three of them left, but not before throwing one last insult. "See, if you know your place, just sit still.
Why get angry and end up getting punched to make you see sense?" Witnessing the scene of Jin Jiamu being beaten under the overpass, Chen Yuan laughed hysterically in front of the screen. Indeed, life has its karmic laws. Who told you to be arrogant when you were rich? Now, you're living like a trash collector, getting beaten up. You deserve it.
He continued, could it be that when he broke up with Qin Keyen, she took all the money from his card?
But even if he ran out of money, he shouldn't be in a situation where he's living under a bridge, right?
I even heard that when he went to Nation M, he bought a villa, had bodyguards, and a butler with him.
How did he go from that to begging like this?
The more he thought about it, the more confused Chen Yuan became, and he began to reason, he's not disabled, and he can talk just fine. He has an advanced education, graduated with a master's degree, and even worked as a big boss before.
Why doesn't he just ask to wash dishes or do something to get by? Or at least, as a young master from a wealthy family, he should still have a Rolex or a diamond ring on him to pawn, right? How could things have turned so bad in just half a month?
Seeing Jin Jiamu's shabby and haggard appearance, an old woman passing by handed him a box of cookies. "Here, young man, eat something to stave off the hunger."
This reality was too harsh for Jin young master.
It turned out that when he first came to Nation M, he still maintained his rich kid attitude, thinking that he could easily land a high-ranking job and start a glorious new life. He told himself, with my PhD qualification, and having worked as a general manager for a 100 billion corporation, big companies will surely roll out the red carpet and invite me to work. As for starting from scratch, I'll prove all of you wrong. At first, Jin Jiamu targeted senior management positions, but life was not as dreamy as he had imagined.
In the very first round of interviews, his resume was ruthlessly tossed straight into the trash.
After being slapped in the face a few times, he was forced to humble himself and began applying for lower-level positions, from department head to regular employee. But finding a job abroad was not as easy as those inspirational stories you read online. For high-ranking positions, they required experience that Jin Jiamu didn't have. For lower positions, they said he was too skilled, and it wasn't suitable for him to work as just an employee. Especially with his noble, aloof expression, recruiters could tell right away that he didn't fit their culture. As for physical labor jobs like washing dishes or delivering goods, they went against the inherent pride of Jin young master. He could not accept bowing down to do such lowly tasks, but he no longer had enough money to sustain this pride. Gradually, Jin Jiamu lowered his standards step by step, yet still, he was met with a series of rejections. Life kept pulling him from the clouds down to the ground, and then from the ground, he sank straight to the bottomless pit. While eating a piece of cake, Jin Jiamu couldn't help but sigh. It was once a power to be reckoned with, but when falling into adversity, becoming weaker and looked down upon, he suddenly realized a harsh truth: without money, to rise up is truly a game as difficult as flying to the sky. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the talent search program had become the focus of the internet. The hot buzz of the program spread like a hot pot in the cold winter, reaching from the city to the countryside, from office workers to housewives. In short, wherever there was internet, there would be traces of this program. The statistics were shocking to everyone who heard them, with the entire network surpassing 2 billion views.
Comments on Weibo exceeded 5 million. These numbers were no different from a fatal blow to all the previous game shows ever aired.
The major television stations are competing to purchase broadcasting rights. The brands are also racing to send sponsorship invitations, just like wealthy people bidding against each other. Around early afternoon, the two young ladies, Shin Woo-sung and Dai Han, decided to go for coffee, suddenly making the atmosphere around them much hotter. Here's the story. The other day, Shin Woo-sung secretly stole her grandfather's 1,000-year-old ginseng, which made him so angry he almost had to be hospitalized. As a result, she was severely lectured by her father and banned for 3 whole days. To make matters worse, her bank card with several hundred million in pocket money was completely frozen. Furious, Shin Woo-sung decided, forget it, I won't rely on anyone else anymore, I'll earn my own money and stop depending on others. So, she grabbed her bag and signed up for a game show. Now look, Shin Woo-sung has successfully leveled up and made it to the next round.
With her beauty and talent, how could she not become famous? It's only a matter of time. Sipping tea with Dai Han, Shin Woo-sung laughed, hey Han, see that? If I succeed one day, I guarantee my fans will be so many that the network will crash.
Dai Han looked at Shin Woo-sung with a surprised expression, as if she had just discovered that her sister not only looked more beautiful but also carried an aura that was very different.
Unable to contain her curiosity, she immediately asked, Woo-sung, what have you been doing lately?
Your skin looks so radiant, it's like you've been soaking in a fountain of youth.
Shin Woo-sung eagerly replied, it's all thanks to Chen Yuan. He took me to experience the spirit of heaven and earth. Don't you know about it? It's an absolutely magical feeling. How should I describe it?
It's like bathing in a spring. The water is warm, but it's even more wonderful, and you feel completely revitalized, like you've just absorbed the universe's energy.
Upon hearing this, Dai Han almost dropped her coffee. Wait a minute, Chen Yuan took you to experience the spirit of heaven and earth? Oh my god, doesn't that mean he's depleting his cultivation?
He mentioned before that while it's good to help others, he loses 10 years of cultivation each time he does so. He's only in his 20s, and this has happened to him twice already.
Don't you worry about him?
Hearing her sister, Shin Woo-sung eagerly explained, at that time I didn't think about the consequences. But later, when I saw how much he had lost, I went and stole Grandpa's 1,000-year ginseng to give him to restore his health. After he ate it, he said it worked really well, so he must have recovered a bit. Dai Han could only shake her head helplessly upon hearing this. You're really the filial daughter of the year. Stealing Grandpa's ginseng to make up for someone, then making Grandpa so angry he had to be hospitalized, and your father freezing your pocket money.
Doing good deeds really does bring trouble.
Shin Woo-sung didn't care, casually sipping her tea before responding innocently, yeah, that's right.
So now, if you're thinking about giving something, be careful. If it's something meaningless, it'll just look like you gave it without any thought. But what to give?
He's an immortal cultivator, so those mundane luxury goods would probably make him sneer and toss them into a corner. Thinking about Shin Woo-sung's 1,000-year ginseng, Dai Han felt even more confused. You really are a master at gift giving.
It makes sense for you to give the 1,000-year ginseng, but how am I supposed to find something like that?
These things are already hard to come by, let alone buy.
Then Dai Han asked again, her voice full of concern, Woo-sung, is your grandpa okay?
I heard about the ginseng incident, where he almost lost his life.
It really worried me.
She replied, oh, it's fine, it's Grandpa we're talking about, his health is still strong.
Speaking of which, in a few days it's Grandpa's 75th birthday party, do you want to come? Just so you know, it's going to be a big one. Hearing that, Dai Han immediately asked back, wait, it's your grandpa's birthday? Of course, I have to go. But, are you planning to invite Chen Yuan? Qin Wusong mischievously responded, "Of course. Grandpa even specifically asked me to bring him along.
He wants to meet the person who dared to handle his 1,000-year-old ginseng."
I think he's still holding on to some grudge about that. The guest list is full of names that ordinary people only see on TV.
Wang Jianlang from the Wang family, Dai Tianjun from the Dai family, Ma Tiandeng from the Ma family, all high-profile figures whose words could shake the market.
Dai Han, upon hearing this, suddenly asked, "Oh, have you told Chen Yuan yet? So that he can prepare himself mentally?"
Qin Wusong responded confidently, "I messaged him on WeChat a few days ago." He agreed right away, without hesitation.
Upon hearing this, Dai Han felt a slight sense of disappointment rise within her. Oh, Chen Yuan agreed so easily? Isn't meeting his family a big deal? And this time it's not just meeting the family, but a whole group of important figures. It's a huge pressure, isn't it? Or maybe Chen Yuan wants to meet Qin Wusong's family first, which is why he agreed so quickly. Has Qin Wusong gained an advantage over me already?
But on the outside, she maintained her calm, not wanting to reveal her inner thoughts. Qin Wusong took a sip of tea and then asked with a raised eyebrow, "Han, why are you joining this talent show?
You have everything you could ever want. Are you really planning to switch careers and become an actress?"
As for me, I'm participating to support myself, to prove myself because my family doesn't do anything for me. But you're different, you're already the deputy chief of Dragon Emperor Group, a dream job.
Who would want to take part in this game show nonsense?
Dai Han, upon hearing that, let out a soft laugh, her gaze briefly filled with contemplation.
Wusong, do you think becoming deputy chief of the group is that easy?
In reality, this position sounds grand, but it's just a title, a kind of position for show.
No one in the group actually listens to you.
The older generation in the company all think of you as just a young girl with no experience and no real power.
Just think about it, in a world where every step feels like a battle, who would let you walk a straight path?
Qin Wusong nodded, his eyes full of sympathy.
So, being from a rich family is tough too, huh? But don't worry, after we finish this program, we'll become famous.
By then, your uncles and aunts won't dare to make things difficult for you. At that moment, Park Young-jae's assistant approached, with a shiny face and a bright, friendly smile, speaking fluent Chinese as if he had just completed an intensive online course. "Hello, ladies, our president would like to get to know both of you.
May I ask if you could share your contact details?"
Dai Han looked up, glancing briefly at Qin Wusong, who also looked over.
Neither of them bothered to respond immediately and simply continued to enjoy their coffee. But out of courtesy, Dai Han casually asked, "Is the president from Nation K?" He answered, "Yes, he is from over there."
After speaking, the assistant beamed with a wide smile and pointed towards the tall guy from Nation K, over 1.80 meters, with long legs, sitting by the window where the light hit him at just the right angle, making him look like a perfect male god, striking enough to make one's heart flutter. In fact, these two sisters had quite an exciting plan. After having coffee, they would take a walk around Chen Yuan's villa to study the market. The reason was that Dai Han had her eye on the villa next to Chen Yuan's, and she was ready to throw in an extra 300 million, raising the price to 1.5 billion, just to buy it. This action seemed a bit crazy because the homeowner clearly didn't want to sell. But for Dai Han, money wasn't the issue, the important thing was to become neighbors with Chen Yuan. Unfortunately, her plan was ruined by Park Young-jae's assistant, who totally killed her mood. Dai Han set her coffee cup down and coldly said, "No more, I'm not interested." But there was no way the assistant would give up that easily. He continued, "The girl is just having a moment of awareness. Why avoid someone thousands of miles away? Forming connections with friends may not be a bad thing for both of you. Who knows, after getting to know our village chief, you two might end up thinking it was an incredibly smart decision. I trust that neither of you will regret it." Seeing the way the assistant spoke without any impact, on the contrary, Qin Wusong finished with a sentence, his face still cold without a hint of emotion, "Your president is very nice, but we're sorry, we're not interested in getting to know him. Let's go, Han." After that, Qin Wusong pulled Dai Han along.
Daihan didn't say much either, just nodded lightly, leaving the assistant standing alone with a slightly embarrassed expression. Huh? These two girls are really hard to deal with. I've hinted so much about the president's identity, but they acted like they didn't hear anything. It was truly a cold and impressive rejection, leaving the assistant unable to hide his confusion, repeatedly muttering, "What's going on? What does that mean?" Returning to report to the president, the assistant could only lower his head, dejected. "Sorry, President, I failed. I didn't expect these two girls from Nation H to be so arrogant, so cold like ice." Park Young-jae listened calmly, showing no sign of agitation. Instead of being frustrated, he smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with something intriguing. "It's fine. When she stood up earlier, I noticed something. She's even more beautiful than I imagined." He continued, "Many actresses in South Korea don't make me feel the way she does. Help me investigate these two people, I must win her over." As soon as these words left his mouth, the assistant nearly fainted. "But, President, you're getting married next month, back home. The engagement contract has already been signed. This is a decision made by the big group, it's not something to play around with." Park Young-jae, hearing this, remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. "I know my marriage is just for the benefit of the group, I don't have the right to choose. But falling in love for real is something entirely different. Just now, in that moment, I felt like I had found someone I truly wanted to love." At this point, Park Young-jae's gaze turned to the spot where Daihan had just disappeared, his look full of longing, like a lovesick boy lost in dreams. But why didn't Park Young-jae choose Chin Woo-sung? She was also incredibly beautiful, wasn't she? The problem was, even though these two seemed close, if he tried to play both sides now, it would definitely be exposed. So he chose Daihan. The assistant stood there, feeling completely bewildered. Oh no, looks like our president has really fallen into the trap of love this time. After leaving the coffee shop, Daihan and Chin Woo-sung walked straight toward the villa area. The two beautiful women chatted happily as they walked, and just at that moment, they bumped into Chen Yuan, who was holding a bag of trash and about to take it out. This sight made Chin Woo-sung exclaim, "Oh my god, Chen Yuan, how can someone living in such a big villa take out the trash by themselves? Can't you afford to hire a maid or something?" Chen Yuan shrugged, his face cold, but still remembered to reply, "I'm not used to relying on others. Besides, I have arms and legs, taking out the trash isn't a big deal. And as for you two, what's the sudden visit all about?" Chin Woo-sung pouted and began to complain as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders. "No, it's nothing. I'm just accompanying Han to check out houses. She's planning to buy the villa right next to yours. Actually, I wanted to buy it too, but the problem is, my dad has locked my bank card. Now I've officially become poor." Chen Yuan, after hearing this, understood a little more, but still had some lingering doubts in his heart. "Isn't it because I ate ginseng that she ended up like this? Or was it because I gave her tens of billions for pocket money? No, she was planning to buy a house right next door. Wouldn't that actually help her?" But before he could say anything more, Chin Woo-sung took a shiny golden invitation card from his pocket and handed it directly to Chen Yuan. "This is the invitation to my grandpa's banquet. I'm here to give this to you. Don't be lazy, remember to come." Chen Yuan took the card, his eyes full of confusion. "Huh, an invitation? What invitation is that?" Seeing that Chen Yuan was completely puzzled and seemed like he wasn't going to go, Chin Woo-sung glanced at him and reminded him with a hint in his tone, "It's the 75th birthday party invitation for my grandpa, you know. Didn't I send you a message about it on WeChat last time? You even agreed to come." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's mouth dropped open, his brain seemingly froze for a few seconds. "Huh, when did I agree? It must have been Wang Kai who accidentally pressed send on my behalf." But on the outside, Chen Yuan still maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Ah, right, how could I forget? I've been so busy with work lately, I almost forgot about it." So he took the card and tried to appear very responsible, as if this was the most important promise in his life. But before he could ask for more details about the party, Chin Woo-sung quickly changed the subject. "Oh, speaking of which,
We actually ran into a really handsome guy from Nation K at the CAF earlier, and he even asked for Miss Han's contact information." After saying that, Shin Woo-sung slightly curled his lips into a smile. "Actually, I just intentionally told you this story to see if Chen Yuan would feel jealous, to find out if he has any feelings for Dai Han. After all, Miss Dai from the Dai family is the most beautiful girl in Mei Yuan, with a top-notch background, talent, beauty, and temperament. Standing in front of her, even I sometimes feel pressure. If Chen Yuan really has some feelings for her, there's no way he wouldn't show signs of jealousy or special concern for Dai Han." But no, Chen Yuan didn't ask another question and remained calm, ignoring everything. Dai Han caught a hint of green tea fragrance and stepped forward to speak. "Sister Woo-sung, why are you saying all that? I've never cared about people on the sidelines. A random boy asking a girl for her WeChat could just as easily ask someone else for it. People like that are extremely low in my eyes." As soon as these words left Dai Han's mouth, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow slightly colder, and Shin Woo-sung suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. But before Shin Woo-sung could respond, Dai Han seized the opportunity and unexpectedly asked a question no one could have anticipated. "Chen Yuan, are you free at 7 p.m. tonight?" Chen Yuan was always free, so he quickly responded without thinking, "Yes." Dai Han, hearing that, didn't hesitate for a second and immediately said, "Let's go watch a movie tonight." Upon hearing this, Shin Woo-sung flinched, unsure now who was the one actually jealous. Sometimes, a leisurely life can make people feel lonely. That's why Dai Han immediately suggested, "Let's go watch a movie together. Today's the premiere of Wandering Universe. I'm curious to see if my face looks weird on screen. Even though my role is just a brief cameo." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was surprised and asked, "Wait, is it showing today? Why not wait until the new year to release it for a box office hit?" "Because in this movie, I'm the dazzling male lead." So Dai Han carefully explained, "I heard that Gao Kuan-in is currently the master of the talent show program, but she's been criticized for not having any legendary works. So the production team rushed to push the release schedule forward to salvage her reputation. This film features a lineup of stunning actresses, all of whom are no joke. The lead actress, Gao Kuan-in, Shin Woo-sung, and then there's me, Wang Meng, Jilu, and Yuling Shuang. This whole group lights up any room they enter. Never mind the script, action, or plot, just their beauty alone makes it all worth it." But, as pleasant as that sounds, the male lead definitely has a lot to carry with all these stars around him. Everything seems simple, but no, at that moment, Shin Woo-sung jumped in and said, "I also want to go watch the movie. I have a guest role in it, shouldn't I see how my performance turned out?" It sounded reasonable, but in reality, she was secretly upset because Dai Han had dared to openly invite Chen Yuan to watch the movie in front of her. However, Chen Yuan didn't think much of it. Seeing that both girls wanted to go, he casually declared, "Then let's all go watch the movie together. Everyone's just a normal friend, what's the big deal about going together?" Looking at Chen Yuan's face, he really seemed like a tough guy who was unafraid of anything. "This isn't the first time. In the past, I used to worry about awkward situations when multiple girls showed up. Back then, I'd even split my movie schedule, going on different days with each one to avoid running into each other. But now, there's no need to watch the same movie 3 times. It's annoying, let's just go together. My message is clear, I'm surrounded by beautiful women, and anyone who can't handle it can just back off. No one's being forced to stay." But the two girls had different thoughts. Dai Han didn't show any signs, but Shin Woo-sung's slight annoyance was evident, even though she reluctantly accepted the interruption. She couldn't hide the frustration inside, while Shin Woo-sung refused to be subdued. If she felt like it, she would push forward. No one could mess with her. The two girls stood there, unintentionally creating a slightly tense atmosphere. Chen Yuan, however, ignored it, maintaining a calm expression. His thoughts were simple: the more people, the more fun. He even took the initiative to call the whole group over. So, Chen Yuan started scrolling through his contacts and landed on the name Qin Kuyen. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. When Qin Kuyen saw that Chen Yuan was calling,
she felt a mix of curiosity and nervousness. "Hello, is there something wrong, boss?"
Chen Yuan casually invited her to watch a movie with no particular expectation. "Here's the thing.
CEO Chin, today I'm wandering the universe watching a movie. Do you have time to join? Around 5 in the afternoon?"
Qin Keyen paused for a few seconds, her heart racing.
She wondered, what's this boss trying to do? Could it be that he wants something?
But on the outside, she still appeared calm, responding softly, "All right, boss."
After hanging up, Qin Keyen sat there in a daze, a mix of chaotic emotions suddenly rising in her heart. What does it mean by inviting me to watch a movie? Before, he handed over 100 billion in assets to make me the general manager of Star Group, even made me a major shareholder, and now he asks me to go see a movie. Does he have feelings for me?
The more she thought about it, the more confused Qin Keyen felt. Every word and sentence of Chen Yuan suddenly seemed to be something she needed to analyze carefully, as if it were a probability equation about feelings. Chen Yuan is indeed an ideal type, smart, charming, with vision, knows how to seize opportunities, and is handsome. His charm makes it hard for anyone to resist.
But I just broke up not long ago, and if I accept a new relationship now, wouldn't that make me seem rather cold-hearted? But that's just how people are.
Sometimes, it's not that I can't forget my ex because I love them that much, but because I haven't met someone better than them yet.
If I meet someone better now, what's stopping me from moving on?
And so, in her heart, not only had she made up her mind, but she also thought she had to dress appropriately for the occasion. Good heavens, this is the first time the boss invited me to a movie.
How should I dress to match his status? A man who is both thoughtful and capable, and also handsome and charming, how could I not like him?
After finishing the call with Qin Keyen, Chen Yuan didn't stop. He continued searching. "Jilu, Meng Meng, the movie Wandering Universe is playing today.
Want to go with me?" She replied, "Chen Yuan, are you asking me out to watch a movie?"
"Yes, Wandering Universe is showing at 5 p.m. today. This is the first movie where you play the lead role.
I have to go and support you. If I don't go, it'll be embarrassing for you." "All right, I'll get ready."
Feeling that the team was shaping up nicely, Chen Yuan hung up the phone, just smiling without bothering to explain. Meanwhile, Xin Wusong and Dai Han, standing beside him, looked on in speechless astonishment. How many people is he planning to invite to the movie? Is he assembling a whole squad of heavenly female soldiers or what?" But then, in their minds, Dai Han and Xin Wusong kept replaying various scenarios to convince themselves, he invited a lot of people to watch the movie, he must just want to avoid any awkwardness. After all, it's a bit strange for one man and two women to watch together. Adding more people would make the atmosphere more like a gathering, livelier, and less suspicious.
Even Dai Han secretly thought, Chen Yuan is really thoughtful.
That's right, there's nothing strange about watching a movie with a lot of friends. If he only invited one girl, people would definitely misunderstand.
Don't be so petty, why complicate things? But today was definitely an unlucky day for Wandering the Universe, because the competition was the blockbuster Little Fishman 2.
And you could almost guess, while Wandering the Universe was struggling to attract customers, the theater for Little Fishman 2 had been sold out a week in advance. Even before the film was released, it had already received a storm of criticism from netizens. First of all, the male lead, Chen Yuan, wasn't a professional actor, it was rumored he was just a rich man into quirky hobbies. The female lead, Gao Quanin, was also a complete newcomer and had already been involved in some scandalous rumors. The director was called a legendary figure with a notorious reputation. Not only that, but the film crew also played a game of role-switching mid-production, changing the lead actor, reworking scenes over and over, and mercilessly slashing the script. The peak of it all was that the entire film was reshot in less than a month. It was exactly the kind of situation where netizens just wanted to kneel down and sigh, "Are you guys kidding me?" The name Wandering Universe also got roasted without mercy, with comments saying, "The vibe clearly reeks of a copy from Wandering Earth." Amidst all these controversies, Chen Yuan felt a bit frustrated. It hasn't even been released yet, and you're giving it 1 star already? I'm the best actor, have you even watched it to rate it like that?
Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, it was already 4:30 p.m. The cinema started to fill up, with couples walking hand in hand into the theater as if attending a festival. Although he hadn't made up with Little Fishman 2, Chen Yuan still splurged on an ad to make up for it. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, Chen Yuan appeared in a stealthy outfit consisting of a tightly wrapped mask and a baseball cap. At a glance, one might think he was a famous movie star sneaking in to watch a film. While waiting, Chen Yuan vaguely overheard a couple passing by. The girl's voice was soft as she whispered, "Honey, should we watch Wandering the Universe or Little Fishman 2? Upon hearing the question, the guy sneered and replied, "Of course, Little Fishman 2. Seriously, no need to think about it, even with my toes I know it's Little Fishman 2. This film is by Zhou Xingxing, the sequel to a classic. As for Wandering the Universe, it has all new actors, the director's mediocre, and the only one worth mentioning is Smoke CEO, who's acting as the lead." But what can Smoke CEO even act? All he does is rely on his money, trying to make a movie and appoint himself as the male lead. If the film's bad, I swear I'll eat dirt. The girl hesitated before replying, "But honey, I heard Smoke CEO is really talented though. This film has a big budget, the special effects are really good." The guy shook his head and continued his lecture with an expression of complete disdain. Big budget? Special effects? It's just a bunch of flashy nonsense. I don't like it, so I'm not watching it. I wouldn't even waste my time on a free movie like that. His husband's confident remark made Chen Yuan's ears burn with embarrassment. Unable to hold back, he walked up and patted him on the shoulder, his tone full of sarcasm. "Hey, buddy, what movies you watch is your business, no one's forcing you. But it's not okay to talk trash about someone else's hard work when you haven't even watched it or understood anything. By the way, if Wandering Through the Universe isn't the terrible movie you claim it to be, are you really ready to eat your words? It's embarrassing to break a promise, you know." The guy flushed red and snapped angrily, "So what if I criticize Smoke CEO? What's it to you? I'll say whatever I want. What are you going to do about it? You look like a single guy, running around here by yourself. You'll probably never have a girlfriend in your life." Thinking he had struck a nerve, he was slapped in the face less than a minute later. Two girls came up, each linking an arm with Chen Yuan, as if declaring ownership. "Who says my Chen Yuan brother can't find a girlfriend?" None other than Ji Luo and Wang Meng. Not only were their looks stunning, but they were also at the level that could take one's breath away. As for the other girls, they suddenly felt like they had transformed into background characters, so beautiful, wearing luxury brands from head to toe, the shoes alone worth tens of millions, the bag worth hundreds of millions, a global limited edition. Was an angel sent down here? The young man, who had been mockingly sarcastic just a moment ago, now felt a sharp pain in his heart as he realized that these perfect girls were now hugging Chen Yuan's arm, the very person he had just ridiculed as being single. And so, the burning question rose in his mind: why is this happening? Why are these two stunning girls by his side? Seeing the look of obvious infatuation in his eyes, with his blood boiling, his girlfriend beside him glared, "What are you staring at? If you like her, go find her." With that, she turned and stormed off in a huff, leaving him hurriedly trying to explain, his face darkening. No, honey, I just glanced over for a second." Upon hearing this, his girlfriend immediately erupted like a volcano. "A second? You were staring at her for several seconds without blinking. Are you saying that you think I'm not as pretty as her?" Feeling like his life was in danger, the guy was so flustered he could barely speak, repeating the same thing over and over. No, in my heart, you are the most beautiful in the world, no one compares to you." You men are always the type to eat from the same bowl and look into the pot, good for nothing, just break up right now. Chen Yuan watched this scene and could only sigh. It seems like if we want to make up tonight, it's going to take a lot of effort, not to mention the blood and tears. As for Jilo, well, she was completely smitten, hugging his arm like a clingy little monkey. As long as he breathed, she would live. She kept whispering non-stop, "I miss you so much, Chen Yuan brother. It's only been half a month, but it feels like a century." Without you, my heart feels like it's lost its rhythm. I can't eat, I can't sleep, all I do all day is hug my pillow and dream about you. He said, Ji-Lu, can you tone it down a bit? People are looking. Ji-Lu replied, if they want to look, let them. As long as I like you, that's enough. But the story doesn't stop there. Just when everyone was feeling deeply hurt, they were wrong. Less than a minute later, two more people appeared, so beautiful that the entire movie theater seemed to fall silent for a few seconds. These two new girls were not only stunningly beautiful but also exuded a celestial aura, as if they had stepped out of a painting. Their sharp features, smooth, flawless skin, every gaze and every smile they had seemed to carry a magical charm, making it impossible for anyone to look away. In that moment, the entire theater seemed to fall into a collective daze, filled only with envy. And deep inside, a tearful question echoed, why is fate so unfair? I thought this guy, managing to hold the hands of two girls, was already the peak of dominance, but it turns out he's holding the hands of four. And what's more important is that all four of the girls beside him are top-tier beauties, each one worthy of being the protagonist in any romantic story. Good heavens, I want to kneel and worship him. While the crowd was silently discussing, time passed. About 10 minutes later, another figure appeared. Hey, what's so fun over there? Why is everyone gathered around? She walked in with an incredibly glamorous appearance, her outfit meticulously prepared. Wow, looks like the boss is over there. At first, Qin Keyin thought, today will be a private meeting with Chen Yuan, an ideal opportunity to make an impression. Little did she expect, as soon as she arrived, she was stunned by the powerful lineup of beautiful women in front of her, Daihan, Qin Wusong, Jilo, Wang Meng, each with her own charm, but all shining brightly, making it impossible for anyone in the cinema to look away. Trying to regain her composure, Qin Keyin approached and greeted them naturally, but her expression was tinged with displeasure. Miss Dai, Miss Qin, hello to both of you, boss, hello. Qin Wusong had maintained a relaxed attitude up until then, but upon seeing Qin Keyin, she quietly thought to herself, it's her again, the one who ruined my good plans the other day, and now I run into her here. She used to work for Jin Jiamu, and now she's under Chen Yuan's wing. What's more, he trusts her so much that he handed over Star Group for her to manage. Frowning slightly, Qin Wusong couldn't help but silently sigh to himself. As a member of the Qin family, I am well aware that the Li family is famous for brainwashing and controlling loyal personnel. Especially people like Qin Keyin, an orphan raised by the clan since childhood, honed through countless challenges to become a trusted right hand. These people are usually not easily inclined to betray. Yet, Chen Yuan managed to make Qin Keyin undergo a remarkable change. One time might be a coincidence, like in the case of Yu Ling Shuang, but with Qin Keyin, it's clearly no longer a matter of luck or randomness. The Li family has put so much effort into nurturing talent, and in the end, they allowed someone to clear the way for Chen Yuan. Isn't this like willingly sacrificing their own personnel? But that's not all. There's also a girl who was willing to fly over 1,000 miles from Tianmen to Meiyuan just to attend. But since the helicopter couldn't land within the city, Qin Wusong had to endure taking a taxi instead. It was truly a combination of luxury and simplicity in one journey. Also, Ling Shuang, just like Qin Keyin, was thought to be a special guest. I wondered if it was worth traveling 1,000 kilometers just to watch a movie, unsure whether to commend or criticize such a deeply touching enthusiasm. Boss, I'm on my way, all because of his invitation to watch a movie. I'm willing to give up my work, cross 1,000 miles, all for him. But at that very moment, Ling Shuang passed through the life of Park Young-jae, a living legend who carried a burden of pain, a legend who had never been rejected before. In the blink of an eye, as Ling Shuang walked by, Park Young-jae's heart suddenly leapt like a fish stranded out of water. What a stunning beauty, naturally beautiful with no trace of plastic surgery. This really makes me feel more moved than ever before. Yet, he managed to restrain an unfamiliar, strange feeling. Indeed, it was a shock to the small world inside Park Young-jae. I'm really in love. Running straight to the cinema entrance, Yu Ling Shuang stopped and took out her phone to check the time. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, the phone vibrated violently. Opening it, she saw a message from Chen Yuan. Head straight to Theater 3, we've already gone in. I've left your ticket at the counter,
just ask the staff and they'll give it to you. At that moment, Park Young-jae also slowly walked up to Yuling Shuang. With an aura he was confident could melt any heart, he tilted his head and flashed a smile, greeting her. "Sorry, lady, may I ask for your contact information? I know this is quite abrupt and not very polite, but I can't deceive myself. The first time I saw you, there was this feeling in my heart that I can't quite put into words. If I don't get to know you today, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." But life is not as dreamy as it seems, life is full of indifferent cruelty. Yuling Shuang pushed him aside and said coldly, "I'm in a hurry, I don't have time." In her heart, she couldn't help but sneer, what a fool. Does he think being handsome makes him so great? Someone so full of himself isn't worth my time. But Park Young-jae didn't give up. He lowered himself to the lowest position possible. "Lady, just add one more way to contact me. It won't take much of your time. Try getting to know me a little. Who knows, after talking to me, you might find I'm not so bad. If you think I'm not worthy to be your friend, just block me, I won't say anything. But please, don't start off by rejecting me like this. It's really unfair to me." In fact, when he looked at her more closely, Park Young-jae realized that the woman in front of him was truly exceptional. Her figure, her face, her demeanor, everything was perfect, beyond reproach. Not only that, but she exuded a mature, calm aura, as if she had been through many storms in life but still stood strong. Her presence was incredibly captivating. Before Park Young-jae's words had even cooled, Yuling Shuang spoke coldly, shooting him a sharp glare. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy to be my friend? Stop deluding yourself." She was gradually becoming more irritated. "I'm already late. At first, I was just trying to be polite, but now he thinks I'm some big deal. What a nuisance." For the first time in his life, Park Young-jae heard the words "not worthy," and it felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown in his face. He stood there repeating those words like a machine. I'm not worthy." A series of questions started echoing in his mind, shifting from shock to indignation. What gives someone like her the arrogance to be this way? Who gave her the right to say I'm not worthy? What kind of country is this where women dare to act so arrogantly? Who am I? I'm a prince, someone everyone wants to befriend. My family owns assets worth about 776 trillion won, which is roughly 4.5 trillion in Nation H's currency. To put it simply, if I threw my money on the street, it would take several lifetimes to spend it all. And today, a girl sitting in a taxi rejects me and says I'm not worthy? Who gave her the courage to do this? Is she Liang Shanbo or something? Then Park Young-jae shouted loudly and suddenly grabbed Yuling Shuang's shoulder, his angry eyes as if wanting to reclaim some remaining dignity. "You dare to embarrass me like this? Wait a moment, I'll make things clear." But life doesn't always go as expected. Yuling Shuang said nothing, suddenly grabbing his hand. In an instant, she spun around like a gust of wind and, in front of the crowd, performed a shoulder throw. Park Young-jae lay on the ground, dust sticking to his designer suit, while the crowd gasped in shock, with some even shouting in excitement, "Oh my god, is she a martial arts master? She's truly a modern-day goddess." K-Nation, stop being so arrogant. Here, men are scarce, and women are abundant. Us guys have to draw lots just to find a girl, and you're still trying to compete? If you have any sense, go back to your country and chase girls there. Yuling Shuang brushed her hands off, her face cold, and then uttered a sentence that made the atmosphere fall silent. "Stop bothering me, or you'll bear the consequences." As for Park Young-jae, he was still lying on the ground, his body aching from head to toe, with a pained expression on his face, baring his teeth like a lion going mad. The handsome face that once looked so charming is now twisted in anger, unrecognizable. I've never experienced anything like this. No girl has ever humiliated me like that. The assistant rushed over like a gust of wind, clearly worried. Young master, are you okay?" Saying that, he helped Park Young-jae, who was lying on the ground, but before he could finish his comforting words, Park Young-jae screamed at him, his eyes cold as ice, "Remember my face. She will regret what she did today. I swear. Go to the cinema immediately, investigate her identity for me. I don't care how much it costs or what methods you use, but tonight, she must be on her knees, in bed, apologizing to me.
Do you hear me?
The assistant hurriedly nodded, his voice harsh through gritted teeth. Young master, don't worry. I'm acquainted with a powerful family in Manhwa, true locals with an unmatched reputation.
If they intervene, that girl will definitely be scared.
Straight to room number 3, Yuling Shuang hesitated for a moment. Clearly, today Chen Yuan didn't just invite me, there are others here too, most likely one or a few of his close friends. For someone else, this might be a detail that hurts or at least causes discomfort.
But for me, it's different. I'm not the type of person who is easily shaken by things like this. From the moment I was tasked with approaching Chen Yuan under the guise of being undercover, I knew full well that there would always be a few beautiful women around him. This doesn't surprise me or bother me.
Perhaps for me, what matters isn't who he has interacted with in the past, but rather how he presents himself in the present. With a mood as relaxed as if she had just had bubble tea with extra toppings, Yuling Shuang strode to her seat and lowered her head, softly saying, "Boss, sorry I'm late."
Chen Yuan gently replied, "Don't mention it. Just focus on the movie."
The words were simple, but accompanied by an unexpected gesture. Chen Yuan lightly tapped his left hand onto her right hand as if to reassure her. Though this action was small, Yuling Shuang couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion rise in her heart.
Wow, I'm late, yet I still get to sit right next to the boss. Even Miss Dai and Miss Jean have to sit far away.
This really shows how much the boss values me. At that moment, Yuling Shuang understood something that not every woman might think of. To keep a man around for the long haul, beauty alone isn't enough. Beauty has an expiration date, and it's just a ticket to get in. If you want him to stay, you need to help him make money or expand his career.
Only then can the bond last.
The movie Wandering the Universe is truly a masterpiece with huge investment, from the performances to the costumes, not to mention the inclusion of international actors to enhance the realism of the scenes depicting Earth in crisis. The male lead is played by Chen Yuan, whose deep, bone-chilling acting transforms a seemingly insignificant character into a symbol of extraordinary effort. It turns out that the protagonist, a seemingly ordinary young man, is actually someone who quietly sacrifices everything to protect the female lead. He doesn't speak about it, nor does he boast, he simply acts silently. The bond between them is not something that happened overnight, it's a story that spans 15 years. And then the plot reaches its climax, with the female lead being assigned a mission so crucial that it will determine the survival or extinction of humanity. She knows that this mission means she will never return. The male lead cannot just stand by, he chooses a different way to save her, while also taking on the responsibility of saving the entire world. And so, he goes to his death. Just when it seems like everything is coming to an end, the female lead refuses to let the male lead bear the burden of sacrifice alone. She decides to die with him. Both of them loved each other so much that they were willing to do anything for the other, but throughout the entire film, they were never truly together.
Everything was always interrupted. It was only in the last 5 minutes, just before the movie ended, that they finally reached their breaking point.
The moment they both sacrificed themselves for humanity, Chen Yuan revealed the deepest pain, as if his entire world had collapsed. The way he expressed his agony, from his vacant eyes to his trembling shoulders and the choked sobs, was the sound that struck the heart, shattering it into pieces, with tears falling endlessly. The entire theater was filled with cries, tissues being passed around continuously. The male lead cried, the female lead died, and the audience was overwhelmed with emotions. Oh my God, this made me cry so much. The last time I cried like this was probably when I watched a movie last year. This is what true love is. Living and dying for each other, aching for each other, but never able to be together.
This movie is stunning, I have to post about it right now.
Good heavens, anyone who says Smoke CEO can't act, I'll have a conversation with them.
At first, I was going to watch just to criticize for fun.
Who knew this movie would shatter all my prejudices?
This is definitely the best film I've watched this year, no exaggeration at all.
While the entire theater was immersed in whispers, the group of 6 girls, including Yuling Shuang, Wang Mengmeng, Xin Wusong, Daihan, Xin Keyen, and Jilo, continued to cry, their eyes red. Oh my God, he's really handsome.
I think Shen Yuan is even more handsome than the star I've been idolizing all this time. His charm is just undeniable. Wang Mengmeng suddenly blurted out, "Why do I feel like brother Chen Yuan and sister Kuan Yin are a perfect match?" Chen Yuan doesn't just make the character in the movie heartbreaking, he also makes us feel moved. He truly is the kind of man worth shedding tears for. The scene of Chen Yuan on screen, expressing emotions ranging from pain to a broken heart, left the six girls silent, but each of them silently wondered, wait, does he really love? Why does it hurt so much? On the outside, Chen Yuan seems like a free-spirited man who has everything: money, fame, and the attention of beautiful girls. But inside, he's just a lonely, introverted man who refuses to let anyone into his heart. People think the essence of the film lies in the pain, loneliness, and the longing to be understood, something that brother Chen Yuan has experienced from his own life. Before he became a successful businessman and was hailed by the world as the god-richest gentleman, did anyone care about what he had suffered through? No one. Success has turned him into a symbol, but it has also concealed a soul that was once deeply wounded. Therefore, every gesture, every glance in the film seems to say, he is not just acting, he is reliving the painful emotions of his own life. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. The film ends, but its echo lingers forever. The ratings on review sites immediately exploded. Initially, the film only had a score of 7.9, but after just one viewing, the score skyrocketed to 9.5. The entire theater left with their hearts still full, expressing their deeply emotional impressions. After watching, I just want to cry. Indeed, no one understands us like we understand ourselves. The cinematography is beautiful, the content is smooth, the costumes are well prepared, the special effects are top-notch, everything is so perfect that I couldn't find a single flaw to criticize. People were discussing, as for Smoke's CEO, his performance is truly explosive in every frame. The film is so captivating that I even forgot to eat my popcorn. Chen Yuan is indeed the ideal man, handsome, kind-hearted, and yet no one can truly understand him. Could this be the price of perfection? Yes, now I understand why Smoke's CEO no longer needs to invite the best actor. He already has an actor with such raw talent and assets. What more does he need? At this moment, the movie theater had just let out, and the clock showed 9:30 p.m., yet outside was as bustling as peak rush hour. A line of luxury cars was parked in front of the theater, their glossy surfaces reflecting the streetlights. They were all perfectly synchronized, looking like a fleet preparing for a luxury car exhibition. There were easily over 20 cars, causing passers-by to gape in astonishment. The leader of this fleet was Park Young-jae. He stood there, his expression shifting from impatience to irritation after waiting for more than 2 hours. His assistant, as always, stood by his side, like a mobile brain analyzing every situation. "Young master, I think there's a very high chance that the girl already has a boyfriend." The assistant continued, "If that girl really isn't materialistic, would our flashy supercar display even work?" Park Young-jae chuckled after hearing that, a confident glint in his eyes as he smirked. "Do you think there's anyone in this world who doesn't care about material things? It's just a matter of price. If 1 million doesn't work, then 10 million, and if 10 million doesn't work, then 100 million. Everything has its price." She takes a taxi to a public theater to watch a movie, and her boyfriend, if she even has one, probably isn't any better off. So if she really does have a boyfriend, I'm even more curious to see if that guy can handle the pressure. A pile of money right in front of him, will he have the courage to turn it down, or will he offer up his girlfriend himself? Ha! That guy might never make that much money in his life. What's he talking about protecting love? To me, it's all just a game. Think about it, how many men online claim to be tough and say they'd never sell out their girlfriend, but if a suitcase full of money was right there in front of them, would they still stick to their principles? Everyone says they won't compromise, but how many can resist temptation in real life? At this point, Park Young-jae's eyes were filled with a smug satisfaction, as if a god were observing all living beings from above. He felt, everything is under my control. The assistant stood silently, swallowing nervously, speaking without daring to meet his gaze. "Young master, you are truly the philosopher of the material world. This isn't a test of love,
but rather a psychological experiment of human life.
However, he still nodded in agreement, simply to avoid further conflict.
When he saw the target appear, Park Young-jae gently waved his hand. Prepare, it's time to show our cards. At the same time, Chen Yuan and Yuling Shuang, walking shoulder to shoulder as they exited the theater, continued discussing work. Despite having just watched an emotional movie, she didn't forget her main task, reporting the progress to the boss. Boss, the major brands of the Li family that we've acquired are now complete. Only a little post-production work remains. Oh, and by the way, property prices at Tianmen Film City have gone up again. The residential complex has added 50 more units, and the commercial street has been expanded to 3 more sections. Also, our first private school is nearly finished. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Good, let's proceed according to the plan, but it needs to be upgraded and improved significantly. We can pour money into it, the key is to make sure it's done securely. At that moment, more than 20 shiny supercars turned on their dazzling headlights, as if they were transforming the area in front of them into a stage of lights. One by one, people stepped out of the cars, all impeccably dressed in designer clothes from head to toe, and as if directed beforehand, they walked straight toward Chen Yuan and Yuling Shuang.
Chen Yuan raised his head, slightly surprised but still maintaining his calm demeanor. What's this? Why suddenly bring a whole entourage here? Or is someone trying to show off in front of me? Before he could react, the crowd unexpectedly parted to make way for a special individual. None other than Park Young-jae, who was about to make an entrance grander than ever. Lady, we meet again. Seeing this clingy figure, Yuling Shuang furrowed her brows, her voice full of annoyance. Why is it you? Haven't you finished yet? Hearing Yuling Shuang confront like that, Chen Yuan, standing beside her, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Do you know him? Yuling Shuang immediately replied with a cold tone, I don't know him. I just happened to run into him when I arrived at the theater, thought he was just a passerby, but unexpectedly, he started bothering me. I clearly rejected him, yet he kept clinging on. I've never seen anyone this shameless. At this moment, Park Young-jae, still maintaining his confident demeanor, stepped forward and smiled. Lady, I think you've misunderstood me. I really have feelings for you. Don't you feel it? I've been waiting outside the theater for over 2 hours, which should prove my sincerity. Let me introduce myself, I'm Park Young-jae. Maybe you haven't heard of me, but if you just search online, you'll know who I am. But before Yuling Shuang could respond, Park Young-jae confidently patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder with a loud slap, his intention clear. Bro, you're her boyfriend, right? I need to discuss something with you, but first, could you take off your mask so we can talk properly? Chen Yuan shoved Park Young-jae's hand away, his voice icy. Take your hands off me, before I really lose my temper. A piece of sincere advice, get lost, fast. The words made the already tense atmosphere even more charged, but Park Young-jae wasn't afraid. He maintained his confident demeanor and replied, Don't get angry, my brother, just take a look at this first. With that, he signaled to the 2 bodyguards behind him. The 2 immediately brought over 2 large suitcases and placed them right in front of Chen Yuan. The sound of the locks clicking echoed, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. When the suitcases were opened, what was inside made everyone, even the curious onlookers, gasp in astonishment. It's cash. That's right, the 2 suitcases were filled with neat stacks of brand new bills, piled on top of each other like bricks in a castle, gleaming under the streetlights. A few of the people gathered around couldn't hold back and took a deep breath, their eyes wide, mouths agape, as though the very air around them was being sucked away by the overwhelming pull of the money. Oh my God, is this real money? If you add it all up, this has to be in the thousands of millions. Wait, what's all this money for? Isn't this just to show off? Chen Yuan maintained his calm demeanor, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at the 2 suitcases, then curling the corner of his lips into a faint smirk. Is this guy trying to show off? The money in these suitcases, even if it's good, is probably just thousands of millions at best. Thousands of millions and he's acting like it's something impressive? I thought it was going to be something really amazing. Every time I give gifts to female streamers, it's more than this. This guy really must have come out of nowhere and thinks he's something special.
Seeing the slightly confused expression on Chen Yuan's face, Park Young-jae smiled smugly. He then took a stack of money, speaking condescendingly, I can see you're shocked now. I bet you've never seen this much money in your life. Though the method may be a bit low class, for people like you, it's the most effective." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what do you plan to do with all this money?" At that moment, Yuling Shuang, who was standing close to Chen Yuan, whispered in his ear, "Boss, I just looked up his identity. He's Park Young-jae, 25 years old, graduated from University S in Nation K." She continued, "He is the heir to Samsung Group. His mother, Mrs. Xiao Harry, is the daughter of the former chairman of Samsung, and his father, Park Jun-ho, originally worked as a security guard. The two of them fell in love when they were young because of their shared passion for watching movies, disregarding their social status and family background. In the end, despite being a mere security guard, his father managed to marry into a wealthy family. But the result was still an inevitable divorce. Park Young-jae is the child of this couple, now the official heir. However, I've heard that some of the grandchildren in Samsung are even more chaotic than he is." After hearing this, Chen Yuan removed his mask, still showing no expression other than a faint, indifferent smile. "So that's how it is. You thought I'd be flustered by this identity? How naive. Your actions are still nothing more than childish and overly unnecessary." In that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and every gaze was fixed on his face. A few seconds later, the shock was overwhelming. "Boss, Smoke CEO." The first person to speak was Wang Gue, from the pharmaceutical and medical group. He had followed Chen Yuan, living a life of luxury. Now seeing him, everyone was stunned, their eyes almost falling out of their sockets. They were not only in shock but also struggling to breathe. "How is it Smoke CEO? And in such a regular cinema like this?" Next was Haina, who had heard so much about Chen Yuan that he revered him like a living Buddha. Now, meeting him in such a situation, he felt so pressured that he forgot to breathe. Just a month ago, Madame Li Wang Mei from the Du family group dared to speak loudly and even hit Wang Meng Meng, Smoke CEO's younger sister, right in front of everyone. That act provoked the wrath of Smoke CEO. And in just one day, the Du family group, a financial giant that had stood for decades in Mei Yuan, turned to dust. The Qin family, the Dai family, all declared they would never forgive them, and the Wang family didn't hesitate to pour more fuel on the fire. A series of wrongdoings by the Li clan were exposed, leading to thousands of senior personnel being investigated. This event served as a warning to the entire business elite: never provoke Smoke CEO. Thinking of this, the group's faces drained of color, sweat pouring down like a river. Yet, Park Young-jae still didn't know what was happening. When he saw Chen Yuan take off his mask, he felt a bit uneasy. Oh, with such a pale face, he looks somewhat handsome. No wonder some girls like him. But the feeling of comparing appearances only lasted a few seconds. He still didn't recognize the identity of the person standing in front of him. Anyway, Chen Yuan isn't some idol from Nation K. As for Wang Gue, he knew that he couldn't provoke these two, but he still couldn't help himself and tried to remind them, "Young Master Park, it would be better if you said a few less words." Before he could finish, Park Young-jae immediately interrupted, "Wang Gue, watch your words. Who are you talking to right now?" He clearly acted as though he was trying to assert dominance, thinking he was the most powerful person in this situation, but just then, the atmosphere was cut off by a completely unexpected entrance. 5 women stepped out from the movie theater, each with their own distinctive demeanor, leaving the entire crowd speechless, unable to take their eyes off them. The beautiful young girls, each possessing a unique charm, but when gathered together, they resembled a perfect painting that lit up the entire movie theater. Immediately, some of the rich kids in the crowd recognized them. "Wait a minute, isn't that the Qin family, miss? And beside her is the Qin CEO, Star Group is here too. Oh my god, that's Dai family, miss. Hold on, is that the Ji-la second miss from the wealthy family of Han City? And there is Wang Meng Meng, the biological sister of Smoke CEO. Do you remember the time when Li Wang Mei slapped her so hard that it caused the entire Li family to collapse without mercy, and even the HK Du family group nearly couldn't recover? People call her the nemesis of the rich.
As soon as they realized the identities of the people in front of them, many of them took a deep breath. The group of rich kids, from Wang Gui and Huang Young Master to Hein Ah and the beneficiaries, turned pale. In each of their minds, a single thought flashed: we're done for. Don't be fooled by these girls' beautiful appearances. Behind them is a whole network of power capable of destroying everything within reach. Young Master Park, you may chase women, but why did you have to head straight into the most dangerous place? Messing with the CEO of Fei Dun Corporation is one thing, but now you want to use thousands of millions to greet the smoke CEO? Wake up, have you lost your mind? You're being so stupid, you're the biggest fool of them all. Meanwhile, Park Young-jae still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. In his heart, he silently made a decision: those two girls seem to be the ones I met at the coffee shop this morning. If they find out who I am now, they'll definitely be impressed. Park Young-jae intentionally disregarded Chen Yuan's warning aimed at the beauties, so it turns out the one causing a scene at the CAF during the day is this guy. Anyway, I'm Prince Sun-sung. No matter how influential these women are, they're still just women. Aren't they still susceptible to money and power? But before he could boast any further to the women, Chen Yuan sharply retorted, "Oh, did you think I don't understand Korean?" Without wasting time with a long argument, Chen Yuan responded with a simple yet effective action. A clean, sharp slap from Chen Yuan landed squarely on Park Young-jae's handsome face. The slap not only sent Park Young-jae flying 2 meters back, but it also conveniently knocked out his front tooth, leaving him lying on the ground as if struck by a meteor. The assistant quickly caught Young-jae and yelled angrily, You dared to hit our young master? Do you have any idea who young Master Park is? Bastard! He then turned to the Wang Gui group, screaming, CEO Wang, quickly send someone to capture him. This man must pay dearly for what he's done. But in contrast to the arrogance of the assistant, the group of people who had once sided with Park Young-jae could only stare, eyes wide, not daring to move, watching Sun-sung Prince fall flat without anyone stepping forward to help. Instead, Wang Gui bent down and hurried to Chen Yuan's side, lowering himself as if afraid his sincerity wouldn't be enough. Mr. Lim, please don't be angry, this was all just a misunderstanding, I truly didn't know it was you. It's such a disaster, our own people not even recognizing each other. I humbly ask you to forgive me, I promise I'll visit your house and apologize properly some other day. This person from Nation K really doesn't know his limits. If only he had chosen who to mess with, why cause trouble with Mr. Lim? Upon hearing this, Park Young-jae's assistant frowned and couldn't help but shout, Wang Gui, which side are you on? Do you still want to sign the agreement or not? Wang Gui, upon hearing this, quickly ran the numbers in his head. The agreement might cost several $100 million, but if I offend Smoke's CEO, I'll lose my career for sure. Forget about Smoke's CEO, just the Chin family and the Dai family alone could crush me. In less than 5 seconds, Wang Gui made his decision. He then turned around, without saying a word, and delivered a sharp kick to the stomach of Park Young-jae's assistant, sending him sprawling to the ground. What are you signing for? This is what you get. Who do you think you are, shouting and calling out in front of me? Do you think I'm afraid of your face? Next, Hein Ah and the rich kids followed suit, each lending a hand or a foot. So you like hitting on girls, huh? So you like messing with Smoke CEO's women, do you? So you like showing off, huh? What if the Sun-sung Prince shows up? This is Nation H, do you really think you're that great? The atmosphere was now tense. Park Young-jae was being helped up by his assistant, his mouth full of blood, with his front teeth nowhere to be seen. He was both in pain and enraged, struggling to force out each word. These people from Nation H are truly scum. Wang Gui, you're going to pay dearly for what you did today. Then, Park Young-jae glared at Chen Yuan, his teeth gritted, his eyes filled with fury. I remember you, Smoke CEO, right? This humiliation today, I swear I'll repay it tenfold. I swear, this will not end easily. But as soon as he arrogantly threw out a challenge, Chen Yuan merely curled her lips into a faint smile, responding with a sentence that made the crowd around them feel as though they had been frozen. Sun-sung Prince, I also remember you. From now on, I can clearly say that Sun-sung no longer exists.
Her words rang out like thunder on a clear day, causing everyone present to gasp, their faces draining of color.
The rich kids, who were already terrified, were now even more horrified. They knew very well that the words of Smoke CEO were not mere threats. If Smoke CEO says the Finn family will collapse, the Lee family will truly be wiped out. If Smoke CEO says Samsung no longer exists, could that be the truth about to unfold?
One person in the crowd stammered, "Oh my god, Samsung is a top 18 global group, a powerful force, with products present in almost every field."
Is Smoke CEO really planning to do such a world-shaking thing?
Only a few people could truly take Qin Yuan's words to heart. For the rest of the crowd, it was as if they were listening to a joke.
But Yu Ling Xuan was different. She didn't laugh.
On the contrary, every word Qin Yuan said was a guiding light, carrying a much deeper meaning. A series of hypotheses immediately flashed through his mind. The boss has never joked around, this is definitely the next move. It turns out the boss has thought further ahead than I imagined. This isn't just a plan to dominate the domestic market, it's a plan to expand globally, gradually infiltrating foreign groups, and building a cross-border financial empire.
What's the goal? Not just to lead, but to control.
In the domestic market, even developing a business is restricted in many ways, but abroad, capital operates recklessly, even controlling politics. Perhaps the boss is aiming to use this as a stepping stone to take over Samsung, an icon in electronics, machinery, and finance, and from there, continuously expand, ultimately holding global political power. This isn't just about capital, this is the move of a true super capitalist. This thought made Yu Ling Xuan feel a surge of excitement, but at the same time, a sense of inferiority. I thought I had reached a level unmatched by anyone, but clearly, compared to the boss, I'm still someone with limited vision.
She continued, how can I support the boss better? How can I turn his global dream into reality?
At the same time, 500 meters deep underground in New York, where the hidden base is located, the very sight of it sends chills down your spine. There, hundreds of people dressed as if they just stepped out of a science fiction movie, wearing full protective gear from head to toe, their faces tense, working as though they were about to save the world. But the truth is, no one really knows what they're saving, because their main task is to undergo genetic modification. Every day, these men and women, dressed like hardened criminals, are dragged away without reason and forced to be guinea pigs in experiments.
Seeing those half-human, half-lizard monstrosities is enough to make anyone lose their appetite for sleep. They are the results of failed experiments.
Back then, this secret testing base suddenly welcomed a new recruit from Nation H. Looking at her, everyone thought she wouldn't make it past the first experiment. Before the researchers even had a chance to place bets, she was immediately thrown into the lab, beginning her journey of suffering.
Who would have thought? The world spun around, and the girl kept living like a leech. Not only did she survive the first experiment, but she also breezed through 3 rounds of rehabilitation.
Even now, no one has seen her fall victim to fate. Perhaps there's another successful product on the horizon.
The researchers were ecstatic.
If she survives a few more hours and overcomes all the symptoms, they'd be congratulating everyone. I have the most perfect warrior in the world. Doctor, according to the latest measurements, her muscles are 3 times denser than an ordinary person's. Her explosive strength is unimaginable, probably 10 times the toughness of steel, and her recovery speed is faster than a gamer in a top event race. Quickly administer shot number 11, erase her memories, turn her into a blank slate. At that point, we'll have the perfect warrior, no past, no future, just serving the base's purpose. But at that exact moment, the red alarm blared loudly throughout the base, 500 meters underground.
It signaled the end of the research project's world.
The reason is obvious: the mysterious assassins who just appeared. And these aren't just any ordinary assassins, they're world-class killers, working together so seamlessly that even the researchers can only stare wide-eyed, killing swiftly in the blink of an eye. Before the base's security even had time to understand what was happening, they were dropping like flies. The defense force, once proud of its solid structure, had now crumbled, like a sandcastle washed away by the tide. Ever since Chen Yuan announced his intention to rescue Lin Shutong, the entire world of assassins had been stirred. This mission was so enticing that top-tier assassins decided to team up, something no one would have dared consider under normal circumstances. The reason was simple: taking on this rescue mission would guarantee a lifetime of comfort, enough to retire in luxury. Houses, cars, travel, yachts, everything was already in place, with enough money to do anything. While the assassins wreaked havoc outside, the director inside was scratching his head in confusion. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a base guard rushed in, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. "Director, these assassins are terrifying, we can't stop them at all. And it seems there's a mole within the research team helping them." After hearing that, the director broke into a sweat and shouted, "Quick, everyone into the safe room, lock the door, and immediately call the headquarters for help. Tell them to send reinforcements right away. But the most important thing is, all the research materials must be kept absolutely secret. If we lose them, it's over for us." One man looked at Lin Shutong with deep regret, then tried to console the director with words that were little comfort. "Reinforcements are on their way, it'll be at least half an hour. Just hold out for another half hour, everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, the director yelled back, "Fine, fine, you say everything will be fine, but whether we make it or not, we'll know in half an hour. But one thing I'm sure of is, anyone who survives won't get their salary next month. You better focus on keeping your life so you can still get your year-end bonus." Then he rushed straight into the safe room, leaving behind the unwilling researcher, who muttered to himself, "Director, should we bring subject 2705 into the safe room? She's very likely to be the second successful product." The director shot him a sharp look, his tone resolute. "No, she's still immersed in the energy fluid. The rejection reaction hasn't finished yet. Pulling her out now would be like self-destruction. Hold out for another 20 minutes, just 20 minutes. In the base, hundreds of experimental subjects were still suspended in glass containers filled with green energy, but no one could be sure what the target of the assassins was. At this moment, protecting themselves and the research materials was the top priority. As for what happened to the experimental subjects, they would just have to accept it. After 30 minutes, the team of assassins led by the boss successfully rescued Lin Shutong, then immediately withdrew. Every second was tense, no one wanted to stay any longer because each minute of delay increased the risk of being wiped out by the reinforcements from the headquarters. At this point, Lin Shutong's consciousness was foggy, as though she had just woken up. In the remnants of her memory, she vaguely recalled what had happened. "I was kidnapped by a group of foreigners, and Chen Yuan risked his life to rescue me. But even though he tried his best, covered in blood, he still got injured because the kidnappers were too strong. Wait, I'm just an ordinary university student, why did they need to kidnap me and bring an entire team for this?" On the way, she could only sit blankly in the car, feeling dizzy and confused by the barrage of questions in her mind. At that moment, a female assassin asked, "Excuse me, are you Lin Shutong?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Shutong glanced over, her voice filled with caution. "Yes, who are you?" Hearing that, everyone in the car let out a sigh of relief. Not long ago, the team was worried they might have rescued the wrong person. The girl didn't look much like the one in the mission photo. He quickly explained, "That's correct, we were assigned the mission to bring you back to Nation H." Upon hearing this, Lin Shutong's eyes lit up, then she asked suspiciously, "It's Chen Yuan, right? He sent you?" He chuckled faintly and explained, "We don't know who posted the mission, we only know it was listed on the dark web with a reward of 3.7 billion from Nation H to bring you back. Anyway, we've confirmed it's you, now it's just about getting you home safely. Once we deliver you, the mission's complete and the money is ours. Thinking too much just gives us a headache." When Lin Shutong heard this, she was shocked, but a strong sense of hope suddenly surged within her. It must be Chen Yuan. No one else would do this for me. As for those rich guys, they're too clever. Who would be stupid enough to throw so much money at a student like me? She thought, liking someone is just something I say, it's all just fleeting fun, but it must be Chen Yuan. He has never given up on me. Before, when my mother was seriously ill, I called everywhere for help. Not a single person would lend me even a few 30,000, some even refused so harshly that I felt like erasing all my contacts. Only Chen Yuan, who appeared cold and spoke in a detached manner, secretly found ways to help.
And this time, it was the same. I thought I was going to die somewhere in that lab, but Chen Yuan didn't give up. He didn't care about the difficulties. He spent an amount of money that people can only dream of, just to find and save me, even though he didn't know if I was still alive or had become a mere test subject. The sincerity, the affection, it was so overwhelming that Lin Shutong couldn't stop crying, her tears flowing like a torrential rain, each drop as big as a pearl. This feeling was beyond words, for her heart was filled with a mixture of gratitude and regret. Why? Why did everything turn out this way? Back then, I had the most sincere love in the world, I had the best man, and yet I was so foolish to destroy it all with my own hands. She thought Chen Yuan was willing to give up his wealthy status for me and live like an ordinary person, and yet I have hurt him so deeply. I truly am a wretch. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If there is a next life, I will never do anything foolish again. On the vehicle, Lin Shutong cried, tears streaming down her face like a river. The few assassins sitting together exchanged confused looks. What's wrong with this girl? We saved her, and now she's crying so much? Is there something wrong with her brain? Before they could process the mix of emotions, a sound echoed from a distance, then boom. Several military vehicles suddenly appeared on both sides of the street, charging toward them as if trying to ram into their vehicle. Without any greeting, the convoy started the attack with a barrage of bullets, shooting straight at the vehicle. Inside the car, the boss made a quick decision. There's an abandoned factory up ahead, we'll drive into there and split into teams. You and I will lead the soldiers away. Scorpion and Bat, take the target and split, make a run for it. We need to leave New York immediately, got it? Scorpion and Bat in unison, got it, boss. The chase grew more intense as they moved deeper into the abandoned complex. The boss and his team drove and shot to shake off the enemy, while Lin Shutong and the female assassin Scorpion ran through the debris, weaving between the junk. However, their hope of survival didn't last long. Another group of pursuers appeared, and these weren't just soldiers, they were equipped with drones hovering above like watchful eyes. A few of them were unlucky enough to be taken out on the spot, not even having a chance to say their last words. After finishing off the group in the abandoned factory, the bloodthirsty mercenaries from the dark web split up, determined not to let a single person escape. After ransacking the factory, they reported back to headquarters, the target has vanished. She not only moved across rooftops at incredible speed, but she also parkoured with professional skill, jumping through gaps between buildings like a trained mercenary. She's currently hiding in a poor neighborhood. On the other end of the line, Mr. X shouted angrily, increase the forces to capture her. I'm certain there's no way she can escape Nation M in a short time. Block the airports, ports, and even the highways. It was indeed a flawless pursuit. After a few of the assassins had only run halfway, they were immediately shot dead at the scene, with not a single bullet missing. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong and the female assassin Scorpion had escaped from the abandoned warehouse and were running into a complex, impoverished neighborhood. While running, Lin Shutong spoke in a soft voice, I'm sorry, it's because of me that I've dragged my teammates into this. Have they? Have they sacrificed themselves? But before Lin Shutong could continue speaking on her own, Scorpion unexpectedly responded, her face devoid of any emotion, they've probably all been taken down, the comms are down, it's highly likely. You're not bad, though. You're strong, quick to react, and if you train hard, you could easily become a skilled assassin. The cold attitude of the female assassin left Lin Shutong speechless. However, thinking of Chen Yuan, she quickly made a decision, sister, I don't want to be an assassin. I just want to learn how to defend myself. Can you teach me? Scorpion paused for a moment, then coldly replied, follow me. Although his face remained indifferent, inside, Scorpion was feeling pleased, it's even better that the others are all dead. If I take this girl back to Nation H by myself, the 3.7 billion reward will all be mine. It feels great. But soon, she realized, things aren't as simple as they seem, so I need to think carefully. The lab isn't the only enemy. With such a large reward hanging over Lin Shutong's head, sooner or later, assassins from all over the world will come. They might even plan to eliminate me and steal the mission. I can't let things go too far. I need to turn this girl into a living weapon. At least she'll be able to protect herself, and more importantly, protect me as well. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong knew that survival depended not only on luck but also on her own strength. I need to become stronger, at least strong enough so that Chen Yuan won't have to worry. Moreover, I've become the perfect warrior, as strong as a tiger, a leopard, and a lion combined. My muscles are 3 times denser than a normal person's, and my strength must be at least 10 times greater. She thought, even the bones are so tough that they can break an iron rod, and the ability to recover is so fast that even a gunshot wound heals in the blink of an eye. I am confident that after this special training course, I will be able to protect him in return. While Lin Shutong was on the run in Nation M, back home, Wandering Universe had created its own box office legend, shattering all preconceived notions and leaving the entertainment industry in awe. This just goes to show that life is unpredictable. Sometimes, what seems ordinary can suddenly become a masterpiece. On the opening day, the box office easily brought in 6,820,000, and its fame soared like a balloon released into the sky, soaring straight up. By the second day, the numbers skyrocketed to 59,680,000. The rating surged to 9.9, leaving everyone in shock. The peak came on the third day, with the movie breaking box office records with a revenue of 321 million, and discussions soared by 100 million. Critics praised it greatly. As for the public, their opinions went from criticism to praise. Hey, have you guys seen Wandering Universe yet? The movie is amazing, but I swear I had to zoom in on some of the supporting actresses because they were just too beautiful. People are talking. First is Daihan, truly a goddess, just one look and you instantly want to become a fan. Next is Qin Wusong, also from Mei Yuan, whose beauty and charisma captivate the audience right from the first glance. Then they discussed how the ratings quickly rose, and now to the emotions. If she keeps this up, maybe Gao Kuan-yin will earn the title of box office queen. And not to be outdone, Yan Jing also competed in the region, and she's just as impressive. Niawen Xiaozi has also stirred up the entire online community with her arrow performance, a beautiful woman playing the instrument so skillfully that people couldn't help but be amazed. Just a few notes were enough, and the fans immediately decided to commit to a lifetime of love for this talented girl. Meanwhile, at Mei Yuan, in the luxurious presidential suite of the hotel, Park Young-jae went crazy upon hearing the news that Chen Yuan had embarrassed him right outside the movie theater. His face turned bright red, as if exposed to the midday sun. The humiliation is indescribable, but the worst part is that this public disgrace happened right in front of Daihan, the person he desperately wanted to impress. Park Young-jae said, "Chen Yuan, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I'll step on you, and you'll see how long you can keep being so arrogant." Meanwhile, the assistant stood beside him, respectfully reporting, "I've been investigating this Smoke CEO thoroughly these past few days, but his background is more complicated than the plots of palace drama series. Even the wealthy families in Nation H don't know his true background." Park Young-jae raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. "But he's definitely very rich. I mean, insanely rich. There was a time when he gave a gift to a female streamer, and it caused such a stir online. Just that one occasion alone, the amount of money he spent exceeded 5 billion. Park Young-jae's face twitched slightly, unable to believe it, but the assistant continued, his voice adding more dramatic flair, "That's not all. He's incredibly talented too. He sings well, dances well, plays basketball like a pro, is skilled at chess, and plays both the piano and violin excellently. He's even a champion in athletics." The assistant continued, "That's why netizens call him the national male god. The key point is that under Qin Yuan's leadership, he owns a series of mega investment companies, including Big Cat TV, Vinova App, Han City Jiayak, Royuan Medicine and Pharmacy, Fei Dun Corporation, Star Group, CI Charity Fund, Kitten Shopping, and Quanine Television. The total market value of these companies is estimated to exceed 6 trillion. Hearing this, Park Young-jae felt like he had just been hit with a sledgehammer to the head. His face contorted, and all he could think about was the word staggering. Not only staggering, but also mixed with a sense of fear. Sitting there frozen for a moment, Park Young-jae muttered angrily, 6 trillion? Is he a person or a money printing machine? The total global market value of Samsung isn't even close to that. Could it be that this Chen Yuan is richer than my entire clan?
Seeing his boss in a daze, the assistant pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and added, "Young master, don't panic.
You can't judge everything by appearances. Data shows that while Chen Yuan has invested in many industries and the total market value does indeed exceed 6 trillion, many of the shares are not registered under his name." The assistant added, "The money invested may not even be his own. It could be from some wealthy group, or even a whole network of rich people backing him."
Upon hearing this, Park Young-jae took a deep breath, feeling as though he had just been slapped awake, his spine running cold.
So, behind the richest people in the world, there are even richer individuals who remain hidden?
The assistant pushed his glasses up, his face dark and serious. "That's right, young master. The truly talented and wealthy individuals, the real deal, don't like appearing on Forbes lists. It's obvious Chen Yuan is probably just a pawn in the hands of some giant tycoons. The power behind him must be immense. Look at all the businesses he's invested in, they're all interconnected, forming a complete ecosystem. What's frightening is that it's only been half a year, and he's already risen to this level. There must be an incredible team of expert advisors behind him. He can't just be some rookie." Hearing this, Park Young-jae slammed the table, his face cold but his eyes flickering with a hint of irritation. Consider this as me underestimating him this time. But no matter how formidable Chen Yuan is, he won't be able to threaten the position of Samsung." But before he could say anything else, his assistant continued with the report. "Oh, right, young master, tonight at 7:30 p.m., Manhwa Emperor Hotel will be hosting a 75th birthday celebration for Mr. Chen. From the information I gathered, Mr. Chen has a great passion for antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, areas where you excel, right? I heard that Miss C and Miss Chen will both be attending, and the chairman has already prepared an invitation. You could attend as the Prince of Samsung. This is an opportunity not only to meet the ladies but also to build relationships with the elite, paving the way to tap into the H-nation market." After finishing his report, the assistant took out a set of clothes that dazzled the eyes. Park Young-jae took it, nodding with satisfaction, so all those years of hard work learning how to write elegantly have finally paid off. Tonight, not only will I restore my image, but it's also the moment to show Chen Yuan that this Samsung prince is no ordinary person. Inside, Park Young-jae silently made a resolution: to win my grandfather's favor, I have to dive into studying some antiques or calligraphy from a young age. Not just study, but master them to the point of becoming a renowned antique expert before I even realize it. Thanks to this skill, I soon gained ownership of shares in Samsung and was also recognized as the most promising heir. This time, I must turn the tables, reclaim my image, and the opportunity has arrived. The gathering of distinguished people at Mr. Chen's birthday party will be the stage for my dazzling comeback, shining like the sun." Afterward, Park Young-jae walked as if he were the center of the universe, his energy brimming as if preparing for battle. Based on the gathered information, Chen Yuan is indeed the prodigy from the legend. Basketball, singing, dancing, piano, violin, go, and even acting, he excels at everything. But calligraphy, painting, or antique appraising, they certainly don't fall under his skill set. So this time, if that guy dares to attend the banquet, just wait and see how I'll deliver a full combo of embarrassment to him." The assistant, of course, wouldn't let his young master lose his mood, and quickly continued, "That's right, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we can't miss it. This time, not only will we regain our honor, but we must also show Chen Yuan what it means to be the true Samsung prince." In the evening, from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Manhwa, it was exactly rush hour. The streets were filled with cars, with long lines of vehicles stretching out like strands of spaghetti. But for Chen Yuan, it was a different story. He sat in his car, gliding smoothly through the crowded roads. Simply put, no one dared to take his lane, no one dared to overtake him, and certainly no one wanted to get too close to this billion-dollar car. As soon as he arrived at the gates of Manhwa Emperor Hotel, Shin Woo-sung called to remind him, "Hey, Chen Yuan, remember, tonight at 7:30 p.m., the birthday party for grandfather's younger brother at Manhwa Emperor Hotel, don't be late." He replied, "Got it, Miss Chen. How could I not show respect for my older brother's face?
I'll be on time, don't worry. As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered, oh, wait, if it's a birthday party, what about the gift? Thinking it over and over, he still couldn't come up with anything that was both interesting and reasonable. Speaking of which, last time he had gotten to enjoy a meal at someone else's place, featuring a whole root of 1,000-year-old ginseng that was good for the lungs and liver, and even promised to increase life expectancy by 100 years. All in all, he owed the Qin family quite a favor. The name Qin sounded familiar. Oh right, wasn't this the 5-star hotel under Fei Dun Corporation? But just at that moment, a voice of admiration came from the two young women in the red Mercedes next to him, their eyes gleaming as if they were sparkling. Oh my, a Bugatti Veyron, this car is worth tens of millions. Then, the two girls chased after Chen Yuan and casually dropped a line that carried quite the punch. Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Chen Yuan was about to decline, but when he turned his head, he suddenly froze. Huh, twins? The two girls standing in front of him were identical, with adorable faces, smooth, milk-like skin, a fresh and innocent look, yet still radiating something incredibly alluring. Chen Yuan was momentarily surprised, but then he quickly regained his usual cold demeanor and bluntly said, "It's not convenient, I don't want more." As soon as the rejection left his lips, he turned and walked away without looking back. There was one more thing Chen Yuan couldn't bring himself to say: girls who are too proactive from the start are no fun. I prefer the type that you meet and instantly dislike, even wanting to punch them. The more you hate them, the more interesting it gets, only then can the system really tie you down. These twin sisters were not ordinary. In Mei Yuan, Shimen Nana and Shimen Ting Ting were two hot names in her elite social circle. People jokingly referred to them as the Sisters of Neptune, because when it came to raising fish, there was no competition. Their fish tank was filled with nothing but sharks. As for their family background, the Shimen family had once been a prestigious and noble family. However, 20 years ago, their business suffered, and they gradually faded from the upper-class map. Yet, in just 3 short years, thanks to these two girls, the Shimen family had turned everything around. Their beauty was undeniable, and not only were they sisters, but they were identical twins, creating a double impact. And their ultimate weapon? The concept could be summed up in just 2 words: payback artistry. Their skills were so refined that men would fall under their spell as if enchanted. The younger sister turned to her older sister, her voice a mix of frustration and a hint of confusion. "This is the first time someone has ever rejected me. What's going on?" The older sister was just as shocked, but her eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. Wait a minute, this person looks really familiar. Could he be the smoke CEO that everyone's been talking about? Without thinking any further, both of them quickly ran after Chen Yuan, their voices filled with excitement. "Smoke CEO, we're really sorry for being so abrupt earlier. I'm a huge fan of yours. I absolutely love the movies you've invested in, and your talent is unquestionable. I truly admire and love you." Hearing this, Chen Yuan coldly responded, "Sorry, I don't get close to fans." He then walked steadily into the hotel without even turning back. After being rejected by Chen Yuan, the twins stood there, fuming. The smoke CEO really speaks so bluntly? This is probably the first time in our lives we've been so coldly ignored by a male idol. Didn't they say that smoke CEO is a total player? The two sisters thought to themselves, first, he's from a rich family, then he's flirtatious, and has been involved with who knows how many beautiful women. And yet now, when both of us show up, he doesn't even glance at us. How strange indeed. While the older sister was still feeling regretful for not being able to get closer, the younger sister's eyes were filled with determination. Does he think he can escape? I heard he's going to Mr. Qin's party today. It's fine, let's see how long he can stay cold. Men are all the same, they can pretend all they want, but in the end, they'll be kneeling at our feet. The older sister's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, are you really that sure? Well, let's give it a try. I want to compete with you and see who can catch Smoke CEO first. The theory behind the two Shimen sisters fishing for big catches needs no explanation. First, they were 100% proactive, with no such thing as shyness or hesitation. Second, their boldness was at max level, presenting a face that was both pure and charming, almost no man could resist.
Third, breaking down walls was no big deal, whether a man had a wife or girlfriend, it didn't matter so long as they had enough looks, there was no wall that couldn't be toppled. While the Sisters of Neptune were still calculating, Chen Yuan had just stepped through the hotel's main entrance when a stunning figure appeared. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, she confidently lifted her skirt and slowly walked toward him. "Mr. Chen Yuan, you look completely different from what I imagined." Chen Yuan, already accustomed to the rumors about him, curled his lips into a faint smile.
"Oh, Miss Dai Han, how am I different?"
Dai Han didn't rush, continuing her inquiry but emphasizing her point. "I just saw the two Shimen sisters actively ask for your WeChat. They're so beautiful, with many people chasing after them, yet you were completely indifferent.
I really don't understand.
I used to think you were a charming young master, always surrounded by girls, but now I see you're not like the rumors at all." After speaking, Dai Han's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and she found herself increasingly intrigued by this man. The system notification read, "Dai Han's favorability has increased by 1, current favorability, 94 points." Chen Yuan looked at the system panel in a daze, his mind filled with question marks. What is this? Dai Han has always been difficult to deal with, her favorability level increases slowly, yet today it went up just because I didn't add her on WeChat.
Why is that so strange? Meanwhile, Dai Han was speaking while nodding, as if she were enlightening him with a universal truth. That's right. How could an immortal cultivator like Mr. Chen Yuan be interested in women? And those girls around you may seem ambiguous, but in reality, they're just hiding their true intentions, right?
That's why you're clear-headed enough to refuse so straightforwardly. But ordinary people would have fallen in love with such perfect twin sisters a long time ago. As soon as these words left her mouth, Chen Yuan immediately didn't know how to respond. That's a tough one to figure out. I just thought the fans' favorability was too high, couldn't be contained by the system, so it wasn't worth worrying about.
Without hesitation, Dai Han took a step closer. "Mr. Chen Yuan, can I be your dance partner today?"
In a moment full of surprise, Chen Yuan gently reached out and took Dai Han's hand. "All right, if you want to dance, I don't mind." Shimen's sisters stood there, suddenly realizing the answer to a difficult question. So the reason he turned us down was because of Miss Dai.
Everything is clear now.
The older sister, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel frustrated. "Earlier, I even wondered if there was something wrong with my looks, but now I feel reassured." It turns out he had already made plans with Miss Dai. If he had given us his contact number earlier, Miss Dai would have definitely found out, and that would have been the end of it. Hearing her sister's analysis, the younger one grew even more resentful. Men are all the same, acting all righteous on the outside, but on the inside, they're just calculating. If Miss Dai weren't here today, he probably wouldn't have been so cold. He would have definitely been the one to approach us for our number, not the other way around.
Why does Dai Han get to be considered the number one Mei Yuan? What does she have that I don't? Just because of that Miss Dai title?
Shimen Ting Ting grew increasingly angry as she spoke. The injustice seemed to be glaringly clear in her mind. Why is it that we have to expend so much effort, only to catch a few second-rate rich guys? While Dai Han doesn't need to do anything, the top-tier people come running to her on their own. This world is so unfair. She was born standing on a pedestal that others can only dream of reaching after a lifetime of struggle.
But it's fine, time will reveal everything. We won't lose, sisters. Smoke CEO, don't think you can easily escape our watchful eyes.
At that moment, from the main stage, 3 important figures stepped out: Xin Wusong, Xin Wufeng, and an elegant old man. This old man was none other than Mr. Qin Tianfeng, the founder of the Qin family group, and once the master of birth Mei Yuan 30 years ago. Xin Wufeng, who was always chatty, immediately pointed at Chen Yuan and said, "Grandpa, look, that person is Chen Yuan, the one the sisters secretly stole the 1,000-year-old ginseng to give to him." Mr. Qin hesitated, his eyes full of curiosity. "So, he's Chen Yuan? How can he be so young?" A person still so young, yet able to shake the Li family and bring it to ruin while taking over so many assets, it's truly hard to believe. In Mr. Qin's mind, the person who had caused Mei Yuan to stir, brought down the Li family, and seized a multitude of assets, had to be a seasoned man, at least in his 30s. Qin Wufeng did not forget to add, "Grandpa, he's even 2 years younger than the sisters." This statement immediately earned a sharp glare from Qin Wusong. "Shut up, no one's telling you to be mute." At that moment, Qin Tianfang spoke up, his voice cold but with a hint of authority. "All right, have you two played enough? Wusong, go call Chen Yuan here. Grandpa heard he's very good at chess and wants to see if he really has skill or if it's just a false reputation." Hearing this, Qin Wusong couldn't help but worry. "Grandpa, are you planning to bully him? No one in the whole park dares to play chess with Grandpa anymore. Don't make my Chen Yuan scared." Qin Tianfang responded firmly, "I'm not bullying him. I just want to see if this young man, who went to steal my 1,000-year-old ginseng, really has any skills." As he spoke, Qin Tianfang continuously tapped his cane on the ground, nearly cracking the floor beneath him, his imposing aura filling the air. Seeing the old man's momentum, Qin Wusong didn't know what more to say. "Chen Yuan, I think Grandpa is about to defeat you today. I can't save you." But soon, she changed her line of thought, mentally reasoning to herself, could this be an unspoken test from Grandpa? If Chen Yuan wins, would he take one step closer to entering the Qin family? But if he loses, I'm afraid Grandpa and everyone else will just laugh at him. In no time, Qin Wusong stepped up to Chen Yuan and spoke helplessly. "Chen Yuan, Grandpa called for you." After saying that, she wore a slightly awkward expression, though she couldn't hide a smile. Seeing Qin Wusong's reluctant face, Chen Yuan asked in confusion, "Grandpa called for me?" He immediately became alert, inwardly asking himself, could it be that they want to talk about marriage? With so many guests here not chatting with anyone but just staring at a young person like me, what does that mean? As for Qin Wusong, his eyes suddenly widened, and his thoughts seemed to drift far away, carried by the wind. Could it be that Chen Yuan's age is fake? I've heard that if immortal cultivators reach a high realm level, not only can they extend their lifespan, but they also remain young forever. Maybe he's over 100 years old already, just pretending to be a young man to fool people. That's probably why he's so skilled at Go, to the point where no one can beat him. But if Chen Yuan really is an old man over 100, I wouldn't mind. As long as he looks young, handsome, and has an 8-pack, whether he's old or young doesn't matter to me. Pushing these thoughts aside, Qin Wusong leaned into Chen Yuan's ear and explained, "Grandpa, I would like to invite you to discuss Go." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, a hint of worry flashing across his face. "What Go? Today is the old man's 75th birthday. What if I happen to win and embarrass him? That doesn't sound right." But Qin Wusong immediately retorted, his voice uncompromising, "Why are your men always so confident? If Grandpa wants to play chess with you, just go along with it. Why make such a fuss? And don't worry, my grandpa is a master, he's never lost to anyone in the park." Soon, the news of Mr. Qin and Chen Yuan's chess match spread quickly through the banquet hall like wildfire, becoming the topic of conversation among the guests. "He's old, yet refuses to settle down. Everyone knows Mr. Qin was once the chess saint, a seasoned chess player, and now he's challenging a young man. Isn't that just bullying?" Someone else immediately countered, "Bullying? That guy is the CEO of Smoke, and I heard he once played against the national Go prodigy, Kimura, who had swept through the Go world. No one could match him." In the end, it was the Smoke CEO, under the title Anti-Japanese Chess Grandmaster, who defeated Kimura. Another person sneered in disbelief, "Kimura was just a rising star. Do they really think our country doesn't have experts? The real old masters don't even bother to step into the spotlight. Winning would bring no honor, and they'd only be accused of bullying the younger generation." Another person nodded and added, "That's right, winning or losing isn't something to be proud of. A true master is not someone who seeks fame on the surface. Many masters have retired long ago, they don't need fame or profit. Do you think they would come out just for a game of Go? Dream on." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as the Go board was set up. Mr. Qin and Chen Yuan sat facing each other, surrounded by a crowd of prominent figures who had gathered closely around. Some stood with their arms crossed, watching, while others whispered amongst themselves, "Mr. Qin is really going to play Go with this kid? Is the world turning upside down?" You have to know, Mr. Qin was a living legend back in the day, someone who made even the Mei Yuan Dak bow their heads.
His talent wasn't just great, it reached a level that ordinary people couldn't even dream of.
Yet now, he's sitting across from a young guy who looks to be in his 20s. I heard that the Smoke CEO once defeated a Go genius from Nation N.
What genius? Just a kid. Let's see if he can handle a few moves.
As Mr. Chin placed a stone on the board, the old man suddenly shifted the topic, his tone serious as he asked, "Kid, the 1,000-year ginseng I treasure like gold, you've eaten it, haven't you?" Chen Yuan also placed a piece on the board, then leisurely replied, "That's right, eat it raw, but the taste is a bit sweet, not very good."
Mr. Chin was left speechless, then immediately became furious. What?
The 1,000-year-old ginseng that I painstakingly gathered, priceless, and you're chewing it like it's a carrot? What a waste, such a waste.
However, Chen Yuan remained calm, his tone as if he were telling a story. What's so wasteful about it?
The plant is only truly valuable when it enters my body.
Didn't you know?
For ordinary people, eating it only adds a bit of lifespan, and they can't even digest it properly because it's too nourishing, it backfires.
Only I can fully make use of it.
Chen Yuan's words really infuriated Mr. Chin, who slammed his piece on the board and asked angrily, "So, you've eaten my ginseng, how do you intend to compensate me?"
Chen Yuan remained calm, speaking coldly, "Huh? I already compensated you, didn't you notice?
Your granddaughter, Xin Wusong, has recently been glowing, her skin is smooth and radiant, just looking at her makes you want to touch her."
If that's not my doing, whose could it be?
Hearing this, Mr. Chin turned his head to look at Xin Wusong. Indeed, he noticed that his granddaughter seemed to have become more beautiful recently, her face radiant, her skin smooth, and her demeanor elegant.
Hey, there's definitely something different about you.
But at the same time, Mr. Chin's gaze grew sharper, and seeing Xin Wusong's flushed face, he suddenly felt that something was off. The more he looked, the more uneasy Xin Wusong became. She lowered her head, her face red, and said, "Chen Yuan, you're really talking nonsense." Immediately, all kinds of speculations started to form in Mr. Chin's mind. That bastard, not only did he eat my ginseng, but now he's shamelessly boasting about my granddaughter right in front of me.
What does he take this place for? Could it be that this guy has done things with my granddaughter? And now he's even using her as an excuse for compensation? If this gets out, where will my face be? Unable to bear it any longer, Xin Tianfong took a deep breath, his voice full of hostility, his eyes burning red as if about to explode.
"Young man, if you want my recognition, don't even think about it. First, beat me at the Go board." At this moment, Mr. Chin didn't say anything, but his sharp eyes and steady aura spoke volumes. Just by looking at the way the old man placed the pieces, and that unpleasant stare, Chen Yuan immediately understood. The old man wasn't just playing chess, he was trying to teach me a lesson about life. Mr. Chin continued placing his pieces, his voice growing colder. "That guy, don't think I can't see through your tricks. These petty moves are just a common ruse. Do you really think you can fool me? I've been playing chess even before you were born, there's no way you can win." The entire banquet hall fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the chessboard. Some nodded in agreement with Mr. Chin, as his moves seemed like a giant dragon tightening its grip, leaving Chen Yuan no way out. Everyone thought that this time, the other man would have to bow his head and admit defeat. But no, Chen Yuan remained as calm as ever, picking up a black piece, then another black piece, and placing them down. After just a dozen moves, from a seemingly incomprehensible situation, a light seemed to shine through. The situation slowly began to take shape, as if the entire board were being forced into an inescapable pattern. Chen Yuan also looked up, a sly smile spreading across his face as he said, "Old master, you say it's just a trivial trick, but I'm afraid you've misjudged. This game is already lost for you." And the undeniable truth was that Chen Yuan's chess game had completely dominated Mr. Chin's. The crowd around them stared at the chessboard in bewilderment, then suddenly broke out in a chorus of exclamations. "He lost, did the old master really lose? I can't believe it." So all along, the Smoke CEO had already planned out 10 or more moves ahead. Is this really a monster? How can someone so young play chess like this? The old master must not have been paying attention. After all, his opponent is just a kid.
Who would think they'd need to give it their all?
As for Mr. Chin, he nearly jumped out of his chair. He slammed the chessboard with a loud thud, his voice filled with anger. How is this possible? The great unity of heaven and earth is different from the great transformation of the devil, and yet this guy has combined both, and even changed them in the blink of an eye.
3 wins to 2-1 game doesn't mean anything. Let's continue, I'm not satisfied.
The second game had just begun, and Mr. Chin was giving it his all, his silver hair seemingly radiating a murderous aura. However, unfortunately, before he could even warm up, Chen Yuan set up a position like a spider's web, blocking every possible escape route. In less than half an hour, Mr. Chin slammed the table, his whole body seeming ready to explode. No way, no way. Play again, I refuse to believe I could lose so badly like this. By the third game, everyone expected Mr. Chin to turn the situation around, but in less than 10 minutes, the chessboard had become a battlefield, with Mr. Chin's pieces reduced to a few scattered ones, standing helplessly amidst Chen Yuan's army. At that point, Mr. Chin was not just losing, he was being utterly crushed, with nothing left. Looking at his expression, one could see his reason and dignity crumbling. Now, Mr. Chin could only sit there, muttering incessantly, "Oh my God, over 70 years of life, and I've never lost so painfully.
3 games, each worse than the last. How did I end up facing someone who plays Go so brilliantly?"
But at that moment, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his face serious. "Old master, we should stop here. After all, today is your birthday." Xin Wusong also saw how badly his grandfather was losing, so he tugged at Chen Yuan's sleeve and said, "Chen Yuan, don't keep winning like this. Grandpa is old now, playing chess is for fun, not for serious competition." But Chen Yuan, still indifferent, replied, "I'm not being serious. I've only been using 50% of my strength this whole time." Those words struck like a punch to Mr. Chin's pride. Unable to bear it any longer, Mr. Chin slammed his hand on the table again. "You dare tell me you've only used 50% of your strength? Kid, are you telling me that my 60 years of experience in playing Go can't even match half of your power?" The atmosphere in the banquet hall seemed to slow for a moment. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to breathe loudly, afraid it would further agitate Mr. Chin. Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Yuan quickly responded, his voice full of innocence, Mr. Chin, I didn't mean that. Actually, I think your Go skills are really impressive. Among all the people I've played with, you're definitely one of the top." But the more he spoke, the angrier Mr. Chin's face became. "A junior like you, judging my Go skills and even acting all instructive, aren't you trying to drive people mad? Fine, I won't play anymore." After that, the old man angrily threw down the piece, stood up, and waved his hand. "Xiao Song, Xiao Feng, go take over the guests for me. I don't want to waste time with this guy anymore. Playing with him is just asking for humiliation." Seeing the old man storm off in a huff, Xin Wusong quickly followed, fearing his grandfather's blood pressure would rise.
"Grandpa, slow down, wait for me."
After the intense Go game with Chen Yuan, the atmosphere in the hotel became a little subdued. As for Mr. Chin, after swallowing his harsh words, he finally handed the stage over to the younger generation.
But instead of sulking, the old man wore a thoughtful expression, sometimes even smiling heartily.
"Xiao Song, that guy may be arrogant, but he really has potential. I didn't expect there'd still be young people with such ability in this world. That rebellious, unyielding spirit really reminds me of myself when I was young." Xin Wusong frowned and couldn't help but ask, "But Grandpa, you clearly lost.
Aren't you angry?" Old man Xin laughed heartily and said, "This old master, why should I argue with a child? Do you think I have such a narrow heart? To be honest, I prefer people like Chen Yuan.
Unlike those who flatter everyone around them, sweet-talking but have no real knowledge inside. A son should have the courage to look up at the sky, to be decisive and bold, not just good at showy tricks. Chen Yuan has strength, skill, and vision.
He is the type of talent I want for the Qin family."
Now, about the matter of you secretly giving him the 1,000-year ginseng, I've already let that slide long ago. Later, when you two get married, he will be considered part of the Qin family.
No harm done.
Shin Woo-sung lowered his head, his face turning red.
Grandpa, who said I want to marry him?
Although her heart was full of sweetness, there was still a hint of unease. It's just that things aren't as simple as they seem. And what about Dae-han, that rival? Thinking of this, Shin Woo-sung felt as though she was caught in a battle of wits and emotions, with the outcome still far off. Now that I have Grandpa's support, if I don't make a move, should I just sit around and wait? I don't believe my looks are inferior to those girls online. Dae-han, just wait, you'd better prepare to cry under my brilliance. With my beauty, my aura, and Grandpa's backing, I'm the heroine, not you. At a corner of the banquet, Park Young-jae clenched his fist. Once again, that Chun Yuan is leading the entire banquet by the nose. But just a moment later, he flashed a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with a wicked gleam. But it's all right, now it's my turn to shine. The assistant nodded, understanding the implication, and carefully held a rolled-up painting in his hands. When everything was in its place, when the prominent figures from all around gathered, each person bringing their own unique aura, it was clear that this was no ordinary party for the common folk. Mr. Chin sat at the head of the table, calm yet imposing in demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor that you have all taken time out of your busy schedules to be here today. At that very moment, Park Young-jae was ready to take the stage. He instructed his assistant to go straight to Mr. Chin and began his act. Old Master Chin, it is an honor to meet you. Today, I bring an ancient painting, and I've heard that you and the esteemed seniors here are masters of appraisal. I hope you can help me verify its authenticity. Mr. Chin raised an eyebrow, showing interest. Oh, in that case, let's take a look. I'm curious to see what kind of painting could have caught your attention so much. Without hesitation, the assistant carefully unfolded the painting, revealing a landscape depicting mountains and rivers. The ink strokes were old and intricate, as if they might spill over the paper. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. This is a painting titled A Moonlit Night on the Spring River, and I've heard it once belonged to a famous artist from the Ming Dynasty. When the painting was unveiled, all eyes were fixed on the artwork spread out on the table. A classical piece of art, covered with the dust of time, made everyone feel as though they were witnessing an invaluable treasure. An old man in the crowd exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as if he had just found a treasure, "Isn't this 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix by Tang Yin?" But immediately, someone else spoke up. Wait a minute, I heard that 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix was actually destroyed back in the Ming Dynasty. Could this be a fake? Qin Tianfong, with the air of a master of antiques, looked at the painting through a magnifying glass and elegantly spoke. No, look here, this is made from ephedra. The dark golden color is natural, both ancient and solid. The surface of the paper is smooth but not artificially glossy. This is definitely an antique. Another person chimed in, not wanting to fall behind in the critique. That's right, this paper not only resists pests but also water, the colors are natural, and the brushwork is identical to Tang Yin's style. Even though there's no signature, just look at the spirit of it, this is the real deal. Mr. Chin continued with a solemn expression, this might be an experimental sketch by Tang Yin, not the original, but if it is indeed his handwriting, its value should be no less than 100 million. His statement, like a stamp of confirmation from Qin Tianfong, caused the entire hall to murmur. Yes, look at the brushwork carefully, it's both soft and decisive, with areas dark and light, like the rhythm of a piece of music. Not everyone can draw like this. If it's not Tang Yin, it must be another great master of the same era. But to be absolutely sure, we'll need expert authentication. If this really is Tang Yin's draft, then this isn't just an artwork, it's a historical treasure, and its value cannot be measured in mere money. While the senior figures in the antiques world observed every detail with keen eyes and eager hands, Park Young-jae stood still, the corners of his mouth curling into a half-contemptuous, half-satisfied smile. Is this the top expert from Nation H? As expected, this is all they can do. I know this painting is a fake, nothing but a trick to deceive people. And the reason I know is because the real 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix is in my hands, like a trump card. But life is not that simple. Where did someone come from? The tone was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. This painting is a genuine work, but it is not by Tang Yin. And none other than Chen Yuan, walking leisurely with a smile full of charisma. Park Young-jae stood there, pale-faced, his mind screaming, him again. I was just about to make my move, and this guy stole all the attention.
At that moment, all eyes turned to Chen Yuan. Some people gasped, while others furrowed their brows in disbelief.
Mr. Sure immediately spoke up to rebut. Young man, on what basis do you dare to say such a thing?
Do you know what I have spent my life doing, studying ancient paintings? Another person chimed in, him again? Where is he not?
From go to ancient paintings, he's everywhere.
What is he? Does he know more than I do? Chen Yuan smiled faintly, his face full of the dignity of an exceptional individual. Tang Yin?
No, this is the work of a lesser-known but equally famous artist in the antique world, Xia Qingyu, the most talented student of Tang Yin. Finishing his words, Chen Yuan snapped his fingers, signaling the server to prepare the items. Everyone stared at Chen Yuan, bewildered, not understanding what he was about to do. As soon as Chen Yuan cut the edge of the painting, everyone felt furious.
Old Master Qin was enraged. Damn it, Chen Yuan, do you dare destroy antiques in front of me?
The senior antique experts turned pale, as though a piece of their soul had been torn apart, but Chen Yuan paid no attention. He continued carefully cutting the edge of the painting. In just a moment, the entire hall seemed to explode, revealing another painting, completely new, so sharp and detailed that it made everyone gasp. Mr. Qin, who had been furious, was now stunned, as if he had turned to stone. Damn it, what is this?
How did you discover it?
This hidden painting is even more beautiful than the one outside. Chen Yuan explained with a smile that was not quite a smile. It's nothing that sophisticated. If you look closely at the outer layer of paint, you'll notice the color is uneven, and the cracks are illogical.
That's a sign that there's another layer hidden underneath. In that moment, the entire room erupted with astonishment, and everyone looked at Chen Yuan with admiration. But Chen Yuan's confirmation was the final blow to Park Yun-jae's plan to decorate the painting. He could only grit his teeth, his face turning gray. How can this guy be so good? Why does he keep ruining all my plans? The entire auditorium seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water, only to be instantly evaporated by the shock of what they saw. Everyone gaped and widened their eyes, staring at the hidden painting within the artwork. Isn't this a 10,000-mile landscape of mountains and rivers the masterpiece that was lost for centuries?
So, it turns out that the painting on the outside was just a shell to protect the treasure within. Chen Yuan nodded wisely, like a professor, as if he had just caught the answer to a student's question. That's right. The artist back then intentionally painted the fake outer layer to mislead people. Who would have thought that future generations would not only be deceived but would also preserve the treasure until today? The genius lies not just in the painting itself, but in the way it was protected. Mr. Qin stood frozen for a few seconds, then spun around like a child who had just seen a new toy. This person is no ordinary man. I've lived this long, and today I've truly been taught a lesson for life. The 10,000-mile map of mountains and rivers even has the signature Tian Kohan, undeniable proof that this is the handwriting of Tang Tai's only clan Min. A few antique experts also approached to admire the painting, chatting and marveling. Look at the colors and the brushwork, this is the genuine Tang Yin. People were talking, oh my god, this 10,000-mile map of mountains and rivers must be worth a fortune. Who would have thought it would appear right here, right now? As for me, I couldn't help but feel like I was watching a performance, with this person as the main character. Old Master Qin, though still angry at Chen Yuan over the chess match, had to admit, young man, I must give you credit this time. Not only are you good at chess, but you also have an exceptionally sharp eye. You are truly a rare talent, but how did you manage to discover this? Chen Yuan maintained his usual calm demeanor and replied, it's nothing really, just a sharper eye. If there's anything more valuable than this painting, it's the moment you all were so astonished. Furthermore, the paper of the painting is so well preserved that it made me suspect it could be a cover for something even more important. The antique experts gathered around, inspecting it thoroughly before rushing over to assistant Park Young-jae to start haggling. 500 million, I'll buy it. I'll pay 700 million, 1 billion. No one is taking this from me. As the situation reached its peak, Mr. Qin stepped forward, raising his voice and declaring, all right, everyone, this gentleman has stated that the gift is for whoever can authenticate it.
And clearly, it was Chen Yuan who discovered the hidden painting within the artwork, so the ownership naturally belongs to him.
This declaration hit like a hammer, shattering all the hopes of those who had raised their paddles to bid.
Assistant Park Young-jae, who had brought the painting forward, could only awkwardly smile, not daring to rebut. Yes, I did say it was a gift.
After saying this, he even slapped his forehead in embarrassment, but it was clear from his eyes that he could not hide his regret. I really didn't expect such a masterpiece to be hidden within this one. The wealthy collectors began bidding frantically, with prices soaring from several hundred million to 1.2 billion, but Chen Yuan flatly rejected all of them. The most shocking moment came when he declared that he was giving the painting as a birthday gift to old Master Qin, causing the room to explode in astonishment. They'd donated a treasure worth 1.2 billion, now that's really going all out. Old Master Qin smiled and said, "Young man, you really know how to win my favor, but I can't accept such a precious treasure." Chen Yuan simply smiled faintly, his tone full of confidence. "Old Master Qin, the most precious treasure of yours is not this painting, but your granddaughter. This is just a small token of my respect, please don't be so polite." Qin Wusong, standing beside them, blushed as she listened. "Oh my god, this is true love. A man who is not only handsome and smart but also generous. If I don't catch him now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. He gave Grandpa this treasure, it must be a betrothal gift. He must love me." Her thoughts soared, mixed with a bit of excitement, which made her affection for him rise even more. The system notification appeared. Qin Wusong's favorability increased by 1, current favorability, 99 points.
Ting.
The target, dog-licking Qin Wusong, has been conquered by the master's brilliant talents, resulting in admiration from the heart. The favorability has surpassed 99 points, and a reward of 10 enhancement points has been granted.
Remaining enhancement points, 70.
Park Young-jae stood there, so furious that his face turned red, but he still tried to remain calm as he spoke to his assistant. "Damn it, it turns out I didn't come here today to attend a party, but to be a witness to his show.
Hey, put my name on the 100 billion sponsor list for the Qin family right now. I don't believe I can't overshadow his momentum today." Not only Qin Wusong, but even Qin Kuyen couldn't help but feel admiration.
The system notification rang. Qin Kuyen's favorability increased by 10, current favorability, 80 points. She had come to attend old Master Qin's birthday celebration today, carrying herself like a cold, domineering CEO. But unexpectedly, amidst a crowd of talented and outstanding people, Chen Yuan appeared like a dazzling beam of light, drawing her in irresistibly. "Oh my god, the boss is amazing, outstanding. My boss is not only great at business, but also excellent at chess, and now he's even knowledgeable about antiques and calligraphy.
Is this the upgraded version of the protagonist in a novel? He was truly born to overshadow all other glows."
Thinking of this, Qin Kuyen was bewildered as she recalled the days of the past. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, a slight sense of inferiority in her heart. Back then, I was truly brainwashed by Jin Zhoumu.
As soon as he pretended to care a little, I novelly thought he was the only one. Now that I think about it, why didn't I just slap myself to wake up? Indeed, no one gets everything taken from them.
Fortunately, I still have the chance to start over.
But will the boss accept me? He's so perfect, and I'm no longer the innocent girl I once was. But whatever, I'll give it a try. Who knows, maybe the boss will like someone strong and independent like me.
But before she could sigh any further, the voices of Shimen Ting Ting and Shimen Nana from the front interrupted, with a tone of playful familiarity. "Sis, I swear, this smoke CEO, if he throws a flirtatious glance, I would willingly turn into a fish. If he were my boyfriend, forget about money, just a single look from him, and I'd be ready to offer myself up without hesitation." After saying that, Shimen Ting Ting even licked her lips, as if she were eyeing a rare prey in the wild.
Qin Kuyen stood listening, almost fainting.
Shimen Nana, hearing this, refused to back down. "That's right, Ting Ting, but this time we need to team up.
Smoke CEO is surrounded by many world-class goddesses. If we go solo, we'll definitely just be background noise."
At first, it seemed like the older sister was being modest, but unexpectedly, the younger one added with confidence, "But hey, we're the only set of twins. Together, no one can beat us."
Qin Keyen stood behind, listening to the two sisters, plotting and scheming, nearly fainting.
These two sisters were indeed magnanimous, willing to throw their pride aside just to fight for the handsome guy. They even conspired as a united front, like they were heading into battle, not trying to win over a man. But wait, last week, Shimen Ting Ting was holding hands with the young master of the Ma family. The Ma young master had just received an entire mansion as a gift, and now she was turning her back so quickly. Truly, changing boyfriends was like changing clothes. With this kind of speed, she must have installed a jet engine, not kidding. Just a moment later, the two sisters Shimen strolled over towards Chen Yuan, each holding a glass of champagne. They walked with grace, almost as if they were on a fashion runway. Smoke CEO. Shimen Nana was the first to speak, her voice sweet with a hint of feigned shyness. Smoke CEO, the parking situation earlier must have been a bit inconvenient, I hope you don't mind. Oh, let me introduce myself, I'm Shimen Nana, it's a pleasure to meet you. Before Chen Yuan could respond, Shimen Ting Ting jumped in with a tone so coquettish it could make anyone weak in the knees. Smoke CEO, you're so amazing, I really admire you. I'm Shimen Ting Ting, would you mind if I offered you this glass of champagne? Although Chen Yuan had a vague suspicion that something shady was afoot, he couldn't bring himself to embarrass the girls in front of so many people. Besides, they were being so enthusiastic. So, he put on a serious face and gave a slight nod, sure. Then, with a smile, he lifted his glass of champagne and clinked it lightly, just as a formality. Everything seemed fine until Shimen Nana quickly and discreetly slipped a small piece of paper into the pocket of Chen Yuan's jacket. Just as he turned around, still not fully recovered, Shimen Ting Ting mirrored the same movement. Her hands were quick as lightning, and her actions so skilled that he didn't even have time to react. Once finished, the two sisters greeted Chen Yuan with the sweetest smiles they could muster, then gracefully walked away as if no farewell had just taken place. Chen Yuan knew the two girls were definitely up to something, but out of curiosity, he pulled out the two pieces of paper to see what was written. The contents surprised him. Smoke CEO, Emperor Hotel, room 1608 tonight, I'll be waiting for you, Shimen Nana. The second piece of paper was identical, only the name was changed. Smoke CEO, Emperor Hotel, room 168 tonight, I'll be waiting for you, Shimen Ting Ting. Holding the two pieces of paper, Chen Yuan froze for a few seconds. He looked back and forth, comparing the room numbers just to be sure. The result was clear, both were for the same hotel, and the rooms were practically the same. Damn it, what's going on here? These two sisters are really playing tricks. Turns out, not only did they offer me a drink, but they also prepared a collaboration script to pull me into their sisterly battle. It's an old trick, but surprisingly unexpected. He thought, if we talk about the speed of launching attacks, I'm sure I could easily claim the throne in the hunting world. But what I didn't expect was that both of them had scheduled to meet in the same room. It's unclear whether they really intend to split things evenly or if it's just a trick to confuse me and get me caught in their trap. In his mind, Chen Yuan began to speculate, and once he started thinking, there was no stopping him. Could it be that all the girls in Mei Yuan are this open-minded? Or is this just the modern way of greeting? People often say that things that come too easily are usually fake. There are plenty of high-class girls who wait for me before I even have a chance to flirt, so why would I bother with these girls who are practically offering themselves? They can't possibly be the real deal, but do they really need to be this eager to the point of scheduling a room together? This feels too suspicious. No, this is definitely a trap. It's possible that these two are assassins sent by some mysterious organization, probably from the dark web. Yeah, that makes sense. The dark web must have sent them here. But wait, isn't the dark web being replaced by dedicated platforms now? Maybe they've gone offline because they know they can't take me down online. And to think they plan to use their looks to lure me, and that's really underestimating me. Life is long, there are plenty of girls out there, no one can fool Chen Yuan. As soon as the thought ended, Chen Yuan crumpled the two pieces of paper into balls, lightly tossed them into the trash can, and walked away with a confident stride. In a hidden corner, Daihan continued to observe every movement of his in silence. Whether by accident or on purpose, Daihan's gaze was fixed firmly on Chen Yuan, as if afraid to miss any interesting moment. The opportunity finally came when Chen Yuan turned away, and she quickly picked up the two pieces of paper, unfolding them to read. But before she could even finish the first line, Dai Han's face turned bright red. Still in shock, she moved on to the second sheet, and with each line she read, a wave of nausea seemed to rise up inside her. It was as though a thunderclap echoed in her mind, accompanied by a silent scream, "Oh my God, these two Shimen's sisters are really out of their minds." Dai Han took a deep breath, trying to suppress her frustration, her mind quickly running through countless scenarios. She thought to herself, truly shameless. Just a few days ago, I saw Shimen Ting Ting in love with her cousin Dai Xiong. Didn't they already have something going on? And now, she dares to openly flirt with Chen Yuan, even sending him the hotel address. Dai Han thought, and Shimen Nana, the elegant and gentle little sister that everyone always praises, isn't she involved with Wan young master? Oh, now they're even planning to share a room? These two sisters are truly one of a kind, breaking every definition of propriety. What will Chen Yuan do now? This trap is truly masterful, twins at that. A normal man would definitely struggle with his thoughts, because honestly, no one could resist a beautiful pair of sisters like them. But will Chen Yuan fall for it? Can he restrain himself in the face of such temptation? This needs to be clarified. If Chen Yuan dares to fall for this, I'll have to get to the bottom of it. The more Dai Han thought about it, the more confused she became. Part of her felt restless, while another part was curious to see how Chen Yuan would handle this situation. In the end, she decided to become Chen Yuan's volunteer investigator. While Chen Yuan was still basking in his satisfaction, Park Young-jae, who was usually the center of the universe, now only felt frustration, mixed with jealousy, powerlessness, and a burning desire to rip his shirt off. "What is this?" he said. A group of beautiful women with perfect figures, stunning faces, and extravagant dresses kept flocking in, chatting and trying to win my favor. Even the twins, whom I've always been quite fond of, secretly slipped a small note to Chen Yuan, making my heart feel like it was being squeezed by someone. The great Prince Sunsung, always admired like the morning sun, had to endure being completely ignored today, without a shred of mercy. At that moment, the assistant, who always played the role of the wise advisor, spoke up, offering a plan to break the stifling atmosphere. "Young master, don't rush. I've already arranged a spectacular moment for you today. There will be a calligraphy competition, and I've bribed the host to invite you to participate. This is your specialty, an area where no one can compare to you. As soon as you pick up the brush and write a few elegant characters, the whole hall will be in awe. Especially those girls, including the Shimen sisters, will surely look at you with admiration and immediately forget about Chen Yuan." Upon hearing this, Park Young-jae felt somewhat relieved, his heart eased a little. "That's right, calligraphy is my ultimate weapon. A person as talented and noble as I am, how could I possibly lose to someone like Chen Yuan? As long as I perform an impressive display, all eyes will be on me again. Just wait, soon not only those girls, but even Dai Han will look at me differently. Chen Yuan, let's see how long you can remain smug." And then the opportunity came faster than Park Young-jae had expected, as if the blue sky could hear the hearts of men. The host of the party stood up and announced enthusiastically, "Ladies and gentlemen, to make the party more exciting, we propose an impromptu calligraphy competition. This is a wonderful opportunity for all of you to showcase your talents and passion for traditional art." Immediately, this suggestion was met with enthusiastic support from the entire hall, especially from the senior members, who had long been fond of calligraphy. Even the president of the Calligraphy Association was present, adding to the lively atmosphere. In the capital city, the four powerful families Duan Dai, Qin, Jin, and Wang were well known, and imperial capital was no slouch either. Next to Qin Tian Fan was Wei Chang, the representative of one of the 8 great clans of imperial capital. Although the Wei family was somewhat declining now, they still managed to maintain their place among the prestigious 8 clans, thanks to the wealth accumulated over generations. And undoubtedly, Old Wei would be the first to step forward, representing Nation H in the competition against Nation K. Park Young-jae walked forward with confidence, chest out, feeling as though a golden aura was about to shine upon him. "Finally, the time has come for me to step onto the stage." Park Young-jae thought to himself, "This time, there's no need to say much, just one stroke of the pen will be enough to surprise everyone.
Chen Yuan? If he's so great, he should pick up the pen and sign his name, but writing? Dream on. In a moment, the whole auditorium will look at me with admiration, while Chen Yuan will just be a shadow in the back.
Park Young-jae couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth into a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. But before he could showcase his skill, Old Wei suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his mouth foaming. The scene was shocking, causing everyone in the auditorium to panic. The frantic shouting rang out, "Old Wei fainted, help, someone's having a stroke." "That's Old Wei from the imperial capital's 8 great clans, we can't let anything happen to him.
Call for an ambulance immediately."
"Anyone still standing there, move out of the way and clear the air, anyone pushing forward is shameless." While everyone was in a state of anxiety, a petite young girl ran over, her face ashen, tears streaming down her face. "Grandfather, don't scare Xiling like this." Someone said, Oh, that's Wei Xiling, the granddaughter of Old Wei." But what was truly special was not her identity, but her pure, untainted beauty. She didn't need to pretend to be innocent or strike graceful poses. She exuded a rare, natural aura that set her completely apart from the other ladies here who were all heavily made up. While everyone else was still worried about Old Wei, Park Young-jae found himself captivated by the beautiful girl. He stared at her, completely entranced, and quietly compared, "She really can stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Wusong or Dai Han, but she's much younger. If she already has this kind of allure before her full charm is even revealed, once she reaches her peak, her beauty will be absolutely devastating." He had even begun to think about making an approach, but the sorrow on her face stopped him from saying anything. Just then, a voice rang out, "Everyone, get out, let me show him how it's done. Little girl, let me save your grandfather, please trust me." The crowd immediately turned to see who it was at the sound of the noise, but upon seeing this person, they froze for a few seconds. This person was dressed as if he had just stepped out of history, wearing flip-flops, military green shorts, and a black tank top that couldn't have been any older. He also had a fabric bag slung over his shoulder, looking no different from a construction worker just finishing his shift. But what surprised everyone the most was the look in his eyes, confident yet tinged with a bit of arrogance. Interrupted like this, Park Young-jae couldn't help but grumble in annoyance, "Oh my god, this is too much.
Who's this guy crawling out from the depths of the earth? You guys trying to steal all my glory or what?" However, the crowd around him didn't think the same way. They immediately began to react loudly. "Where did this guy come from? Who does he think he is, trying to treat Old Wei? What if something goes wrong, can he handle it? Look at him, he's probably a farmer, sneaking in for a free meal. Who invited him? Where's the security? Someone get this guy out of here." Despite the harsh words, he paid no attention, but his voice became a bit sharper. "I am also a guest, what right do you have to expel me? Little girl, please trust me, if we don't act immediately, it might be too late." After saying that, he calmly reached down to his waist and pulled out a small wooden block. With some kind of magic, the wooden block stunned everyone in the hall. On its surface was a large, clearly engraved character, and this person was Shi Yun, a disciple of Bei Chen. When Qin Tianfang saw the wooden plaque, his eyes bulged, and his body trembled as if he had just seen something beyond imagination. He shouted loudly, his voice full of excitement, "Everyone, step aside immediately. This is Mr. Bei Chen's token. Mr. Bei Chen." The crowd was stunned, and the younger ones looked confused. Who is Bei Chen for Mr. Qin to be in such a hurry? Why does that name sound so unfamiliar? But some others seemed to suddenly realize, could Mr. Bei Chen be the legendary physician who saved lives and was renowned, known as Medicine King Bei Chen 60 years ago? Upon hearing that, everyone immediately gasped in unison. 60 years ago, Mr. Bei Chen was in his 60s or 70s. If the old master is still alive, wouldn't he be 120 or 130 years old by now? Could it be that the legend of the Medicine King is true? In everyone's hearts, a single thought suddenly sprang up. "Oh no, it seems like we've offended the wrong person." While the crowd was still discussing it like a market, the man silently began to treat Old Wei. Everyone around held their breath, watching intently.
They all knew that Old Wei's condition was extremely serious. He had been struck by a sudden stroke, so severe that any small mistake could lead to preparing for his funeral. Even if he could be saved, the chances were high that he would be left with severe aftereffects, nerve paralysis, and immobility in all four limbs. Yet, this man acted with incredible calmness. He held Old Wei's hand and pressed on acupoints, occasionally applying acupuncture to his head. In less than 10 minutes, Old Wei, who had been unconscious just moments ago, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his arm, then his entire body, standing up steadily as if nothing had ever happened. Without a word of boasting, without the slightest hint of smugness, Shi Yun gently said to Wei Xiling, "Your grandfather is fine now, take good care of him." A few seconds of silence enveloped the entire hall before a shout of astonishment rang out. "The old man has woken up, he can stand up now." In just 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, and he's standing as if there was never any issue. Who is this person? How amazing! A few individuals with some knowledge of medicine began to widen their eyes. This is Tai Chi acupuncture technique. How could someone so young have mastered a technique that has long been lost? Wei Xiling, who had just been crying uncontrollably, was now so moved that tears flowed freely down her face, her throat choked with emotion, unable to speak. She stepped up to Shi Yun, bowed deeply, and said, thank you so much for saving my grandfather." "My name is Wei Xiling, and may I ask, what is your name?" Shi Yun, putting on an air of indifference, replied, "I am Shi Yun." Old Wei also stepped forward, his hand full of emotion. "Young Master Shi Yun, thank you. If it weren't for you, this old life of mine would have been finished. From now on, if you need anything, just come to the Wei family in the city, say a word, and our Wei family will do everything we can." As for Park Young-jae, he was now like a pressure cooker about to explode, his face flushed red. "Damn it, I just planned to salvage a bit of my reputation today, and suddenly I run into some guy trying to show off for strangers. Why does it always seem like whenever I try to do something, someone shows up to ruin it? At first, I just wanted to borrow some old paintings and doodle a few lines, but who would have thought Chen Yuan snatched them up first? Now, I just picked up my brush, ready to showcase my calligraphy skills, and some random person shows up. It's the most awkward thing ever, they just stole my stage. Hey, excuse me, where's the rulebook? Where's the script? Why are people improvising like this? Can't anyone just let someone have a chance to show off a little?" Old Wei had just finished expressing his gratitude when Old Master Qin hurriedly invited Shi Yun, pulling out a chair for him to sit as if welcoming a god of wealth into his home. However, this was not an ordinary dining table but one reserved for the big shots figures of great importance from various fields. Sitting here made it immediately clear that Shi Yun had leaped from the ground straight to the heavens. Then, Old Qin shared an emotional story, his voice trembling with gratitude, about the benefactor from years ago. "Mr. Bei Chen once saved me from drowning in the Huangfu River and also showed me the path that led to the success I have today." Upon hearing that Shi Yun was a disciple of Bei Chen, Old Qin was so moved he almost cried, promising, "The entire Qin family, from the youngest to the oldest, from top to bottom, is ready to assist you. Just say the word, and we'll be there instantly." The crowd, eagerly watching, was left stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief, eyes wide open, mouths agape as if they had lost their signal. "I don't understand how a nameless guy like him earned such favor from Old Qin and Old Wei. And to top it off, he's being called a distinguished guest. This is unbelievable. Even high-profile figures like the Smoke CEO or Miss Dai have never been treated like this." The climax came when Old Qin ordered his granddaughter Qin Wusong to pour wine for Shi Yun. She didn't suspect anything, happily took the wine jug, and poured it for Mr. Bei Chen's disciple. However, things took a strange turn when Shi Yun coolly declined, then calmly said, "No, I don't drink wine. Just Coca-Cola will do." Upon hearing this, everyone froze. A table full of elders and he asks for Coca-Cola? It sounds like he's at a street-side eatery. But Qin Wusong still obliged, pouring the Coca-Cola exactly as Shi Yun requested. The surprising part was when Qin Wusong began pouring the soda into the glass, Shi Yun suddenly made a move as if giving a signal. He lightly flicked his finger, and a small golden, semi-transparent needle shot straight into Qin Wusong's abdomen. She didn't feel any pain or anything at all, as though nothing had happened. Just because no one in the crowd noticed it, didn't mean Chen Yuan missed the suspicious move Shi Yun had just made. With his sharp eyes, he caught the exact moment Shi Yun flicked his finger and pulled his trick. And within a few seconds, he concluded a chain of reasoning that would make anyone want to fall off their chair. Oh, I thought he was a miracle doctor, but turns out he's just cheating like this. Old Wei was healthy, suddenly got sick when he attended the party. Not sick in the morning, not sick at noon, but just at the moment this guy needed to show off, he caught a cold. What's more, the sick person is none other than Old Wei, one of the 8 great families in the city. What a coincidence, these two chose their target and staged a hero saving the day scene, curing the illness to gain favor. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan felt both furious and contemptuous. This guy is so devious, and on top of that, he dares to make a move on Qin Wusong. Does he know Wusong is the one I've been dog-licking? Who gave him permission to poke a needle into her stomach? And he even dares to flaunt the title of Mr. Bei Chen's disciple. At first, I thought Mr. Bei Chen was some big shot, but looking at his disciple like this, the master probably isn't any better. Meanwhile, Shi Yun, after finishing everything, casually added with the demeanor of a martial hero, Miss Wusong, let's add each other on WeChat. If you ever feel unwell in the future, just look for me, I can take care of everything. Seeing this arrogant attitude, Qin Wusong was no simple person either, responding irritably, you're the one who's sick, I'm perfectly healthy, thank you, I don't need your concern. Every morning when I look in the mirror, I even feel like I'm glowing, I'm so healthy I could climb a mountain with my bare hands. Sick? Whoever's sick, let them be, I'm not on the list. Hearing the harsh words from his granddaughter, old Master Qin felt a bit embarrassed and tried to advise, Xiaosong, don't be so impulsive, Mr. Shi has a point. You've seen his medical skills just now, adding him on WeChat wouldn't hurt. Qin Wusong irritably set the bottle of Coca-Cola down, I'm not adding him, if you want to, Grandpa, you can go ahead and add him yourself. With that, she turned and walked away without even looking back, leaving Shi Yun sitting there with a subtle smile, full of meaning, arrogant, huh? The Qin family will come to me soon enough, and when that happens, not only will I treat the illness, but I'll also take care of this young lady. But on the outside, Shi Yun still put on a sincere appearance, it's alright, old Qin. Old Master Qin, feeling a little awkward, smiled to cover up his embarrassment, Mr. Shi, the child has been spoiled since she was young, so she can be a bit headstrong. If she's been rude, please forgive her. At this moment, Wei Xiling hurriedly ran over to ask for a WeChat connection, speaking with a grateful tone, Brother Shi Yun, how about you add me on WeChat? Today you saved my grandpa, and I will definitely repay you. Shi Yun, seeing this, immediately took action, pretending to be modest as he responded, little girl, you're very thoughtful. While everyone was still moved by Shi Yun's noble character, he unexpectedly turned to old Master Qin, gently reminding him, Old Qin, I heard that when you came to Meiyuan this time, Master asked you to prepare 1,000-year-old snow mountain ginseng. Currently, someone is in need of it to make medicine. I wonder if you could. Hearing this, old Master Qin was embarrassed, quickly chuckling awkwardly, not knowing how to respond, ahem, we can discuss this later. The situation became awkward as Shi Yun's gaze did not relent, but old Master Qin had to save face, because if he revealed the matter, it would be a complete embarrassment not only in front of Shi Yun but also in front of all the elders at the table. Just as he was unsure of how to handle it, the host stepped in to break the uncomfortable atmosphere. Oh, old Qin, should we continue with the calligraphy competition? Old Qin immediately nodded, quickly trying to ease the awkwardness by saying, go on, keep going, let the kids have something to do too, standing there all the time is boring. Oh, and Mr. Shi, let's look at the calligraphy first. Time passed in a blink of an eye. Over 20 minutes had gone by and on stage, people competed with each other in calligraphy, creating an atmosphere in the hall that was suddenly filled with the scent of ink. Park Young-jae, sitting in his chair, kept fidgeting, his excitement reaching its peak. After waiting this long, it's finally my turn to shine. If I don't make a big splash this time, it'll be a waste of my life. Just as Park Young-jae was about to show off, down below, Chen Yuan was doing something else. He quietly walked behind Qin Wusong and led her away. Qin Wusong walked along, still suspicious but politely asked, is something wrong, Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan didn't say much, only letting out a brief sentence, follow me, we're going to book a hotel room. When Qin Wusong heard book a room, her heart skipped a few beats, and in a mix of confusion and curiosity, she decided to follow Chen Yuan. After leaving the banquet hall, the two of them went straight to the elevator and headed to the sixth floor. However, instead of going to room 1608, they walked to the room opposite, room 1605. Chen Yuan pulled a card out of his pocket, swiped it lightly, and the door swung open. Immediately, Qin Wusong felt as though her mind was frozen for a moment. "Chen Yuan, what are you doing?" But before she could finish her sentence, her face turned bright red, her heart pounding like crazy, and a series of complicated questions and scenarios flooded her mind. "What's going on? What is this? Have I just fallen into some special situation? Is he planning to do that? But I'm not prepared for any of this yet, and here we are." Chen Yuan, on the other hand, maintained a cold expression, showing no hint of emotion, which only heightened Qin Wusong's nervousness. "Come in first, I'll explain later." Before Qin Wusong could react, Chen Yuan had already pulled her into the room and slammed the door shut. The problem was, the two Shimen sisters were still waiting outside and had accidentally caught sight of the scene through the peephole. Shimen Ting Ting turned to Shimen Nana and said, "Sister, I just saw Smoke CEO bringing Qin Wusong into the room across from us." Shimen Nana responded with a tone of irritation, "This guy is always so indifferent to us. Turns out, he had an appointment with Miss Qin tonight. Humph, she always acts so aloof, but now her true nature is clear. She seems all sweet and innocent on the outside, but on the inside." Before she could finish her sentence, Shimen Ting Ting abruptly cut her off. "Mouth agape once more, wait a minute, I just saw Miss Dai appear here as well." Upon hearing this, Shimen Nana nearly fainted. "What? Dai Han is involved in this too?" It turns out, Dai Han had been secretly following Chen Yuan all along. She hadn't missed a single move he made, from leaving the banquet to heading up to the sixth floor. After a while of surveillance, she arrived at the door of room 1608, holding a piece of paper from the Shimen sisters, her face filled with disappointment. "So Chen Yuan is just an ordinary guy after all. I always thought he was different, but turns out he's just someone driven by his instincts, letting his emotions lead him. I'm so disappointed." Just as he was about to leave, feeling utterly disappointed, the door to the room behind him suddenly swung open. Upon seeing Dai Han, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why she was there, and even more so, unaware that he had become the center of a flurry of speculations. But before Dai Han could react, Chen Yuan quickly invited her in. "Miss Dai, you arrived just in time, come on in." With that, he swiftly grabbed her wrist and pulled her straight into the room. Across the hall, the two Shimen sisters were still peeking through the peephole, watching the scene unfold. Now, both of them could hardly believe their eyes, and their imaginations began to run wild. Shimen Ting Ting whispered, her voice filled with astonishment, "I swear, Miss Qin and Miss Dai were just dragged into the same room. Oh my god, this is so unexpected. Two of the most beautiful women in Mei Yuan, ranked first and second on the power rankings, and now they're in the same room as the Smoke CEO?" In Shimen Nana's mind, she had already constructed a dramatic scenario with her own storyline. I thought they were so noble, so unapproachable, who would have thought that behind that facade, it's actually like this? It's really unbelievable." Dai Han had just entered the room and was immediately taken aback by the scene before her. Qin Wusong was sitting on the sofa, eyeing both of them with a look of suspicion, while Chen Yuan stood there, his expression serious as though preparing to announce something very important. Unable to hold back, Qin Wusong spoke up first, her voice already losing patience. "Chen Yuan, what exactly do you want to do?" Chen Yuan stared at Qin Wusong, responding with a simple sentence that struck like a thunderbolt, "I'm going to cure you." Qin Wusong widened her eyes in surprise, emphasizing each word, "I'm not sick." But Chen Yuan didn't let her argue for long, his face now serious enough to be frightening as he explained, his tone convincing, "You weren't, but just now, when you were pouring soft drinks for Shi Yun, he secretly poisoned you. If I don't take it out, you'll fall seriously ill in just a few days." Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong's eyes widened, "Are you kidding me?" But the only response was Chen Yuan's earnest expression, which silenced Qin Wusong for a few seconds. "Do I look like someone who's joking?" After a moment of thinking, Shin Wusong suddenly remembered, actually, at that time, I did feel a slight pain in my stomach, like being pricked by a needle, but it was only for a brief moment, so I didn't pay much attention to it.
Could it be real?
After saying this, she looked at Chen Yuan with a face that was both confused and incredulous. Yet, the doubt in her mind still wasn't gone. Shin Wusong rebutted, but Shi Yun is a disciple of Mr. Beichen, someone my grandpa deeply respects.
How could someone from a master's background do something so despicable?
Shen Yuan only gave a faint smile after hearing this and then asked her back, think about it, today Old Wei was fine, but suddenly he caught a cold in the middle of the banquet.
Do you think that's a coincidence, or that someone deliberately arranged it? Which answer sounds more reasonable?
This question struck Shin Wusong deeply, making her freeze. The whole situation does seem to have too many strange points. Adding to the hints Shi Yun dropped to me, if we look at it from a probability perspective, this is indeed too coincidental to be believable. Shin Wusong immediately recounted to Chen Yuan, her voice full of frustration, that's right, he even said that no matter what, I would fall ill.
No wonder he was so confident.
Turns out this bastard dared to play tricks behind my back, how despicable. It's such a shame, I trusted him so much. Quickly help me take that poison needle out. Chen Yuan responded coldly, his face still emotionless, if you want it out, then first, you need to take off your clothes.
This poison needle isn't as easy to deal with as you think.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Shin Wusong's face turned bright red, her heart pounding wildly, and she stammered, unable to speak, what did you say?
Is this really necessary?
Inside, she struggled intensely, not knowing how to react to this request.
Chen Yuan remained expressionless and sternly reminded her, this is no joke.
The poison needle is embedded in your body, and if we don't remove it soon, the consequences will be unpredictable.
Don't worry, I'm not someone who acts recklessly. Besides, isn't Dai Han also here?
After hearing that, Shin Wusong's face turned bright red.
She ran straight to the bathroom while arguing, do you know?
Normally, when a doctor wants to examine a female patient, there has to be a female nurse present to ensure both the patient's comfort and the doctor's reputation.
So why did you bring someone else in here? Do you think you're such a great doctor?
She said that, but in her mind, Shin Wusong was filled with conflicting thoughts. It's because Dai Han is here that I feel awkward.
Who would want to do something like this in front of others?
At that moment, Dai Han also spoke up, her voice equally irritated, that Shi Yun is truly despicable. In order to show off as a miracle doctor, he's willing to harm others just to get attention. He's shameless, vile, and disgusting. Chen Yuan calmly added, maintaining his composed demeanor, Shi Yun came down from the mountains, and as soon as he arrived at Mei Yuan, he quickly made connections with the Qin family and the Wei family. But that's not all, he also took the opportunity to showcase his supposed miracle skills in front of the whole elite circle. And those rich people, they're all protective of their lives. When they meet a so-called miracle doctor who's as good as rumored, of course they'll be willing to spend money to build relationships. Dai Han, upon hearing this, began to use her sharp reasoning to analyze the entire situation. If it's a natural illness, how could someone recover completely in just a few minutes, without leaving any trace? But if Shi Yun is the one responsible, everything suddenly makes perfect sense. It's a 2-in-1 deal, showing off his talent while also owing a favor. Chen Yuan also responded seriously, I thought about exposing him right then, but think about it, if I did that, wouldn't he just turn around and claim that I was jealous of his talent? At that point, everyone at the table would think I'm selfish, and Old Wei would owe him a favor.
Who would stand by me then?
At that moment, Shin Wusong stepped out of the restroom and interrupted, both hands clutching her chest, her face flushed. Enough, Han, Chen Yuan, both of you stop talking. Take that needle out quickly, I'm not even dressed, this is so embarrassing. As soon as she finished speaking, her feelings were indescribable, like a small white rabbit waiting to be eaten by a wolf. Add to that Dai Han's gaze, which made her feel awkward. She kept clutching her chest with both hands, as if trying to hide her extreme embarrassment. Chen Yuan began to examine the area on Shin Wusong's abdomen, silently pressing lightly with his index finger. But this seemingly simple action made Qin Wusong scream as if someone had stabbed her. Ah, it hurts so much.
Chen Yuan asked, his tone still cold, is it here?
Qin Wusong bit her lip, her face contorted in pain. Yes, at first it didn't hurt, but when you pressed, it hurt so badly, like it's piercing through the sky. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow and then coldly explained, fortunately, we discovered it in time. If we had waited a few more days, this poisonous needle would have pierced straight into your kidney.
By then, even the hospital would have trouble saving you.
Not to mention, even if we could treat it, there would still be long-term side effects. The needle might hurt a little when it's removed, so try to endure it. At this point, Qin Wusong's face turned red, not out of anger, but out of embarrassment. She was in an exposed position, and Chen Yuan kept talking incessantly, not to mention Daihan was staring at her from the side. After much difficulty, Qin Wusong managed to utter a single word, all right. The process of removing the needle lasted a tense 5 minutes, but for Qin Wusong, it felt like an entire century. She was in so much pain that sweat poured down her forehead, and her teeth were clenched as if she were trying to crush something to vent her anger. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was intensely focused, each of his movements meticulous like a world-class surgeon. The acupuncture needle was indeed a rare item, small, soft, and made from a special material so unique that even modern machinery might not be able to detect it. Because of its unusual properties, removing it turned into a surgical procedure, tense and delicate, despite being done by hand.
Finally, after relentless effort, Chen Yuan successfully removed the needle. All right, it's out.
But before he could even glance at her from top to bottom, Daihan quickly stepped forward, covering Qin Wusong with a cloth and scolding, Chen Yuan, stop staring.
Wusong, hurry up and put on your clothes, or you'll catch a cold.
This attention made Chen Yuan feel a bit uneasy, so he just stood silently to one side, making the atmosphere awkward. But Qin Wusong didn't think like that. In fact, she seemed somewhat regretful. At first, I thought he was going to pull me into the room to do that.
If Daihan wasn't here, would he have been unable to resist kissing me after finishing the treatment?
Or maybe even more than that, just thinking about it makes me want to melt. But it's okay, there's plenty of time, the person I love is him, and I believe one day he won't be able to resist my charm.
But wait, Daihan really is a party pooper. She even gave Chen Yuan a warning look, as if he were her personal property. Humph, this green tea BTCH, always trying to get in between me and Chen Yuan, like an advertisement that can't be ignored.
But, on the other hand, the look Chen Yuan gave just now. My God, it was like a mix of shyness, curiosity, and as if he wanted to tear my clothes off and take a closer look. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to break through my chest. I'm sure he has feelings for me too, he's just hiding them so well. After the tense acupuncture session ended, the three of them, Chen Yuan, Daihan, and Qin Wusong, returned to the banquet room. Qin Wusong tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but the blush on her cheeks completely betrayed her. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, still maintained his usual cold expression, but the two sisters, Shimen, were glued to the peephole, not missing a single second of the gossip. Shimen Ting Ting whispered, her voice full of excitement, sis, look, Smoke CEO, Daihan, and Qin Wusong, they just came out of the room together.
That was fast, wasn't it? Less than 20 minutes.
Shimen Nana, astonished, murmured thoughtfully, 20 minutes is a long time.
The last time I saw Mr. Dai Xiong, he only lasted 1 minute.
At this moment, the center of the hall was bustling with excitement, with people continuously whispering and casting admiring glances toward Park Young-jae.
One girl exclaimed, oh my God, is that really Prince Park Young-jae from Samsung Group? He's so handsome. Another girl added in amazement, not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly talented. This is the person from Nation K whose calligraphy is so outstanding. Look around, is there anyone in this entire hall who can write something that compares to his?
Hearing this, the people around nodded in approval and complimented him, and let's not forget, Samsung in Nation K is like the king of every field. From technology, finance, science, engineering, to the military, there's no sector they haven't touched. And yet, the prince is not only rich but also humble and educated. Truly, he is a shining star in a dark sky. While the crowd continued their discussion, Park Young-jae stood in the middle of the hall, a satisfied expression on his face. Finally, I have the chance to shine without anyone interrupting me. This is truly a top-tier performance.
But where is Chen Yuan?
If he were here, there's no way he could have stopped me from showing off like this. But the joy didn't last long before Yun stepped out from somewhere and slowly spoke. I don't mean to hide it, I also know a little about calligraphy and would like to discuss it with young Master Park.
I wonder if that would be acceptable.
Yun's words were like a drop of water that caused an explosion in the room.
Everyone around gasped, and some almost dropped their glasses of wine. Wait, this guy just saved someone, and now he wants to compete in calligraphy too? Isn't he a bit greedy?
As for Park Young-jae, he froze for a few seconds, then turned to look at Yun with a look of disdain.
You know calligraphy too? Upon hearing that, Park Young-jae's heart was also shaken. Is this guy joking with me? Someone from the wilderness, like him, can compare with the Prince of Samsung Group? Yun, with an overwhelming sense of confidence, retorted to Park Young-jae's disdainful remark. You think you're the only one who's good at calligraphy?
In this nation age, there are many calligraphy masters.
Though I have only learned a bit, defeating you would be no challenge at all. As soon as the words were spoken, Park Young-jae's face immediately showed displeasure. This guy not only wants to become famous through medicine, but now he's trying to step into the field of calligraphy too?
Dream on, don't even think about stealing this spotlight from me.
Before anyone could react, Yun leisurely stepped forward, dipping his brush into the ink.
His aura exuded an intense, suffocating pressure. In an instant, he began to write the poem with a powerful momentum, 30 years of fame like dust, 8,000 miles wandering beneath the moon and clouds.
Don't live a mediocre life, youth passes quickly, don't lament or blame fate.
Wait for a day when you can reclaim the land, look up to the sky and laugh arrogantly.
30 years of dry rivers, 30 years of high mountains, don't look down on the poor and humble.
Yun's deep, resonant recitation made everyone around feel the forceful energy radiating from each word. The verses flowed like a powerful current, sweeping away all doubt, while his brushstrokes seemed to carve deep, graceful lines into the paper, full of life yet carrying an unbreakable toughness.
The crowd around them looked at the handwriting in awe. Oh my God, not only is it beautiful, but it also seems to have a soul inside.
Each character carries the aura of a man. Clearly, from the strokes, I can feel the strong will and heroic spirit.
This is not a trivial skill, this is master-level calligraphy. Only true masters can infuse spirit and power into every stroke like this. As someone who has been pursuing calligraphy for many years, I feel ashamed of my own abilities.
Beside them, Old Wei also nodded in agreement, his voice full of admiration. That's right, Mr. Yun is truly exceptional. He is worthy of being Mr. Bei Chen's disciple. At such a young age, his calligraphy has already reached this level.
I feel embarrassed in comparison. But no one was more enthusiastic than Wei Xiling.
She had already had a good impression of Yun before, and now she was even more generous with her praise. Grandpa, Yun is really impressive.
He's way better than that smoke CEO or whatever.
Truly amazing calligraphy, medicine, everything is top tier. At such a young age, his future is definitely limitless. Wei Xiling spoke with increasing passion, even mocking Chen Yuan mercilessly. I absolutely hate people who rely on money to show off, like Smoke CEO. First he's after Miss Dai, then he flirts with Miss Qin, and still doesn't forget to tease other girls. He's the epitome of a trap boy. On the other hand, Yun is simple and humble, but when needed, he stands up like a hero, even defeating Prince Samsung Group. Someone like him truly deserves to be the idol of my heart. Meanwhile, Park Young-jae's face was twisted as if he had just been slapped hard.
He thought to himself, wanting to bang his head against the wall, what is this guy? How can he be so strong?
Initially, I planned to use calligraphy to prove myself, since I had investigated thoroughly and knew that Chen Yuan had no knowledge of calligraphy. But life's unpredictable Chen Yuan didn't show up, and out of nowhere, a Yun jumped in and ruined everything. Damn it, I just wanted to pose once to gain some reputation, but it turned into a face slap. If I had known, I would have preferred being overshadowed by Smoke CEO, at least that would have been less humiliating. But who is this Yun? A guy who jumped out of nowhere and made me lose face like this. It's impossible to swallow.
While still questioning his fate, Shi Yun approached, a smirk of challenge on his lips. Young Master Park, next time don't bring out your calligraphy to flaunt in this country, You're not even as good as a person from the countryside, so don't talk about showing off here. You'd better go back and study for another 2 years. But the peak of public humiliation did not end there.
As Shi Yun spoke, he patted Park Young-jae's shoulder as though offering consolation. Unfortunately, he skillfully dropped a little white powder onto Park Young-jae's clothes, and, of course, no one noticed. At first, Park Young-jae was so furious he couldn't speak, stammering, "Why you?" But a few seconds later, he suddenly froze, his hands started scratching his neck, then his back, his arms and legs, and soon his whole body began to itch uncontrollably, as though 1,000 ants were crawling all over him. His face turned bright red, his hands and feet were scratching wildly, and he screamed, "It itches so much, it really itches. What the hell did you do to me?" Shi Yun maintained a calm expression and then spoke in a cold, yet motivating and provocative tone, "Young Master Park, go back to study. You haven't even finished with calligraphy, and your ability to stay calm is also lacking. Young Master Park, if you kneel and beg, perhaps I'll feel moved and help you with treatment." These words were like the final knife plunged straight into Park Young-jae's pride, leaving him standing there, scratching his head, glaring at Shi Yun with a look of resentment, unable to maintain the noble image of a Samsung prince. He began to take off his jacket in the middle of the hall, shouting as he ran out of the banquet room, "Kneel? Wait and see, I won't let this go. Assistant, quickly call the doctor for me." The scene made everyone in the hall laugh, their gazes filled with both pity and mockery. The prince of Samsung Group has reached this point? This is the first time I've witnessed something like this. Then, the crowd immediately cheered, their eyes full of admiration for Shi Yun. "Young Master Shi, you're truly impressive, acting decisively and making Prince Samsung Group struggle like this. Amazing. But offending Prince Samsung could be a bit tricky, he definitely won't sit idly by." Another person interjected, speaking confidently, "What's there to fear? Right now, Mr. Shi Yun has both the Qin family and the Wei family backing him. No matter how powerful Samsung is, they won't be able to do anything in Nation H. Indeed, heroes often come from talented young men." Meanwhile, Qin Wusong glared at Shi Yun, her heart full of frustration. "Shi Yun, this bastard, causing all this chaos. I have to expose his true face to everyone." With that, she was about to step forward, but Chen Yuan quickly raised his hand, blocking her way and signaling her to stop. "Wait, don't act rashly." He then responded with a sarcastic tone, "Do you really think that if you rush in and accuse him of dirty tricks, everyone will believe you? Do you have any evidence?" At this moment, the entire hall buzzed with excitement as everyone realized that Smoke's CEO had returned. Not only had he returned, but 2 famous ladies, Miss Dai and Miss Qin, were also by his side. His appearance was like a perfect painting, making the crowd of onlookers sigh in admiration. "Hey, did anyone notice? Just earlier, during the calligraphy contest, these ladies were nowhere to be seen. Oh my god, Smoke CEO is really going all out. All the most beautiful ladies in the hall have already been won over by him." One person nodded knowingly, "That's what you call harsh reality. No matter how talented you are, you can't compare to wealth and power." Another person chimed in, "Exactly, Mr. Shi Yun is impressive, but to reach the level of Smoke CEO is still a long way off, maybe even something he'll never achieve in his lifetime." While everyone was gossiping, Shi Yun quietly glanced at Chen Yuan, a thought filled with challenge rising in his mind. "Finally, my real opponent has revealed himself. As for Prince Park Young-jae of Samsung Group, he's just an appetizer to me." Shi Yun thought to himself, "The main target today, the person I really want to embarrass, is Smoke CEO, a national male god admired by thousands of fans, the idol of the entire Nation H, to see if he's truly as good as people say. If I can defeat him in the area he's most confident in, the sense of victory will be indescribably sweet. He must lose today." As he thought of this, Shi Yun felt an indescribable excitement in his heart, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. But as Shi Yun moved closer, he began to examine Smoke CEO more carefully. First, there was Smoke CEO's left hand, where Daihan stood with an air of elegance. Next, there was his right hand, where Qin Wusong shone brightly like the sun. Shi Yun's gaze suddenly darkened, and a feeling of jealousy surged within him. Two beautiful girls like these, and there with a worthless young master from a rich family, such a waste of God's gift. As for Miss Qin, she doesn't even know how to make choices, but just wait, soon enough, she'll be on her knees begging me. Although his heart was filled with resentment, Shi Yun's face changed unpredictably. He appeared to be very friendly, walking up to Chen Yuan, cupping his hands, and speaking in a surprisingly amicable tone. "Hello, Smoke CEO. I've heard of you even before coming down the mountain. Your reputation is indeed vast, and you have quite a large number of fans. I've also heard that you're very good at playing chess. I wonder if I have the fortune today to discuss a few interesting games with you." In response to Shi Yun's challenge, Chen Yuan merely curled his lips into a cold smile and replied indifferently, "Actually, the thing I'm best at isn't playing chess." This statement made Shi Yun raise an eyebrow, tilting his head as he curiously asked, "Oh, then what are you truly skilled in?" Without hesitation, Chen Yuan shot back harshly, "I'm best at humiliating others." No sooner had he finished speaking than, without warning, Chen Yuan delivered a slap directly to Shi Yun's face. This strike was executed with 3 parts strength and a speed 15 times faster than an ordinary person's. No matter how fast Shi Yun's reflexes were, the speed of Chen Yuan was still twice as fast, leaving him no time to dodge and receiving the slap squarely on his face. The crowd was stunned as they watched Shi Yun fly straight into the air, blasted at least 5 meters away, and crash onto a dining table, shattering it into dozens of pieces. He lay unconscious, unable to say another word. The sound of the table breaking combined with the slap created a moment of frozen silence in the hall. Chen Yuan looked at Shi Yun, who was sprawled on the floor, nodding as if evaluating a new product. "Quite interesting. His reaction speed is 3 times faster than an average person's, and he can withstand a slap with 3 parts of my strength without losing a single tooth. This physical constitution must be at least 5 times better than an ordinary person's." Meanwhile, Qin Wusong and Dai Han, standing next to him, were wide-eyed, completely shocked by Chen Yuan's actions. "He was only playing chess, he didn't need you to strike him so hard. Doing this, isn't it the same as completely crushing him?" Chen Yuan, still maintaining his cold expression, responded logically, "Don't look at me like that. Knocking him out is the quickest way to stop him from babbling nonsense. Now, if we check him, we'll definitely find some evidence." While everyone was still trying to regain their composure, Old Wei angrily shouted, "Smoke CEO, how can you do this? Mr. Shi Yun is my lifesaver. You dare to strike him, as if you no longer care about the Wei family in this city, right?" Beside him, Wei Xiling was frantically checking and shouting out loud, "This is bad, grandfather, this guy hit too hard. Mr. Shi Yun has been knocked unconscious by him." Shi Yun lay there, his mouth filled with blood, his face deathly pale. From the looks of it, it was clear that Chen Yuan had struck without any intention of holding back. He wanted to send the man straight to the hospital, nothing less. Old Master Qin struggled to suppress his anger, but his face clearly showed the signs of an impending explosion. "Chen Yuan, do you think you've gone a bit too far today? I admit you're capable, you're strong, but no one can live their life forgetting all the rules. On top of that, Shi Yun isn't just anyone, he's a disciple of Mr. Bei Chen. And Mr. Bei Chen is the person I respect most in this life. If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I won't be able to stand by your side anymore." The entire atmosphere was tense, even the people standing around had gathered into a group and started gossiping. Does Smoke CEO ever get jealous? Seeing someone more talented than him, does it make him frustrated, lose his composure, and go too far? What is this? Is it just because he's rich, because he has power, that he can do whatever he wants? Is there still justice in the world? I heard that causing intentional harm is a crime. If the injury is serious, he could be sentenced from 3 to 10 years. Looks like Smoke CEO today isn't just teaching a lesson, he's showing signs of committing a crime. Call the police quickly. Someone like this who thinks they're above everything, if they aren't punished, who else can stand it? The scene was getting heated, everyone was angry, their frustration rising. They were just waiting for someone to shout and they would rush in to apprehend the person immediately. Qin Wusong saw how tense things were and quickly jumped in to clarify, "Wait, everyone, that's not it. Grandpa, you're mistaken, Chen Yuan is not a bad person, and that Shi Yun guy, he's the bad one.
He's the one who deceived everyone.
Qin Wusong had barely finished his words when the entire atmosphere shook violently. Everyone felt as if they had just been hit with a bomb right to the head. Wei Xiling suddenly jumped to her feet, her face flushed with anger. Who was the real scoundrel here? Shi Yun not only saved my grandfather, but also quelled a suspicious individual from Nation K. He is talented, kind-hearted, upright, full of righteousness, humble, courteous, and speaks gently, never hurting anyone.
And what about Chen Yuan?
He uses his strength to bully others, his character is questionable, he doesn't even dare to play a simple game of chess, yet he resorts to physical violence.
Tell me, who truly deserves to be condemned? Qin Wusong immediately retorted, his voice equally sharp. Little girl, your mouth is quick, but have you ever considered another possibility? Are you sure that Shi Yun really saved your grandfather? Or could it all just be a play that he set up himself? He then turned to old Master Qin, his face looking as if he had been wronged. Grandpa, please don't wrong Chen Yuan anymore. Qin Wusong continued, the name Shi Yun, he's not as gentle as he appears.
Earlier, when I poured wine for him, my stomach suddenly hurt so much I almost fainted. At first, I thought it was just because my period was coming, so I didn't think much of it. But later, Chen Yuan told me that it was actually because Shi Yun had played dirty and inserted a poison needle into my stomach. If it hadn't been removed in time, I could have ended up with kidney failure and been bedridden for good.
Honestly, isn't this extremely vicious? Qin Tianfang frowned after hearing this, looking a bit shaken. Is this really true? How could this happen?
Shi Yun looks so gentle, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do something so evil.
But then again, my niece isn't someone who would lie.
But just then, Dai Han suddenly spoke up, I can vouch for it. This is the poison needle that Chen Yuan just took out from Wusong's stomach. I saw it with my own eyes, and if anyone doesn't believe it, they can check for themselves. Saying that, she pulled a tiny object out from her sleeve and held it up high for everyone to see.
It was a thin needle, golden and semi-transparent.
As soon as Dai Han pulled out the poisonous needle, everyone began to whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with suspicion. Some of those who had defended Shi Yun earlier were now wavering. If this is true, then the person they had trusted all along might actually be a poisonous snake in the guise of a rabbit. The entire scene suddenly fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the security guards who were searching Shi Yun. In the fabric bag he was carrying, there were not only a few suspicious acupuncture needles but also a bunch of jars, bottles, and containers scattered haphazardly. A quick glance was enough to tell that these weren't exactly the kind of medicine one would expect to be good. Old Wei casually picked up a few of the jars, and as his eyes glanced at the labels, he suddenly froze in shock, soul-scattering powder. Looking at the other hand, he read it out loud and paled, Yang Dragon Pills. What are these suspicious items? Just looking at them, something feels off. But it didn't stop there. In the bag, there was another vial with two sharp words on the label, Spirit Draining Power. After reading it, Old Wei couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Good heavens, aren't these all shady and improper drugs? At that moment, Qin Wusong walked up to Wei Xiling, his tone full of sarcasm. Little girl, is this the person you've been praising so highly? The one with extraordinary talent, a kind heart, a righteous life, humble and courteous, what else? Go ahead, list it all. Oh, and why is his bag full of such random junk? Wei Xiling froze, her mouth opening but unable to utter a single word. The thing she had said before now felt like a slap to the face, causing her expression to shift from pale to red, then from red to white. Could it be that I was really deceived? Even the crowd around them began to stir. The respect in their eyes towards Shi Yun had vanished, replaced with caution and suspicion. Shi Yun had been unconscious for 5 minutes when his eyes suddenly twitched and slowly opened. His head was still spinning, but he immediately felt the intense pain on his face, as if a whole basket of chili peppers had been thrown at him. The burning sensation reached deep into his skull, and Shi Yun instantly came to a painful realization, I just got a serious beating, and the one who did this was none other than Chen Yuan. Immediately, a surge of intense hatred boiled up within him, erupting like a volcano about to erupt. How could this happen?
Could it be that I, a person of such stature, am humiliated by some ordinary fool in front of so many people like this? My God, this is simply intolerable. Who am I?
The last disciple of the Medicine King, a title that commands respect from anyone who hears it. And yet now, standing in front of this crowd, I am reduced to a laughingstock. A life of fame and glory as the king of medicine, no one dares to insult me. Whoever dares offend me deserves to be punished. With this thought, Yun reached for the cloth bag hanging on his shoulder, intending to pull out some devious medicine to play with. Wait a minute, why is it empty? He rummaged through his clothes, searching high and low, but the cloth bag was completely empty. Not a single pill was left. His eyes widened, and beads of sweat began to form. Where is my medicine? Where is my medicine? At this point, Yun finally realized that something was off about the atmosphere around him. The crowd was staring at him with suspicious eyes, and no one looked at him with the same respect they had before. He rolled his eyes around and immediately noticed something even more terrifying. Even Wei Xiling, the girl who used to always call him Brother Yun, now looked at him with a strange gaze. He blinked rapidly and tried to force a smile. Xiling, why are you looking at me like that? What's going on? But instead of answering right away, Wei Xiling snorted, took out a small bottle, and held it up in front of him, questioning him on the spot. Mr. Yun, explain this, is this spirit draining power yours? Yun was initially a bit startled when he saw the large letters on the label of the bottle, which clearly couldn't be denied. Damn it, if I admit it now, I'm doomed. If I don't, I'm doomed too. This is getting worse the more I try to cover it up. No, I have to turn the situation around somehow. In just 2 seconds, he regained his composure, his face cold as if nothing had happened. Then, he nonchalantly nodded, his expression unchanged. That's right, those medicines are mine. What's the problem? Hearing this, her heart shattered. Wei Xiling was stunned, staring at him with wide eyes, her eyes reddening from extreme disappointment. Mr. Yun, I really didn't think you were the kind of person like this. Your bag is full of such despicable things. But Yun still tried to turn things around quickly with a ridiculous argument. What's so despicable about it? Did any of you ask me before you rummaged through my stuff? No, right? So, who's the despicable one here? What medicine do I have in my bag? What are the effects of those medicines? When combined, what results do they produce? Do any of you truly understand? If you don't understand and just blabber on about baseless rumors, isn't that prejudice? The spirit draining power is not what you think. It's used to assist critically ill patients, helping them become more alert, increase their will to live, alleviate pain, and stimulate the nervous system to help them get through a tough time. Do you even know that? The more Wei Xiling listened, the more conflicted she became, already starting to feel confused. Mr. Yun, earlier someone said that my grandfather's stroke wasn't due to illness, but because you secretly poisoned him. This is too much of a coincidence. Could it really be you? But Yun still maintained his calm demeanor as if he hadn't done anything wrong. He raised an eyebrow, his tone as forceful as if he were delivering a speech. It's a joke. I started studying medicine with Master when I was 7. It's been 18 years now. I've dedicated my life to healing and saving people. I've never harmed anyone. If I truly poisoned Old Wei, I'd be run over by a car on the street, choke on my food, or have my face swollen from a mosquito bite when I go to sleep. I would never die in peace in this life. As soon as his oath rang out, the crowd was shaken. Some people gasped, others nearly choked on their saliva. No one expected him to make such a bold declaration. What if he made a vow and something really happened afterward? Half of the people at the banquet began to believe in Yun. Only a righteous person would dare swear like that. Even Old Wei, who had just been doubtful, started to show signs of embarrassment. Mr. Yun, I apologize for suspecting you. I shouldn't have been petty and judged you with a villain's heart. You are the one who saved my life, and yet I doubted you. I truly feel ashamed. Mr. Yun, don't worry. Today, you've been wronged, and I will seek justice for you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood that the wind had changed direction. But just when the wind had shifted, Shiryun suddenly spoke, his tone full of anger. Very well, I finally see clearly now.
This is the wealthy society you all worship, isn't it?
A bunch of ungrateful, heartless people, unable to appreciate kindness. I saved someone's life, yet not only did I receive no gratitude, but I was also doubted, scrutinized like a criminal.
How ridiculous.
I, Shiryun, walk the earth with a clear conscience, and I don't need to lower myself to associate with such treacherous people like you.
Farewell.
With that, he snorted coldly, turned, and walked away. Every step he took exuded the air of someone deeply wounded. Wei Xiling, seeing this, panicked and hurried to catch up, her voice filled with regret. Shiryun, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. But before she could finish her apology, Shiryun had already run off, without looking back, leaving her even more remorseful and on the verge of tears. Hohu! But a second later, Wei Xiling was filled with fiery determination, charging in front of Chen Yuan, her face burning with anger as if she wanted to slap him to vent her frustration. Chen Yuan, you're such a scoundrel, how dare you push the Wei family into such a dishonorable situation?
I hate you. You always frame good people, doing foolish things, and you'll definitely face retribution for it.
At that moment, a ting sound suddenly rang out in Chen Yuan's mind, followed by a series of system notifications. The dog-licking target has been locked. Name, Wei Xiling, age, 18, height, 165.5 cm, weight, 46 kg, beauty score, 9.7. Favorability towards the host, 60 points, deeply hated, completely uninterested in looking at you. After the banquet ended, Qin Tianfang quietly sought out Wei Chang, his voice full of insinuation. Old Wei, I'm being honest with you.
When you have the time, go ahead and get a CT scan and a blood test.
I know Shiryun's oath sounds scary, but your health is still the most important thing.
Trust people less, trust doctors more.
I respect Mr. Beichen, but that doesn't mean I trust his disciple completely. Not to mention, Shiryun even made a vow only if there's evil will I believe him 100%. After speaking, Qin Tianfang patted Old Wei's shoulder in a manner of longtime brothers reminding each other to take care of their health. After all, they had been good friends for decades and knew each other too well. Old Wei raised an eyebrow but did not argue. Actually, I've thought about that too, but in the situation earlier, in the middle of such a crowd, I couldn't just casually doubt Shiryun. After all, he did save my life, and this kindness can't be quickly questioned because of some rumors. If I did, people would say the Wei family is ungrateful, and then how would I have the face to continue living in the upper class? Old Wei continued, not to mention, this also involves Mr. Beichen. When it comes to someone of such a high caliber, we must be even more cautious. Qin Tianfang squinted at his old friend and asked an interesting question, but Old Wei, while you're concerned about maintaining the Wei family's reputation, have you ever considered another possibility? Aren't you afraid that by helping Shiryun today, you'll end up offending Chen Yuan? Wei Chang waved his hand and laughed faintly. Chen Yuan is just a junior. What's there to be afraid of if I offend him? Upon hearing this, old Master Qin's expression immediately changed. A junior, you say? I fear his achievements have already far surpassed both yours and mine. Recently, I've been investigating Chen Yuan, partly because of the stolen 1,000-year-old ginseng, and partly because my precious granddaughter has suddenly fallen for this guy. But the more I investigated, the more surprised I became. The more I dug, the more I was left speechless. The more I found, the more I regretted underestimating him. First, there was his family background. On the surface, he appeared quite ordinary, with fairly average parents. But as I continued the investigation, old Qin nearly spat blood. Because, according to the gathered documents, within just half a year, Chen Yuan single-handedly founded an economic empire worth over 6 trillion. But the story doesn't end there. After being shocked by Chen Yuan's incredible achievements, the Qin family decided to dig deeper and trace the origins of his finances. If someone was backing him from behind, there had to be a trace. But the result completely shattered the Qin family, even leaving them in extreme confusion. All of Chen Yuan's funding was legal, with no signs of anything shady, no one backing him, and no mysterious forces behind him. To put it bluntly, the Qin family did not have enough authority to uncover the real information about Chen Yuan. All of his data was classified as top secret SSS, surpassing even the highest ranking government officials. Old Chin's skin crawled as he gripped the report tightly, cold sweat pouring down. I don't know who Chen Yuan really is, but one thing is for certain, this person is definitely not ordinary. And if anyone dares to underestimate Chen Yuan or sees him as just an unknown junior, they'll surely pay a very steep price. After leaving the banquet hall, Shi Yun did not leave the Emperor Hotel. He was not the type of person to give up easily. Instead, he secretly disguised himself as Chen Yuan and quietly sneaked into a guest room in the hotel to hide. He knew very well that if Old Wei happened to go for a health checkup within the next 3 days, he would definitely be exposed. All the effort spent building his image, all the tricks and schemes carefully laid out would be in vain. The worst part was the reputation of the Medicine King, who was supposed to save lives but would ultimately be accused of poisoning and murder. His honor would be ruined, transforming from a miracle doctor to a criminal, reviled by everyone. Not to mention, the Wei family in the city was no small matter. They would hunt him down relentlessly, ensuring he would have no place to stand in the capital. After several hours of careful preparation, Shi Yun looked at himself in the mirror and smiled a cunning, wicked smile. Perfect, absolutely flawless, it's like a mold of the real thing. Now the plan to destroy the game is ready. Either I do it openly or not at all. Once I start, I'll go all the way, eliminate Old Wei. As long as Old Wei dies before he can go for the health checkup, everything will be buried in darkness. Shi Yun thought. Moreover, I can take this opportunity to pin the blame on Chen Yuan. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 1, erase the traces and maintain my reputation as the miracle doctor. 2, send that hateful Chen Yuan straight to his death. It just so happens that there has been a conflict between Chen Yuan and the Wei family for some time. By using Chen Yuan's identity, no matter what I do, whatever chaos I cause, in the end, all the blame will fall on him. Even if he jumps into the Huanghe River, he won't be able to wash off his guilt. As for Chen Yuan, just as Shi Yun had finished disguising himself, a stormy gust from the international ocean shore suddenly slapped him in the face. Mr. X was not joking this time. He had decided to capture Park Jimin right away. The order for pursuit was issued. This time, it wasn't about sending a few lowly assassins to salvage some honor, but rather a full-on annihilation combo. End of Day's reincarnation would be the commander, along with 50 top-tier CIA special forces, each with their own set of skills. If they weren't fighting with fists, they had plenty of brain-hacking tactics. The rules were simple: capturing alive was preferred, but if not, then Chen Yuan would be sent straight to meet his ancestors. As long as you don't let him continue to grow stronger, because if someone like him survives, the entire underground world will consider it a lost cause. And this time, the whole team of 50 commandos, each taking a position, will ambush the hotel. On the opposite building, 10 commandos aimed their weapons at room 165, waiting for the gunshot to fire. Even in the parking garage, heavy bombs had been set up. With the press of a button, the entire hotel would explode like an overcooked sticky rice cake. One commando reported through the earpiece, "Boss, hot news, Chen Yuan is at the Emperor Hotel, room 165. The weapon is loaded, just waiting for the boss's nod, and will send the whole hotel back to meet their ancestors." Upon hearing this, End of Day's reincarnation did not rush to maintain position. Don't be reckless. The hotel guest list shows Chen Yuan is in room 165, but no one is certain he's in there. If we miss, it will be a wasted effort, and we'll end up taking the loss. This guy is no easy target, even a bomb might not kill him. We need to be sure before we act. The entire commando team immediately nodded in agreement, and all of them shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." A tense yet extremely professional atmosphere enveloped this operation. The most powerful force was deploying all its resources to take down a single individual. And everyone knew that if they failed this time, the consequences would be far more devastating than they had ever imagined. Tick-tock, time passed without waiting for anyone. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 a.m. Report, the target has appeared on the 12th floor hallway. Repeat, the target has appeared on the 12th floor hallway. The target just took the elevator and is now in the hotel cafeteria.
It seems like he plans to have breakfast. Everyone take position, prepare to act.
They all responded in unison, understood. On Yun's side, this was the moment of destiny. He immediately surveyed the surroundings, his brain processing rapidly as if in a daze. All I need is to send Old Wei off right here, and the Chen Yuan I'm impersonating will instantly be labeled as a murderer. At that point, even if he wants to deny it, he won't be able to clear his name. Once the entire nation H starts hunting him down, let's see if he can still find a place to live. The idea struck him like a lightning bolt, and without hesitation, Yun gripped the steel knife tightly in his hand and moved toward Old Wei. Yun said, Chen Yuan, I admit that I've looked down on you until now. You have strength, you have speed, and no matter how you look at it, you don't seem like an ordinary person. It seems your identity is not simple either, but still, you absolutely should not provoke me. Offending Yun will condemn you to live in a nightmare for the rest of your life, with no escape.
Chen Yuan, get ready to write your will.
Yun took a step toward Old Wei, just a few steps away.
With a wave of his hand, everything would be over. But life is never that simple.
The moment he was about to act, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his heart raced, and a heavy murderous aura swept over him, causing him to instinctively freeze for a second. Trouble.
Out of nowhere, a female server, holding a tray, appeared, her face tense. Everyone, pay attention.
The target is in sight, everyone, get in position, prepare to act. And just as predicted, in the blink of an eye, the female server suddenly pulled a handgun from her body. Without a word, she immediately pulled the trigger.
6 gunshots rang out in quick succession, each bullet flying inches from Yun's head, almost turning his skull into a beehive.
His heart felt like it was about to explode, cold sweat pouring down, but luckily, his reflexes were lightning fast, his movements as precise as a martial arts master. Within a 15-meter radius, he dodged every shot without fail. And after avoiding the bullets, he didn't just stand there. Yun immediately counterattacked. In an instant, he spun around, his arm swinging out to launch 3 poison-throwing needles, all of which lodged directly into the forehead of the female special agent, causing her to collapse on the spot without even having time to utter a farewell.
You don't know your own limits. Still think you can sneak attack me? Dream on.
But before he could finish his sentence, all the other special agents suddenly jumped out from who knows where and attacked him at once. From the bodyguards to the chefs, every single one of them was armed with a gun, all pointing directly at him and firing. As Yun saw this, he shouted, "Damn it!" Without hesitation, without a second thought, Yun activated all the remaining power in his body. His speed doubled, his agility tripled, and it felt like he had become the main character in one of those martial arts novels. He dashed like a lightning bolt, weaving through the hail of bullets, counting the number of breaths he had left in his head as he ran. But dodging bullets wasn't enough. He looked around, searching for an escape route, and immediately spotted the sparkling French-style window. Without a second thought, he sprinted toward it, kicked it open with a powerful strike, and leaped from the 3rd floor. He thought he had pulled off a flawless escape, but fate had not yet granted him mercy.
From behind, gunshots rang out, deafening in their intensity.
The special forces hadn't given up, the guns were reloaded, bullets whizzing past him. No matter how fast he dodged, no matter how high his martial arts skills were, one bullet still found its way into his body.
Yun kept running, gasping for air, his mind reeling with questions. WTF, who's messing with me? What did I do to deserve this? Who has the time to send a whole squad of assassins after me? Has my identity been exposed? But that doesn't make sense. But at least life never completely closes off a way out.
Thanks to the heavenly talisman armor my master gave me, I didn't end up as a human target practice right on the spot. Barely surviving by a hair's breadth is real. Yun hadn't thought for long when his eyes quickly scanned the area for an escape route. He immediately spotted a brand new Porsche 911, just about to park. Without a word, he forcefully opened the door, grabbed the collar of the person sitting inside, and yanked him out of the car onto the ground.
Oh, Smoke CEO, are you stealing my car?
The guy, still lying on the road, managed to say a few words before Yun shot him a glare full of murderous intent.
There's something urgent here. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. After that, Yun didn't care whose car it was anymore. He pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche shot forward. As for the owner of the Porsche, seeing his car being stolen, he was absolutely furious and shouted helplessly, "Damn it, Smoke CEO, you really stole my car, give it back." At that moment, Yun, sitting behind the wheel, could hardly bear it any longer. These guys have lost their minds, they're all insane. If Chen Yuan really wants to kill me, he wouldn't need to make such a fuss. As soon as Yun narrowly escaped the death trap, at the hotel, the Special Forces team reported back to headquarters. Report, boss. The target just slipped out of Emperor Hotel and is heading towards the Huangfu River dock. Clearly, Chen Yuan took a direct hit, he should be in pain. How is he still running this fast? We intended to capture him, but it seems the pistol and rifle aren't enough. On the other end of the line, a voice rasped coldly, sending chills down their spines. Forget it, use heavy firepower, no mercy. Bring him down with full firepower. Chen Yuan must be eliminated today, no matter what. Either he dies, or you all die. Do you understand? At that moment, in the Emperor Hotel canteen, the entire Special Forces unit came and went in the blink of an eye. But the intense and suffocating scene left the people in the canteen as though they had just been swept into a whirlwind of madness. Hoo-hoo! Oh my god, today we ran into terrorists. I saw Smoke CEO being hunted down with my own eyes. I almost met my ancestors, that was close. Wait a minute, where are we? We're in Meiyuan, right? One of the most internationalized cities, where the gun control laws are extremely strict, even toy guns need to be approved. And yet today, a group of people are walking around with guns right in broad daylight. Hello, police? Help! There are terrorists in the Emperor Hotel, they have guns, they even have a whole army. Old Wei's eyes were still fixed on the Special Forces who had just left, then he angrily shouted, "What's going on? Is this a 5-star hotel or the battlefield in Syria? This is too arrogant." Wei Xiling, on the other hand, clutched onto Wei Chang's arm tightly, her face pale. "Grandpa, I'm so scared." Wei Chang, hearing this, tried to reassure him, don't be afraid, these guys are probably just after Chen Yuan. But I don't understand how that guy lives his life, being chased like this in an action movie. Call the police quickly." Meanwhile, Yun was still running for his life, but his mind was filled with countless question marks, all tangled up. Damn it, what's going on? The more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. So, he tried to piece everything together. These Special Forces are acting too aggressively, too decisively, nothing like a simple contract killing. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. Wait a minute, what if they're not here to kill me, but to kill Chen Yuan? With that thought, Yun felt a sense of relief. Could it be that this guy Chen Yuan got involved with some powerful force and now they're hunting him down? If that's the case, then it's really bad luck for me. I'm totally uninvolved but somehow got dragged into this and became the target of a manhunt. Now it's clear. Those Special Forces must have mistaken me for Chen Yuan, and that's why they're chasing me so relentlessly. Thinking to himself, Yun just wanted to curse out loud. What the hell is this? It's barely morning and I've almost been blown up, shot full of holes, and chased down like the main character in an action movie. What kind of bad luck is this? Did I owe that bastard Chen Yuan something in my past life? Is this life supposed to be the price for my debt, with my life on the line? No way, I need to get this damn mask off right now. Who in the world should be wearing Chen Yuan's face to get hunted down like this? But saying it was easy, doing it was hard. This mask wasn't some cheap knockoff you could just rip off. It was custom made, glued on as tightly as if it were cement, and it perfectly replicated every detail of Chen Yuan's features. How the hell could he just take it off right away? To remove it, Yun would need special cleansing water. Scratching or pulling wouldn't do anything. Just as Yun was considering making a run for it to figure out how to deal with this face, an armed helicopter suddenly appeared from nowhere, flying right above his head. Yun rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and screamed so loudly his throat felt like it was going to split. Damn it, I haven't even taken off the mask and they're already here. Shi Yin continued, oh my god, you've killed the wrong person, damn it. I'm not Chen Yuan, please, I'm begging you.
But before he could escape the car, a rocket-propelled grenade came crashing toward them, like a death suddenly knocking at the door. In an instant, the luxurious car turned into a massive fireball, smoke and dust flying everywhere, with debris scattering like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Shi Yin scrambled out of the wreckage, his face covered in dirt, his clothes torn like someone who had just escaped from prison, his heart pounding. He shouted from the bottom of his soul, what the hell is going on? You even pulled out a rocket now? On the helicopter, the special forces noticed Shi Yun was still alive, and immediately fired another round of bullets to send him off to meet his ancestors. Shi Yun roared and dashed off, damn it, I can't die here. At that moment, his mind was consumed by one thought, I need to find water. Only water can wash off the mask. If I just get it off, they'll know I'm not Chen Yuan, and then I can escape. Looking ahead, Shi Yun was delighted, that's right, the Huangfu River. As long as I jump in, I can wash off this damned human skin mask and reveal my true face. That will be the end of this death chase. Without thinking much, he threw himself into the water, without hesitation for a second. This time it's over. Once I take off the mask, you all have no reason to chase me anymore. But the heavens are not merciful. Before Shi Yun could even enjoy the feeling of escaping death, a voice on the helicopter's radio came through, extremely decisive, report, the target has jumped into the Huangfu River. On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded without a hint of hesitation, let him jump, but he's definitely not dead. Prepare all firepower, spare no expense, and kill Chen Yuan on the spot. Just as Shi Yun poked his head above the water, more than a dozen rocket-propelled grenades were fired into the river simultaneously. The entire river was bombarded mercilessly, and no one could see Shi Yun anymore. The waves surged, creating columns of white foam, and black smoke spread everywhere. The Special Forces team on the helicopter reported to the headquarters with certainty, report, mission completed, the target has been destroyed. The voice on the other end responded with satisfaction, very good, disperse immediately. Head straight, anyone who can run, run, don't stay behind to get caught in the drama. As soon as the grand manhunt ended, Mei Yuan was immediately locked down, and the entire city was put under curfew. Dogs couldn't run, and even cats had to stay still. This incident had such a massive impact that it couldn't be downplayed. Investigative teams were quickly formed, and intelligence agencies began their relentless pursuit to track down the culprits to the very root, but it was at the Huangfu riverbank. A netizen, bored and with nothing to do, accidentally recorded a video of the Smoke CEO jumping into the river. Not only that, but the person also caught the moment when the Smoke CEO was blasted away by a dozen rocket missiles, soaring like fireworks during Lunar New Year. Without hesitation, the video was immediately posted online, and in an instant, the entire social network was thrown into chaos. This morning, at the Emperor Hotel, the Smoke CEO was ambushed by a terrorist organization. After a dramatic chase that lasted all the way to the Huangfu River, he could not escape his fate. The military arrived at the scene 2 minutes later, but unfortunately, it was too late. The internet erupted, with some crying in grief, others reveling in it, some analyzing deeply, and comments exploding, Smoke CEO, are you okay? It can't be. My husband can't be dead. I don't believe it. Oh my god, Smoke CEO was so young, and now he's gone. Honestly, it feels like heaven doesn't like good people. How could he die so tragically? Wait, he was so rich, and he didn't even get to enjoy life before disappearing? A whole lifetime of wealth, and in the end, the money's still here, but you're not anymore. Just blinked, and it's already 10 a.m. Chen Yuan groggily got up, sluggish like a lazy cat that had just been kicked out of its bed. His stomach growled loudly, but as soon as he reached the canteen, he saw no entry signs set up everywhere. The investigators walked back and forth, looking so serious as if they were filming a crime scene. Chen Yuan stood there, mouth agape, wait, did I sleep through something that changed the whole world? But what made him freeze in place even more was a group of people huddled in a corner. They weren't chatting idly, nor were they discussing shopping, instead, they had gathered to mourn someone.
And that person was him.
Shin Woo-sung cried bitterly, her voice choked up like the female lead in a romance movie. I don't believe it. If they can't find the body, I absolutely don't believe that Chen Yuan is dead. Beside her, Shin Woo-fong sighed, his face serious. Sis, get a grip, he's really gone.
People even saw him blown to pieces, and you're still asking about the body? What are you going to find? Are you going to gather the pieces? As soon as Chen Yuan heard this rude remark, his face darkened, and then, seething with anger, he snapped back sharply, what is this?
I'm standing right here, healthy, pale, and full of life.
And you guys are crying like I've already gone to the afterlife? Who gave you permission to bury me alive? Kid, say something. Who gave you the right to put me on an altar?
Seeing Chen Yuan glaring as if he were about to solo the entire world, everyone's mood was summed up in one short phrase, like a bolt of lightning to the ears.
Shin Woo-fong didn't know what to say, his consciousness temporarily disconnected from reality. Is this a mistake? The Smoke CEO is still alive? Impossible.
Clearly, he was forced to run for his life, shot it with an entire clip, jumped into the Huangfu River, and even got hit with a rocket launcher for a final shot. Don't tell me he has a clone magic spell or something.
Chen Yuan heard this and felt irritated, then shouted angrily, what the hell is going on? Who dares to spread such a lie, saying that I'm dead?
As for Shin Woo-sung, emotions surged through him, his eyes welled up with tears. Unable to hold back, he rushed to hug Chen Yuan tightly. I knew it, Chen Yuan. If you were really dead so easily, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice myself. Daihan also seemed ready to rush forward, but was quickly beaten to it by Shin Woo-sung. After thinking it over, she decided to keep a bit of her rationality and not get involved any further. Then, without saying much, she immediately took out her phone, opened the video, and held it up in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, look at this. This is the proof video. You were being chased, surrounded by gunfire, then jumped off the third floor to escape. After that, you stole a Porsche 911 and ran away. And the highlight is the final part, you jumped straight into the Huangfu River, and finally got blown up into thin air by a rocket. After watching, Chen Yuan was stunned for 3 seconds. Huh? The main character in the video looks exactly like me. Is this person a superhero or something? His reflexes are as fast as lightning, dodging bullets like in a superhero movie, invulnerable to blades and weapons, fire and water can't touch him. He gets shot and still gets up, keeps running, and even after the car explodes, he crawls out, dusts himself off like nothing happened. If this were a movie, Hollywood would invite him right away. Wait, what is this? Can you please tell me if I'm dreaming? Or am I sleepwalking, imagining this terrifying escape scene? Because no ordinary person has the kind of skills like that. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and started to have some doubts. I swear to the universe, this is not me. Last night I was too lazy to go home, so I stayed in room 1605 at the hotel and slept the whole night. This morning, I slept until 10 a.m. before waking up. As for the person in the video, who knows, but it's definitely not me. If it's a twin or triplet, even less so. There's no way anyone could look exactly like me down to every feature. Chen Yuan continued, even if there was someone like me, they could never be as handsome and stylish as I am now. Because my body is the result of several upgrades, from a weak person evolving into the handsome, elegant one I am today. If there really is someone who looks exactly like me, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, they're wearing a super realistic mask, or 2, they've had cosmetic surgery to look like me and are pretending to be me to do something shady. He went on, but hold on, why pretend to be someone else? Why pick me? Are they tired of living or something? And then they get caught by those dark web folks and end up dead. My dude, you're too kind-hearted. I really want to thank you, but I don't even know where to start. Chen Yuan thought, I should have left my name before I left. Now, even if I want to express my gratitude, I have no idea where to find him to send the fruit basket. At this moment, Shin Woo-sung, with a serious face, reminded him, Chen Yuan, this time you really have to be cautious. They've been planning for a long time, sparing no effort, even revealing their undercover agents, all just to kill you. This is no longer a small matter, it's something extremely serious. But Chen Yuan remained calm, not forgetting to add, they set up such a grand scheme and still missed the target. Next time, it will definitely be even worse. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. It was Qin Bing Shui, Xiao Ruoyu, Gao Quanin, Su Lulu, He Jiying, Qiumo, and even international superstar Della didn't miss out. Wait, that's not all. There were also Wen Che, Zhang Haotian, the famous director Yang Sison, and even influential figures from the business world, all coming for him. After reading through it, Chen Yuan couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling that he had been pushed to the absolute limit. If this situation continues, I'll probably have to change my phone number or even run away to a deserted island to live out my days. But, well, I still have some humanity left, I can't bear to let everyone worry anymore. The best thing to do now is to open up social media and let everyone know that I'm still fine. The news spread quickly, with major platforms like QQ, TikTok, the Nova Company, Weibo, and various other platforms all posting corrections. It turned out that the news of Smoke CEO's death was just a huge, massive scam, to the point that even Fei Dun Corporation had to release an official statement. The person who exploded on the Huangfu River yesterday was not Smoke's CEO, everyone. Once the news broke, the entire Nation H network erupted again. On the end of Day's reincarnation side, upon hearing the news, she slammed her hand on the table furiously, even crushing the Coca-Cola can she was holding. The bubbles exploded out like her emotions, boiling over with every drop. Wait, so they killed the wrong person? That guy was sleeping in room 1605 all night and only woke up at 10 this morning. So, who did the special forces actually kill? End of Day's reincarnation continued. If the person who was killed wasn't Chen Yuan, then who was he? Why did he have such extraordinary skills? And more importantly, how many more Chen Yuan are out there? Could it be that Chen Yuan foresaw the organization's plan and arranged for a stand-in? But wait, why was that stand-in so skilled in combat? He dodged bullets like a pro, nothing could hurt him, he took hundreds of bullets and still managed to keep running. Could it be that the organization has meddled with something they shouldn't have? The more End of Day's reincarnation thought about it, the colder he felt. Something's not right, something is very wrong. A person this powerful being used as a mere stand-in. Then how terrifying must Chen Yuan's true strength be? Not only that, but his intellect is also on another level, a kind of terrifying intelligence far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. This isn't a human, this is a demon, there's no other way to put it. Who could stand against someone who was both incredibly strong and so intelligent? It's almost non-human. Very quickly, the phone rang incessantly. Seeing that the caller was Mr. X, I knew something was wrong. As soon as I picked up, Mr. X got straight to the point without any small talk. What's going on? How could such a serious mistake happen? End of Day's reincarnation could only respond like a student who had made a mistake. I'm truly sorry, Mr. X, this time it was due to a miscalculation on my part. I didn't expect someone to look exactly like Chen Yuan, and moreover, his skills were far from ordinary. Because of this, I completely believed he was the real Chen Yuan. Mr. X was silent for a few seconds, then coldly said, "All right, just proceed with the original plan. There's no room for a heavy-handed approach anymore. The organization can't afford to give a second chance." Do you have any idea how heavy the international public pressure is right now? End of Day's reincarnation replied, "Yes, I understand, Mr. X." Since the incident at Emperor Hotel broke out, the Wei family, particularly the grandfather and grandson, seemed no longer eager to stay. The two of them quickly packed their luggage and rushed straight to the large hospital in Meiyuan. After several hours of thorough checks from head to toe, including MRI scans, blood tests, and analyzing each individual strand of hair, the results finally came in. The doctor looked at the test results, furrowed his brow, and said, "Well, there's an issue here. There's a neurotoxin in your grandfather's blood. This toxin is quite potent. At mild levels, it causes dizziness, nausea, and muscle spasms. At its worst, it can be fatal on the spot. Fortunately, it was detected in time, or else, neither of you would be standing here listening to me right now.
For Wei Chang, this result was still enough to feel as if the heavens had struck him down. Looking at the test results, he felt his mind go blank, unsure of how to process this information. It felt as though a heavy blow had struck him directly in the head, leaving his thoughts in a complete mess. As for Wei Xiling, his mood shifted through the 4 seasons in an instant. Spring, with the hope that Shi Yun might be innocent. Summer, the heat and desire to confront someone for answers. Autumn, filled with doubts about life. And winter, the chilling realization when thinking about the truth. Wei Xiling said, "Grandpa, so it means he wasn't struck by the wind, but was actually poisoned? Could it be that we wronged Chen Yuan? And Shi Yun is the real culprit playing dirty?" Wei Chang wasn't much better, sighing with deep emotion. "That's right, I never expected Mr. Bei Chen's disciple could be this deceitful." Hearing this, Wei Xiling was furious. "Call Shi Yun right now. I must get to the bottom of this. Why did he lie to me? I truly thought of him as a great hero, but is he really such a despicable person?" But life isn't like a dream. What she got in return was a cold, indifferent female voice. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Stunned for a few seconds, Wei Xiling stared at the phone in her hand, then muttered, "Can't get through, he must be guilty and panicking. He's probably already fled, running away." Wei Xiling felt as if the whole world had collapsed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she got, the more foolish she felt. On top of that, a deep sense of shame overwhelmed her. The person I trusted completely, the one with such a decent and gentle image, someone as kind as Shi Yun, now is being suspected of being the mastermind behind the poisoning. And the person I always thought was evil turns out to have been wronged. "Grandpa, I really have wrongly accused a good person. I want to apologize to Qin Yuan, but I heard that he was killed by an explosion by the Huangfu River. Does that mean I will never have the chance to say sorry to him?" The more she spoke, the heavier her heart became, and a sense of guilt she had never felt before surged up like a tidal wave, wrapping tightly around her mind. Then, she cried harder, holding her face and sobbing uncontrollably, feeling as if she were the sinner. "Grandpa, I caused Chen Yuan's death, Hobu. I cursed him, and it was just a thought that crossed my mind, but heaven answered so swiftly and accurately. He really did get killed." Wei Chang looked at his niece, both amused and pitiful. "You silly girl, no one can live without making mistakes. What's important is realizing it and changing. We were indeed wrong to blame Chen Yuan, and we should apologize to him, but how is his being pursued related to you?" Wei Xiling shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "No, it's because I cursed him. I cursed him to die, and he really was killed. If I hadn't thought like that, maybe he would still be alive." Just as Wei Xiling was drowning in self-blame, even preparing to write a long 8-character self-criticism essay in memory of Chen Yuan, a kind nurse suddenly approached to comfort her. "Miss, are you a fan of Smoke CEO? The news just clarified everything. Smoke CEO isn't dead, he's doing fine. I heard he was at Emperor Hotel an hour ago, and the reporters even got photos of him." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiling froze in shock. "Really? Chen Yuan isn't dead? Then who was the person who died on the Huangfu River?" The nurse shrugged and calmly said, "The police haven't determined that yet, but they've been pulling up bodies all morning and still haven't found anything. The main reason is because the explosion was so violent, over a dozen rocket shells hit at the same time, causing the entire riverbank to collapse. The fish in the river were blown up in groups, so what makes you think they'd find any human bodies? It's already hard enough to extract DNA and identify the bodies, so this case is turning into a tough one." Hearing that, Wei Xiling felt as if she had been pulled from hell to heaven in 3 seconds. At first, she despised Chen Yuan with a passion, but after learning the truth, her feelings toward him had somewhat changed. The system announced, Wei Xiling's favorability increased by 10, Wei Xiling's favorability increased by 10, Wei Xiling's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 30. In essence, Wei Xiling still really hated Chen Yuan. A good person is a good person, but being a good person doesn't mean you're not a trap boy. I won't forgive that easily. Over here, Chen Yuan also raised an eyebrow, wondering to himself, this is strange. Why has this Wei girl suddenly gained 30 points of favor? Could it be that old Wei went for a health check and finally saw through Shi Yun's true face?
After muttering to himself, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered an important detail. Wait a minute, I haven't seen Shi Yun's face at all so far. His brow furrowed, sensing that something was off. Recalling the surveillance video he had just watched, his mind began piecing together the fragments. The impersonator had a very strange behavior right before he was ambushed. He grabbed a steel skewer from the dining table and quickly walked toward Old Wei, who was still having breakfast.
What was he planning to do? Was he going to kill the old man in one strike?
With this thought, a hypothesis quickly formed in Chen Yuan's mind. This guy intended to kill Old Wei.
If Old Wei had been murdered in front of everyone, who would be the first person to be suspected? Clearly, it would be me. Alright, now it all makes sense.
This guy wasn't impersonating for fun, he was deliberately framing me.
Chen Yuan thought, damn it, wait a minute, could it be that the person pretending to be me is Shi Yun?
He knows medicine, is good at disguising, has a shady background, he knows martial arts, and his acupuncture skills are deadly accurate. He has clear motives.
If Old Wei finds poison in the blood today, who would be the first to be suspected?
Of course, it would be the disciple of the medicine king, Shi Yun.
So what would he do to protect his reputation? Right, eliminate Old Wei, but killing him isn't enough. He needs to frame me as well. One stone, two birds, too convenient.
Chen Yuan continued thinking, oh my god, this guy is ruthless, but Shi Yun's luck is terrible. Just when he was celebrating thinking he'd won, he ran straight into a hornet's nest.
Now his life is basically over, who knows what will happen. Fine, these dark web people really don't fear death until they see the coffin.
Well then, let me help you all cry a little bit. With that, Chen Yuan clenched his jaw and placed his hand on the keyboard. This time, the pursuit wasn't just a small-scale affair, but a full-on attack on 107 major figures within the dark web. To put it simply, the entire leadership council, from bottom to top, not leaving a single one out. He filtered each name, stamped each face, and posted them on the bounty board. The lowest price target had a bounty of 100,000 dark coins, approximately 37 million. The core figure's price shot up to 300,000 dark coins. As for the boss, Mr. X, Chen Yuan set the sky-high price of 5 million dark coins, which, when converted, amounted to around $300 million. In an instant, the entire assassin world was shaken. Some people sat back, waiting to see what would unfold, but there were also many cold-blooded players who, seeing an easy target, wasted no time in getting involved. And so, within less than 12 hours of Chen Yuan posting the mission, 5 big names in the dark web were sent to the altar. Of course, the assassins who took on the task leisurely pocketed the bounties, delighted as if receiving a New Year's bonus. But unfortunately, most of the high-level targets being hunted were anonymous figures, appearing as ordinary civilians, with lots of money and easy missions, literally making money as easily as picking up fallen leaves from the street. In the blink of an eye, the dark web's high echelon was bathed in blood. In just 3 days, 107 major figures of the dark web were almost completely wiped out, leaving only one survivor, Mr. X. He is not someone easy to trace, as he has always appeared wearing a mask, and no one knows his true face. Even the important figures within the dark web have never seen his real face. This made it impossible for the assassins, no matter how hard they searched, to identify their target. While hunting him down, the assassins even joked among themselves about how they could kill someone when they didn't even know what he looked like. And that's the very reason Mr. X survived amidst this bloodbath. After escaping one death trap, Mr. X immediately became furious, muttering and cursing to himself as if in a frenzy, Chen Yuan, how dare you wipe out the dark web? From the White House to the CIA, from the FBI to the Pentagon, they will not let you go. This time, it's your turn to face the music. No one knows what will happen next, but one thing is for sure, Chen Yuan has officially become the target of the entire world, and the largest manhunt in history is about to unfold. During a routine patrol along the Huangfu River, police officer Mei Yuan suddenly stumbled upon a damaged bra, yet still in usable condition. At first, the officers thought it was discarded junk, but as soon as they picked it up and examined it, everyone was left wide-eyed and speechless, as if they had just discovered a treasure. This bra looks ordinary at first glance, but when you touch it, it's as soft as cotton, and yet it's harder than concrete. A sharp knife can't cut through it, it won't burn in fire, and even an AK bullet may not scratch it. What's more, it can automatically shrink upon impact, forming a protective layer even stronger than a standard bulletproof vest. What was even more remarkable was the special connection between this bra and Chen Yuan.
Everyone remembered the incident when Chen Yuan was shot with an AK rifle and remained unharmed.
Now, police officer Mei Yuan found herself in a dilemma, unsure of how to handle the situation properly. Such a valuable item, there's no way we have the authority to confiscate it. Upon reviewing the camera footage, they also discovered that the owner of this item was none other than Smoke, the CEO. After collecting enough samples and data, the police had no choice but to return the item to its rightful owner, not daring to keep it for a second longer. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Qin Keyan was summoned to Chen Yuan's house to witness the legendary product from Wang Kai. The Battle Royale shooting game already had an established model, all it needed was to be copied and upgraded. For Wang Kai, this was as easy as pie. In no time at all, based on Chen Yuan's request, Wang Kai had upgraded it into an extremely advanced version. As soon as Qin Keyan arrived at the villa, before he could ask anything about the Huangfu River incident, Chen Yuan got straight to the point. So, here's the deal, I want to set up a game development department. The game is already available, now we just need you to handle the promotion. Qin Keyan confidently replied, oh, I thought it was something more difficult. This is exactly the kind of thing Star Group excels at. Leave it to me, and I'll make sure it explodes. Can you show me what the game is like? Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and opened the game, a massive version of a survival battle royale shooting game. Here, take a look. This game is special because it can accommodate 1,000 people simultaneously in the battlefield. Qin Keyan, after hearing this, couldn't hide his surprise, a shooting game with 1,000 players on the battlefield. This is truly beyond imagination, because until now, most similar games have only supported up to 100 to 150 players.
But for Chen Yuan, nothing is impossible.
At this point, Qin Keyan slightly furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, and then asked a rather crucial question. Currently, in the gaming world, the Kaguya Group rules the world, and their competitors are like grains of sand in the desert, scattered and insignificant. Trying to break into this world already dominated by the Kaguya Group and hoping to stand out promoting it normally would surely result in it fading into obscurity in people's minds. As Qin Keyan was still hesitating, Chen Yuan quickly laid out a grand plan. If expanding is too difficult, then let's just hand out red envelopes.
Let's have a 1,000 player battle royale. Whoever wins will get a 1,000 reward each.
There's no doubt that this is the fastest and shortest path, easily overshadowing every survival game currently on the market.
Qin Keyan, now no longer looking stunned but genuinely amazed, said, "What?
All this time, I've been grinding games to climb ranks, to show off my achievements, to flaunt them to my friends, but where did this game come from that not only lets you grind points but also earn pocket money like this? At this rate, if the number of players grows to tens of millions, every minute that passes will be like burning a mountain of money." Just as Qin Keyan was still lost in thought, his mind soaring far into the universe, the doorbell rang loudly as though someone was coming to collect a debt. What's going on here?
Chen Yuan opened the door, his tone casual and indifferent, without a hint of tension. Do you people have something to ask of me?
The police captain stepped forward, his tone also quite calm. Hello, Smoke CEO.
We are here to return some items. Chen Yuan took the bag from the police officer's hand with a look of skepticism. What's this?
Could this be another trick of Shi Yun's? The old way attempted murder case still hasn't been cleared, and now, am I being handed a pile of shit right on my head? But before Chen Yuan could respond, the police captain added, after a period of measuring, examining, and analyzing each fiber of the fabric, we came to the conclusion that this is not something that can be mass-produced. The material required to make it is too rare. The production process is definitely classified at a top-secret level. The value of a jacket like this is worth 10 times more than a villa in Mei Yuan, and even with money, it might not be possible to buy it.
Also, the police have no authority to keep this bulletproof vest. If it belongs to Smoke CEO, we must return it, of course.
Seeing the police's enthusiastic attitude, Qin Yuan decided to accept it for now and deal with it later.
All right, thank you. But wait, it wasn't over yet. The police captain continued to drop a huge bombshell on Chen Yuan without warning.
By the way, just to let you know, a Porsche 911 owner has filed a report saying that you stole his car, and now the car is severely damaged. Based on our investigation, it seems that the situation at that time was quite urgent, but even so, the act of stealing a car in the middle of the road falls under criminal law. So, in my opinion, you should contact the car owner to negotiate privately and proceed with compensation accordingly. At this moment, Chen Yuan was truly stunned, not because of the compensation issue, but because he couldn't remember when he had caused the 911 Porsche incident. His brain began to work faster than a high-end processor chip, desperately trying to recall what exactly he had done to get involved in this mess. But no matter how hard he tried to remember, one undeniable truth was laid out before him. Someone had accused him of stealing a supercar, and now that supercar had turned into a pile of scrap metal.
However, after thinking it over, arguing wouldn't help, so it would be better to handle it quickly to avoid further headaches.
So, Qin Yuan cleverly said, I didn't mean to steal it, I just borrowed it for a bit and accidentally turned it into a pile of scrap metal. Alright, officers, don't worry, I'll contact the car's owner to settle this. After the police left, his curiosity got the better of him, and Chen Yuan decided to try on the jacket to see what was so special about it. After staring at himself in the mirror for a while, he muttered to himself as if rapping, this world really is strange, even a bra can be 10 times more expensive than a luxury villa in Meiyuan. And at that very moment, a voice from the system in his mind dramatically announced, Ting! The system has detected a rare heavenly silk armor.
Chen Yuan wondered, heavenly silk armor? What kind of RPG is this?
But before he could ask any further, the attribute panel appeared clearly before him, defensive item, defense attribute plus 100. When worn, it enhances defensive capabilities, protects weak spots, and can even stop sniper bullets. Chen Yuan was stunned, his eyes lighting up as if he had struck gold.
He exclaimed, damn, is this some kind of gift from the universe?
To think that in such a dire situation, such a high-level piece of equipment would appear. Then, with excitement, he gripped the armor tightly.
Could it be that Yun, that guy who keeps falling flat on his face but still manages to survive, even taking a full AK clip and still laughing? Could the secret be this armor? Damn, such top-tier equipment. Now I have it.
I really have no background, no support other than money. But look at Yun, not only does he have a mysterious master named Medicine King, but he's also holding on to all sorts of good gear.
Life really is unfair. But then again, today is a lucky day.
I might have bought a Porsche 911, but in return, I got a heavenly silk armor.
I guess that's still a win.
At this moment, at Meiyuan Airport, a private jet quietly landed after a long journey from Las Vegas.
Among the bustling crowd, a figure appeared, causing the entire airport to momentarily tremble for a few seconds. It was none other than flight attendant Xiao Li. In Las Vegas, people didn't call her a flight attendant. They referred to her directly as the Lady God of Cards, the mistress of the world's #1 god of cards, Huang Batian. The mere mention of her name commanded respect and fear. But Xiao Li wasn't just the wife of the god of cards, she was also the official spokesperson for this powerful man. She was a woman, yet wielded authority as if she were an elder. With just a wave of her hand, tens of thousands of underlings would be ready to follow her commands. In Las Vegas, when it comes to power, Xiao Li's name was always mentioned. Her influence spanned 30 casinos, 55-star hotels, 6 7-star hotels in Dubai, 3 stock companies, 12 factories, and 3 internationally renowned luxury brands. But that wasn't all.
In Las Vegas, when Xiao Li called for something, even the governor had to sit up straight and respectfully meet with her. Whenever she went out, she was accompanied by a sea of bodyguards and a grand motorcade, resembling nothing less than a head of state in motion. At this moment, Xiaoli had just stepped out of Hongqiao Airport in Meiyuan, feeling a bit sentimental. This place used to be my destination, but now, looking at it, everything feels a bit unfamiliar, as if I've stepped into another world. It's not because the scenery has changed, but because my perspective has changed. While Xiaoli was still lost in thought, her boyfriend Zhao had been waiting outside the airport for a long time. He was driving a shiny Maserati, his face full of confidence. As soon as he saw Xiaoli, Zhao rushed towards her, arms wide open, ready for a big hug. "Lily, you're finally back. Why did your business trip abroad take so long this time?" But in response, Xiaoli only gave a gentle push, her tone neither cold nor warm, but enough for Zhao to sense something was off. "We shouldn't do this, it's too crowded at the airport." Zhao looked slightly surprised, feeling a bit hurt. "Huh? What's going on with her? Xiaoli never acts so proud like this." But he didn't dwell on it for long, shifting his focus to showing off. "Lily, it's good that you're back this time. Look, I just bought a new car, a genuine Maserati Quattroporte, priced at 1,800,000. He thought this would be the knockout move to make Xiaoli feel touched and rush into his arms immediately. But Xiaoli's response was simply an indifferent "oh," with no further emotion. No sparkling eyes, no amazement, no jumping for joy and excitement, just a cold, even somewhat indifferent "oh." Even when sitting in the car, Xiaoli's expression showed a hint of disappointment. Zhao wouldn't understand. "My worldview has completely changed. If it were before, I would have definitely hugged him, showered him with compliments, and we'd probably talk about going for a leisurely drive around the city tonight. But now, after all the ups and downs, and the events in Las Vegas, my perspective has broadened far beyond the horizon." "A Maserati? Sorry, if you put a Bugatti right in front of me now, I just yawn and keep scrolling through my phone." Seeing Xiaoli's cold expression, Zhao felt a little embarrassed. Today Xiaoli looks especially beautiful, her aura seems a bit different. She's no longer just the sweet, cute girl from before, but now carries an indescribable elegance, as if she has entered a completely different social class. This makes me even more fascinated. It feels like I'm about to win over a noble young lady, not just a girlfriend anymore. Well, it's understandable, maybe it's because we haven't seen each other in a while, so a little coldness isn't a big deal. Thinking this, the flame of love in Zhao's heart flared up intensely, and he was determined not to give up. He regained his composure and excitedly said, "Lily, I've bought movie tickets. Let's go tonight. This movie is super popular right now, starring Smoke CEO and Gao Quanin. It's really blowing up. I heard the box office has already hit 9 billion, and it'll probably reach 10 billion in a few days." At first, Xiaoli wasn't particularly interested. Her mind was filled with work, finance, gambling, stocks. What's so special about a movie? But, hearing the word Smoke CEO, Xiaoli suddenly felt motivated. For a long time, Xiaoli had considered herself the lady god of cards, delusional but convincing, and Chen Yuan seemed to make everything he did on a cosmic scale. So Xiaoli nodded without hesitation. "All right, let's go watch a movie." After a burst of speed, the two headed straight to the cinema, but for some reason, when they arrived at the theater entrance, Xiaoli's heart began to race. This man really was a monster, winning $30 billion from playing cards and becoming the world's #1 card god. Now, he was venturing into film production. And when it comes to the title of Best Actor, how many years of hard work, countless popular films, and dedication does one need to achieve such a title? Yet, Chen Yuan starred in just one film and immediately took the crown. Was there anyone left with a chance to compete? But, whether it was 10 billion or 20 billion, it didn't matter to Chen Yuan's total net worth of trillions. This fame was just a decoration for him, with no real impact on his wealth. The luckiest person here was Gao Quanin, who had the chance to get involved in a legendary blockbuster film. The movie lasted for 2 hours, during which Xiaoli was immersed in every thrilling action scene of Chen Yuan. At one point, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her nose, her eyes grew warm, and before she knew it, tears were streaming down her cheeks. The more she watched, the more her heart raced. "Oh my god, I think I'm in love with the boss. Is this what it feels like to love someone deeply? For him, I'd be willing to give up everything, even if I end up with nothing, I wouldn't mind." But then there's a Jiao, he's really great, his conditions are good too, but I just don't feel anything for him. Thinking of this, Xiaoli glanced at a Jiao with a slight sigh, and a terrifying thought suddenly crossed her mind. Honestly, I don't want to hurt him, but after meeting him again this time, I realize I don't feel anything for him anymore.
Maybe I never really loved him.
Maybe I should just be honest and clear about everything as soon as possible. Maybe I shouldn't continue lying to myself. With her thoughts clear, Xiaoli took a deep breath, turned to a Jiao, and said, "A Jiao, let's break up." The moment these words left his mouth, a Jiao felt as if struck by lightning on a clear day. His voice wavered, and his heart was filled with utter confusion. Huh? What's going on? Why? Did I do something wrong? I admit that lately, with you being on business trips, I've been a bit busy and haven't been paying enough attention to you, but I have work too, you have to understand that. So why out of the blue do you want to break up? What's going on? Xiaoli decisively left the cinema and replied, "You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I don't love you anymore, that's all. I'm leaving now." Upon hearing this, a Jiao completely broke down, tears welling up in his eyes. A love had shattered, all in the span of a single movie screening. In another cinema, but in a more luxurious version. Wei Ziling watched with reddened eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "Grandpa, I never expected this, Chen Yuan, that infamous heartthrob, could actually deliver a performance that touches the heart. He must have gone through some unforgettable relationship, otherwise, how could he act with such pain? Or has Chen Yuan also been through a breakup?" At this moment, a middle-aged butler hurriedly entered, his voice steady yet filled with urgency. "Master, Mr. Beichen has descended the mountain." As soon as the words left his mouth, old Wei, who had been calm until then, suddenly trembled. "What? Mr. Beichen is really coming down the mountain?" The news of Mr. Beichen descending the mountain was so shocking that old Wei shook uncontrollably, his mouth stuttering as if his blood sugar had dropped. "It seems like a storm is about to hit." The butler standing next to him replied, his face tense, "Yes, that's correct, master. Confidential information from the Qin family has just arrived. In 3 days, Mr. Beichen will arrive at Meiyuan. Moreover, he even sent a direct invitation to Old Master, almost as if he wanted to publicly announce it to the entire world." As soon as this information emerged, the entire Meiyuan was thrown into chaos, like a beehive that had been disturbed. The ancient aristocratic families from the north to the south were all in a frenzy, unable to sit still. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the news. In Taiyuan, the Sima family, in Guangzhou, the Xiahou family were all hastily preparing. In Shenzhen, the Zhang family was in disarray, and the capital was stirring as well. The Jiang family, Xiao family, Wei family, and almost all the leading aristocratic families were simultaneously mobilizing, preparing to roll out the red carpet to welcome Mr. Beichen. While old Wei was discussing, Wei Ziling sat to the side, looking puzzled. "Grandpa, who is this Mr. Beichen? Why does everyone treat him like a god, yet I've never heard of this name before?" Old Wei took a deep breath, his gaze distant. "It's true, the younger generation these days, you remember all the hot trends on the internet, but no one cares about real legendary figures. I remember when Mr. Beichen was dominating the world, I was just a kid, always sneaking out to skip my afternoon nap to play marbles. And now, here I am, 1 foot already in the grave, yet Mr. Beichen is still standing tall, not aging a bit. Honestly, this is even harder to believe than the idea of Sun Mukong having a household registration in flowers and fruit." Wei Ziling's heart stirred, her eyes blinking in confusion, unable to stop questioning. "Wait, is this guy cultivating immortality or something?" Old Wei continued, his voice full of reverence. "They say the medicine king is someone who can cure all diseases, even the ones doctors have given up on. Not only that, he can even help people live longer." Old Wei continued, "Anyone lucky enough to meet the medicine king would be like hitting the jackpot, living an extra 10 years, free of illness, with health as strong as an ox. It is said that every 20 years, Beichen, the medicine king, descends the mountain to find someone destined to pass on his medical knowledge and gather rare spiritual herbs for the Medicine King Valley. Whoever he chooses is destined to change their fate. Their clan will rise to the level of immortals, and it would be hard not to prosper. However, recently, with the rapid development of science and technology, medicine is advancing quickly, and news spreads like wildfire. As a result, this legend has faded into the past, and fewer people remember it. Old Wei said, only a few of the great families from the past, those who witnessed the power of Mr. Bei Chen, truly understand how formidable this person is. Mr. Bei Chen is undoubtedly a peak expert in legend, a mysterious and legendary figure. On the surface, it sounds unscientific, yet he exists right there in front of you, making it impossible not to admire him. It's like how, in the Chinese zodiac, there's a dragon, labeled as fictional, something no one has ever seen with their own eyes, yet it is still grouped with the other zodiac animals. Hearing Grandpa tell the story, Wei Ziling was still upset, pouting and asking, "But Grandpa, is Mr. Bei Chen really a good person? A master like that, a disciple like this, and that disciple Shi Yun, he played dirty, poisoning Grandpa and then playing the hero to save him. Isn't that setting a trap? I don't think Mr. Bei Chen's master is any better either." Old Wei immediately became stern when he heard his granddaughter's words, his voice sharp. "You can't talk nonsense like that. Mr. Bei Chen is a highly respected and virtuous person. How could he be compared to a lowly person like Shi Yun? You can say these things at home, but if someone outside hears it, you might bring trouble upon the Wei family." Wei Ziling, upon hearing this, pretended to be innocently guilty. "All right then, Grandpa, I won't bring it up anymore. But I was thinking of inviting Chen Yuan to a meal and buying him a gift as a way to make up for things." "Oh, wait, Grandpa, how should I contact Chen Yuan now? I don't even have his WeChat." This question made Old Wei pause for a moment, but he quickly found a solution. "Let's do this. I'll have Old Qin make a call, ask his granddaughter to connect us. She definitely has Chen Yuan's number." As soon as the call was connected, Qin Tianfang immediately asked in a hearty voice, "Hey, Old Wei, have you measured the results yet?" "I was about to call you." Old Wei cleared his throat and slowly replied, "The test results are in. There are traces of neurotoxic substances in my blood. To be sure, I double-checked several times. There's absolutely no way it was just a case of catching a cold. That Shi Yun really played dirty. He did this underhanded trick just to win favor with the Wei family." Qin Tianfang fell silent for a few seconds after hearing this. "This morning, I received a letter from Mr. Bei Chen, which said that Shi Yun had learned a third of the traditional medicine techniques and was currently traveling to experience life and cultivate his mind. Mr. Bei Chen even asked the Qin family to take care of him during this process. It sounded reasonable at the time, but now, looking at it, it's clear there's a big problem. Shi Yun, cultivating his mind? Really? He said, a person who has just entered the world of cultivation plays a quiet game of poisoning others, just to make themselves appear like a divine healer saving lives, an action both deceitful and despicable. If this is what you call cultivating the mind, then there would be no evil left in the world. Now, I'm assigned the task of watching over someone like this. How am I supposed to supervise him? Should I wake up in the morning and ask him to drink tea, take him for a walk in the park at noon, and in the afternoon, pat his head and teach him how to behave as a decent person? How can I endure and tolerate someone like this?" Old Wei, understanding that the situation was getting a bit complicated, spoke up to calm things down. "Old Qin, don't get too worked up. I didn't call you to argue. I just want to get Chen Yuan's number. My granddaughter spoke a little too rudely the other day, and she wants to apologize directly, properly." Qin Tianfang on the other end also understood and replied, "All right, I'll send you Xiaosong's number. Let Ziling contact him. He should have a way to connect with Chen Yuan." Over here, Chen Yuan was lost in thought when his phone buzzed. Looking at the screen, he saw that the caller was Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan picked up the phone, and before he could say anything, Zhao Yuqi spoke up, "Hey, Chen Yuan, something big has happened. QQ has made a move on Big Cat TV. I just found out about this. Turns out, for a while now, QQ has secretly been in contact with over 10 of Big Cat TV's top streamers, quietly signing contracts, preparing to pull them all over to their platform. They've been covertly transferring them like this, and I didn't have a clue. Do you understand how it feels to raise a bunch of chickens, only to have them all run off to another coop when it's time to harvest?" After listening, Chen Yuan replied calmly, "There's nothing to panic or get worked up about. There's no reason to worry. It's just a few streamers leaving, that's all. We'll just sue them for breach of contract and demand compensation.
If they've signed an agreement, they have to be responsible. Whoever breaks the terms should pay the penalty. As for the online noise, there's no need to explain or clarify anything. Let people say whatever they want.
Chen Yuan continued. Then, he donated 100 million worth of materials to the disaster-stricken area, publicly announcing that all the compensation money from those turncoat streamers would be donated to help the people. Zhao Yuqi could only nod continuously as she listened. Yes, I will implement it right away. After that, Zhao Yuqi's state of mind gradually returned to calm, even feeling somewhat moved. Chen Yuan really plays his cards masterfully. This move not only helps Big Cat TV miraculously restore its reputation, but also forces those streamers into a position where they cannot resist. Think about it, they just broke their contracts and are being sued for compensation. Now, that money is being used for charity. If they oppose it, it means they are opposing charity. If they refuse to pay, it means they are robbing the opportunity for disaster relief. At that point, public opinion will automatically turn against them. Meanwhile, Big Cat TV will naturally become a company with a sense of social responsibility. Indeed, Chen Yuan is forever the pillar of support in my heart. As long as he's here, even if the sky were to collapse, it would never crush us. Zhao Yuqi thought to herself and suddenly felt, my worries all this time were really unnecessary. At this moment, Chen Yuan began to sense something was wrong. Why is it that all the businesses under my control are suddenly being dragged into scandals one after another? Clearly, someone is targeting me. And what's more troubling, it's not just one force involved in this game. At that moment, on the TV, the latest breaking news continued to expose a horrifying new incident. A female patient, after undergoing facial surgery and using a high-end scar removal product, suffered severe necrosis of her face, which was completely destroyed. Unable to cope with the shock, she jumped from a building. The police have begun an investigation. Meanwhile, the manufacturing company, Ruoyuan Medicine and Pharmacy, led by Xiao Ruoyu, has officially stated that their product is flawless. However, this explanation has been rejected by the public, leaving the company to face a wave of harsh criticism. Seeing this news, Chen Yuan's expression turned dark. If before, I only felt that someone was targeting me, now there's no need to guess anymore. It's clear that someone is playing dirty, and they're doing it so blatantly that they don't even try to hide it. The malicious smear attempts are one thing, I still find that somewhat interesting, but to smear me to the point of dehumanizing me, this is truly unacceptable. If a normal person were in this situation, they'd definitely be driven to madness, forced to make a series of hasty decisions, and with just a small mistake, their entire business empire would collapse in an instant. But the issue here is that I'm not a normal person. They want to bring me down? Fine, then let's see who's going to be the first one to get pushed into the water. At the same time, at the Bulgari Hotel, one of the most luxurious locations, the atmosphere in the grand meeting room was extremely tense. Dozens of the world's most powerful elders were sitting together, but not to discuss business collaborations. Instead, they were having a closed-door meeting to deal with one person. Someone spoke up, I've spent quite a bit of money to bribe those with decision-making power. As long as the media jumps in, we have to blow this situation wide open, making sure that Chen Yuan has no chance to rise again. Once this is successful, he'll never have the opportunity to make a comeback. Another person interjected, that's right, Chen Yuan has developed at lightning speed, building a gigantic financial empire in just half a year, but the higher you climb, the harder you fall. He's moving too fast, like constructing a skyscraper without a solid foundation. A single push from anyone, and the whole building could collapse. Among the crowd, there was a special figure, Prince Samsung Park Young-jae. He looked around and almost burst out laughing, but had to hold it in. It wasn't because he found it amusing, but because he was genuinely surprised. What exactly has Chen Yuan done that has caused so many big players to want to drag him down into the mud all at once? This isn't just a couple of ordinary enemies. The list of people in this room, if made public, would shake the global financial market immediately. Everyone here is well known, everyone holds power, and everyone wants to bring down Chen Yuan. Hongjian Capital, a conglomerate with an extremely vast influence, is not just about business, it controls politics and law as well. Mitsui Financial Group, one of the massive financial empires of Nation N, is present, with interests spanning from banking to real estate, healthcare to technology.
Park Young-jae thought, the name Rockefeller Group alone is enough to be haunting.
The long-established tycoon family controls a range of critical industries in Nation M. The Morgan Financial Group, one of the banking giants, holds trillions of dollars, and a mere snap of their fingers can shake the financial markets. But here, these people don't just want to defeat Chen Yuan in business, they want to completely erase him from the marketplace. No negotiations, no reconciliation, only destruction. Park Young-jae was still processing this information, feeling somewhat confused. In business, it's business, but why would Chen Yuan provoke so many powerful forces to the point of hatred? At this moment, Park Young-jae's gaze shifted toward Morgantina, and he couldn't help but ask, Miss Morgan, I heard that your financial group mainly deals with banking.
So, why would you get involved in a fight with Chen Yuan? Aren't the two sides unrelated?
Tina sat there, her face cold and flawless, her demeanor unmistakably poised. Then, she declared a statement that made everyone fall silent. This is very easy to understand.
Han City Jayak dared to plagiarize my research. Such behavior cannot be overlooked. Whoever does wrong must pay the price.
Her words, full of lethal intent, immediately made Park Young-jae feel a sense of glee. Everyone knows that the Morgan clans are not ordinary, and they're also members of the mysterious Skull and Bones organizations. If they've stepped in, it means Chen Yuan is really in danger.
Chen Yuan is definitely going to be defeated this time.
I told you, don't try to outshine others. If you shine too brightly, you'll get stomped out. Normally, offending one or two big shots is already bad luck, but now, Chen Yuan has gone for a whole long list, pissing off QQ, Hongjian Capital, and even pulling in the Morgan clans from across the ocean. Now, everything's in motion, the wheel of fate is turning without brakes, and the only outcome ahead is one everyone can predict. Chen Yuan stood amidst the storm, his face as cold as ice, his mind unwavering. These people probably think that with a few tricks and some rumors, they can make me disappear, huh? He thought, you kids are still too inexperienced. Underestimating me is a mistake. And once you make a mistake, I will make sure you pay the price. Wang Kai is here now, get ready to carry out the mission. From the screen, a passionate voice rang out, Master, leave it to me. Any chicken that wants to fly will be a chicken whose time has passed. Chen Yuan squinted and slowly spoke. First, infiltrate all online platforms, from QQ, Weibo, TikTok, Vanova, Bilibili to even Baidu. Basically, anything that can be browsed, get in there for me. Full control. Next, clear all the negative news about me. Those keyboard warriors who love to make fun of me, block them all. Whether it's a hot streamer or top commenter, anyone talking bad, just sweep them away. The one with the loudest mouth, lock their account for 3 years. Finally, find all the dirty secrets of the leaders and gather them into a combo of shocking news, push it to every forum for the world to see who the real boss is. Now you all can just wait and take the heavy backlash. Wang Kai, full of energy, replied, order received, executing immediately. And so, Chen Yuan's multi-billion-dollar machine officially went into operation, ready to flatten anyone who dared to stand in its way. On this vast network, the number of bloggers is indeed countless. From small-time influencers with only a few thousand fans to high-ranking grand ministers with millions of loyal followers. No matter who they are or which corner of the social media world they stand in, no one can escape the harsh truth. They've been blocked, everyone. Things happen so quickly. 1 second, they were a renowned reviewer exposing scandals, and the next, they became a shadow, a nameless figure that no one even remembered ever existed. A multitude of accounts were wiped out, rumors vanished as swiftly as lightning, and people were left in confusion, unsure of what was happening. At this moment, the private meeting room in the Bellari Hotel was thrown open, and a frantic assistant rushed in, gasping for breath, eyes wide with panic. Boss, it's over. There's an explosive flood of information suddenly spreading across the platform. All the powerful CEOs, Ma CEO, Long CEO, Wang CEO, and Lu CEO have had their private messages, screenshots, and even secret videos exposed. Some are revealed to be having secret affairs, while others are exposed for their underground dealings. After hearing this, everyone was shaken, so much so that their scalps tingled and sweat poured down like a shower. Quick, delete all those videos right now. If they leak out, it's all over.
The assistant, pale-faced, continued reporting, "Boss, the problem is we can't delete them.
The video recommendation system seems to have been tampered with by hackers, it keeps pushing them up.
It's hard for people not to see them."
The whole meeting room was frozen, everyone stared wide-eyed at their phone screens. Impossible, everything was airtight, nothing was supposed to leak out. Sensitive messages were deleted immediately.
Dangerous videos were cut right away. But who would have thought that what we thought was deleted could still be recovered, and people could dig it up whenever they liked and pull out whatever they wanted?
Park Young-jae also glued his eyes to the screen, mouth agape, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Why are all the accounts exposing things gone?
There has to be a reason for that. And what's with locking it for 3 years? What kind of security system is this that allows hackers to get in so easily? Are you guys just sitting around playing puzzles or what?
While scandals popped up like mushrooms after the rain, Chen Yuan remained calm as if he were an outsider, uninterested in the storm of news on the internet. He only slightly furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed Xiao Ruoyu's number.
"Since the day Xiao Ruoyu angrily left the villa, this is the first time I've actively reached out.
This time, the matter is so serious that even she has been pushed to the center of criticism.
Yet she hasn't complained a single word. Is she trying to appear strong, or does she want to bear it all alone?" The phone rang continuously for over 30 seconds before someone picked up. He said, "GWI bye, it's me."
On the other end, Xiao Ruoyu's voice was very calm.
"Oh, Chen Yuan?
What's up?"
"I'm busy." Xiao Ruoyu's response was somewhat cold, as if she wasn't too concerned about the matter. But after hearing it, Chen Yuan had the feeling that something wasn't right. So, he immediately asked, "What are you busy with?"
In response, Xiao Ruoyu simply said, "Just some work."
But Chen Yuan was not the type of person who could easily be deceived, so he continued to ask, "GWI bye, are you okay?"
Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's voice remained unusually calm. "I'm fine, I've been fine the whole time, why do you ask?"
Not wanting to drag it out, Chen Yuan just hummed in acknowledgement and hung up.
But things didn't stop there. He immediately gave an order, "Wang Kai, track the location of the recent call."
Receiving the order, Wang Kai immediately replied, "Understood, master."
After a few seconds, Wang Kai pinpointed the location precisely, about 30 meters from Chen Yuan, northeast.
Chen Yuan was slightly startled upon hearing this. That close?
He turned to look in that direction and realized that the area was a high-end villa complex.
A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Something's going on here, and it's definitely not something normal. During this period, Xiao Ruoyu had never left Mei Yuan.
Her mind was in turmoil, but she still held on and stayed there. During this time, Xiao Ruoyu wandered around Mei Yuan, but not by chance. She was searching for traces of Chen Yuan. After much effort and countless questions, she finally found out where he was. And in order to get closer to Chen Yuan, Xiao Ruoyu went all out, paying 3 times the rent and adding an extra 200,000 to the old tenant as a compensation fee, hoping they would leave quickly. From then on, Xiao Ruoyu could occasionally see Chen Yuan standing on the balcony, slowly enjoying a cup of coffee. Every time, she felt her heart calm down, as if she had achieved something great.
But it wasn't always so peaceful.
When faced with the sudden storm of bricks and stones, Xiao Ruoyu was completely stunned. "Just recently, Chen Yuan called me." A brief call, just a few words of concern, then he hung up. But to me, it felt like a ray of sunshine in the storm of life.
Yet, it was still not enough to ease the growing frustration and resentment inside me.
She thought, no matter how chaotic my heart is, I still try to remain calm, maintaining the demeanor of an arrogant goddess, not allowing any weakness to show in front of Chen Yuan. I don't want him to see a Xiao Ruoyu who is defeated, pitifully crying. I want to prove that I can face everything on my own, that no matter how strong the storms are, they won't make me falter. But saying it is easy, doing it is hard.
The moment Chen Yuan hung up, that mask of strength shattered immediately.
Xiao Ruoyu could no longer hold back, tears fell like rain, uncontrollably crying. I can ignore thousands of insults online, I can disregard threatening messages, but I can't stand Chen Yuan's indifference. He called me, which means he has seen what's going on online.
But then what?
Just a few casual words and he hung up, no comfort, no genuine concern. The feeling of being treated like a complete stranger hurts more than any insult from the crowd outside.
Have I really become someone who no longer matters to him?
She thought, if I hadn't carelessly left my WeChat for Linnea that day, if I hadn't seen the movie tickets in Chen Yuan's bag, if back in high school, I had known that it was Chen Yuan who took the blows for me, quietly protecting me from afar. If only one of those things had changed, maybe he and I would have been together long ago, without any third party intervening, without the need to sit here today and regret.
But life doesn't have the words if only. Once the opportunity is missed, it's gone forever.
Just as Xiao Ruoyu was lost in her frustration, she was startled when the doorbell rang. The door opened, and the person standing in front of her left Xiao Ruoyu stunned.
Her lips trembled slightly. Chen Yuan, why are you here?
Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yuan pulled her into his arms, his eyes a mix of reproach and teasing. You moved so close to my place, and you didn't even tell me? Xiao Ruoyu flustered, pushing him away, both shy and embarrassed, trying to find a reason to explain. Well. But before she could find the reason, she was completely defeated by Chen Yuan's next words. You silly girl, there is nothing that can't be solved. No matter how much time passes, no matter how everything changes, in my heart, you will always be the goddess of those high school years. After saying that, he stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. And just like that, without anyone needing to say anything, Chen Yuan gave Xiao Ruoyu a tight kiss. In that moment, the two seemed to merge into one, ignoring the chaotic world outside. And the feeling of being embraced by the one she had always longed for, Xiao Ruoyu seemed to lose all her strength, leaning entirely against Chen Yuan. Her eyes sparkled, her voice choked with emotion. Chen Yuan, I want to be with you, regardless of whether we have a title or not, regardless of whether I can marry you or not, I don't care. I just need you by my side. The last words dissolved in sobs, but they were stronger than any confession of love. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze for a second, and in Chen Yuan's heart, there was a brief stir. Then, he gently patted her head and said, First, let me cook something for you. You must be very tired after all this time. This meal was nothing extravagant, just a simple fried rice with egg and tomato, but it held a special meaning for Xiao Ruoyu. It was unclear when exactly, but her position in his heart had rapidly elevated in a way that was almost magical. Husband, you are truly wonderful. Afterward, Xiao Ruoyu unknowingly fell into a deep sleep, but this was undoubtedly the best sleep she had had since the moment she became the target of harsh criticism online. A storm of venomous words rained down on her, each internet user chiming in with their own harsh comments, some cursing her, others pouring salt on her wounds, turning her into a villain of the ages. When faced with this suffocating barrage of scorn and threats, Xiao Ruoyu's mind was in turmoil, as if she had been pushed into an endless dark abyss. But after this sleep, Xiao Ruoyu would no longer feel despair.
The moment Chen Yuan carried Xiao Ruoyu to the bed, a problem arose.
She disregarded all conventional reasoning and decided to go all in. Chen Yuan, I want to offer myself to you. Chen Yuan was taken aback, his hand still supporting Xiao Ruoyu's waist trembling slightly. The girl in his arms was weak, yet unexpectedly intense, like a gentle breeze, but powerful enough to sweep away all his rational thoughts. As if fearing Chen Yuan would leave, Xiao Ruoyu did not hesitate or falter in expressing her feelings. Chen Yuan, all this time I have been nothing more than a puppet in the hands of fate, arranged by my family, bound by duty, controlled by my mother like a pawn. But tonight, I want to make my own decision. Even if I have to face all the consequences tomorrow, even if I have to part from you, it doesn't matter, as long as tonight I belong to you, that's enough. If you think I'm reckless and shameless, I will accept it. If you think I'm foolish, I won't mind. But Chen Yuan, there's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that I love you. The last words Xiao Ruoyu spoke were like a breath, yet carried the weight of 1,000 pounds.
In that moment, all of Chen Yuan's reasoning was completely crushed.
A man can resist tens of thousands of enemies, but he cannot resist the girl he loves, who is placing her heart in his hands. He lowered his head and placed a deep kiss on Xiao Ruoyu's forehead. That night, the wind outside the window still blew, the moonlight still shone upon the world, but the two of them no longer cared about time. The next morning, while Chen Yuan was making a sweet breakfast, his phone suddenly rang, and the screen showed the name Qin Wusong. Every time this person called, there was always something either big or small, either a complaint or a frustration. As soon as Chen Yuan answered, he heard the voice on the other end complaining, "Chen Yuan, where are you? You disappeared early in the morning. I came to your house, rang the doorbell until my finger almost broke, but no one answered."
Chen Yuan lazily responded, "What's up?"
Without any beating around the bush, Qin Wusong went straight to the point, "It's nothing major. There's a girl from the Wei family, Wei Ziling, the granddaughter of Grandpa's good friend. She says she wants to invite us for a meal." Qin Wusong continued, "This girl was shouting just the other day, defending that bastard Shi Yun, but I'm sure now she knows who the real trustworthy person is. She wants to apologize to you, genuinely regretful. I think it's fine, after all, people can be stubborn. Whether you forgive her or not is another matter, but just meeting her for the sake of it wouldn't hurt." Chen Yuan nodded after listening and casually replied, "All right, I'll go over in a bit."
He hung up the phone, then turned to Xiao Ruoyu, "GWI bye, you can keep eating, don't worry about the outside stuff.
I've got a little business to take care of and I'll be back soon." Xiao Ruoyu, still happily eating, immediately sensed something was off when she saw the look in Chen Yuan's eyes. "Who called you?
You're already busy this early in the morning."
Chen Yuan smiled and answered, "It's just someone wanting to apologize, nothing serious.
I'll go out for a bit and come back."
Upon hearing that, Xiao Ruoyu didn't press further, but her gaze was filled with deep meaning. Just someone wanting to apologize? That sounds suspicious. Who invites someone out for a meal early in the morning just to apologize? Although there was a hint of reluctance in her heart, she still tried to appear calm, not wanting to make things difficult for Chen Yuan. "Since I started managing the company and took on the role of chairman, I've come to understand how many problems one has to face in running a large enterprise. Every day, as soon as I open my eyes, there are hundreds of things to handle, and every passing minute is money. If things aren't handled well, countless people are affected. Chen Yuan doesn't just have one thing to worry about, but a mountain of tasks piling up. He not only has to deal with the mess I caused, but also manage the affairs of the many companies under him. Sometimes, the pressure on his shoulders is 10 times greater than mine, but he still takes the time to be with me, staying by my side throughout the night, and even gets up early in the morning to cook for me. This is what moves me the most. If, at this point, I were to ask for more, make trouble, or show weakness, it would be no different from being an ungrateful person." Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu happily picked up her spoon and began to enjoy her breakfast in the most appreciative way possible. While eating, she casually reached for her phone and opened the screen. But the moment my finger swiped across the screen, the more I looked, the more I felt that something was off. Just yesterday, the entire social media was in an uproar. News sites, big and small accounts were all dissecting the event where a supernatural being was said to remove scars, turning customers into monsters, to the point where this keyword even climbed to the top of Weibo's search. And yet now, everything had disappeared without a trace, not a single sign left. Not only had the articles about the incident vanished, but even those who had harshly criticized and condemned me were gone. Bloggers with millions of followers, accounts that had once viciously cursed me, all had their accounts mysteriously locked. Wait, where did everything go? Hey, can someone please explain? Could it be that someone has cleaned up this mess for me? The more Xiao Ruoyu thought about it, the more she felt, there must be some force helping me. But who could have the ability to manipulate social media to this extent? After thinking it over, only one name surfaced in her mind. Is it Chen Yuan? This thought just appeared, and Xiao Ruoyu immediately felt like her heart was being squeezed. A warm current unexpectedly spread through her chest, the corners of her lips curling slightly, and her face lit up with a thoughtful, emotional expression. If it really was him, then what did he do?
Why is it that suddenly, no one scolds me anymore?
Unable to believe her eyes, Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly opened TikTok, Weibo, Ding, and all platforms where information could be skewed, but the result remained the same. All the slanderous posts, all the negative comments, all the accounts that had spammed insults, every single one had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu began to feel both cherished and worried, tears unknowingly falling down her cheeks, not out of sadness but because she was so deeply moved. Chen Yuan has never sweet-talked me, but his actions speak 100 times more than his words. Even if Chen Yuan doesn't marry me in the future, I will have no regrets. To have a soulmate like him in life, I would not regret dying. Thus, Chen Yuan not only restored Xiao Ruoyu's faith but also ignited her fondness for him, reaching an all-time high. System notification, Ting. Detected that the third dog-licking subject has officially reached max level. All attributes rewarded with plus 10, and additional enhancement points rewarded with plus 50. While Xiao Ruoyu was daydreaming, Chen Yuan, Qin Wusong, and Wei Ziling were already at a 24/7 hot pot restaurant, specializing in serving those souls who were both hungry and troubled. But coming for hot pot early in the morning was indeed an unusual style. As soon as Wei Ziling sat down, she patted her chest, displaying a generous demeanor, her voice full of sincerity. Mr. Chen Yuan, Sister Wusong, I apologize for what happened last time. I really didn't expect Shi Yun to seem so gentle and honest, but behind our backs, he turned out to be such a despicable person. Today, I'm treating you both to this meal to make amends. Please eat as much as you like, it's on me. Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong couldn't help but blink, curiously asking, Ziling, do you have so little pocket money? You're the miss of the Wei family, inviting the smoke CEO for a meal, and yet you're treating us to hot pot early in the morning? Your family's not that poor, so why are you being so stingy? Wei Ziling, upon hearing this, patted her chest confidently and said, I am the miss of the Wei family, my monthly allowance is in the 5-digit range. Besides, I think having hot pot is the true expression of sincerity. Hot pot, steaming hot, with a delicious broth, eating it makes you forget all grudges. Isn't that the perfect way to reconcile? Qin Wusong was in shock, glancing at Chen Yuan as if seeking someone to share his astonishment with. Chen Yuan, however, just smiled without saying a word. I buy at least 30 outfits every month, not to mention shoes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics, and various snacks. In total, I have to spend at least 1 million every month to make ends meet. And yet, a miss from a prestigious family only gets several thousand for pocket money each month. Isn't the Wei family being a bit too strict with their granddaughter? Seeing that the two were still in shock, Wei Ziling eagerly stood up and called the waiter. Waiter, I'd like to order. What was meant to be a casual hot pot meal ended up lasting 2 hours. At first, Wei Ziling was still cheerful and relaxed, thinking that with just 2,000, she could treat Chen Yuan to a hot pot meal that was both filling and not wasteful. But no, she had forgotten one important thing: Chen Yuan was no ordinary person. A person with strength and agility 17 times that of an average person, so the amount of food he could consume was certainly not a small number. And the result was that Chen Yuan devoured more than 3,000, leaving the entire table stunned. Wei Ziling was so heartbroken that her soul nearly left her body. Oh my god, when did this person's stomach become a bottomless pit? Eating like he's been starving for 10 or 15 days? Is he planning to eat the whole hot pot? And still not get fat? How unfair. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan calmly picked up a piece of beef and chewed it, with a hint of sympathy. Little sister, if you're inviting me to eat, you should have been prepared. Have you never heard the saying, the poor are good at studying, the rich eat well? Let me show you what eating like a rich person looks like. Today, someone is about to spend all their money. But before she could fully digest the shock, Wei Ziling remembered something even more important. She put down her chopsticks, looked at Chen Yuan seriously, and asked, Mr. Chen Yuan, I have a question. How did you know I was poisoned and not just caught a cold? Chen Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze flashing with a sharpness, as if he had been waiting for this question for a long time. It's very simple. If it's windstroke, the symptoms will be very different. First, windstroke usually causes facial drooping, slurred speech, but your skin shows no signs of that at all. Second, if it's windstroke,
the patient will gradually recover after being kept warm and having acupressure. But what about your grandfather? His condition hasn't improved, it's actually gotten worse. That's the key point.
But before Chen Yuan could finish explaining, something unexpected happened. Wei Ziling suddenly clutched her stomach, her face turning pale as she cried out in pain, "Ah, it hurts so much."
Qin Wusong, alarmed, quickly asked, "Ziling, was the hot pot too spicy? Did you get a stomach ache after eating it?"
At this moment, Wei Ziling's face was ashen, cold sweat dripping down her face. "It hurts so much, I can't bear it." Chen Yuan suddenly furrowed his brows, his expression turning serious. "It's not from the spiciness, she's been poisoned."
Qin Wusong froze. "What? Poisoned?"
Chen Yuan immediately took out her phone, called emergency services, and explained, "It's because Shi Yun was poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. It's been in her body for several days now.
Right now, it's spreading throughout her system. If it's not removed immediately, it could be life-threatening."
So, while the hot pot meal had been so enjoyable, the return trip was filled with panic.
After about 10 minutes, Old Wei, upon hearing that his beloved granddaughter was in trouble, didn't hesitate for a second.
He rushed straight to the hospital, and with just one call from Old Wei, all of the best medical professionals in Meiyuan City were urgently summoned. But the strange thing was, after scanning, no foreign objects could be found. The experts, stepping out, shook their heads with a tone of helplessness. "Based on our diagnosis, your granddaughter is very likely suffering from acute kidney failure.
At this point, we recommend that a kidney transplant be performed immediately."
As soon as these words were spoken, Old Wei was so shocked that he almost fainted.
What? How could it be so severe?
But before he could recover, the expert continued to deliver even worse news. "But there's a problem, her blood type is Rh negative, also known as panda blood.
People with this blood type are extremely rare, it's not even certain that 1 in 1,000 would have it, and they would need to voluntarily donate a kidney too. It's harder than picking stars from the sky. Even if we find a match, the surgery still isn't guaranteed to be 100% successful. Old Wei, you should prepare yourself mentally for this."
These words hit Old Wei like a sledgehammer straight to his heart. His mind, already on edge, went numb. "Years ago, I already went through the pain of watching my hair turn gray as I saw my son off to the funeral home. I sent my beloved child away, unable to do anything to keep him here. And now, when I'm already halfway to the grave myself, I have to face the prospect of losing my only granddaughter. No, I won't allow this to happen. This granddaughter is the only hope left for our clan, she's everything I have in this world." "That's right, Mr. Bei Chen, the name that makes the world tremble. If I have to kneel down and beg for help, I'll make sure to ask Mr. Bei Chen to cure her." At this moment, on the road near the hospital, a sleek Maserati sped by as if it wanted to tear through the air. Inside the car, Xin Wusong gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face showing clear signs of tension, while Chen Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, remained unbothered as if he had all the time in the world. "Hey, Chen Yuan, are you seriously not going to care about Miss Wei? She's suffering from acute kidney failure, it's really dangerous. The doctor said the only option is a kidney transplant, and her blood type is rare. Finding a matching kidney is no easy task." Chen Yuan remained calm, his expression showing no signs of agitation. "I never said I wouldn't help, the thing is, some people just act like they don't need my help. I can't force it. It's hard being the good guy help, and no one remembers, don't help, and you get criticized." Xin Wusong shot him a glare, visibly annoyed. This guy is so stubborn. He probably wants Wei Ziling and Old Wei to come begging him for help before he'll do anything. This time, Wei Ziling was sensible and went to apologize herself, but she's just a young girl from a big family, her words don't carry much weight. Meanwhile, Old Wei refuses to show any sincerity, which is probably why Chen Yuan is pouting, still dissatisfied. Thinking of this, Xin Wusong couldn't help but shudder. "I remember, I almost lost my life because of Shi Yun's poison needles. If it weren't for Chen Yuan's timely help, I might have already turned into a portrait hanging on an altar by now. So, I understand better than anyone what it feels like when the Grim Reaper knocks at your door. And that's why I feel even more anxious when I see Chen Yuan so calm and unaffected." Then, Shin Woo-song sighed, responding in frustration, alright, I'll go back and talk to Grandpa, tell Old Wei to personally come and apologize to you.
Is that good enough?
Chen Yuan, hearing this, still replied indifferently, hurry up, Wei Ziling won't last much longer.
You need to prepare as well.
Her condition is much more complicated than yours was before. From the beginning, Chen Yuan had been ignoring everything, but when it came to this, his expression grew extremely serious. If I'm not mistaken, the poison has spread to the internal organs, causing the kidneys to rapidly deteriorate.
This isn't something that can be fixed by just pulling out a needle. The poison needs to be neutralized from the inside out.
He said, in that case, this poison isn't some street-level stuff, it's likely a secret medicine. The tricky part is that from the moment you're poisoned to the moment you die, it's only about 3 to 5 days. There's no time to research it. Shin Woo-song was shocked when she heard this, then she thought about how Wei Ziling hadn't even had the chance to fully live out her beautiful years, and now she might be at risk of leaving this world too soon. She couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. So, what you're saying is that she doesn't have much time left, and there's still so much she hasn't experienced.
Is she really going to meet her ancestors so soon? Don't tell me even you can't do anything about it.
Chen Yuan shook his head, opened the passenger door, and stepped out of the car with a slightly uncomfortable expression. Stop panicking, no one said it's impossible to save her. It's just that to detoxify her, we need some time to prepare. Hearing this, Shin Woo-song felt a little more reassured. Chen Yuan, then I'll head back to take care of some things and talk to Grandpa.
I'll have Grandpa negotiate with Old Wei.
Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right. But at that moment, Shin Woo-song slid out of the driver's seat, darting like the wind to his side. Hey, wait a minute, Chen Yuan. And then, before Chen Yuan could even react, a sweet fragrance suddenly enveloped him, and a light touch like a butterfly's wing landed on his left cheek.
The sensation hadn't even reached his brain yet when a faint lipstick mark was left behind as undeniable evidence.
Shin Woo-song, having done it, pretended to be shy, covering her face with both hands like the lead actress in a romantic movie. AAA, I'm so embarrassed, move out of the way. After saying that, she leaped back into the car, the engine roaring a few times before speeding off into the distance. Chen Yuan stood there for a few seconds, then couldn't help but murmur, damn it, kissed and then ran off, what a damn rogue. But before he could recover, he suddenly felt 2 sharp beams of light shooting directly at him. One gaze, from the northeast direction, was coming from the balcony of the villa. Xiao Ruoyu, who was watering the flowers, had unwittingly witnessed the entire high-speed intimate encounter. She stood frozen, her eyes filled with question marks. Great. If this had happened at another time, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but last night I had a long heart-to-heart with Xiao Ruoyu, and now today I'm caught red-handed.
This is what you call karma.
Not stopping there, another gaze from the southeast direction of Daihan, who had just moved in next to his house, busily renovating the interior and even hired a professional home designer.
And at that very moment, she turned to catch the passionate moment. Chen Yuan, with his sharp hearing and keen eyes, witnessed this scene and his scalp tingled. How could this be such a coincidence? I feel like my life is just like the male lead in a long TV drama, one crisis after another. Calm down, I must stay calm, as long as I don't panic, this can still be saved. So, Chen Yuan pretended not to notice Xiao Ruoyu and Daihan.
Meanwhile, on the balcony battlefield, Xiao Ruoyu stood frozen, her mind racing faster than an F1 car. Wait a minute, today he's going on a date with Miss Qin? Miss Qin comes from an incredibly powerful family, she's stunningly beautiful, and her figure is top-notch. What do I have that's better than her? In every aspect, it seems like I don't have any clear advantage. Thinking about this, Xiao Ruoyu felt a little frustrated, but immediately thought to herself, wait, what am I thinking? According to the experience in the Yi De Quan book, when girls are swayed by emotions, they often make actions that are both foolish and irreversible, pushing themselves into a dilemma. But I can't let myself follow the same path as the characters in the book. I need to think things through, to look beyond the emotional layer and see the essence of the situation. She thought, if I only consider the surface, this really does seem like the behavior of a scumbag. According to the usual script, I should immediately run over to confront him, demand an explanation, then throw away my dignity and end this ambiguous relationship in tears.
But wait a minute, end the relationship?
Chen Yuan has never declared that he's my boyfriend, nor has he ever said we have an official relationship. In fact, it was I who took the initiative to approach him first last night. Xiao Ruoyu, after a moment of daze, finally calmed down and began to ask herself, calm down, I never actually thought about making things difficult with Chen Yuan.
He has finally started to treat me a little more gently.
If I explode over this now, I'll only push him further away, and that's not what I want. Moreover, Xin Wusong was the one who kissed Chen Yuan, but that doesn't mean he has feelings for her. And then he kissed her and ran away. Clearly, their relationship isn't at a point where it should be a concern.
If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to keep this man, you have to have the ability.
Without skill and wisdom, sooner or later, someone else will push you out of the game.
If even Xin Wusong can't handle it, then who will I be able to fight against in the future?
On another front, Dai Han witnessed everything but remained calm. I know full well that Xin Wusong likes Chen Yuan. Not to mention, last time, Chen Yuan even helped Xin Wusong remove the poison needle and took off her clothes right there on the spot. It was nothing more than a brief touch of the lips.
There's no need to be so tense about it.
Thinking about this, Dai Han slightly furrowed her brows, then suddenly came up with an earth-shattering deduction. Wait a minute, there's something very important I haven't considered.
Chen Yuan is someone who practices cultivating immortality.
He might not just be in his 20s, he could have lived for hundreds of years. He might even be from the Republic of China era, or even the Qing dynasty. He could very well still hold the old belief in having multiple wives, like in ancient times. Women, born with a fear of aging, the more beautiful they are, the more they fear getting old. Unless they can practice cultivating immortality, only then can they resist the laws of aging. If staying with Chen Yuan could make me live longer, remain youthful, then this wouldn't just be about feelings, it would also be a wonderful investment. The next morning at Hongqiao, a series of supercars appeared one after another, driving into the station, causing people's eyes to dazzle. A total of more than 100 supercars, over 200 Bentleys, and 300 Maybachs gathered together, forming an imposing lineup of 600 supercars, completely blocking the exit of the train station. And exactly at 10 o'clock, amidst the bustling crowd, a dark green train slowly pulled into the station. The train doors opened, and a man stepped out, his appearance strikingly distinctive. He wore a black traditional robe, carrying an old suitcase that seemed like it had just come from a period drama. Standing at around 1.8 meters tall, with a sharp face and a demeanor that exuded an air of pioneering and profound wisdom, it was immediately apparent that he was no ordinary person.
Ah, it's been decades since I've left the mountain.
I never expected Mei Yuan to have changed so dramatically. The young people these days are really bold, he murmured.
Naturally, with a figure and presence like his, how could he not draw attention in a public place? In just a few short seconds, a wave of young women's gazes was irresistibly drawn to him, as though magnetized.
A group of female students whispered among themselves, "Oh my god, this uncle is so handsome, like seriously, he looks a little older but totally charming in a rustic way."
One of them commented, "Your taste is a bit heavy, huh?
You're in your 20s, and he looks like he's probably older than your dad."
But he's so handsome, though, isn't he?
While everyone held their breath in anticipation, a figure in a black robe, exuding the aura of a true cultivator, appeared and walked forward. His steps were steady and dignified, his presence as if a celestial being descending to the mortal world. One could tell instantly that he was no ordinary man. At that moment, all the elder tycoons rushed forward, their faces filled with excitement as if the god of wealth himself had descended upon them. A few of the prominent figures even bowed deeply, performing a solemn ceremony as though they were welcoming an emperor returning from a journey. "We welcome Mr. Bei Chen, we welcome Mr. Bei Chen." At this time, Mr. Bei Chen stood still, silently observing the heads that bowed before him, his expression unchanged, clearly accustomed to such grandiose scenes. He gently lifted his suitcase and walked forward with an air of calm, his regal presence making the entire station hold its breath. "I didn't expect that even after 20 years of staying on the mountain, so many people still remember me. Alright, no need for formalities." Old Sheen lowered his head and clasped his hands together, his gaze filled with reverence. "Senior, it's been a long time since we last met.
You are as graceful as ever. Qin Tianfang greets the master. Bei Chen paused for a moment, then patted old Qin on the shoulder, his voice slightly surprised. Huh? Is that you, Xiao Qin? It's been so many years, I didn't expect this little guy to have grown up now. Upon hearing this, the 500 bodyguards simultaneously turned to look at old Qin, their mouths twitching. This person is at least 70 or 80 years old, with white hair, wrinkled skin, and a house full of grandchildren, yet he's still called Xiao Qin. Is this a light insult or what? But then again, thinking about it, in front of Mr. Beichen, anyone would seem small and childlike. Old Qin felt a little embarrassed inside, but then thought to himself, in this world, only Mr. Beichen would dare to call me that. So, he maintained a respectful expression and said, Master is joking. 60 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I used to be a passionate youth, but now I've become an old man. At this moment, Mr. Beichen got straight to the point, his tone turning much more serious, tinged with both curiosity and doubt. Xiao Qin, do you have any news about Shi Yun? He was supposed to come to Mei Yuan to meet you and receive the 1,000-year ginseng that you wanted to give me, but it's been several days now and there's still no news, not a single word. As soon as the sentence was finished, the atmosphere around them seemed to drop slightly, as if an invisible, cold breeze had swept through. Qin Tianfang felt a brief moment of awkwardness, his chest tightening for a moment, but he still managed to maintain a smile, trying to respond as calmly as possible. Master, forgive me, I am not sure of Shi Yun's whereabouts. He did attend my birthday celebration that day, but after that, I have no idea where he went. I even thought he had already returned. Of course, old Qin wasn't foolish enough to reveal anything about the poisoning. To accuse Bei Chen's disciple in front of so many people would be like slapping himself in the face. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bei Chen immediately furrowed his brows, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. Something's not right. My intuition has never failed me, and this time it's ringing alarm bells. A thin wave of cold air spread out, causing those standing nearby to involuntarily shiver, their spines chilling as if someone had just poured a bucket of ice-cold water over them. But before Bei Chen could think any further, a number of clan leaders and influential figures arrived in quick succession, jostling and crowding together. Their faces were all full of excitement, but the content of their conversations was anything but pleasant. Everyone has a tragic story about a family member's illness, along with a very familiar request, please save them. When it was Wei Chang's turn to speak, his voice still carried the urgent tone as if he were on the verge of tears. Mr. Bei Chen, my granddaughter, Wei Ziling, suddenly fell seriously ill yesterday. Her condition is now extremely critical, and I humbly request that you, Master, intervene to save her. I will be forever grateful for this great favor. After speaking, old Wei's heart burned with anxiety. My granddaughter is lying in a hospital bed, in critical condition. And yet seeing the way Mr. Bei Chen refuses so bluntly feels like being doused with cold water in the middle of winter. Old Wei was a good person, but Bei Chen, unfortunately, had to disappoint him entirely. His face showed no emotion, and he coldly responded, his tone detached, what does your granddaughter's illness have to do with me? My disciple is missing, and I haven't even found them yet. Do you think I have the time to worry about your problem? There are so many sick people in the world, do you expect me to save them all? Do you think I have nothing else to do? Seeing that Old Wei still had the audacity, Mr. Bei Chen snorted coldly, his voice full of irritation, get lost. I'm not in the mood to listen to your nagging. The words hit like a hammer, leaving Old Wei frozen in place, his face pale. A lifetime of power and respect, everywhere I go people show me deference, yet today I'm treated so harshly that I have nothing left to say. However, Old Wei didn't dare argue, because Bei Chen had always acted in an overbearing manner, doing things his own way. He didn't care how powerful or wealthy someone was, even if they wanted to plead with him, they had to make sure the timing was right. Unfortunately, Old Wei had picked the wrong moment. Old Qin, standing awkwardly between them, clearly found himself in a difficult situation. I had no idea Mr. Bei Chen would suddenly lose his temper like this. Just yesterday, Xiaosong assured me that Chen Yuan could find a way to save Wei Ziling. But then again, we have to be honest, Chen Yuan is just a young man with some knowledge of medicine. How could he compare to the legendary medicine king of the martial world? That man is the #1 master, the best doctor.
It's only when Mr. Beichen steps in that we can be sure of success. Who would have thought that as soon as he opened his mouth to beg, Mr. Beichen not only rejected him outright but also scolded Old Wei with a thunderous reprimand right in the middle of the crowd. Old Wei, on the other hand, fell into despair, without hesitation kneeling before Beichen, his voice filled with urgent pleading. "Master, my granddaughter is in critical condition, she's not even 18 yet, and she still has her whole life ahead of her. Please, I beg you, save her. She truly cannot wait any longer. Master, if you agree to help, I will offer all my life's accumulated wealth. Even if I lose everything, I will not regret it, just please save her." At this point, Old Wei had nothing left to lose, because for him, his pride no longer mattered. Even if the whole world laughed at him, even if he lost all his honor, as long as he could save Ziling, he was willing to do anything. Some of the clan heads who had previously felt a bit of joy seeing Old Wei being scolded by Mr. Beichen now couldn't bring themselves to laugh anymore. What they say is true, having money and power doesn't necessarily mean one is cold-hearted and indifferent. When faced with the life of a loved one, everyone will eventually bow their head. Qin Tianfang stood there, his face twitching, feeling as though there were thousands of donkeys running wildly in his heart. "I've been watching Mr. Beichen coldly all this time, and I didn't dare to say anything, but seeing Old Wei kneeling and crying like a scene from a tragic soap opera, I just couldn't stand by any longer." Taking a deep breath, Old Master Qin gathered all his courage to speak, his tone full of conviction. "Master, saving a life is more valuable than building 7 grand towers. Old Wei is truly desperate, and his granddaughter's condition is critical. She was originally a very lively and lovable little girl, but suddenly she got a strange illness that led to kidney failure. Now, even the major hospitals are helpless, the doctors are at a loss, and they can't even consider a kidney transplant because the girl has panda blood." At this point, the atmosphere grew heavier than ever. Old Wei clenched his fists, his heart pounding as he awaited Mr. Beichen's response. Everyone held their breath, afraid that Mr. Beichen would once again casually dismiss them with some irrelevant remark. If that happened, Old Wei would likely collapse right there on the spot. But unexpectedly, as soon as Beichen heard about Wei Ziling's condition, his expression suddenly changed. The cold, emotionless face, as if made of 1,000-year-old ice, momentarily froze. His gaze flickered with a trace of thought, acute renal failure, and just after meeting Shi Yun. Damn it, this bastard, what kind of business is he running, like someone who finishes using the toilet and doesn't even bother to wipe his ass? With the answer already certain in his mind, Beichen changed his attitude and spoke a short sentence, yet it was as powerful as a thunderclap: "Go to the hospital." The crowd around them was in a frenzy. No one expected Mr. Beichen to change his mind so quickly. Some even blamed themselves for not doing the same as Old Wei, thinking that Mr. Beichen had been moved by Old Wei's sincere heart. But whatever the reason, the most important thing was that Mr. Beichen had finally decided to act. At that very moment, Old Wei was overjoyed. His wrinkled, elderly face seemed to rejuvenate by 10 years. He stammered repeatedly, "Thank you, Master, thank you, Master." In his heart, he couldn't stop silently thanking heaven and earth. "I never thought that one day I would have to kneel and beg someone, but if that's the price to save my granddaughter, I would be willing to pay anything." In just a moment, a large crowd of people gathered at Mei Yuan Hospital, causing a commotion throughout the entire internal medicine department. People jostled to get through, all eager to witness firsthand how Mr. Beichen would save someone. In reality, most were simply curious, as opportunities to see the Medicine King's legend in action were extremely rare. As soon as he entered the patient's room, Mr. Beichen did not rush to act. Instead, he sat and observed Wei Ziling for a long while before finally taking her pulse to make a diagnosis. He hadn't even taken her pulse yet, but when he did, he was immediately stunned. "This girl has been struck by the golden meteor needle, a secret poison weapon from Medicine King Valley. The victim doesn't even realize they've been poisoned. If no one notices and removes it in time, death is certain within 7 days." What made Mr. Beichen frown even more, however, was that in this world, aside from himself, only one person knew how to use the golden meteor needle, and that person was Shi Yun. Mentioning this disciple's name stirred some mixed emotions within Mr. Beichen. He glanced at the girl lying in bed, her delicate features, fair skin, and even though her eyes were closed, she still appeared remarkably endearing. He let out a faint grunt and clicked his tongue. That bastard Yun, although a bit fond of fun and prone to mischief, isn't the type to harm others without reason. If I'm not mistaken, the kid must have fallen for this girl, which is why he's pulling the same old tricks. Thinking of this, Bei-chin couldn't help but chuckle, a touch of nostalgia in his heart. I used that trick once too. The so-called hero saving the beauty, it's exactly like this. First, you make the other person fall into danger, then you appear at the right moment to save them. By saving their life, they'll naturally be grateful, even develop feelings, and from there, they become completely infatuated, willing to offer themselves in return. But the more he thought about it, the smile on Bei-chen's face faded, and his eyes narrowed, his thoughts growing deeper. If this were following the plan, Yin should have shown up by now. He would play the role of the miraculous savior, stepping in at the last moment to cure the illness and make everyone moved. So why hasn't he appeared yet? Does he know that if the golden meteor needle stays in the body for more than 6 days, even the antidote might not work? This thought just flashed through Bei-chen's mind, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. No, Yun has received 3 parts of my teachings, it can't work without restraint. Unless something has happened to Yun. Just as Bei-chen was still contemplating this thought, Old Wei, who had been anxiously worrying all this time, couldn't hold back and spoke up. Mr. Bei-chen, my granddaughter, do you have any way to treat her? Bei-chen raised an eyebrow and coldly responded, did I ever say I would treat her? Old Wei was stunned, almost tripping over his feet. But didn't you? Bei-chen calmly interrupted and turned to leave. I came to the hospital to confirm something, not to treat a disease. Now that I've confirmed it, let me ask you, my disciple, Yun, have you seen her? Old Wei was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Master, I'm not quite sure, but I can immediately order the Wei family to search for his whereabouts. If necessary, I can also post a missing person notice across all news platforms. With how information is spreading now, there's no way someone can go missing without being found. But please, sir, help rescue my granddaughter first. Saying this, Old Wei was so anxious that he was almost in tears, but Bei-chen still turned to leave, showing no sign of being moved or swayed by the request. Afterward, Bei-chen looked around at the group of people surrounding him and asked, when was the last time any of you saw him? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a voice rang out, Mr. Bei-chen, as far as I know, Mr. Yun's last appearance was at Old Chin's birthday party, but the party that day seemed to go rather poorly. It turned out to be Du Tianwen, the big boss of the Du family group in Hong Kong. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward to stir the pot and make things even more complicated. Du Tianwen said, the story started when Old Wei was struck by wind and collapsed in the middle of the banquet. Fortunately, Yun, the gentleman, stepped in to help, pulling him back from the doors of the King of Hell. However, after he woke up, not only did he not express any gratitude, but he also joined forces with Smoke's CEO, accusing someone of poisoning and maliciously scheming. To make matters worse, in the middle of the banquet, Smoke's CEO was so spiteful that he slapped Yun in the face in front of everyone. Everyone there that day was stunned, no one expected such an incident to happen. Humiliated in front of so many people, Mr. Yun at the time, without saying a word, simply clasped his hands and left. And since that day, no one has seen him again. As soon as Du Tianwen finished speaking, the temperature in the hospital room dropped sharply, and the atmosphere became heavy. Bei-chen, upon hearing this, turned grim, and a cold murderous aura radiated from him, so intense that anyone standing nearby could feel a chill run down their spine. Who was Smoke's CEO? He dares to humiliate my disciple? Seeing an opportunity to incite further anger, Du Tianwen quickly added, it is rumored that Smoke's CEO is a major tycoon, with a mysterious background and a powerful force behind him. Anyone who crosses him disappears without a trace. Du Tianwen continued, on the internet, people call him the national god, and everyone swarms to admire him like bees to honey. He's so powerful that he once caused the Li family, one of the 4 major families, to disappear in a single day just because they offended him. Decades of family legacy turned to dust, and they didn't even have time to react. He's the type of person who loves to fight and doesn't respect anyone. At Old Master Qin's party, Yun also accidentally overshadowed Smoke's CEO for a moment, and yet he made sure to teach him a harsh lesson. Now Yun is missing, and no one dares to say it's unrelated to him. Upon hearing the reason why his disciple was humiliated so badly, simply for unintentionally overshadowing Smoke CEO's presence, Bei Chen's face turned three colors, red, blue, and purple in anger.
The Wei family really knows how to turn their backs. My disciple saves people and doesn't even get a word of thanks, and instead, he's humiliated. Now, you still have the nerve to ask me to save your granddaughter? Don't you even look at yourselves in the mirror? That Smoke CEO, I'll remember him. Who does he think he is?
No matter how powerful he is, he will have to pay the price. Once he crosses my line, there's no way he can continue living in peace or go on vacation. Old Wei listened, and a chill ran down his spine. His whole body trembled, as if the sky was about to collapse right before his eyes. The hope of saving his granddaughter had been extinguished. To make matters worse, the story was about to take an unforeseen turn. Understanding the disciple's nature of seeking revenge for any grudge, Bei Chen furrowed his brows and asked, "Then let me ask you, after this incident, did anything happen to Chen Yuan?" Du Tianwen didn't hesitate and immediately responded, "Master, indeed something did happen. Right after the birthday party for Elder Qin at the Emperor Hotel, the very next day a horrifying attack broke out. The CEO of Smoke truly has a talent for angering the world. Not only did he make enemies locally, but he also offended several secret organizations from abroad. As a result, he was hunted down, yet the CEO of Smoke is one of the luckiest men alive. While others would turn pale at being chased with knives and guns, this man was shot with more than a dozen rocket-propelled grenades and still didn't die. No one has been able to explain this phenomenon until now. If you don't believe me, I have the video evidence right here. Mr. Bei Chen, please have a look." The video was just played, and the entire room seemed to be drained of all air. Bei Chen felt his chest heavy, as if something was pressing down on it. His intuition told him something was wrong. His hands quickly swiped through his phone, immediately opening the video of the Smoke CEO being shot. Others might not understand why the Smoke CEO appeared unharmed just a few hours later, not a hair out of place, but Bei Chen, the Medicine King, could tell right away. A bold hypothesis instantly appeared in his mind: maybe the world doesn't know yet. When it comes to the art of disguising, Medicine King Valley is truly the birthplace of the craft. Sure, Yun must have used the disguise technique to transform into that guy's appearance to carry out a little punishment. But who would have thought the opponent was so cunning, seeing through the plan and turning the tables, making sure Yun bear the full brunt of the pursuit instead of him? Has Sure Yun fallen already? The moment he realized the seriousness of the situation, Bei Chen, the Medicine King, could no longer keep calm for even a second. His entire being seemed to burst into flames of rage, his aura spreading like a storm sweeping across everything in its path. Anyone standing nearby could feel their hair standing on end, goosebumps crawling all over their skin. In the midst of his fury, Bei Chen Medicine King roared, "Chen Yuan, do you want to find your own death?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a blaze of anger flared in his eyes. Killing intent surged, and Bei Chen grabbed Du Tianwen by the neck, squeezing as if crushing a ripe orange. In that instant, the billionaire CEO, who had been alive just moments before, was now headed straight down to meet his ancestors, without even having time to write a will. The entire room fell silent, no one dared to breathe loudly. Up until now, they had only thought of Bei Chen Medicine King as a miraculous doctor, a savior of the world, holding precious medicine in his hands and standing on a virtuous cane. Some had even planned to use the Medicine King to deal with their rivals. But who would have thought that this legendary Medicine King was not only skilled in healing, but could also alter the fate of others in the blink of an eye? No one dared to speak up, no one dared to move. The tension in the air was so thick it felt like it could be sliced and chewed. At that moment, Bei Chen Medicine King was like a demon descended from heaven, radiating an aura of overwhelming killing intent. "Humph, stupid. You thought you could use me? Playing tricks like this and still thinking you can outwit me? You're truly deaf and unafraid of guns." Bei Chen continued, "As for Smoke's CEO, you must pay a terrible price, one so horrific that no one can even imagine." At this moment, Chen Yuan was relaxing, enjoying a rare moment of peace in his otherwise turbulent life. But it seemed that peace was not meant for him, as just when he was lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang loudly. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Qin Wusong calling. Chen Yuan, it's bad, a great disaster is about to strike. Qin Wusong's voice was filled with urgency.
Chen Yuan furrowed his brows, still processing the information. What? Don't tell me Wei Ziling can't take it anymore. Alright, I'll head to the hospital right away.
Hearing that Chen Yuan was about to go to the hospital, Qin Wusong sounded even more panicked, his voice full of concern.
No, it's not that. You absolutely cannot go to the hospital.
Mr. Bei Chen has already arrived at Meiyuan, but the problem is, he's been incited by someone.
Right now, he's declared that he wants to kill you. Chen Yuan replied, What?
Before Chen Yuan could fully absorb this information, Qin Wusong continued, I thought Bei Chen was some kind of exceptional person, but turns out he's just a madman. He went berserk, stormed into the hospital, and right in front of so many people, he strangled the head of the Du family from Hong Kong. You need to be careful, this time, he's targeting you. She continued, I also heard from Jia that Mr. Bei Chen, after 60 years, still hasn't changed his appearance. He looks exactly like the first time he appeared, not a single gray hair to be seen.
However, Chen Yuan didn't seem the least bit startled. Alright, I understand.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan wasn't overly worried, but internally he was cursing. It seems that this Bei Chen finally found out that his disciple has gone to meet the ancestors. He must have learned about the cause, process, and outcome, and yet he's furious, wanting to kill someone.
My God, is he mentally unstable? Shi Yun was killed by the agents, what does that have to do with me? Why isn't he going across the ocean to seek revenge, but instead coming to find me? Or does he just like bullying the weak, those who are easy to deal with? If Bei Chen has Shi Yun as a disciple, does that mean I, Chen Yuan, the famous smoke CEO, don't have a master? If someone knows the art of disguising, why shouldn't I?
After careful consideration, Chen Yuan had already thought of a plan in his heart. Since the system enhancement, I have always kept a low profile, never showing my true strength. After all, Smoke CEO is already too famous, there's no need to become a superhero just to be analyzed and scrutinized by netizens, or even be researched. That's why I've always maintained a humble attitude, not showing off too much, but in reality, my stats now are terrifying. If I truly went all out, a single punch could generate a 5,000-pound force of impact, and a single kick could send a car flying several meters. Chen Yuan thought, and that's still without using all my strength, not to mention the 110 enhancement points I haven't even touched.
So there's no reason for me to show off.
A person must know how to keep a few tricks up their sleeve, knowing when to be discreet, that's the real skill.
I will never let anyone see all my trump cards.
Let them think I only have 5 layers, when in reality, I have 18.
Calm, steady, and playing big when necessary, this is the principle of survival. If Shi Yun has Bei Chen Medicine King, then I have Eastern Medicine Sage.
Thinking carefully, Chen Yuan quickly scanned the room and came up with an idea that was nothing short of bold.
He rushed into the dressing room, beginning the process of transforming himself into an unparalleled secluded sage.
And to play the role of a secluded sage, the first thing required was the appearance of one. His outfit had to be traditional, a long robe that exuded mystery and danger. His hairstyle needed to be free-spirited and unrestrained, flowing in the wind as if the whole world were insignificant before his aura. An hour later, the dressing room door swung open, revealing not the Smoke CEO that everyone knew, but rather an old master with silver hair and a beard, draped in a long robe. His face looked somewhat aged, yet carried an air of dignity and a pioneering, otherworldly presence, like a senior cultivator who had descended from the mountains after centuries to save the world. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, his tone slow and steady. True form is Chen Yuan, the master.
My name is Eastern Medicine Sage.
He then practiced his voice a few more times, lowering it to sound aged yet filled with charisma, ensuring that every word he spoke would carry an invisible pressure. After all, with his acting skills as the best actor, it was only a matter of minutes for Chen Yuan to fully immerse himself in the role. Once all the preparations were complete, he went down to the garage, casually picked a supercar, and revved the engine, heading straight for Meiyuan Hospital. Inside the hospital, the atmosphere was tense, as if the slightest touch could cause it to snap. A group of doctors stood by the bedside, each with an expression of utmost worry. One expert cleared his throat and reported, "Old Wei, the situation is critical.
Mrs. condition has deteriorated much faster than we anticipated.
Initially, we thought she might hold on for another half-month, but now even tomorrow is uncertain." Old Wei nearly jumped out of his skin, desperate enough to want to perform the surgery himself, then operate immediately.
Why are we still waiting?
But the doctor responded helplessly, "It's not that we don't want to, but all the major hospitals across the country have reported that there is no suitable kidney.
We've tried every other treatment method, but not only have they been ineffective, they've actually worsened Mrs. condition.
At this point, there's really nothing more we can do."
After that statement, the entire room fell into a moment of deadly silence.
Old Wei's legs felt weak, his eyes filled with tears, and it felt as if heaven itself was mocking him. Beichen Medicine King refuses to act, and the doctors can't do anything.
Could it be that fate truly wants me to be the one with gray hair bidding farewell to someone with black hair?
Ziling is not even 18 yet, she still has a whole future ahead of her. Helplessness filled his mind, and suddenly, a surge of anger mixed with pain rose within Old Wei.
Tears streamed down his face as he shouted in despair, "What have I done wrong for heaven to punish me like this? Who can save Ziling? Who can save my granddaughter?
I would trade all the wealth of the Wei family and this old life of mine for it." The entire room was deathly quiet, no one dared to respond except for the heavy sighs that filled the air. Finally, one of the best doctors spoke up, delivering the grim news, "At this point, there is nothing more we can do.
We're sorry, Old Wei. It's beyond our medical capabilities.
Please prepare yourself." Those words rang out like a thunderclap on a clear day, and the room was engulfed in a mournful atmosphere.
It was nothing less than an announcement of death.
But just as Old Wei was in utter despair, suddenly the door to the hospital room was forcefully pushed open. An old master with silver hair and a long beard, dressed in a flowing robe, entered with a majestic air, his demeanor no different from an immortal descending to the mortal realm, who says it can't be saved.
The room immediately erupted into chaos.
The doctors, nurses, and Old Wei all turned to look at the newcomer.
Who is this master? What does he want?
Ignoring their questions, Chen Yuan casually spoke, his tone carrying an invisible pressure. "If you don't want your granddaughter to meet her ancestors, then shut your mouth."
If it weren't for disciple Chen Yuan begging so hard, I wouldn't have bothered to take action.
Old Wei, still in shock, stammered, "Master, who?
Who are you?"
Chen Yuan gave a faint smile, one hand clasped behind his back, the other gently stroking his beard, and then uttered a shocking statement, "True form, Eastern medicine sage." The doctors' faces went blank, and they stared directly at Chen Yuan. Old Wei also froze for 5 seconds, his expression full of question marks. "I've never heard of this name."
"Who is the Eastern medicine sage?"
Old Wei said, "The title sounds quite formidable, but no one has ever mentioned this person before.
Or perhaps I've lived most of my life, yet my knowledge is still so shallow?"
Old Wei thought deeply, feeling quite confused, but then reconsidered. If this person truly is the master of Chen Yuan, then clearly they cannot be an ordinary figure. After all, Chen Yuan is no simple person. Since his rise to prominence, there have been countless rumors about him having a powerful force backing him. The upper echelons have speculated endlessly about who stands behind him. Some have guessed it's some secret government, while others believe he is protected by a mysterious organization. And now, it seems that force has truly shown itself. In the face of everyone's bewildered stares, Chen Yuan waved his sleeve, his voice filled with authority. "The true form intends to treat this girl, and does not want anyone to disturb. Anyone who dares to interfere will bear the consequences." With that, he waved his hand and slammed the hospital room door shut, leaving behind a group of people still frozen in place, unable to fully process what had just happened. But very quickly, a few doctors shouted, their voices full of concern, "Old Wei, this is not following protocol. A stranger suddenly barges into the patient's room, and what if something happens to the patient? Who will take responsibility for that? This is a hospital, not a place where anyone can do whatever they want. Security, security." Old Wei raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Wait, if this master is a fraud, he wouldn't have gotten a single penny here.
Moreover, he dares to barge in like this. Isn't that practically signing his own death sentence? But if this person really is Chen Yuan's master, then perhaps there is hope.
Furthermore, Chen Yuan could tell with just a glance that I wasn't suffering from windstroke but was poisoned. That proves he has a certain level of medical knowledge. If even he has to beg this master for help, then this person may truly be extraordinary. The hope is slim, but it's still worth trying. And so, a glimmer of hope began to rise in Old Wei's heart and in the hearts of all the specialists.
Time passed, second by second, minute by minute.
Outside the patient's room, everyone was anxious, while Old Wei paced back and forth, wearing down the hospital floor, probably having walked several hundred laps by now. Never had half an hour felt so long, and then suddenly, the door to the hospital room burst open. Old Wei and the group of specialists rushed in like a gust of wind, and the scene before them left them speechless. Wei Ziling not only woke up but also yawned, then spoke in a clear, melodic voice, "Grandpa, I'm thirsty, I want to drink water."
The simple statement was like a bomb exploding in the minds of everyone present.
Old Wei was at a loss for words to express his emotions. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, but this time, they were tears of happiness. "Xiaoling, you're really okay now." The entire hospital seemed frozen, everyone's eyes wide open and mouths agape, their brains temporarily in shock. Meanwhile, Wei Ziling was drinking water eagerly, the sound echoing through the room, and everyone could clearly see their astonishment. After finishing, Wei Ziling felt an unusually refreshing sensation in her body. All the pain disappeared, and she felt light as a feather, even more invigorated than usual. But before anyone could offer a word of praise, the little girl suddenly cried out in panic, "It's not good, Grandpa, I need to go to the bathroom, I can't hold it anymore." After hearing this, the entire room was stunned, but very quickly, a nurse stepped forward and helped Wei Ziling to the bathroom urgently. At this moment, the top specialist was still in shock, his voice trembling. "It seems that Miss Wei's condition has completely stabilized. This is a miracle, an end-stage kidney failure patient who has recovered in just half an hour as if she had never been ill." Normally, these people only believed in science and had never trusted in the so-called secluded sage healing techniques from legends. But today, they witnessed it firsthand, and it was impossible not to believe. Old Wei stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head in deep gratitude. "Master, thank you so much for saving my life. I, Wei Chang, am willing to dedicate all of my family's wealth to express my thanks to you. This great kindness will never be forgotten by the Wei family for generations." Chen Yuan, in his elder version, heard this and spoke with a tone full of disdain. "These worldly things, money, fame, and power, I don't even care about them. If you want to thank someone, go thank my disciple, Chen Yuan. If it weren't for his pleading, I wouldn't have bothered with these trivial matters." The words of the elder caused the entire room to fall into a poignant atmosphere. Only those who have truly experienced despair can truly understand the value of a single ray of hope. Before this, I had knelt before Beichen Medicine King, begged in every possible way, but was ignored, treated like a speck of dust in the universe. And what about the Eastern medicine sage? No long speeches, no unnecessary pomp, no complicated conditions, he simply took action and saved a life. Both are great men, but why is there such a vast difference between them? Who, then, is truly the miracle doctor? The answer was already clear, and Old Wei was about to kneel down in gratitude when he heard such a harsh remark, which made him stop in his tracks. But he could only bow his head and silently sigh to himself. As expected, the more skilled you are, the more arrogant you become. Before he could say anything, the elder sneered coldly. "I heard that recently in Mei Yuan, there appeared a man called Beichen Medicine King, who had the audacity to threaten the life of my disciple. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. When I was sweeping through the world, he probably hadn't even been born yet." Old Wei couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Isn't this the kind of boastful talk from the secluded sage of the righteous sect I always see in historical dramas? Old Wei said, "But upon reflection, Beichen Medicine King is a legend, hailed as a miracle doctor, someone even the government must respect. Yet now, someone has appeared claiming he is no more significant than an ant." Before anyone could fully digest the information, Chen Yuan continued with a provocative statement, a small Bei Chen, daring to bully the young with his age, not even bothering to ask if I agree. Go and deliver a message to him, 3 days from now, at the Huangfu River. I want to face him. If he dares to come, I will respect him as a true gentleman. If he does not dare, he should go back to his mountain and live in peace, and stop making a fool of himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Wei almost fell over in shock. I've never seen anyone dare to openly challenge Bei Chen like this. Normally, it's hard enough to even meet Bei Chen Medicine King, yet now, someone not only isn't afraid, but is openly calling for a fight. Just as everyone was frozen in place, the Eastern Medicine Sage sharply waved his sleeve and unexpectedly turned, charging straight for the window. Old Wei quickly reacted, shouting, "Don't jump, this is the 8th floor." But it was too late. He hurriedly rushed to the window, then froze in shock. The person who had just jumped down showed no signs of panic, and the figure in the white robe landed gently, as soft as a feather, without a single hair being harmed. Moreover, the elder lightly tapped the tip of his toes and leapt into the air, covering a distance of 5 to 6 meters, continuing to fly as if in a martial arts movie. After a few moves, he quickly disappeared from sight. At this moment, the entire room fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if their worldview had just been ruthlessly crushed. I am a person of broad knowledge and have witnessed many extraordinary people in my life, but seeing an old man with snow-white hair jump from the 8th floor and not lose a single hair. Is this a mortal or an immortal? Could it be that the Eastern Medicine Sage is even more outstanding than the Bei Chen Medicine King? Bei Chen is at least over 100 years old. Could this person be over 200 years old? In just one afternoon, the shocking news spread throughout Meiyuan. The story of Wei Ziling, who was supposed to not survive, but was up and walking around in less than an hour, became the hottest topic among the elite. The name Eastern Medicine Sage quickly came under the radar of all the great clans. It is rumored that he is the master of smoke CEO, with medical skills that have reached the peak realm level. Not only can he save lives in just half an hour, but he can also soar through the air, walking on the sky as effortlessly as a forerunner in legends. But what truly shook Meiyuan was the fact that the Eastern Medicine Sage had officially declared war on Bei Chen Medicine King. In 3 days, on the banks of the Huangfu River, a battle between the two legends would take place. On one side is Bei Chen Medicine King, whose unparalleled medical skills have earned him fame across the land. On the other is the Eastern Medicine Sage, a mysterious figure whose sudden appearance has upended the world. Around 8 p.m., at Zhangchang Group, Bei Chen Medicine King sat listening to Li Zhikai's report, his face contorted in a frown. "What did you say? The granddaughter of the Wei family has already been saved by someone else? The culprit? No, this benefactor claims to be the master of Chen Yuan, going by the name Eastern Medicine Sage?" Li Zhikai replied, his anxiety palpable. "Yes, master, this name reeks of danger, and it seems like he's intentionally challenging your authority. Not to mention, there's now a movement in the hospital, where people are praising him as if he's a god descended to earth." Li Zhikai continued, "I've heard that the Eastern Medicine Sage not only has top-tier medical skills but can also fly like a character from an ancient film, disappearing and reappearing at will, walking on water without getting his shoes wet. He's the perfect figure straight out of legend." As Li Zhikai spoke, he fidgeted, observing Bei Chen Medicine King's expression closely and choosing his words carefully, aware that if he wasn't careful, he might end up like Du Tianwen. That would be the end of him. The more Bei Chen listened, the more he frowned. Eastern Medicine Sage? I've never heard of that title. But, if he can solve the golden meteor needle, something that ordinary people can't even touch, it shows that he's no ordinary person. It's highly likely that he has unlocked his gene lock and reached a realm level beyond the reach of regular people. Li Zhikai's eyes widened, unable to contain his curiosity. "Wait, what's a gene lock? That sounds so cool." Bei Chen Medicine King waved his hand dismissively, but when he saw the eager, burning look in Li Zhikai's eyes, he relented and decided to explain. "Unlocking the gene lock? That's the path to becoming a warrior god. If someone knows how to unlock it, their body becomes an endless treasure, just waiting to be unearthed. But most people in this world, by the time they die, will never have used more than 10% of their body's potential. Bei Chen continued, the world is becoming more and more convenient, technology is advancing, so everyone is used to a laid-back lifestyle. Ordinary people now only need to learn a few basic skills to live well, without exhausting themselves, and still have food to eat and clothes to wear. Therefore, the human body is getting lazier, and instincts are degenerating accordingly. No one dares to challenge their own limits anymore, and if you don't challenge yourself, don't expect to unlock the first level of the gene lock. To unlock the gene, you have to constantly face life and death moments, push yourself into a corner, and force your body to unleash all its potential, just like a wild beast cornered, naturally finding a way to unleash its energy. Li Zhikai listened, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. After a while, his face lit up as though he had just gained a profound understanding of life's principles. Then, his expression became one of curiosity, eager to dig deeper into the issue. So, Master, if I may ask, how many levels does the gene lock have in total? Bei Chen, the medicine king, continued, no one knows how many levels the gene lock has in total, but the strongest in history have only unlocked up to the 5th level. Bei Chen Medicine King said, starting from the 2nd level, a person officially steps out of the realm of the ordinary, but whether they awaken something or not depends on each individual's luck. Some have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, able to detect an enemy from 10 kilometers away with just a sniff. Others possess superior hearing, able to clearly hear every word even if someone whispers from afar. At this moment, Li Zhikai was no longer confused, but utterly bewildered, feeling as though his entire world was turned upside down. He stammered, so the Eastern medicine sage that the master just mentioned, what level is he? Bei Chen Medicine King snorted coldly, his gaze full of contempt. At most, he's at the 3rd level. To be honest, a strong man who unlocks the 2nd level is already capable of jumping from the 8th floor without a single hair being harmed. He might have only reached the peak of the 2nd level. As for me, after 60 years of cultivation, I unlocked the 3rd level gene. A mere Eastern medicine sage like him dares to cause a commotion. Does he think I don't exist? I've been living in seclusion all this time, and he thought he was the number one in the world, right? If he really wants to make a move, I won't hesitate to take care of him first. This statement left Li Zhikai both terrified and confused. He initially thought, the Eastern medicine sage must be the most outstanding figure, yet in the eyes of Bei Chen Medicine King, this person is worth nothing. And more importantly, if the 2nd level is this terrifying, how much more frightening must the 3rd level be? Then he said, so it turns out the Eastern medicine sage, the one everyone praises as a living legend, is just someone who has unlocked the 2nd level gene. If that's the case. At that moment, Bei Chen Medicine King appeared like a great scholar, deeply contemplating the nature of the world. If you shift your perspective, do you see that many figures in ancient mythology, from the forerunners in the east to the gods of the west, Arhats, and even Poseidon, the god of the sea, or death god Sha Wujing, could they all actually be people who unlocked their genes to a higher level? To put it bluntly, there's no such thing as fairies in this world. It's just that there are some people who are so powerful, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, that they were deified. Saying that, Bei Chen Medicine King slightly curled his lips into a smile, his gaze revealing a hint of arrogance. That Eastern medicine sage clearly enjoys showing off in front of so many people at the hospital. He jumped from the 8th floor and didn't lose a single hair. You can tell right away, he's just trying to flaunt himself. You go spread the word outside, tell them I've accepted his challenge. In 3 days, I want the world to see Eastern medicine sage kneeling at my feet, and we'll see who's truly at the top. The 3 days of waiting, which felt like an entire century, finally passed, and today, the day when the entire elite, strongmen, politicians, and even international agents were more eager than they would be for a football World Cup final, had arrived. From early morning, before the sun had even poked its head out, a group of people had started to gather by the Huangfu River, each holding heavy items, some with breakfast already in hand, preparing to enjoy the feast while watching the great battle. While everyone was excited, the biggest problem was the wait. Some had been there since 5 a.m., but they were still waiting, with no sign of Bei Chen Medicine King or Eastern Medicine Sage. Xiaonan stood in the crowd, fuming, and exclaimed, "We've been waiting for over 2 hours now. Are those two going to show up, or are we just going to roast in the sun here until noon?" Wang Gue, also frustrated, added, "Exactly. We knew there was going to be a duel today,
but who knew exactly what time? If I'd known it'd be this late, I would have slept a few more hours. Nearby, a few people were also annoyed. Damn it, we were all excited to rush out here this morning, and now we're standing here in the cold wind. Aren't we all just worried about missing the most exciting moment? But, the Huangfu River is so long, where exactly are they fighting? Could it be that we've been waiting at the wrong spot since morning? After waiting for a long time, the main character finally appeared. On the turbulent river, a line of bamboo rafts drifted slowly, going against the current. On one of the rafts, a figure stood proudly, their robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of both classical elegance and dominance. What was strange, however, was that no one was rowing the raft. At this moment, everyone along the Huangfu River's shore could feel their hearts beat a little faster. Is that Beichen Medicine King? Oh my god, he's finally here. Damn it, I've been waiting since 5 a.m. Someone give me a bed and a bowl of instant noodles, please. But while everyone was still marveling, another important issue was raised. Wait a minute, Beichen Medicine King is here, but where's the Eastern Medicine Sage? With how slow everything is going, who can stand it? Could it be that the expert needs time to do his makeup before making an appearance? Just when everyone was about to go mad, the Eastern Medicine Sage finally decided to show up. From afar, a boat appeared, floating slowly as if it were filming an eco-tourism commercial. The crowd immediately jumped to their feet, shouting with excitement, "He's here, he's here! The Eastern Medicine Sage has finally appeared. We thought we'd been stood up, but he really did come." At the bow of the boat, a figure sat quietly, his robe billowing in the wind. It was an elderly man, his appearance exuding the essence of an immortal, his face so aged it seemed that a strong gust of wind could knock him over. He sat with his eyes closed, his expression calm, as though completely indifferent to the world around him. But compared to Beichen Medicine King, who had just appeared in a grand and majestic manner, exuding a regal aura, the Eastern Medicine Sage seemed much weaker. He looked like someone who could collapse into dust with just a light cough. Some people in the crowd even hesitated and whispered, "Hey, what if he falls into the water before even striking? He looks so fragile and delicate." "Shh, don't speak like that, he's a master. Don't let appearances fool you." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The two small boats were still about 100 meters apart, but the oppressive, murderous energy had already erupted, so intense that anyone standing nearby could feel the pressure weighing down on them. Beichen Medicine King smirked disdainfully, "So what if he can jump 6 meters? A normal person can jump 1 meter, and he's good if he can do 6 times that. At most, he can't surpass the threshold of 10 times a normal person's burst. It may look impressive, but in reality, it's nothing to be afraid of. To think he'd try to scare me with just that, how laughable." On the other boat, Chen Yuan didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. No matter how powerful Beichen Medicine King is, I don't fully understand yet, but I'm sure he's not someone ordinary. Chen Yuan thought, a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit, let alone me facing a peerless expert. If I can't win, then I should run, right? Who's stopping me? If running is not possible, then I can dive. If diving isn't possible, then I can pretend to be dead. In short, whatever happens, as long as I don't get caught, it's fine. The mountains are still there, so what's to worry about not having a chance for revenge? If I don't win this time, I'll definitely make a comeback next time. Just to be sure, he called the system, strengthen me by 100 strength points. The system notified, ting, strengthening by 100 strength points, will consume 100 enhancement points. Do you want to go all the way? Chen Yuan said, let's go all the way. The system notified, ting, done, now you are very strong. Name, Chen Yuan, age, 22, young and vibrant, weight, 80 kilograms, height, 1.85 meters, the perfect figure of a famous person from Nation K, overall strength, 270, can punch people flying, domineering. Physique, 220, no pain, no fatigue, spirit, 170, quick reflexes, 170, remaining lifespan, 180 years, enough to carry the world. Current state is too strong with no outlet for it.
Remaining enhancement points, 20, just enough to use when on the verge of death. A second after the enhancement command was confirmed, Chen Yuan felt a terrifying surge of power rushing through his body. It was not the ordinary feeling of being full after a meal or the sense of strength after a workout, it was a transcendent state.
It felt as though his entire skeleton, muscles, tendons, and veins were being immersed in a cosmic grade enhancement pot.
Every cell in his body was brimming with energy, his muscles seemed to be pumped full of air, his bones were so solid they could be used to forge iron, and his tendons and veins were as elastic as rubber bands.
However, strength didn't mean recklessness.
Chen Yuan understood a truth shared by seasoned players: you might lose face, but you must always preserve your life.
At some corner near the wind-swept riverbank, a group of onlookers were holding telescopes, observing the situation. Is this the master of Chen Yuan? But why isn't Chen Yuan here?
As she spoke, Wang Mengmeng was looking around, searching for the person who should have appeared. Beside him, Qin Wusong quietly sighed. You called Chen Yuan, but he said he's busy grinding games, no time to watch the showdown. Dai Han remained silent upon hearing this, his face full of contemplation as if he had already anticipated something. For the past 3 days, ever since the Eastern medicine sage appeared at Meiyuan Hospital, no one has seen or heard any further information about him. It's as if this person vanished into thin air, but in his place, his disciple, Chen Yuan, is busy accepting gifts of gratitude on his behalf. Now, the sage shows up, and Chen Yuan disappears.
Clearly, something's amiss.
But just at that moment, Bei Chen Medicine King suddenly moved. He merely shifted his foot slightly, and the bamboo raft beneath him exploded into 1,000 pieces. The river water, compressed by an immense force, shot upwards in columns, and then his body transformed into a black shadow, darting across the river, heading straight for Chen Yuan. Eastern medicine sage, prepare to die. The entire riverbank shook, but the most terrifying thing was not the destruction of the raft, but the terrifying power emanating from the body of Bei Chen Medicine King. It wasn't just a few steps, it was walking on the surface of the water, as if walking on solid ground.
He didn't sink, didn't stagger, showed no signs of losing balance.
As soon as his feet touched the water, it immediately split apart to both sides, creating large ripples. From a distance, it seemed as if Bei Chen Medicine King was riding the waves. With every step he took, the surface of the water broke as though unable to withstand his overwhelming power. From a distance of several meters, Bei Chen Medicine King took exactly 3 seconds to glide across the river, his murderous intent raging, with waves splashing around him as if a divine being had descended. In just 1 second, within that brief moment, the entire Huangfu riverbank fell into what people often refer to as the frozen 5-second state. Thousands of onlookers suddenly felt their hearts stop, their limbs turning weak, and some even experienced a chill running down their spines.
Damn it, what just happened? Is this lightness skill water gliding? Is Bei Chen Medicine King really running on water?
The scene before their eyes made all those who had previously doubted fall silent. Even Qin Wusong was nearly shocked to the core, forgetting to blink.
My God, could this really be cultivating immortality? This is bad, this is really bad, they've gone too far this time.
Looking at Qin Wusong in a panic, Dai Han still maintained her calm demeanor, resting her chin and analyzing. Theoretically, if a person runs fast enough, the opposing force from the water's surface will help them stay afloat. It's the same principle as when you throw a stone horizontally, it bounces on the water's surface for a while before sinking. But theory is one thing, and reality is another. No one could actually pull that off.
Bei Chen Medicine King is an existence far beyond human comprehension.
In that moment, even Chen Yuan almost knelt while running on the surface of the water. This trick, I've never tried it before. It's not that I'm afraid, but I've always bullied those weaker than me. I've been used to playing the role of authority, stomping on those who couldn't resist, hitting when I felt like it, and hitting again after that. But today, everything is different. Chen Yuan thought, for the first time in my life, I'm facing a true master, a heavyweight figure whose presence is so overwhelming that it could shatter all my illusions of power, just with a single glance.
The feeling right now is unbearable.
At this moment, Bei Chen, the Medicine King, was radiating an intense killing intent and shouted like thunder splitting the earth, Eastern medicine sage, prepare to die. As soon as the words were spoken, he unleashed a palm technique directly downward, causing the air around him to compress into swirling shockwaves. This wasn't an ordinary palm technique, it carried a truest source power so potent it could crush a 10-story building. If it hit, there would be no need for an ambulance, death would be certain.
Chen Yuan watched this scene, sweating profusely. 3 words flashed in his mind: dodge, now. He thought, no, this pressure is too great, I have to get out of the way. If I take this palm full on, I'm definitely dead. So, Chen Yuan decided not to take any chances. He opted for a clever approach, balancing offense and retreat kicking while dodging, using his strength to lessen the impact and buying himself time to escape. But to his surprise, just as he swung his leg, something felt off. If this were a palm technique with such terrifying power, I should have felt shockwaves upon impact, or at least a massive amount of pressure. Chen Yuan thought, but the leg that just kicked out hit something soft. A second later, Bei Chen Medicine King flew far away like a cannonball, spinning in the air, like a kite with its string snapped, before crashing heavily onto a tourist boat passing by. Chen Yuan stood frozen for a few seconds, then panically realized that he had just kicked away an elder as powerful as a god. He flew that far and stayed like that? I originally intended to dodge the palm technique, but who would have thought I accidentally landed a sky-shattering kick, directly sending the opponent flying 50 meters away. It made sense though.
With 27 times the strength of an adult and a 3-ton impact force, this kick was no different from being hit head-on by a truck.
The entire riverbank fell into absolute silence.
A group of people stood frozen, motionless like statues, their eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out, mouths agape, but not a single word escaped their lips. Bei Chen Medicine King, who had just been flying around like a deity, showcasing countless powerful moves with an aura of invincibility, making everyone believe no opponent could defeat him, had been defeated with just one strike. Everyone was confused, no one understood what had just happened, no one could believe it, no one dared to breathe loudly, and some even started to doubt life itself, wondering if they had seen things incorrectly, had hallucinated, or if someone had drugged them. But no, the truth was still clearly right in front of their eyes. Bei Chen Medicine King was motionless, his mouth spewing blood, and his internal organs were like a jigsaw puzzle that couldn't fit together.
The ship hull was no longer intact, with a large hole punctured in it. Xin Wusong, upon seeing this, was also horrified. What is this? It's over before it even began, 1 second and it's done. I thought this would be an evenly matched fight, hard to tell who was superior, and that it would last for hundreds of moves before the outcome was decided. While the entire arena was silent, Chen Yuan had a deeply uncomfortable expression. He stood there, glancing with disdain, lips curling in a sneer, his face showing utter disbelief. Oh, is that all? This flashy nonsense, is that all the fighting there is? You almost scared me to death. Bei Chen Medicine King, hearing this, didn't know whether to feel proud or to be humiliated. While he was still kneeling, on the verge of death, he suddenly sprang up like a zombie and yelled loudly, "Gene lock, 3rd level, unlock." Immediately, he transformed into his peak version. The cells buzzed with activity, and his brain was so sharp that his mental calculations were faster than a calculator. The world around him slowed down as if the video was being played in slow motion, and he became a superhero in 3 seconds. But then, instead of charging forward to continue the fight, the first thought that crossed his mind was, "Run fast, save me." Because he realized, even with full power unleashed, the Eastern medicine sage is still unbelievably strong. A single kick without using gene locks was already that powerful. So if he fully unlocks them, the universe might even tremble. Bei Chen Medicine King was terrified, his internal organs shaking, his heart beating erratically, so hard that it felt like it might jump out of his chest. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained standing there, hands clasped behind his back, his face cold and his demeanor indifferent, not even blinking as he said, "No need to put on a show. I'll just lightly lift my foot and land a single kick. Done, simple and quick, no need for slow motion or special effects." But a second later, Bei Chen Medicine King crouched down, leaping from the boat like there was a spring under his feet. He soared through the air and in the blink of an eye, was on the shore, disappearing at a speed so fast that even the wind had to give up. The crowd stood watching the battle, as if slapped straight in the face with a bucket of cold water, their faces blank. Ha, ha! Bei Chen Medicine King is running? He's really running? Even Chen Yuan was frozen for a moment, his mind temporarily shutting down. Huh, what's going on? I thought he was about to unleash his power, preparing to perform an earth-shattering ultimate move? Who would have guessed this is what they call the demeanor and charisma of a martial arts master? Where's the majesty of Medicine King Valley gone? Where's his dignity? Did he forget it on the boat? Fine, I'll spare his life out of respect for the hard work he put into his cultivation. But remember this, if you dare stir up trouble again, I'll skin you alive and throw you into a pot for a hot pot meal, just so you can get a taste of it. Meanwhile, Bei Chen Medicine King was running for his life, fearing that Chen Yuan would catch up to him, forget medicine and kingship. Standing before the Eastern medicine sage, I'm just a speck of dust in fear. This Eastern medicine sage is truly a crafty old fox, hiding some terrifying power. He kicked me like a truck and sent me flying, and that wasn't even his full strength? If he unleashes everything, I'll probably be done for. At this moment, the crowd around was still frozen, as if they had lost their souls, but the truth remained the truth. Bei Chen, the Medicine King, whom everyone thought was invincible, had been defeated in less than a second, and the reason was that he was kicked away like a ball. The space around seemed to fall into complete silence. Meanwhile, Qin Wusong was still shaking his head in dismay, feeling somewhat unexpected. This is supposed to be a top-tier expert? Truly disappointing. I can't believe it, I just can't accept it. Let's go back and sleep, there's nothing left to see. Dai Han, still deep in thought, waved his hand and said, Sister Wusong, the Eastern medicine sage has won. Try calling Chen Yuan to inform him of the result. I bet no one will answer. Down by the river, Chen Yuan was leisurely when he suddenly noticed a few drones flying above, capturing close-up shots of his handsome face. It wasn't easy to be caught off guard while in such a disoriented state. Chen Yuan immediately regained his composure, striking a cool pose with one hand on his hip and the other raised to the sky, his face cold as if he were protecting the peace of the universe. Bei Chen has been forced to flee back to the mountains. There's nothing more to see. Everyone, please disperse. But before they could finish their astonishment, Chen Yuan suddenly leapt and shot straight up into the sky, darting several dozen meters away in an instant. He then gently landed on the roof of several Western-style villas by the riverbank, disappearing as if he had never been there, leaving behind a group of people with their mouths agape, unable to close them. His speed was so fast that no one knew what to say to describe it as cool. Someone in the crowd widened their eyes, muttering a few classic lines, cultivating immortality, no doubt about it, definitely cultivating immortality, not some supplement overdose. Science has no relevance here, this world is full of bizarre things that could make your eyes pop out. It's heartbreaking, really. Anyone who witnessed it would know that the memory would never fade, forever etched in their minds, impossible to forget. Especially the Eastern medicine sage, who always claimed to be the master of Chen Yuan. After this, his fame soared, and the title of Bei Chen Medicine King was completely knocked down to the bottom. Anyone who met him had to bow in respect, with only a statue in the square missing to honor his greatness. On the other side of the hemisphere, while the School and Bone organization were putting all their efforts into eliminating Chen Yuan, in another corner of the map, Lin Shutong and the assassin Scorpion were enjoying an adventure that was far from pleasant, with a combination of fleeing and being hunted. On this life-or-death journey, Lin Shutong went from a shy girl who was so scared that she flinched at the sound of gunshots, to gradually transforming into an upgraded version with the expression, "You dare to touch me?" Every time she was pushed to the brink, she no longer trembled, but instead, her eyes became sharp like a razor, burning with hatred and determination. The pinnacle came when, for the first time, Lin Shutong not only resisted but also fought back and killed the enemy. From that moment on, Lin Shutong realized that she was no longer the Lin Shutong of the past. She began to possess an unbeatable combo package, with the stamina of an ox, running 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat. It was like a leisurely stroll in the park, with reflexes as quick as lightning. Anyone who tried to swing a hand at her was already dodged before they even understood what had happened, and the enemy would be dead before they knew it. Even Lin Shutong activated the 1 against 100 mode, single-handedly wiping out the entire enemy team as if she were just cleaning up trash.
Her ability to learn faster than AI, knowing everything and being capable of doing anything, allowed her to score a perfect 100 in reasoning.
But that's not all.
Lin Shutong also possessed an incredibly rapid recovery ability. Just a tiny injury and, in the blink of an eye, it was healed.
No need for any fancy bandages.
Scorpion, who was once a master in teaching combat techniques, never expected to encounter a prodigy like Lin Shutong. After just 2 days of training, she had perfected her spear dance, hitting every target with pinpoint accuracy. She was so precise that Scorpion started to question her own life. Wait, is this really my student?
Or am I the one who needs to go back to school?
After defeating all the enemies, Lin Shutong calmly drove off in a military vehicle she had stolen, her eyes shining brightly, determination burning within her. She turned to Scorpion with full confidence and said, "Sister Scorpion, I'm planning to head to Los Angeles soon, hijack a plane, and then fly over to Nation K.
From there, I'll keep going to Nation H."
In fact, every reckless action of the girl has only one reason: love. Yes, love is the driving force that helps her overcome everything. Since the day she left Shen Yuan, she has been like a pressure cooker, suppressed, just waiting for the lid to pop off and explode. She longs to see Chen Yuan again so much that she is ready to crush the world if necessary. But this time, when she returned, she was no longer the weak Lin Shutong who cried uncontrollably as before.
Scorpion nodded upon hearing this. "All right, if you've made up your mind, then go ahead."
But before he could say anything more, Lin Shutong added something that made Scorpion see the point: "We can't disappoint Chen Yuan, who has invested 3,700,000,000 to rescue us. We have to survive, return, and show Chen Yuan that I deserve everything he's done for me."
When they arrived at the airport, Scorpion suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in confusion. "Wait, do you know how to fly a plane yet, and you're talking about hijacking?" Lin Shutong replied with confidence, "I'm learning, it's easy. If I can't fly, we'll just kidnap the captain to make sure we get it done."
Indeed, the style is think and act, no unnecessary rambling, no need for a complex plan, just charge ahead and grab what's there, the driving force can come later. As for the passport issue, the girl brushed it off like she was flicking away cigarette ash. "It doesn't matter if I don't have one, being wanted doesn't bother me either. If I want to go back to Nation H, the only way is to take it by force, because who knows when I'll ever meet Chen Yuan again if I just wait." But just at that moment, there was a beggar, at first glance seeming like a stranger, but it turned out he was from Nation H. "Comrades, spare something, please." Lin Shutong rolled her eyes, unable to stop herself from feeling a sting in her eyes. "Oh my god, a man from Nation H, how could you be so humiliated like this?
Don't you know the saying, hold your head high and live?"
But despite her cold demeanor, she casually pulled out a $100 bill and tossed it to the beggar. Jin Jiamu looked up, about to thank her, but his eyes immediately narrowed, his brain lagging for about 0.5 seconds. "Thank you, miss." In front of him stood a girl wearing tight pants, perfectly accentuating her flawless curves, with smooth white skin, and without a trace of makeup, still stunningly beautiful. What's even more noteworthy is that Jin Jiamu is no ordinary man. He has encountered all sorts of beautiful women in his life, from friendly beauty queens to bold and charismatic girls. Yet, with just a fleeting glance, he found himself completely captivated. Despite the slight scratches on her face and the weariness of her rugged appearance, it did nothing to diminish her alluring charm. In fact, those scars seemed to be a special touch that only made her more mysterious, seductively wild. Unlike the delicate city girls, she radiated a strong, untamed aura, yet still exuded softness. She was the kind of woman who could knock me out in 3 moves, and yet, I would willingly let her do it again. Before he could take a step, Lin Shutong heard the most awkward pickup line from the beggar.
"Miss, wait a minute, you're from Nation H too, right? Want to add me on WeChat? I'm pretty well known in Nation H, you know."
Jin Jiamu had just finished speaking when both of them nearly choked on their own coughs.
But before Lin Shutong could react, the Scorpion immediately shot back with a remark, sharp as a blade, full of disdain.
"This beggar sure is confident, doesn't even bother to look in the mirror to see what kind of person he is. He's already down and out, sitting on the side of the road begging for money, and still trying to hit on girls. Who does this guy think he is?" However, Jin Jiamu wasn't the type to be easily put down. He quickly switched to full swagger mode, his mouth moving faster than a machine gun.
What are you talking about, little girl? You've got it all wrong. I'm not a beggar, I'm just experiencing life. Think of me as a street performer, alright? As for my true identity?
I'm the eldest young master tycoon, once the owner of 100 billion in assets. With just a snap of my fingers, people would be kneeling at my feet.
Money and beautiful women? To me now, they're like the fluff of a dandelion, barely even worth a glance.
Back in the day, I was ruined by money and hedonistic pleasures, turned into a wreck of a man. Now, he is determined to return to the righteous path, to start over from scratch. Do not look down on the beggar of today, because tomorrow, who knows, he might become a tycoon who holds the world in his hands. At this point, Jin Jiamu continued to ramble on endlessly, but his tone had gradually turned full of hatred. He swore that sooner or later, he would rise up, hold his head high, and return to the pinnacle. And that dog-like creature, Chen Yuan, would certainly have to pay a heavy price. In fact, the only reason he mentioned Chen Yuan was to add color to his story, to give the impression that he had once been a big deal, had clashed with famous people, to make the story sound more impressive. But unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Shutong heard that name, it was like she had just taken a dose of hyperactive vitamins, and her emotions surged intensely. She spoke in a voice as soft as the breeze, but it carried a hidden danger.
When you mention Chen Yuan, do you mean the smoke CEO of Nation H? Did you have some kind of relationship with him? The atmosphere suddenly became as tense as a taut string. A careless answer, even by a tiny bit, could lead to disastrous consequences. But sadly, Jin Jiamu had no clue about the danger signs ahead. He arrogantly continued bragging. Of course, back then, I and he. Well, never mind, no need to bring up old things. That was the end. You really shouldn't have mentioned it.
But since you did, congratulations.
You're in big trouble now.
A second later, Lin Shutong seemed to transform into the god of thunder, delivering a powerful kick straight to the second heart of Jin Jiamu. The blow was so strong that even 3 burly men combined would have cried out in pain. Jin Jiamu was sent flying 6 meters, crashing to the ground with a painful thud, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that echoed across the airport.
Just hearing it was enough to make passers-by wince in sympathy.
Lin Shutong coldly walked over, looking down at the person gasping for breath beneath her feet, then delivered a harsh sentence in a tone that was no different from that of a supreme queen pronouncing judgment.
Don't ever let me see your face again.
If you dare to open your mouth and insult my Chen Yuan CA with such a disrespectful attitude, I will make you regret ever having existed in this world. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Shutong turned and walked away. At that moment, a group of security guards nearby, alerted by the blood-curdling scream, rushed over, but all they saw was Jin Jiamu writhing in agony on the ground. Just a few minutes later, the 2 women had hijacked a patrol car from the airport security, speeding across the runway, and managed to stop a plane just before it could take off. Lin Shutong and Scorpion stepped into the cabin with an air of dominance, their gazes cold and deathly. Click! Each of them drew a pistol without hesitation, and with perfect accuracy, began firing at the guards on the plane. Over 100 innocent passengers on the plane were terrified by the scene unfolding before them, all of them becoming unwilling hostages. Lin Shutong, however, walked around casually as if taking a stroll, strolling back and forth between the cabins. In no time, he had taken control of the captain and forced the plane to head straight for Tuchua Nation, as though nothing serious were happening. The FBI and CIA, upon receiving the news, hurriedly deployed forces to the scene, fully equipped with the latest gear. But unfortunately, they had missed Xiao. The leader of the operation stood at the scene, helplessly pulling his hair, veins popping on his forehead. He was so angry that he punched the steering wheel, but he had no idea how to handle the situation. Shoot the plane down? No. That would make him a world criminal. Not shooting? Also not an option. All he could do was watch it disappear into the sky, helpless and unable to hide his frustration. Just as he turned around, a researcher standing nearby narrowed his eyes in suspicion, his tone filled with infinite conjecture. Number 2.
The experimental subject. Its combatability exceeds all predictions.
Another person nodded gravely, their face heavy. That's right, it's a pity we didn't have time to erase its memories.
Otherwise, it would already be a super soldier by now.
Then, he lowered his voice, eyes flickering with doubt, but I've noticed. Out of thousands of experiments, there were only 2 successful cases. And notably, both of them are from Nation H.
Could it be that the genes of the H Nation people match with our genetic modification codes? One of the researchers suddenly wondered. It's like trying to open a lock, you need the right key. If the genes of others are the wrong key, it won't open, so it fails? The leader, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, finding the idea somewhat plausible.
He immediately made a decision. Then next, let's find a few more test subjects from the Chinese population.
Maybe we'll achieve a breakthrough.
At that very moment, whether it was fate or just bad luck, a rescue team nearby was trying to administer first aid to a homeless man from the H Nation. He was severely injured, blood covering his body, too weak to resist. Unfortunately, this scene caught the attention of the research team. Thus, Jin Jiamu, unlucky as ever, became collateral damage. He was kidnapped on the spot and turned into a live experiment in the blink of an eye. The leader, seeing the new subject, waved his hand and ordered without hesitation, no need to take him to the hospital. Take him straight to the research center. He then tilted his head and issued another command. As for the second subject, send someone to find and capture him. If they can't get him, then forget it. Just deal with Xiao to avoid any trouble.
Meanwhile,
Jin Jiamu remained unconscious, completely unaware that his life was about to take a tragic turn. A new chapter was about to begin, one in which he would become a living experiment, with an outcome uncertain, either as a superhero or a defective product. At the same time, in a luxurious villa belonging to the Zhonwen Corporation, the northern god of medicine had just staggered back home. Before he could even sit down to adjust his breathing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted like a bitter gourd.
Mother, it hurts so much.
That damned Dongxian is truly cruel, one kick and it feels like my internal organs are about to leave my body.
If I were a normal person, I'd probably be meeting my ancestors by now. Fortunately, I'm no ordinary person.
While adjusting his breath, the northern god of medicine was already plotting his revenge. Thank the heavens, I managed to break through to the 3rd tier gene lock before going out for the fight, so I have the ability to heal myself. My injuries are healing quickly, otherwise, I'd probably already be on the altar. How careless of me. It'll probably take at least a month for these wounds to fully heal. But then again, I'm no weakling. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Dongxian, you old bastard, just wait. If I can't defeat you, I'll deal with your disciple, Chen Yuan.
Does he always have someone protecting him?
This grudge is irreconcilable. Little Chen Yuan, just wait. Once I've healed, I'll send you on your way soon enough. At this point, a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. After I kill him, I'll disappear. Let's see if that old bastard Dongxian can find me. The world is so vast, all I have to do is dodge, and that's it. At a public restroom by the Huangpu River, while Chen Yuan was still removing his makeup, Xin Wusong repeatedly tried calling 3 times but received no response.
It wasn't until half an hour later that the phone was finally answered. Oh my god, where are you, Chen Yuan? I've been calling non-stop, and you didn't answer. Do you know what happened?
Your master, Senior Dongxian, just destroyed the northern god of medicine. After hearing this, Chen Yuan casually responded, his tone as if the matter was entirely expected. That was predictable.
Who is your master anyway? He's been unbeatable since the time of Emperor Qianlong.
That northern god guy, compared to your master, is nothing more than a speck of dust in the wind. Not even worth mentioning. As soon as Qin Wusong heard Chen Yuan mention Emperor Qianlong, she immediately became stunned. Her mind raced through her history lessons.
Wait a minute. Emperor Qianlong was born in 1711 and died in 1799. That's been over 300 years. So, could it be that Senior Dongxian is a 300-year-old monster? Realizing he had accidentally called Chen Yuan's master old monster, Qin Wusong panicked and quickly tried to fix his mistake. Ah. Sorry, Chen Yuan. I didn't mean to offend Senior Dongxian at all, I was just so surprised. Honestly, I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't be mad.
On the other end of the phone, Chen Yuan kept his usual cool tone.
It's fine, I understand.
When I first heard about this, I was even more shocked than you.
Cultivators can seize the essence of heaven and earth, absorb the cosmic spiritual energy to extend their lifespan.
Every time they break through a realm, their life increases by a segment. But sadly, the earth has been overexploited now, and the spiritual energy of the world has dwindled.
The path of cultivation is becoming more and more difficult.
Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong realized that the phone signal was starting to become unstable and hurriedly spoke, fearing Chen Yuan might hang up mid-conversation. Chen Yuan, my grandfather wants to host a banquet to invite Senior Dongxian. And old Master Wei from the Wei family also wants to thank your master for saving Wei Xiling's life.
Do you think you could help arrange that?
It sounded simple at first, but Chen Yuan wore a troubled expression, sighing deeply.
Honestly, I can't do much about that. My master is the type of person who's like a mystical dragon, you see the head, but not the tail. Don't even talk about inviting him to a banquet, I can't even get a phone call through to him. He doesn't use a phone, no WeChat, no social media, it's like he's permanently offline.
Usually, it's my master who reaches out to me, even if I wanted to call him, I wouldn't know how. And he's such an eccentric person, even if I begged him on my knees, I'm not sure he'd be willing to help.
I truly apologize.
In the passenger seat, Daihan was quietly observing, and a strong sense of doubt began to creep into their mind.
Wait a minute.
Dongxian Medicine Master has only appeared twice, and both times Chen Yuan was absent.
Could it be that Chen Yuan and his master are really just master and disciple in name? Or could it be that Chen Yuan made up this master figure to boost his own credibility?
And so, after that conversation, Qin Wusong felt reassured, at least knowing he'd made the attempt, while Chen Yuan thought he was off the hook.
But little did he know, Wang Meng was about to call.
Chen Yuan spoke as he dragged out his voice, pretending to be extremely friendly. Hello.
Meng, what's up? Why are you looking for your big brother? On the other end of the line, Wang Meng's voice rang out, breathless, Big brother, where are you? I just got to the villa, but I can't find anyone. This is serious, you know. My mom came all the way here looking for you. Chen Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva, startled and shouting, What? Is it Mrs. Tang Yun who came?
That's right, big brother.
My mom and Uncle Chan are together too. Right now, we're standing outside the villa gates.
Chen Yuan used 5 minutes of his life to rush toward the villa at the speed of light. But the scene that greeted him nearly knocked him over in complete confusion.
3 legendary figures were standing there, waiting.
First was Wang Meng, the nation's darling little sister, whose name alone was enough to make her seem adorable. Next to her was Mrs. Tang Yun. This woman looked so much like Wang Meng that one might think they were twins, the only difference being
their expiration date.
Indeed, a woman who had one child still looked stunning enough to turn heads, even though she was nearly in her 40s, she remained as ripe and alluring as a peach.
No wonder Mr. Chen Jianhong was completely obsessed with her.
Just remembered that guy Chen Jianhong is standing there too, looking every bit the handsome farmer, especially compared to the old man Wang, the neighbor next door. He's definitely leagues ahead when it comes to looks.
Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, scanning Tang Yun from head to toe, and a question immediately sprang to mind, one that was almost shocking. Wait a second? What's going on here? Why does Tang Yun's stomach look a bit protruding? Don't tell me, is there good news? But wait, who's the creator of this work, though? At that moment, Chen Jianhong and Chen Yuan's eyes accidentally met, an exchange that spoke volumes without a word.
No one needed to say anything, it was already crystal clear. The old man squinted, looking closely, then froze for 5 seconds. Huh? This guy looks familiar. But who is he? It took a few more seconds for Chen Jianhong to process the information in his mind before he realized, oh damn. It's my kid. The last time I saw him was right after last year's New Year, back at home. Back then, the kid looked like just any ordinary guy. But now, when I see him again, I almost didn't recognize him. Chen Yuan, now tall and lean, with a toned body and a radiant presence, walked with a confidence that practically screamed, I'm the final boss here. When Chen Yuan approached, Chen Jianhong could only force a smile. You Yuan, it's been so long since we last met. I almost didn't recognize you. You've grown tall and handsome. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel annoyed. This woman was the spark that caused his family to fall apart years ago, making his parents argue fiercely, and then luring the old man into running away with her. But the bigger issue was, she was the biological mother of Wang Meng Meng. If he were to directly curse her out, would that put Meng Meng in an awkward position? So, Chen Yuan swallowed his anger and simply said, alright, come in and sit down. Before he could even warm his seat, Chen Yuan looked straight at the two people in front of him and coldly stated, if there's something to say, just say it. I don't like beating around the bush, I'm busy. Hearing this, Chen Jianhong forced out a stiff smile and gathered all his courage to speak, well. Son, Tang Yun and I came here because we have something important to discuss. We're planning to get married. And as if that wasn't shocking enough, the old man added, oh. And by the way, you're Tang Yun. She's pregnant. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, not out of surprise, but because he was slightly stunned. So what? What does my mom plan to do? How do you intend to handle this? Chen Jianhang immediately became awkward, took a deep breath, and spoke in a tone full of remorse, Well, I heard that the land in our hometown has been cleared, and the orchard we used to have has been demolished to build villas. The compensation money is probably a few million or so. I agreed to sign the divorce papers, without taking any assets, and leave all the money for your mother and you to live comfortably in your old age, as long as your mother agrees to the divorce. I don't ask for anything in return. After saying this, the old man turned to grasp Tang Yun's hand tightly, his eyes sparkling like a scene from a Korean romantic drama during prime time. The only word running through Chen Yuan's mind at that moment was, bored. His emotions were a mixture anger, disappointment, sadness, but mixed in was also a sense of helplessness that he couldn't put into words. For the sake of love, you two are willing to give up everything, endure the gossip? And now, pregnant and asking for a divorce from my mom? What the hell is this? Am I hearing this wrong? The hardest thing to resist in this world is love, and the thing that tires a person the most is being caught in such a mess. After 5 minutes of suffocating silence, Chen Yuan finally spoke, his voice full of irritation, fine, I'll pass on this. You all can do whatever you want. I don't have the brainpower to deal with these kinds of tangled situations. Hearing Chen Yuan wanting to ignore everything, Wang Meng Meng felt a wave of guilt crash down on her like a tsunami. Uncle Chen wants to marry her. If they get married, I will become his legitimate daughter. That means I will have a complete family, no longer feeling emotionally deprived. I might even get a little sibling to pamper, to share everything with. But if I happily accept this, wouldn't it be too cruel to Chen Yuan, brother? My mother has already torn apart his family, and I, without a care, will enjoy the outcome? Then, how am I any different from an intruder? But at this moment, Chen Jianhong straightened his back, his hand intertwined with Tang Yun's, his expression more serious than ever before. Child, actually, your mother and I, our feelings have withered long ago. But because of societal views, neither of us wanted to divorce even though there was no longer any affection between us. We both tried to endure. It's been over 20 years now. Then, the old man took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. But I have a secret.
I've never told you. The atmosphere suddenly became as heavy as a lead weight.
Wang Meng Meng, sitting beside, also perked up, her ears standing at attention, her face tense, feeling like something big was about to be revealed. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as if it could pierce through the layers of secrecy.
What secret? If there's something to say, just say it, don't keep hinting at it. Before Chen Yuan could utter another word, Chen Jianheng's emotions overflowed.
His voice was steady, but the more he spoke, the more it sounded like a confession. Since the day he and Tang Yin decided to run away together, in the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed, as if it had never existed. One fine day, Tang Yin suddenly started vomiting uncontrollably. After the test, 2 lines appeared, clearly and undeniably. From a simple life in Yen, where he spent his mornings planting vegetables and his evenings gazing at the moon, now his father felt conflicted, utterly confused. If they kept the child, they feared the world would criticize them without mercy, but if they didn't, they would regret it because it would be so difficult to conceive again.
After much thought, they decided to keep it.
With a long sigh, Chen Jianhong continued, his words tangled. He recalled 22 years ago, when he and his mother had been married for just a year. Because your grandmother kept urging them to have a grandchild to hold, they decided to go for a fertility check at the hospital in the town. Who would have thought? The doctor said that my mother couldn't get pregnant.
That news struck like a thunderbolt.
My mother cried uncontrollably, while my father, confused, didn't know what to do except comfort her. That night, the rain poured heavily, and thunder crashed loudly. We were standing outside the hospital when we discovered a baby abandoned right at the gate, soaking wet in the rain. My mother immediately embraced the child, sheltering it as if it were destiny. We asked around everywhere, posted notices for a week, but no one came to claim the baby. So, my mother decided to adopt it. That child is you, Chen Yuan. These words fell like a bomb, leaving Chen Yuan stunned for a few seconds. He didn't know whether to be shocked, angry, or laugh at this startling truth. All this time, I had always thought I was the biological child of Chen Jianhong, even though our father-son relationship wasn't exactly close. Suddenly realizing that I was a child picked up from the street, that feeling is really hard to describe. Chen Jianhong continued, his voice dropping as if to emphasize, even though there's no blood relation, he always considered me his own child. And he intended to keep this secret for life, thinking that, after all, we were a family of 3, living together peacefully, and there was no need to know the background. But now, with Dad and Mom planning to divorce, Dad feels I have the right to know the truth. Chen Yuan sat still, his eyes empty, staring into the void. In his mind, a series of questions kept swirling.
Oh my God. So who is my real father? Where is my real mother? Who am I? And where is this place?
Thinking back, I don't remember anything unusual when I was little. 3 meals a day, good food, and clothes that were no worse than my friends. Parents rarely scold, and even when they do, it's not to the point of damaging the soul. Back then, Mr. Wang considered Chen Jianhong a close brother, even entrusting his wife to his friend's care when he had to travel for business. Chen Jianhong didn't just take care of her, he took care of his friend's wife's heart as well. Thinking back to how Mr. Wang had raised his child for 18 years, sweating and shedding tears, only to finally discover that the neighbor was the real author of the story. I can't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Feeling emotional, Chen Yuan suddenly blurted out, "You all can stay here and talk, I'm going somewhere else." Taking a moment to calm down, worried that Chen Yuan might collapse at any moment, Wang Mengmeng anxiously asked, "Are you okay, big brother?" But Wang Mengmeng's greatest fear wasn't that the secret would be exposed, it was whether or not he would become distant after knowing. That was what worried her the most in life. Chen Yuan stood there, asking a question so calm it was infuriating.
Meng Meng, did you already know? It was indeed a fatal question.
Wang Mengmeng stammered, her mouth wanting to speak but her brain in a chaotic mess. "Bro, I didn't mean to deceive you, I was just scared." But before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yuan fired another question, not giving Wang Mengmeng a chance to breathe. "Scared of what?"
"Scared I wouldn't let you spend money?" Or scared I'd stop pampering you? But he didn't stop there.
Chen Yuan began rewinding the tape of his memories, uncovering small details that he had deliberately ignored until now.
Ah, right.
Meng Meng's gaze at me doesn't look like a sister's gaze at her brother. It's not full of admiration for a brother at all, it's more like intense infatuation. In the past, I always tried to overlook and avoid those details, but inside my head, I was screaming.
Ha! What's wrong with the system? Did it just pair me with my actual sister? Is it out of options to matchmake already? But in the end, I came to understand a truth. No, the system wasn't wrong. The mistake was mine.
All these years of living together, I had assumed we were siblings by blood, so I forced myself not to think too much, but the truth is there's no blood relation at all. Wang Meng wanted to explain, but the words were stuck in her throat, not knowing what to say to make it sound right. Seeing that she didn't deny it, Chen Yuan added another blow, as if afraid she wasn't hurting enough. Meng, all this time I thought you were a simple person, but what you've done has made me see you as selfish, fake, deceitful, and even with hidden motives.
Honestly, you didn't need to do all this. Even if you're not my real sister, I would still be willing to spend money on you, but what I hate most is being lied to. After finishing his sentence, Chen Yuan turned away, his face emotionless.
Because for Chen Yuan, right was right, and wrong was wrong, and this mistake touched upon his core principles. Not playing with the eel, if you're wrong, then face the consequences, there's no room for begging. Wang Meng, upon hearing this, felt her heart ache as if someone had punched it, but she still tried to hold on to a sliver of hope.
Brother, but I've been meaning to tell you for a long time, it's just.
Upon hearing that, Chen Yuan immediately cut her off.
Just what? You've had 100 opportunities, it's not like you were waiting for a free moment to confess. If it weren't for old Chin exposing everything today, how long were you planning to keep scheming? Or were you waiting for me to marry you?
Finally, Chen Yuan threw a harsh remark straight at Wang Meng's heart. Don't call me brother, I'm not your idol.
Upon hearing this, Wang Meng's face turned pale.
She involuntarily took 3 steps back, staring at Chen Yuan as if she wanted to say, forgive me, but the words never left her mouth.
But Chen Yuan didn't pay attention. He was too angry to the point where he threw all his emotions out just to relieve himself. Go away, I don't want to see you again.
With that, Chen Yuan turned and walked away, leaving Wang Meng standing frozen, her tears falling without time to wipe them away. All the beautiful memories between them now felt like soap bubbles, beautiful but fragile, bursting at the slightest touch. In the tense atmosphere, Shin Jianhong let out a long sigh and said something full of philosophy.
All right, Meng, sweetie, let's go.
Let little Yuan be alone to balance his emotions.
Men, sometimes they don't need anyone to comfort them.
Just let him sit and reflect on his life. And so the 3 of them slowly walked out of the villa, each with a heavy heart, filled with sorrow. But before they could leave the villa, they ran into Yuling Shuang.
Oh, Meng, is that you?
I was just about to talk to you, didn't expect to run into you like this.
Wang Meng, though her mind was in turmoil, still forced a reluctant smile and asked, what is it? Sister you?
Yuling Shuang pretended to be mysterious, waving her hand and saying, let's find a place to talk, because what I have to say will definitely shock you. Just a moment later, the 4 of them walked into a nearby CAF one by one. The atmosphere inside was quiet, with soft music playing in the background, yet it couldn't drown out the curiosity burning inside Wang Meng. She fidgeted restlessly, staring intently at Yuling Shuang, and anxiously asked, Sister you, what exactly do you want to talk about? Stop being so vague, I feel like my brain is about to explode. Yuling Shuang gave a mysterious smile, pulling a stack of documents out of her briefcase. First, take a look at this, then we'll talk.
Wang Meng took the papers and immediately felt stunned.
Sister you, what's this about?
Why am I listed as a shareholder holding 10% of Fei Dunzibin?
Yuling Shuang remained calm, as if this was nothing extraordinary, and gently said, that's right, no mistake.
This is the shareholding the boss set aside for you. You must have forgotten, huh?
Back then, you held shares in Fei Tian farmland. Later, when Fei Tian merged with Dundee Group to form Fei Dun Zibin, your shares remained intact.
Nothing's been taken away.
After hearing this, Wang Mengmeng was still frozen, her mind spinning as if she had just been thrown into a washing machine on the highest spin cycle. Before she could fully recover, Yuling Shuang delivered another blow. This corporation now manages 37 subsidiaries across a variety of industries, from real estate, television, tourism, hotels, fresh supermarkets, stock markets, pharmaceuticals, insurance, security companies, new energy vehicles, to even entertainment games and more.
That's right, 10% is no small figure, and its value is over 1 trillion. And this is just its current value, it could increase even more in the future.
At that moment, Wang Mengmeng's brain finally started to reconnect. Everything before her became clear. 1 trillion, it was a number beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. It was so large that it could buy an entire small city, build dozens of villas, buy a fleet of supercars, and still have enough money to eat steak every day for 300 years. And so, the girl who had just cried over love now wanted to cry again, but this time it was because of the overwhelming surprise of wealth. So this was what Chen Yuan had been preparing for me all along. It's not just a few small gifts, but an enormous fortune worth 1 trillion, given without a second thought, without requiring me to sign any commitment papers or confidentiality contracts.
This is no longer ordinary affection, it is the pinnacle of boundless sacrifice.
And then, Wang Mengmeng burst into uncontrollable tears, as if making up for all the time she had held back her emotions, tears flowing in streams as she sobbed and blamed herself. My dear, I've paid too high a price, too high, yet I deceived you, and made you suffer. To save me, you nearly lost your life when you rushed into a gunfight with the robbers in Las Vegas.
To protect me, you destroyed the entire Tycoon Li family corporation, without caring about the consequences.
For my career, you secretly gave me 1 trillion from Fei Dun Zibin, without ever asking for recognition. All of this, my dear, you did just to protect and help me, while I'd been selfish, thinking only of myself. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Under the city lights, Chen Yuan stood quietly on the balcony of the villa, savoring a cigarette as he gazed at the sky, the ground, and his life. Each time the smoke escaped, he felt his mood drift along with it, but even after it dissipated, he didn't feel any better.
Wait, did I say something too harsh?
Honestly, I don't actually dislike Meng Meng at all. It's just that sometimes I like to sharpen my temper a little to seem aloof and unpredictable. If it were other girls, I might even suspect they had some hidden agenda, but with Meng Meng, it probably isn't anything that serious. After all, she's not the kind of person to scheme, and her face is so adorably clueless. But then again, my father isn't really my father, and my mother isn't really my mother. And when I look at other families, with 3 people happily gathered together, my heart suddenly grows frustrated for no apparent reason.
Wait, who am I? Where did I come from? Am I a child of a rock? Or did the universe send me to the wrong address?
The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems, but I can't help frowning, and I still feel like this is the greatest farce of my life. At that moment, the sound of the system's bell rang loudly in Chen Yuan's head.
Wang Mengmeng's favorability increased by 1, current favorability, 100 points. Kong.
The dog-licking target, Wang Mengmeng, was deeply moved by the owner's reckless sacrifice. Favorability surpasses 100 points. Congratulations to the owner for a successful reverse attack.
Kong.
Detected that the 4th dog-licking target has reached the dog-licking point, awarding a +10 bonus to all attributes, strengthening points increased by 50. Chen Yuan froze for a few seconds, then couldn't help but indulge in a bit of heavy self-praise.
What is this?
Meng Meng has successfully broken through again. Why is it that after I scolded her so harshly, her affection for me skyrockets?
Is there something wrong today? Could it be that I've wronged Meng Meng?
After all, she's just a little girl. The problem is that her affection reaching the top isn't just because she likes me, but because she's willing to do anything for me. Back at the coffee shop, Wang Mengmeng cried as she realized the truth. Indeed, there are things in this world that don't need to be explained, just let the feelings flow naturally to ease the mind.
Xiaoyu, her little sister, handed over an entire packet of tissues, her voice filled with doubt. Oh my god, Meng Meng, why are you crying so much? Is something wrong today? Wang Meng Meng sniffled and replied. It's nothing, sister Yu, I'm just really touched. But what's worth mentioning is that Wang Meng Meng rejected it outright.
These shares aren't mine, I can't accept them. From start to finish, I haven't contributed anything to the company, I've never made a single penny and haven't been of any help.
So I can't take them.
Please return them to Chen Yuan, I can't accept them. Indeed, there are people in this world who would make Yu Ling Shuang stare in astonishment. For others, 100 billion in shares would be a life-changing opportunity, a one-way ticket to becoming a female tycoon, so rich that the money would spill out of your pockets, and you'd fear there wouldn't be enough space to count it when you walk down the street. But for this girl, money is nothing compared to self-respect and sincere emotions.
Pushing and pulling isn't the solution. Yu Lingshuang seriously asked, have you thought this through? Wang Meng Meng resolutely replied, I've thought it through.
If I accept this share, it would be no different from deceiving Chen Yuan, brother. He treats me like his real sister and gave it to me as a gift, but I'm not really his sister.
How is that not fraud? I can't accept something that doesn't belong to me. No, absolutely not.
Meanwhile, Chen Jianhong and Tang Yin were exchanging glances, their eyes meeting with a hint of something suspicious. Then, Tang Yin furrowed his brow, sharp-eyed. Mr. Chen, looks like our Meng Meng is getting caught up in a little game here. Chen Jianhong nodded in agreement, his face serious. Exactly.
If Meng Meng really likes little Chen, then it would be simpler.
The adopted son becomes the son-in-law, the bond gets even stronger, it makes perfect sense.
It's decided then, this is on me. Even though little Chen isn't my biological son, after raising him for more than 20 years, what's the difference? Actually, thinking about it more, there's nothing wrong with it.
They don't have any blood relations after all.
That settles it.
From now on, we won't just call him the adopted son or the rainy day little sister, we'll just call him the son-in-law to make it simpler. Not only did he think it through, but Chen Jianhong even already had a name ready for his future grandson. Time flies like scrolling through TikTok, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 9:00 a.m. the next day. I hadn't even finished my coffee when the breaking news hit me like a jolt to the face. Around 8:00 a.m., a passenger plane from Los Angeles lost control and crashed straight into the headquarters of Samsung Group, just like a scene from an action movie.
The result was 28 dead and injured, including the financial chairman of Samsung, the #1 tycoon of Sour Country, Mr. Tycoon.
According to the police, the plane had been hijacked by 2 terrorists. In an instant, this news shook the world, climbing straight to the top of the trending searches as if someone had pushed it with a heavy hand. Immediately, an assistant barged into the office and reported, Mayor, the chairman has passed away after the plane crash into the headquarters. You need to get to Sour Country right now because you are the first legitimate heir. Park Young-jae heard this as though he had been slapped across the face. Is old man really dead? Upon hearing this shocking global news, Park Young-jae's expression immediately changed, his eyes flashing with a dangerous gleam. What? A plane crashed into the headquarters of the group. Assistant, are you sure? The assistant immediately confirmed, his voice serious but unable to hide his excitement. It's confirmed, sir, the news is 100% accurate. The chairman just went to meet the ancestors, which means you will become the new chairman of Samsung. At that moment, the TV was also broadcasting the news. According to reports, the ill-fated plane that took off from Los Angeles was hijacked by 2 terrorists, ultimately crashing directly into the Samsung Group headquarters. According to police information, these 2 women are not only beautiful but also extremely dangerous, with an escape skill of the highest level. After causing the tragic crash into Samsung's headquarters, the 2 disappeared without a trace, leaving the authorities scrambling to search for them. After watching the news, instead of shedding a tear of sympathy like the other well-behaved grandchildren, Park Young-jae smiled broadly and shouted in excitement, Good, good, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. He said, and internally, he was absolutely elated. At first, I thought I would have to wait another 20 years before having a chance to take power, because that old man just wouldn't die. But who would have thought that fate would send a lost plane, and it just happened to crash right into the headquarters. At this point, it felt like I was winning without lifting a finger. No need for scheming, no need for infighting, just waiting for the plane to land in the right spot. That's what you call pure luck. His assistant, eager to please, smiled and said, "Congratulations, congratulations, Samsung now belongs to you." Park Young-jae's face lit up, brighter than a sunflower under the early morning sun. "Wonderful, let's get going, I can't wait another second." But just as the assistant was packing the suitcase, Park Young-jae turned back, lit a cigarette, trying to look menacing, his eyes staring into the void. "Chen Yuan, just wait. When I become the chairman of Samsung, I will return like a king, and I will personally slap you in the face. Let's see if you can take it." The assistant, seeing this, winked mysteriously, his voice full of urgency. "Young master, it's really urgent now. You need to return to Nation K immediately to inherit the position of chairman of Samsung Group." The assistant continued, "Don't leave the chair empty for too long or it'll get covered in dust. As for that Chen Yuan who dared to embarrass you, if you're feeling so frustrated you can't swallow this anger, I have a quick solution. There's a black web in the underground world, specializing in global hitman services. As long as you have money and you have more than enough to light up the whole city, you just post a price, and I guarantee someone will take the job and eliminate your opponent, fast and clean." Finishing his words, the assistant scoffed, took out his phone, and accessed a site called Assassination. Park Young-jae took the phone and asked curiously, "I've heard rumors about this assassination before, but I never knew how to get into that dark place." The assistant, standing next to him, pointed with his hand and said, "Young master, don't worry, a few days ago I accidentally found the secret method to access it. You just need to post a job offer for a hitman. You don't have to dirty your hands, the money will handle all the hard work for you." Park Young-jae had never experienced this feeling before, and was even a little scared. Have I ever done anything shady before? Have I ever used connections to send my enemies to prison, sentencing them to a decade or more behind bars like it was nothing? Have I ever personally broken someone's legs and acted like nothing happened? But killing someone, that's an entirely different story. However, the moment he thought about Chen Yuan's detestable face, the one who had humiliated him in front of everyone, making him so embarrassed he wanted to bury himself, any trace of hesitation vanished. The most painful thing? It was when I was chasing Miss Dai and Yuling Shuang. And yet, both of them ended up with that guy. And there was that whole smear campaign against me online. I thought that would be the last straw for Chen Yuan, that he'd cut ties with me. But no, he stood his ground like a stone pillar. On top of that, all the negative news about me was wiped clean. Thinking of this, Park Young-jae's eyes suddenly glinted with a cold light, like ice cubes dropping into a cup of tea, and his blood boiled with rage. Without a second thought, as casually as if he were shopping for vegetables, he loaded 10 billion into his assassination account. After thinking about the scene where Chen Yuan was running away, Park Young-jae burst out laughing, amused by how rich he had become to the point of being bored. "Chen Yuan, write your will. With this amount of money, it's probably enough to stir up the whole international assassin community. Let's see if you can run anywhere. From now on, you'll only have to dodge bullets every day, and when you sleep at night, you'll have to hide in a closet because you're afraid assassins are hiding under your bed." After reading this task, some assassins sat back and sarcastically mocked, nearly laughing so hard they choked. "Oh my god, who's the idiot here? Putting a bounty on Smoke CEO's head with only 1,500,000 dark coins? Might as well save up for a villa instead. Assassinating Smoke CEO, huh? This mission's difficulty is even higher than SSS level, you might not even make it back alive. Don't joke around, even the top global assassin Bloody Shuton couldn't do it." Mr. X, the former leader of the Darknet, also tried, and now he's still hiding, terrified of Smoke CEO. Who has the time to give up their life for that money? Then another assassin shook his head and sighed, "This really is a joke at the start of the year." The other assassin continued, "End of days reincarnation tried to assassinate Smoke CEO but failed miserably, then went home, curled up under the blanket and cried." Skull and Bone went even bigger, launching dozens of rockets to blast the Meiyuan neighborhood, yet Smoke CEO stood there like a bronze statue.
And now someone is offering a bounty of 1,500,000 dark coins. Are they planning to hire a beggar or what?
And then the whole group of assassins burst out laughing, spitting as if to express their contempt. Meanwhile, Park Young-jae was still waiting for the mission, but the task just sat there, untouched, like a leftover BNHCHing after TT.
What's going on? Why is no one taking the bounty? Don't tell me they're scared.
At this moment, Chen Yuan had just opened his eyes, still not having brushed his teeth or rinsed his mouth, when Wang Kai shouted loudly, waking him up completely, "Master, someone just posted a bounty of 500 million, equivalent to 1,500,000 dark coins, to hunt your head.
This mission could threaten your safety. Should I handle it? I can eliminate it completely for you."
Chen Yuan picked up his phone to check, his face showing a question mark.
Huh, there's this too? Let me see who's brave enough to do something like this.
Chen Yuan lazily stood up and walked straight down to the basement where the super advanced computer system was set up.
He sat down in the chair, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Who on earth has the guts to put a bounty on my head?" But these petty tricks couldn't fool Wang Kai.
It scanned everything in one go, uncovering both the deposit trail and the hidden IP address, then locked the target down tightly within a few seconds. "Master, the task to deposit money came from Nation K, with an account registered under Samsung Financial Group.
Based on the network trace, I've locked the source of the mission. It's coming from Mei Yuan.
Please wait a moment, I'm scanning global data to filter out the specific identity." After hearing this, Chen Yuan smirked lightly, adding a few sarcastic remarks to kill the boredom. "Never mind, I already guessed it. Nation K, Samsung, has money and a grudge with me.
It can only be that Prince Park Young-jae, right?"
At that moment, Wang Kai also reported the latest news from this morning. "Master, around 8 a.m. a passenger plane lost control and crashed directly into the Samsung Group headquarters.
Among the passengers was the chairman of Samsung's financial division, the top tycoon of Nation K."
After hearing that, Chen Yuan stood frozen for 3 seconds, then shook his head in disbelief.
"Ha? The president of Samsung just got killed by a plane crash, didn't he? This is unbelievable.
His family just passed away, and yet he can't even be bothered to attend the funeral, still in the mood to offer a bounty for an assassination.
This guy must have something wrong with his brain."
As Chen Yuan was still thinking about whether he should send a gift in return, the assassination app popped up with a new mission hot and fresh, just out of the oven. The target was Park Young-jae, the Prince of Samsung, with a bounty of 2 million dark coins, along with 3 photos taken from divine angles.
Chen Yuan squinted at the screen and then asked Wang Kai, "Hey, did you post this?" Wang Kai responded, "Master, it wasn't me. This mission is real, someone else posted it, not me messing around." Chen Yuan couldn't help but sneer. What a strange coincidence. Looks like someone doesn't want that prince to peacefully inherit Samsung's wealth.
The rich families, just like in those long TV series, internal conflicts never lack drama. After thinking for a while, Chen Yuan remembered Bei Chen. "By the way, since we're free, let's add Bei Chen's name to the board.
I heard he's been hiding and running away, right? Let's put a bounty of 100 million dark coins on his head for some extra drama." Wang Kai quickly responded, "Understood, Master. I'll post the mission right now."
As soon as the assassination mission for Bei Chen was posted on the assassination board with a staggering bounty of 100 million dark coins, the entire world of assassins immediately fell into a state of shock. 100 million dark coins, that's $58 billion, enough to buy an entire army. And in less than 5 minutes, 10,000 assassins from around the world had already viewed the information. On the other side of the story, at the Jiangchang Group, in the private estate at Mei Yuan, Bei Chen was meditating when he suddenly sneezed loudly, feeling bewildered as he couldn't understand why it seemed like thousands of eyes were watching him. And after a day of resting his injuries, he praised himself, "Thank heaven, this time I brought my secret medicine. This pill is the essence of hundreds of types of rare herbs. My wounds have improved quite a bit, but injuries like this, even with miraculous medicine, can't heal in the blink of an eye. Muscle and bone injuries take at least a few months to recover, and I'd say it'll take several more rounds of therapeutic spa treatments before I'm back to full strength.
Well, I'll be wise about it,
no need to rush into a fight. I'll wait until I'm fully recovered, and then we'll see. By then, just the sound of my name will be enough to make Qing Yuan tremble in fear. At that moment, there was a loud knock at the door, and just hearing it brought an ominous feeling.
Beichen Medicine King furrowed his brow, his voice turning serious. Who is it?
At that moment, a voice from outside rang out, tinged with a bit of nervousness and attempting to sound flattering. Master Beichen, it's me, Li Zhikai. Beichen furrowed his brows, unsure of what this person was up to.
Nonetheless, he responded coldly, come in.
The door opened, and Li Zhikai entered, his eyes full of feigned concern.
Master, are you all right?
I heard you were injured, and I've been so worried. Beichen waved his hand dismissively, his expression as indifferent as if the sky were falling. It's just a minor wound, nothing to worry about.
A day's rest and I'll be almost fully recovered.
Li Zhikai asked the question out of formality, then began to act flustered, his tone making the story sound even more dramatic. It's good to hear you're all right, but honestly, I never expected the Eastern medicine sage to be so powerful that he could injure you.
The whole world is gossiping about it right now. Beichen narrowed his eyes, a cold aura beginning to seep from him. What are they saying?
Li Zhikai, seeing this, was pleased inside but still pretended to be concerned on the outside. They're saying your strength and medical skills are no match for the Eastern medicine sage, and some even claim that you refused to treat Miss Wei because you didn't have the skill to heal her.
They say your medical expertise is nothing impressive at all.
As Li Zhikai spoke, he quickly glanced at Beichen and thought to himself, I wonder when the old man is going to lose his mind. Upon hearing Li Zhikai's words, Beichen, the medicine king, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and killing intent radiated from him like smoke. Those cowards.
Fine, I'll tolerate losing to the Eastern medicine sage in terms of strength, but to say that I'm inferior in medicine?
Sorry, that's unacceptable.
The Medicine King Valley's medical skills are the best in the world, ranked number 1, not just for show. And now, to be mocked and humiliated by those bastards out there?
No sooner had he finished speaking than his anger flared to the extreme, and Beichen coughed violently, spitting out a streak of bright red blood. Clearly, his internal injuries hadn't healed yet he still insisted on putting on a tough act for no reason. Standing beside him, Li Zhikai felt a surge of joy inside, though, of course, he wasn't stupid enough to show it on his face. Hooked him in, huh?
Wait, he's actually coughing up blood? Is the old man about to meet his ancestors soon? Well, this is fun.
In fact, before stepping into the room, Li Zhikai had been whispered to by a man from the underworld. Beichen, the medicine king, is no longer just injured, but he's now got a bounty placed on his head with an outrageous reward. 100 million dark coins, equivalent to 37,500 million.
That's enough money to build an entire urban district, no joke.
And assassination isn't some trivial thing, it's the world's biggest black market, a gathering place for all kinds of killers, from sniper sharpshooters in the desert to covert masters wielding knives in dark alleys. With that kind of money, there'll definitely be a ton of assassins willing to risk their lives to take down Beichen. Li Zhikai stood frozen, thinking, at this sensitive time, if I get involved with this old man and get caught in the crossfire, my life could be over. But when he thought about the huge bounty, he not only wasn't afraid, he actually let go of any remaining shred of conscience. Wait a minute, over 30 billion for the bounty, are you kidding? This kind of money could buy an entire island, build a mansion, and even keep a pack of sharks as pets. But hold on, I'm not an assassin, it'd be too dangerous to do it myself.
Business is all about using your brain, not your fists.
It's best to hire someone else to do the dirty work. After a moment of consideration, Li Zhikai forced a friendly smile, one that betrayed no hint of any ulterior motives, and spoke with a tone full of concern. Master, please rest assured and take care of your health. Once you've recovered, those fickle and unreliable people out there will have to pay the price for daring to laugh behind your back. If you need anything, just let me know. I am more than willing to serve you all day long.
Beichen nodded approvingly, showing satisfaction. All right then, I'll write you a prescription.
Help me gather some herbs, I'm in urgent need. With that, he took a pen and carefully wrote down a list of herbal names, which, just by reading them aloud, could make even the most seasoned apothecaries faint from how difficult they were to find. Li Zhikai took the paper and flashed a half smile. Yes, master, don't worry, I'll go immediately.
But in his mind, he was scheming with dark thoughts. Wait, what if I add a bit of poison to the old man's prescription?
Maybe, just maybe, with a little luck, I could send him off for good.
He has so much money, why not take advantage? With a bit of skill, I can do it without getting my hands dirty and walk away with a fortune.
But then, Li Zhikai's rational mind immediately dismissed the thought, this won't work. Bei Chen is a master of medicine, who could possibly poison the old man. Putting poison into the old man's medicine would be like waving a knife in front of Guan Yu. The old man would definitely notice right away, and once he knows, there's no need for an assassin. The old man would strangle me himself, even faster than before drinking.
No, I can't do something so reckless.
Right, why bother doing it myself when there are plenty of assassins out there, all eager to earn 100 million dark coins? Li Zhikai continued, all I need to do is accidentally leak Bei Chen's address on the assassination list, and I guarantee those international assassins will come knocking on his door themselves.
I won't have to lift a finger, saving energy and still achieving my goal.
And if they can't kill him, no one will ever know I was involved. I can attack when I need to and defend when necessary, sitting back and still winning. A smart person should operate like this. Pulling the strings behind the scenes is both safe and effective. In just 3 short days, Bei Chen, the medicine king, had already recovered 50% of his spiritual power. After that, he still did not forget to ask Li Zhikai to secretly gather information about Chen Yuan. But when his injuries had healed, Li Zhikai kept adding details, which made Bei Chen feel deeply insulted and his self-esteem severely damaged. He gritted his teeth in anger, flames of rage blazing within him. Luckily, he didn't spit blood. With his accumulated hatred, Bei Chen began disguising himself, walking out the door in a dignified manner, then casually wandering around Chen Yuan's villa. The plan is clear, I need to understand Chen Yuan's daily habits, and most importantly, figure out whether the Eastern medicine sage is secretly protecting him. If necessary, I'll disguise myself as Chen Yuan's best friend, or even transform into the Eastern medicine sage himself. No one will suspect a thing. Standing there for a while, Bei Chen thought back to the incident when he had been beaten and forced to run for his life, suddenly grinding his teeth. Last time, I was a bit careless, I underestimated the opponent's strength and prepared half-heartedly. I even forgot my soul-destroying needle, which was left at home, and ended up suffering a painful fall, like slipping on a banana peel in the middle of a marketplace. The soul-destroying needle is an extraordinary hidden weapon forged from a meteorite that fell from outer space. Bei Chen thought, this needle may be small, but it's powerful. A single stab and it can pierce through a 20 cm thick steel plate. On top of that, I've soaked it in a deadly venom that's incredibly vicious. I hit in the right spot and you don't even need to wait for a doctor, because just a slight scratch and within a minute, the victim will say their final goodbyes without even having time to pass on any last words. The toxicity is so strong that I don't even dare keep it in my jacket pocket for too long, fearing I might accidentally send myself to meet my ancestors with a careless move. If I'd remembered to bring the soul-destroying needle last time, the Eastern medicine sage would probably be lying on the ground by now, unable to humiliate me. But never mind, failure is the mother of success. This time, I definitely won't repeat the same mistake. After wandering around for a few more hours, Bei Chen, the medicine king, saw the door of Chen Yuan's villa open, and stepping out was none other than his sworn enemy, with a black plastic bag dangling from his hand, clearly heading out to throw away the trash. An opportunity like this was rare, and Bei Chen racked his brain, should I make a move now? One strike and it's over. The Eastern medicine sage won't even have time to react, there's no bodyguard around, what am I waiting for? But then, his inner turmoil waged fiercely. Wait, maybe I should wait until I fully recover before striking? Right now, I've only recovered half of my spiritual power. If something goes wrong, it'll be over. However, before Bei Chen could ponder deeply, life didn't give him the chance to hesitate. Suddenly, a feeling of danger, as though fire ants were crawling all over him, made Bei Chen's hair stand on end. Danger? The level of danger is no joke. Then, a large sniper bullet from a heavy sniper rifle shot straight toward his head at the speed of light. With reflexes as quick as lightning, Bei Chen tilted his head to dodge, narrowly escaping, cold sweat running down his face, even though the weather wasn't hot. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the real nightmare began.
From every direction, gunshots rang out continuously, boom, 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 boom.
After the shots fired by other snipers all went off simultaneously, each one aimed straight at Bei Chen, blocking every escape route. He immediately deployed all his top-tier evasive skills, rolling, crawling, jumping left, lunging right, twisting and contorting through the barrage of bullets. But unfortunately, his strength had only recovered 50% by that point, not enough to fully evade every single shot. Though he dodged 5 bullets, the final one hit him square in the left shoulder, blood splattering like a slow-motion scene from an action movie. As he touched the blood streaming down his shoulder, Bei Chen couldn't understand why. The calculations were perfect, even so disguised that I almost didn't recognize it myself, yet I still got assassinated.
The pain didn't just stop at his flesh, it also ignited an explosion of fury.
Bei Chen's face, which had been pretending to remain calm, instantly shifted to one of extreme rage. He ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as if they could burn the entire world. What is this?
Who dares to shoot at me? You think you can play dirty? Fine, none of you will survive.
In the next second, he forgot all about his disguise and revealed an aura of murderous intent. Activate the 3rd-tier gene, now. In the blink of an eye, everything around Bei Chen Medicine King seemed to stretch, time slowing down like a slow-motion film. As soon as this overwhelming sensation appeared, he noticed 6 snipers lying in ambush, planning to kill him. And in just 0.1 seconds, he had already locked in their positions. Without saying a word, Bei Chen Medicine King swung his right hand, and 3 silver beams shot out like ninja throwing darts. The 3 snipers, who had been eagerly preparing to pull the trigger, were hit square in the forehead by the soul-destroying needles. Without even a sound, they collapsed instantly, swift and efficient. The remaining 3 guys were pale with fear, hiding and not daring to show their faces at all. But the danger didn't stop there. From the roadside, a massive truck came speeding toward them, its speed surpassing 120 meters per second, heading straight for Bei Chen Medicine King. Bei Chen Medicine King found himself in an impossible situation. After gathering his composure, he roared, "You want to die?" Then a streak of silver light shot out at lightning speed, piercing through the truck's windshield and embedding directly into the driver's forehead. One shot, and the driver was dead, no need to think twice. But the problem here was that while the driver was dead, the truck was still barreling forward, as if someone had floored the accelerator and forgotten the brake. And so came a collision that could not have been more violent. Bei Chen Medicine King was sent flying by the truck for several meters. The impact was so forceful that it slammed into a residential fence, leaving behind a spectacular scene of destruction. Without waiting long, Bei Chen got back up. His hair was a mess, like a crow's nest, his body drenched in blood, looking so disheveled that anyone passing by would think he had just fought an entire gang of thugs. Bei Chen Medicine King roared with rage, "Damn it, if it weren't for my old wounds not being fully healed, and the bullet to my left shoulder slowing me down, there's no way I'd miss dodging a damn truck." The other 3 snipers, witnessing this, were terrified, their hearts racing. Before they even had time to fix their hair and look cool, Bei Chen Medicine King swung his hand, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver streaks shot out like lightning, following an unbelievably dangerous trajectory, striking precisely at the 3 snipers who were gaping with their mouths open, still too stunned to understand what had just happened. The strikes were swift and lethal, without hesitation. Bei Chen flicked his hair and took a moment to pose, trying to look even cooler. "Even if I'm covered in wounds, you're still just a bunch of insignificant nobodies who don't even deserve my attention." But before he could fully enjoy his moment of dominance, a group of over a dozen assassins jumped out, cutting short Bei Chen Medicine King's spotlight. Each of them looked at him like he was a walking mountain of money, repeatedly pulling their triggers, as if the chaos in the sky wasn't enough. Bei Chen Medicine King immediately leapt aside to dodge the bullets and then dashed away. While dodging and gasping for breath, he was also furious to the point of wanting to explode. What is this? Why are there so many assassins? It's true that I once had a high position, but when bad luck struck and I fell from grace, I was despised and oppressed by those weaker than me. If I weren't seriously injured and still recovering, I would take down all of you, no matter how many there are. Just wait until I recover. Each one of you will have to pay the price." Then, Bei Chen scanned the area, as if to imprint his oath and the fear into the minds of the assassins in front of him.
But life is never as peaceful as that.
While running and panting, he heard the assassins behind him screaming, like debtors seeing their creditor. "Quick, chase him down.
He's seriously wounded, this is the best opportunity to take him out. If we let him escape now, we'll never get another chance."
Bei Chen, the Medicine King, nearly fainted from rage upon hearing this. "I am a Grandmaster of the Medicine King Valley, with the power of the 3rd level of Gene Lock, and yet, here I am being chased down by a bunch of nobodies like I'm a duck in a pond.
This is humiliating, incredibly humiliating."
But what truly pushed Bei Chen to the brink of fury hadn't happened yet. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred that made him stare in disbelief, wide-eyed, as he tried to comprehend what was happening. It was at that moment, as he was running like he was being chased by ghosts, that a figure lurking in the distance pushed him further into madness. A little brat, completely unaware of the world around him, was sitting right on the edge of the road, holding a packet of fried potato chips in his hand, munching away while watching him being hunted down.
On top of that, Chen Yuan's eyes showed an expression of amusement, as if he were watching a thrilling play.
This scene made Bei Chen, the Medicine King, so furious he could have crushed the entire universe.
So arrogant, truly, unbelievably arrogant.
Not only are these assassins chasing me, but even a little brat can sit there leisurely, eating chips while watching me run for my life as if it's some kind of entertainment.
My God, what on earth is wrong with this world? I've never experienced such humiliation in my entire life. And if that wasn't enough, what really left me speechless was the look of contempt in that kid's eyes. The way he looked at me was exactly the same as the gaze of someone who didn't regard anyone as worthy of their attention, a gaze full of disdain, the kind of look I've only ever seen on the face of his master. Bei Chen, Medicine King, thought, Eastern medicine sage, well, this bastard, truly a disciple of the Eastern medicine sage. Such arrogance, these two, master and disciple, really are on the same side. But right now, life is more important, so I must escape. Chen Yuan, this bastard, really did prepare in advance, but do you think you can trap me? Not a chance. As he thought this, Bei Chen, Medicine King, swiftly dashed out of the encirclement, his legs moving like lightning. Chen Yuan, at this point, also stopped eating his fries, but his eyes still gleamed with amusement. Is that all you got, trying to show off in front of my house? You think you're something? Turns out you're just an old man, harmless. Chased like prey amidst a pack of wolves, Bei Chen, Medicine King, immediately blended into the crowd. No matter how many assassins there are, they can't go around wildly shooting in a crowded place. He then took advantage of the terrain in Mei Yuan, where towering buildings grew thick as mushrooms after the rain, darting in and out of narrow alleys, making the group of assassins both frustrated and helpless. In his mind, Bei Chen, Medicine King, quickly calculated, do you think you can easily hunt me down? Not a chance. But to be fair, even though I've managed to escape the first wave of attacks, my situation is far from ideal. The old wounds aren't healed yet, and now I have new ones. My left shoulder is still bleeding profusely. If this continues, I won't need the enemy to kill me, I'll collapse from blood loss. Before finding a place to recover, Bei Chen didn't forget to do the most important thing. He swiftly ripped off the human skin mask on his face. In an instant, he transformed from a handsome middle-aged man into an old man in his 70s or 80s, with wrinkled skin and a hideous face, looking no different from a frail old man who had endured decades of hardship. Now it's all exposed. No matter how powerful Bei Chen, Medicine King, is or how knowledgeable he is in pharmacology, he's still an old man in his 100th year. It turns out he used disguising techniques to maintain his youthful appearance. No wonder everyone had always thought Bei Chen, Medicine King, possessed the secret to immortality. Who would have known it was just a trick? Bei Chen, Medicine King, sneered, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction rising in his heart. The world is so ignorant. I've walked through the world for years, never once showing my real face. That's why the name Bei Chen, Medicine King. Whether I want to hide it or reveal it, no one can do anything about me. Meanwhile, in a luxurious 5-star hotel, where just stepping in makes one's wallet feel lighter by half, a fair-skinned man was sitting having lunch with Li Zhikai. His name was William, which might make one think of a refined Western noble, but in the underground world, he held a title that would make anyone sweat. Hellbaron, the world's second deadliest assassin.
Hell Baron was not only a famous assassin, but also the mastermind behind a massive army of killers. He had once gathered all kinds of cold-blooded, rebellious youth from the dark web, forming a notorious organization called the Death Alliance, specializing in providing the service of turning off the lights for anyone in the world. William sat there, his every gesture, every glance, and every movement exuding an air of sophistication. As my subordinate reported, Bei Chen is being chased, injured, but this old man Bei Chen, not only is he still alive, he's counterattacked neatly and wiped out more than a dozen of the Alliance's assassins. In short, he's tougher than we thought, much tougher. Saying this, William continued to leisurely cut his steak, his calm demeanor almost maddening. Li Shikai, upon hearing this, was deeply worried for good reason. If Bei Chen wakes up after this battle, he will definitely suspect I'm involved. Especially since he's the type of person who kills without hesitation, without blinking an eye, no nonsense. Thinking about that possibility, Li Shikai swallowed nervously, then anxiously asked, "So, what are we going to do now?" William, unhurried, casually replied in a cold tone, "What are we going to do? Well, we just continue. As long as Bei Chen, the Medicine King, is still alive, there will always be Plan B, Plan C, and even Plan Z. And the 100 million dark coins bounty is still up for grabs. Who wouldn't want that?" William continued, "Don't worry, the target is seriously injured, and now he definitely needs to find a place to rest and recover. According to my calculations, there's about a 50% chance that he'll head back to the Mei Yuan apartment. I've had explosives with remote control devices placed in your apartment number 3. These aren't toys, they're powerful enough to turn the entire room to dust in an instant. As soon as the target steps in, not only will he not survive, but there won't even be enough of him left to collect." Li Shikai was still shaken, his lips twitching as if he wanted to say something but then held back. Finally, he asked anxiously, "But what if Bei Chen, the Medicine King, doesn't come back?" William raised an eyebrow, his lips curling slightly as though savoring an interesting question. "Whether he returns or not is a matter of probability. But his luggage is still there, and everyone has the habit of wanting to collect their belongings before leaving. Moreover, he's badly injured and in need of urgent bandaging, the chance of him returning is high. And if Bei Chen doesn't come back, then that's easy. You just need to make a call to lure him back, or, at worst, set up another trap. I've done this plenty of times, so there's nothing to worry about." Li Shikai felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. The plan was neat, effective, and deadly, but it was presented in such a laid-back manner. He began to feel that sitting down for a meal with William might be more stressful than being chased by Bei Chen himself. Then, he raised his glass, smiling to flatter him, "Mr. William, you truly are the world's top assassin. A true expert isn't just strong, but knows how to use their mind. Cheers, I, Li Shikai, offer you this drink." Meanwhile, in his mind, Li Shikai silently offered 3 incense sticks to Bei Chen. With these cold-blooded assassins, Bei Chen is now nothing more than a prime cut of beef. Once the entire assassin world has its eyes on him, his chances of survival are almost zero. Times change, and those who act quickly will reap the rewards. As for me, I'm always the one who can read the situation and choose the most advantageous side. If I were to openly protect Bei Chen now, it would be like walking into a trap and offering myself as a live target for international assassins to attack. And I'm no fool. Instead of passively waiting to be caught up in this, I'd rather make myself a part of the hunt and share in the spoils. Li Shikai thought, but Bei Chen Medicine King has been through the martial world for over 100 years, he's no pushover. If the assassins could think of setting up traps, then surely he must have thought of that too. After all, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. It's not by chance that he's still alive, while countless people who've crossed paths with the old man are already 6 feet under, back with their ancestors. When Bei Chen Medicine King got close to Mei Yuan's manor, he immediately sensed something was off. My instincts, honed over years in the martial world, are never wrong. The usual security guard at the entrance of the small district is a chubby guy, but today they've replaced him with a completely new face. At first glance, he looks like an ordinary person, but his gaze is too sharp, not like a regular guard collecting a paycheck. He looks more like someone waiting to ambush a prey. After observing for another 20 minutes, Bei Chen became more certain that something was very wrong. But rather than reveal any weaknesses, he decided to call a food delivery person and casually said, "Young man, wait a moment, help me with something." The delivery person frowned. "Master, why are you blocking my way?" Bei Chen smiled faintly, his voice full of mystery. "Young man, I have a huge opportunity want to offer you. Do you want to accept it?" The delivery person responded, "Master, I don't have time to play, the order is almost late, let me go deliver it on time." Bei Chen Medicine King, hearing this, spoke in a calm tone, "Who is joking with you? Just help me with one thing, and I'll give you 10 million right away." The delivery person, startled, replied, "What? Are you serious?" Bei Chen Medicine King, upon hearing this, waved his hand and took out a human skin mask, continuing to tempt, "Of course, I'm serious. Just wear this mask and go into apartment number 3 upstairs, I guarantee someone will give you millions. And not just millions, even 1 million, someone will give it to you." The delivery person hesitated as he looked at the mask in his hand, feeling that this story was a little strange. But then, the money was too tempting. "Forget it, a food delivery order, and I could get money I'll never earn." 3 minutes later, he had put on the mask and decided to try it once. As soon as he reached the building's gate, a scene made him freeze for 3 seconds. The security guard immediately bowed and greeted him, speaking in an extremely respectful tone, "Master Bei Chen, greetings to you, please come in." So the delivery man began to believe in the old man's words, puffed his chest, lifted his head high, and walked confidently toward the apartment like a great figure returning after a long absence. As Bei Chen had predicted, the security immediately reported, "Boss, Bei Chen Medicine King has entered the building." On the other end of the line, a cold voice replied, "Very good, wait for the right moment to act. Remember, this person's name is on the international assassins list, with a bounty of 37,500,000,000. Gather video evidence for the reward." About 5 minutes later, just when everything seemed calm, a massive explosion suddenly shook the ground. The 500 square meter luxury apartment was erased from the map in an instant. Flames shot up high, forming a massive column of black smoke, causing chaos in the area, with people nearby screaming and running in panic. Only Bei Chen Medicine King stood motionless on the opposite street, indifferently watching the rising black smoke. He was not startled, not surprised, and showed no sign of someone who had narrowly escaped death. He simply observed quietly, his eyes cold, with murderous intent surging within him. "Very well, very good, Li Zhikai, you dare to betray me?" At that moment, in a luxurious 5-star hotel, where one meal could cost enough to make someone go hungry for a month, William was leisurely sipping a glass of premium wine when a video was sent to him. William smiled contentedly, picked up his phone, and handed it to Li Zhikai, saying, "Director Li, the target has been taken care of. It's been a pleasant collaboration." Li Zhikai was excited but still somewhat anxious. "Is it true? Let me take a look." William chuckled lightly, pushing the phone toward him. "Please, go ahead." Li Zhikai snatched it, staring intently at the video. In the video, there was nothing but the scene of Bei Chen, the Medicine King, entering an apartment, only to be turned into smoke in an instant. The blast was so powerful that anyone within a 10-meter radius of the explosion center would not only lose their life but even the cockroaches would be reduced to dust. Even Bei Chen in his strongest state wouldn't have had a chance to escape, let alone with injuries. 37,500,000,000 had been successfully transferred. Without hesitation, William immediately uploaded the video to the assassination review platform, awaiting approval. But life is never that easy. When the mission was upgraded to assassination, Wang Kai encountered a problem and immediately reported, "Master, the assassination mission of Bei Chen Medicine King was submitted by the second-tier world assassin, Hell Baron, but I have detected some anomalies. I'm not sure whether it should be approved." Chen Yuan, upon hearing the report, was both curious and suspicious. "What? Bei Chen Medicine King died that quickly?" Without hesitation, Chen Yuan hurried down to the basement, where the high-end equipment was operating, and ordered, "Show me." Wang Kai didn't say anything, immediately playing the video on the large screen. In the video, the scene of the apartment exploding, shaking the sky and earth, with flames shooting up high, confirmed, Bei Chen, upon entering the house, was indeed wiped off the face of this world. At this point, anyone could believe that Bei Chen Medicine King was dead, but Chen Yuan didn't buy it. With just a brief glance, he noticed something wasn't right. Hold on, this doesn't add up. Aside from the fact that the face looks exactly like Bei Chen Medicine King, there's something off about the overall aura. Chen Yuan thought, he was once shot in the shoulder. If it were really him, his arm couldn't move like that. But in the video, this person moves so naturally, it can't be the real Bei Chen. Just as Chen Yuan mumbled this, he suddenly snapped to attention. Damn it, this is a fake, the real Bei Chen is still alive.
Without hesitation, Chen Yuan ordered, Wang Kai, hack directly into Mei Yuan's traffic management system, and at the same time activate the global satellite positioning system. Use facial recognition technology to track down Bei Chen, the Medicine King. Wang Kai replied, understood, master. In less than the blink of an eye, a series of surveillance cameras were activated, covering the entire Mei Yuan area and its surrounding regions. Everything was under control, every alley, every major road, all within sight. After a thorough scan, Wang Kai locked onto the target and excitedly reported, Master, please look at the big screen. On the screen, it was clear that Bei Chen, the Medicine King, had removed his human mask to avoid suspicion. He was seen near a building, even speaking to a food delivery man. It wasn't long, but long enough for Wang Kai to record the events. Chen Yuan said, clarify everything. Chen Yuan immediately issued an order, those assassins are truly brainless. They killed the wrong person and still want to claim the reward, it's honestly laughable. Wang Kai, immediately cancel this mission. At the same time, send them a notice explaining why, so none of them try to cause a scene out of resentment. If anyone dares to take on a mission like this again, deduct their payment. Wang Kai immediately acknowledged the order, understood, master. A sudden reversal from the approval system caused William and Li Zhikai's entire plan to collapse in the blink of an eye. Bei Chen Medicine King not only survived but also turned the assassins into a laughingstock. More importantly, a new game was truly beginning. Meanwhile, Li Zhikai, who had just let out a sigh of relief feeling as though a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his chest, realized that with Bei Chen Medicine King's death, he no longer had to live in constant fear of revenge. From now on, he could eat and sleep in peace, no longer having to fear that the old man would sneak up and strangle him in his sleep while he snored. Li Zhikai raised his glass, his face full of excitement. It seems that Bei Chen, the Medicine King, is just a name. The legends about him sound mysterious, but who would have thought he could be taken down so easily? Mr. William, I drink to you. William gently swirled his glass of wine, his eyes gleaming with philosophical insight. Times change, and technology advances. No matter how strong a person is, no matter how much they break the limits of physical strength, they are still just flesh and blood. Years of martial arts training can't outrun a bullet. Those once called martial arts masters, invincible deities, have ultimately been eliminated by the times. With just a bit of modern technology, they are no different from ants being squashed. At this point, he shook the wine glass in his hand, his gaze full of self-satisfaction. Even if someone could dodge bullets, what then? Could they dodge cannons? Could they fight against ballistic missiles? They certainly couldn't escape atomic or nuclear bombs. In this world, true power doesn't lie in muscle or speed, but in intellect. Humans became the rulers of all creatures not because we are stronger, but because we are smarter. Intelligence is the ultimate weapon. And just as both of them were eagerly waiting to count the money, the phone suddenly vibrated. William opened it to check, and his eyes immediately narrowed, his previously cheerful expression turning unpleasant. What is this? The mission was not approved, the assassination has been rejected for review. Several hypotheses flashed through William's mind. Could it be that the reward amount is too high, and the platform doesn't want to pay? Or is there someone behind the scenes interfering? Thinking of this, his face darkened, and a cold glint briefly appeared in his eyes. Li Zhikai also instantly changed color, his eyes widening. What? You must be kidding me, right? Clearly, the person who was blown to pieces was Bei Chen. How could it be wrong? Could it be that old man somehow came back to life? Without hesitation, William logged into Assassination, opened the mission notification section to check.
As he read the first message, he froze completely. Hell Baron, your assassination mission has not been completed. According to Assassination's official review, the target, Bei Chen, the Medicine King, is still not deceased.
William just opened the attached video and watched it. His face went completely stiff.
Just a quick glance was enough to see that Bei Chen Medicine King was still alive, yet William had celebrated too early.
The feeling was truly a slap in the face, and it was spot on.
After that, William sighed deeply, his voice filled with exhaustion. It seems we've been looking at the wrong person.
That's just an unfortunate food delivery guy.
Li Zhikai's mouth hung open, his mind frozen for 3 seconds. Huh?
But the surveillance video was clear. The one who got blown up was Bei Chen. William responded helplessly, it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Assassination just sends solid proof.
Bei Chen had disguised himself to swap places, and this is going to be troublesome.
Looks like getting those 100 million dark coins won't be easy.
Li Zhikai felt his legs start to tremble, and then his entire body went limp, a wave of dizziness hitting him hard, followed by a cold chill running down his spine. Bei Chen Medicine King is definitely not someone to let things slide.
If he comes after us, there's no way we'll make it out alive.
Li Zhikai thought, no, I have to get back to Hong Kong immediately. It's best to hide in Europe for a while and wait for someone to kill Bei Chen, then I'll return.
Staying in Manhwa right now is like waiting for death.
That's right, the world is so vast, if I can't play the game, fine, but surely I can still escape, right? But he didn't dare to say this out loud, afraid that if Bei Chen dealt with William and gave him up, he would be finished.
So, Li Zhikai quickly stood up and fled, saying, Mr. William, I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to, may I leave now?
As soon as Li Zhikai left, William immediately contacted his organization. Everyone, pay attention.
The target may be disguising, constantly changing outfits. What was just blown up was only a body double. Raise the alert level and continue the pursuit.
Also, remember to keep your movements hidden. Mei Yuan just had a large explosion, and it's highly likely that martial law will be imposed soon. At the same time, Park Young-jae had just landed in Nation K. Before he could even have a bite of kimchi, he was immediately hit with a life-threatening situation. To be honest, from the moment his feet touched the ground, he had already narrowly escaped death several times. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a girl descended from the sky like an angel, stepping in to save him, and fate decided not to claim him just yet. In just 3 short days, he had almost gone on a one-way trip to the other side 3 times. There was the car crash, a sneak attack, and even an attempt at poisoning. If it hadn't been for Lin Shutong by his side to shield him, he probably wouldn't even be here right now talking about love anymore. He hadn't even had time to catch his breath after all those near-death experiences when his assistant rushed in, looking serious, his hands trembling, holding a stack of documents.
Young master, it's all done. Here is Miss Lin Shutong's passport and ID.
Upon hearing that, Park Young-jae joyfully said, good, very good.
Take them directly to her. If it weren't for her, we would definitely be dead by now.
The assistant nodded at this, but then his expression turned serious again, and he spoke in a mysterious tone, young master, I don't think this matter is simple. The old chairman has just encountered trouble, and you have been constantly facing misfortunes. I have strong suspicions that someone is trying to block your path to the chairman position of the group. Park Young-jae began to feel slightly confused, with a few guesses crossing his mind. It must be Park San-pang. This guy has always disliked me, and for years he's been secretly causing trouble within the group.
But I am the only legitimate heir of Samsung.
Once I become chairman, Samsung will be entirely in my hands. Before they could finish their discussion, there was a loud knock at the door. The knock was not polite, but rather seemed like someone was in a hurry or had urgent news to report. Hearing this, Park Young-jae became cautious, but as the door opened, a graceful figure stepped in, as gentle as drifting clouds or flowing water. Park Young-jae stared, his eyes captivated, his heart filled with the sensation of a herd of golden deer frolicking joyfully. At this moment, Park Young-jae could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately left the CEO's chair and, like a small puppy, ran up to her. Miss Hoseok, you've arrived.
This is your new identity and passport.
In fact, after Lin Shutong arrived in Nation K, her next goal was to kill Park Young-jae for the 2 million dark coins reward on the assassination. But realizing that he was a potential pawn, she decided to lend a helping hand. Now that her new passport and identity were ready, and he no longer had any value, Lin Shutong had no intention of wasting any more time with this man. After that, Lin Shutong took the passport, her face still as cold as ice, but inside, a wave of excitement stirred.
I can finally return to Nation H. Another stroke of luck is that, after undergoing genetic modification, my appearance has gradually changed, becoming more and more different from before. No longer just an ordinary girl, I have now become a completely new version of myself. If I were to stand in front of my old classmates, no one would recognize me. So, if things have changed, let them change completely. There's no reason to cling to my old identity. If fate has made a complete turn for me, then I will decisively walk down this new path with a new identity, no longer bound by the past. Just as she thought about it, Lin Shutong was overwhelmed with a swirl of conflicting thoughts. However, thinking about what had happened in the past, she couldn't help but feel guilty and remorseful. What I did with Chen Yuan before, maybe he will never forgive me for it in this lifetime. Once something is lost, there's no way to get it back, and there's no chance to start over. But what if I started anew with a completely different identity, a completely new persona? What if I pretended this was the first time I met Chen Yuan, with no tangled past, no old mistakes? Who knows, maybe he and I could still have a chance to be together. From today, the name Lin Shutong is gone. Now, I am Yin Xiona. But just as her resolve was burning strong, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Park Young-jae's voice, which carried a hint of regret. He looked at Lin Shutong, his eyes like those of a little puppy abandoned. Miss Hoseok, do you have to return to Nation H? Without hesitation, Lin Shutong answered with a firm word, yes. No unnecessary words, no explanations, no mercy. But she didn't stop there. She immediately added a sentence, stabbing Park Young-jae's heart like a knife. Oh, one more thing. From now on, call me Yin Xiona. I don't want to hear anyone mention the name Lin Shutong ever again. With that, Lin Shutong looked at Park Young-jae with a cold, unwelcoming gaze, not a trace of friendliness. If it were before, if it were when I hadn't experienced the world yet, if it were before I'd encountered so many fiery situations, maybe I would have seized the opportunity to cling to this grand figure. I might even have wanted to pull out the household register and add his name to it. But now, looking at Park Young-jae's overly enthusiastic dog-licking demeanor, all I feel is disgust. Wait, this is the prince of a top financial group? This is the future heir to a giant financial empire? Why does it feel so wrong? Where did that noble aura go? Why does he look like a dog wagging its tail joyfully every time it sees its owner? Honestly, it's just unbearable to look at. Compared to Chen Yuan, Park Young-jae doesn't even measure up to a single hair, let alone anything more. At this moment, Park Young-jae's heart was filled with endless sorrow, yet he still tried to cling to the last trace of connection with a reluctant gaze. Alright, Miss Xiona, but if you leave and I end up in danger, what then? However, Lin Shutong didn't care. She maintained her icy demeanor, then responded with a remark so cold that anyone who heard it could feel the harshness. I'm not your bodyguard, why should I protect you? If you have that much money, why don't you hire your own bodyguard? Why follow me around all the time? I'm not interested in you. Don't bother me, and don't expect to see me again. Upon hearing this, Park Young-jae looked despondent, his eyes like those of an abandoned puppy, hoping for some pity from the goddess. But the goddess was not the type to embrace trouble. In fact, Lin Shutong pushed the door open and walked straight out without once looking back, showing not a trace of reluctance. On this side, the assistant, who had been listening the whole time, couldn't hold back and spoke up. President, this girl is really bold, huh? Daring to speak to you like that, she doesn't seem to care about anyone. Not to mention, you still have your fiancée, Kim Sarung. Right now, the support of the Kim family is extremely important. The assistant continued, if you cause trouble with Miss Xiona now, it's no different from a lose-lose situation. But unfortunately, Park Young-jae really liked this kind of behavior, and interrupted without hesitation, shut up, Hoseok. the goddess is exactly like that. She's cold and arrogant, unlike other girls. Don't talk badly about her here. If I hear you badmouthing her behind her back again, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Why? Because in Nation K, there are so many girls chasing me that I'm fed up, even to the point where they lose all their dignity, throwing themselves at me like bees in a broken hive. The level of initiative is so overwhelming that it could even rival a tsunami, and even famous celebrities aren't exceptions. But Hosiak, the goddess, is completely different.
Her mysterious background, calm demeanor, and composure in the face of danger, able to handle a killer in the blink of an eye. The important thing is, knowing I'm Prince Samsung, but it doesn't affect her at all. She remains as calm as ever, not swayed by material wealth, which proves she's a goddess who treats money like dirt. And that's the ideal type I dream of. Then, thinking about his fiancée Kim Sarang, Park Young-jae was torn between reason and emotion. I understand, for the greater good, I will try to take control as best as I can, but... Just thinking about Kim Sarang's face, a masterpiece of editing technology in full silicone, I feel utterly frustrated, even wanting to vomit. Once I take over Samsung, I won't have to look at Kim Sarang's face anymore, nor Kim Clan's. By then, I must marry Goddess Hosiak, or rather, I should say, Goddess Shina. At this moment, Lin Shutong and the Scorpio assassin were on their way to the airport. Both of them already had new passports and identities. Scorpio tilted his head, looking at Lin Shutong, then spoke. Hosiak, you had planned everything in advance, didn't you? We're at Los Angeles Airport now, hijacking a passenger plane, but instead of heading back to Nation H, we're heading straight to Nation K. You must have intended to change identities long ago, right? Lin Shutong did not try to hide it, calmly responding, that's right. If I don't change my identity, how could I possibly start over? Moreover, this also helps us avoid being pursued by School and Bone. One arrow hits two targets. Scorpio pouted upon hearing this, her gaze still full of curiosity. So, are you planning to continue living under the identity of Lin Shutong? If Lin Shutong has already been buried, then who will pay for your previous mission? Hearing the mention of money, Lin Shutong chuckled softly, her eyes flashing with cleverness. Don't worry, Scorpio, I won't let you suffer any losses. I've become who I am today, and I owe a lot of that to your help. I promise you, once I get the reward from this mission, the identity of Lin Shutong will completely disappear. No one on this earth will ever know I once existed under that name. After saying this, Lin Shutong's eyes grew resolute. Throughout the journey of being hunted down, I've learned countless skills ranging from reconnaissance, evasion, weapon use, close combat, to techniques that allow me to take down enemies in an instant. Lin Shutong thought, the person who taught me all of this is none other than Scorpio. Even though I'm better than my master now, there's a saying that the master opens the door, but whether you succeed or not depends on the disciple, and you must always remember the contributions of those who came before. So, Lin Shutong planned to assassinate for the reward, but still did not forget to give credit where it's due, saying, Sister Scorpio, would you be willing to follow me? If I take on a mission to assassinate, with my current abilities, this money won't take long to earn. At most, 1 or 2 years, maybe even sooner. There are plenty of high-priced jobs out there, like dealing with Bei Chen. Just one job would be enough to fill the bag. And once the bag's full, it's more than enough to make up for your losses, so it's a win-win situation. Hearing this, Scorpio couldn't help but jump in shock. You plan to sign up as an assassin, and then take on a mission to hunt down Bei Chen, the Medicine King? Lin Shutong didn't think much about it and just nodded firmly, his eyes filled with determination. I've been shadowing a top-tier female assassin for long enough to understand how the underworld operates, to know who is worth how much, who is worth taking action against, and who should be avoided. Lin Shutong said, especially the assassination, or assassins from all over the world gather like a night market, a place where missions worth a fortune are traded covertly but full of risks. However, after hearing this, Scorpio frowned and said, Hosiak, I think your idea is a bit too reckless. It's true that the assassination mission for Bei Chen offers a high reward, but along with it comes an unimaginable level of danger. A professional assassin doesn't just look at the money, they also have to assess whether the mission exceeds their capabilities. Then, Scorpio further emphasized, previously, the assassination mission for Bei Chen was taken by Hell Baron, the second-ranked assassin in the world.
What happened? Hell Baron nearly lost his life and even let the target escape. If even someone like him could fail, we're not necessarily going to be able to handle it either.
Hearing Scorpio's analysis, Lin Shutong did not refute, because she knew there were things that couldn't be rushed, but in her heart, she still harbored the intention to assassinate Bei Chen. Therefore, her tone remained firm. I know it won't be easy to make a move. Women who work as assassins have a natural advantage, especially when they're both skilled and beautiful. These men, once they see a woman, become careless, thinking they've encountered some goddess, and lose their guard, only to vanish before they even realize it.
But you wouldn't understand, because Chen Yuan is too perfect.
Not everyone has the ability to comprehend his noble background, extraordinary talent, handsome appearance that can disrupt anyone's heartbeat, and proficiency in numerous special skills. That's why I must continue to be stronger, keep moving forward, and continue to claim what rightfully belongs to me. Chen Yuan, wait for me, one day I will definitely become the person worthy of standing beside you. This scene felt so familiar.
Scorpio wanted to faint upon hearing it.
She could only sigh, shake her head in frustration, and silently scream in her heart, here it is, she's deeply enchanted, there's no saving her now. At the same time, Chen Yuan was also at Hongqiao Airport, and ironically, just as Lin Shutong landed, he was flying off.
Neither of them had a chance to meet.
It's true that fate brings people together, but if it's not the right time, they may never meet face to face. As soon as he boarded the plane, Chen Yuan leisurely sighed, recently, Mei Yuan has really become chaotic.
Anyone foreign is being dragged in for investigation. This place is definitely not suitable for staying too long.
I should leave this place of gossip as soon as possible. Thinking that he was heading to Las Vegas to become the wife of the poker god, Shaoli excitedly asked, Boss, so where are you heading next?
Are you going to gamble across the ocean?
Chen Yuan shook his head calmly and replied, No, we're flying straight to Didu.
The national finals of the talent search program are about to be held.
I'm one of the 4 main masters of the program, so of course, I have to be there to provide professional guidance. Also, I just received the admission notice for the graduate program at Yenching University, and I'll start studying immediately. Who knows, I might even continue on to get a PhD, and research some invention just for fun. Shaoli looked at Chen Yuan with eyes full of admiration and affection, her heart swelling with waves of admiration. At his age, he's still going to school.
Doesn't he get bored of studying all the time? Is life really so dull that he has to write books and do exercises just to kill time? The boss is really too hardworking.
He's achieved such incredible success, yet he's always humble and continues to learn, constantly improving himself. It's the complete opposite of those men who start to act arrogant the moment they achieve a little success.
The boss truly deserves more recognition, even the entire city wouldn't be enough.
At the same time, in Nation H, it was the spring festival season, a time when millions of workers rushed back to their hometowns for the new year.
Normally, Chen Yuan would have returned home as well. However, the dilemma was that he had discovered he wasn't the biological son of the Chen family.
On top of that, Chen Jianhong and Ma Qiu had officially agreed to divorce. But the story didn't end there, as Chen Jianhong now intended to match him up with Wang Mengmeng. After hearing this, Chen Yuan was stunned, feeling completely overwhelmed, from a biological father to an adoptive father, and now possibly a father-in-law? So, Chen Yuan decided to just ignore it. Whether or not he went home this year didn't seem to matter anymore. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Yuan was picked up by Yang Sison and brought to the Longtang International Villa area, located in the imperial capital. To describe it in an elegant, high-class way, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The streets are wide and spacious, with lush greenery, and the air is cleaner than that of most resorts. Just a few steps away is the subway station, and right outside the residential area are 3 top-tier hospitals, a prestigious primary school, a cultural center, a playground, a stadium, and a shopping mall. Everything is of the highest national standard. Upon arrival, Yang Sison was thrilled, his eyes sparkling as if he had just discovered a treasure, excitedly reporting, Adoptive father, your vision is truly remarkable. Right now, talent scouting has become the hottest program in the country.
Every day, countless partners come knocking on our door, and the advertising contracts are piling up.
We just need to sign one casually, and we'll make at least tens of millions.
The transfer fee for the program alone has already reached billions.
Not to mention, the hot contestants are live streaming sales, and the revenue is soaring. Roughly estimating, by the time the program ends, we could make at least 3 billion. Hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a bit confused. At first, I just wanted to spend money. Who would have thought that I'd accidentally open up such a monstrous money-making machine?
Could this really be the fate of rich people?
In the end, Chen Yuan waved his hand, his tone lazy, his face worn out as if he had lost faith in money. Alright, fine, just keep going. But remember, if any contracts come in that are too troublesome, just reject them outright.
I have no interest in turning this program into a flea market.
Yang Sison saw Chen Yuan's expression and laughed. Foster father, even if you blame me, it won't change the fact.
This program is just too popular, too many brands want to collaborate. Even if I wanted to decline, I couldn't.
Besides, who told you to have such a keen eye and invest in the right place, making the program a success beyond expectations? Chen Yuan signaled for him to stop and said, Stop, I told you we're not discussing work today. I have absolutely no interest in making money.
Yang Sison was left speechless for a few seconds, then nodded, suddenly grasping the logic right there on the spot. What?
Ordinary people would be thrilled to earn 1 million, but here we're talking about 10 billion, and you're still dissatisfied. Indeed, in Moss's eyes, 10 billion is just a small number, like a speck of dust. I truly have a narrow perspective, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that the best decision of my life was to follow CEO Smoke. Because as long as you follow the right person, you don't have to try too hard, success will come on its own.
Everything goes smoothly, everything is easy.
But the main task still had to be done. Yang Sison quickly pulled himself together, took a thick stack of documents from his bag, almost like a textbook. Adoptive father, this is the list of the 120 finalists, including all their detailed information. As one of the 4 masters, you need to study this carefully to understand each one. It must be said that Yang Sison was so thorough that he even included measurements, how the machinery works, everything was fully recorded. He probably only missed the exact date and their preferred poses. Who would have thought he believed Chen Yuan started the program to find more adoptive mothers?
Chen Yuan calmly took it, without any special expression, merely nodding. Alright, this is my job. I will try my best to understand each contestant.
Seeing Chen Yuan flip through a few more pages, Yang Sison continued, Foster father Quanine Television has invested in 6 villas in Imperial Capital.
All the members participating in the talent search finals are staying there.
There are still some contestants who haven't arrived yet, but they should all be here in the next few days. The foster father's room is on the 3rd floor, it's the largest room in the villa, and all the necessary amenities are provided.
If you need anything, just let me know.
Chen Yuan waved his hand lightly. You've been busy all day, you should go rest early.
We can discuss work tomorrow.
Yang Sison replied, Alright, foster father, you also get some rest. At this point, the clock had already passed 11 p.m., but instead of burying their heads in dreams of being princesses, the girls were still rolling around gossiping, spreading rumors, and going wild over a special figure. Shocking news, extremely shocking news, Smoke CEO has set foot in Imperial Capital. He's even staying right next door to our villa, haha. At the forefront of the movement was Luo Qianwen, who, to outsiders, appeared poised and graceful, but in reality, her personality was like that of a lunatic. She stood there, hands on her hips, grinning like she had just won the lottery, shouting, Smoke CEO is here, my husband is here.
Oh my god, I've been waiting forever, and he's finally here.
But before the excitement could settle, a sharp voice cut through the air, Luo Qianwen, stop laughing like you've been possessed. What kind of girl are you, scaring people like that? Another girl chimed in, her eyes gleaming as though she'd just found a diamond. Hey, girls, let me ask you honestly, do you think Smoke CEO might use his power to do something shady with us? I've heard he's a real heartthrob, and there's more than a handful of girls who've gotten into trouble with him.
This remark immediately split the crowd into 2 factions.
One group shrank back, nervously thinking, oh my god, I wonder if we'll get teased.
Meanwhile, the other group laughed brightly, what's there to be afraid of? The issue isn't whether Smoke's CEO will be interested, it's whether he'll even notice us, haha.
But after getting over her crush on boys, Luo Qianwen became sober. Hey ladies, stop with the idea of obsessing over guys and clinging to rich men. We're here to compete, not to find husbands. Look at Xiaozi, she's not only beautiful but talented, and she's a Harvard student with 20 million fans.
Let's learn from her.
Upon hearing this, someone took a deep breath and quietly wiped away their tears. Don't bring up Xiaozi as a role model. The more we compare, the more we see how inferior we are. We're all contestants in the same competition, reaching the semi-finals and finals together. Yet, her fans are 20 million, and I still haven't even hit 1 million.
It's heartbreaking. This is the group of girls in the eyes of their male idols.
In front of handsome guys, they're shy and demure like young ladies from noble families, but the moment they turn away, they let loose completely. They don't leave any topic untouched, from the neighbor's cat to what to eat to lose weight. Among the group of sisters talking like a tsunami, there was one person standing outside the spotlight. She was Niawen Xiaozi, the most promising candidate, so exceptional that the only thing missing was a crown on her head. While others are still shouting about handsome guys or lamenting about their lowly fates, Niawen Xiaozi had a completely different thought. She stood silently in the corner of the room, her gaze distant, with only one thought in her mind: Chen Yuan has finally shown his face. I've waited for him too long, waited to the point where I almost became an A-list celebrity, with hardcore fans all over the country. But the wait was worth it, because I know a heavenly secret: Chen Yuan is no ordinary man, he is the one holding the most advanced artificial intelligence, something that could completely change the world order. She continued thinking, the problem is, he's keeping it all to himself, secretly using it for improper purposes. To be honest, this is not just a waste of cosmic-level resources, but a festering boil blocking the path of human development. All these years of restraint, pretending to be an outsider, were just to avoid suspicion. When the decisive moment comes, I will strike with a fatal blow.
Chen Yuan, he must be eliminated.
At that moment, Luo Qianwen curiously walked over and stared at Niawen Xiaozi, asking, Xiaozi, what are you thinking about? And as expected, Niawen Xiaozi gently brushed her hair aside, her tone filled with philosophical depth, making Luo Qianwen almost strain her neck trying to follow her thoughts. I was thinking, is it possible that within the void of this world, there are countless parallel universes hidden? These universes might have planets like Earth, with a sun shining, a galaxy, and even their own separate cosmos. If that's the case, then wouldn't this world just be a part of something called a parallel universe?
Luo Qianwen opened her mouth in shock.
Before she could fully process the information, Niawen Xiaozi had already pushed the situation to a whole new level of cosmic depression. Maybe we're not the main characters, just supporting roles, a name that flashes across the page, existing or disappearing without anyone caring.
And if that's really the case, then hasn't our fate been decided from the very beginning?
There's no way to change it, no way to escape. After hearing this, Luo Qianwen touched Niawen Xiaozi's forehead, her expression more confused than ever. What's with all this parallel universe talk, the idea of being a side character in a novel, and that fate has already been arranged? I've been trying so hard to listen and think it through, but the more I hear, the more I feel like I'm lost in some distant philosophical realm.
Xiaozi, why do you always say things that I can't understand?
Even though I don't get it, somehow it sounds very reasonable. In the end, she gave up on trying to follow Niawen Xiaozi's brain-bending way of speaking and said, forget it, just go to sleep already.
We still have rehearsal tomorrow.
Looking at Luo Qianwen's back, Niawen Xiaozi didn't say much, simply nodding, sleep. Outside, the sky was still dark, to the point where not a single star could be seen, like a sign of a stormy tomorrow. At 6 a.m. before the sunlight could shine into the villa, a series of loud knocks on the door rang out, accompanied by the voice of the program staff shouting, get up, get up, get up, get out of bed and wash your face, get ready right now.
Today is an important day.
Inside the room, several female students were curled up in their warm blankets, still too confused to understand what was happening when they were startled by the shouting. Luo Qianwen was also curled up in her blanket like a sleeping caterpillar, letting out a groan, her voice lazy like a sleepy cat. Let me sleep a little longer, just a little.
I'll get up in 10 minutes, I swear.
Someone else said, Get up, woman, the Smoke CEO is here, doing direct inspections.
Luo Qianwen shot up, eyes wide, hair a mess, but her mind clearer than anyone else's. What?
Today was a rare day, an event as rare as a total solar eclipse. Chen Yuan had woken up early to go to the program team.
Chen Yuan had just stepped in and was immediately struck by a dazzling sight.
Inside, more than 80 girls were gathered. These girls, aged between 18 and 25, all had faces that seemed to have walked straight out of a magazine cover.
Every one of them was beautiful, radiating an aura of charm and grace.
Even when standing still, they shone brighter than the leading actresses in a romance drama.
Netizens looked on and screamed, "Oh my god, this feels even more shocking than walking into a strip club."
Before Chen Yuan could take a deep breath, young Sison suddenly appeared with a professionally practiced smile. "Dad, we've arranged for 2 staff members with cameras to record your image.
Hope you don't mind."
In other words, every gesture, action, and expression of yours right now is being closely watched by millions of eyes. Chen Yuan scanned the room and quickly noticed that the 3 masters hadn't arrived yet, making him feel like he was a bit too early. Wait, this isn't right. If I walk in now, I'll be recognized immediately. He then looked back at himself, standing alone before the crowd of beautiful girls, and felt like something was a little off. To put it bluntly, I'm the only man standing in the middle of a sea of beauties. The key point is, I came in first, there's no one to share the spotlight with, no one to help carry the load. It felt like being a giant pastry placed in the middle of a hungry ant colony.
Immediately, he switched to stealth mode, turned to look at Cayman standing nearby, and whispered, Hey, lend me your hat and camera, and while you're at it, hand me your staff ID as well.
Let's not draw attention for now, we need to avoid disturbing everyone. Before the camera even had time to react, the boss swiftly grabbed the items, put on the hat, and transformed into a genuine cameraman. Done.
Now, let's slip in like this. No one will notice us.
At that moment, inside the rehearsal room, the place was crowded with employees, everyone busy with their own tasks.
No one paid any attention to the new staff member.
And nobody knew that right at that moment, a seasoned wolf in sheep's clothing was sneaking among the flock of sheep. Father, you really know how to play the game.
But because CEO Smoke was personally handling the camera, young Sison kept asking, Father, should we inform the contestants inside?
Chen Yuan immediately cut them off, saying, Don't mess up the plan.
Let's just take a walk around first and see.
The contestants were still busy with their tasks. Some were practicing their dance routines, some were muttering their lines, and others were taking the opportunity to livestream and interact with fans. Each person had their own thing going on, completely unaware that, right in the middle of them, there was a secret master blending in. Chen Yuan, who had been quietly observing as a staff camera, suddenly saw Dai Han dancing gracefully in the center of the rehearsal room. He casually asked young Sison next to him, That girl dancing, what's her livestream room number? Young Sison immediately searched the list and quickly replied, That's Dai Han, her room number is 668.
She's one of the top contestants.
Chen Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze admiring Dai Han. I had only seen Dai Han play the violin before, but she dances pretty well too. That being said, something still feels a bit odd to me. Among the dozens of people practicing, some are struggling to memorize their lines, others are fumbling with their dance moves, but Dai Han has a certain aura about her that stands out. Chen Yuan thought, it's not because she's the most beautiful, but because every movement she makes is confident, decisive, and there's not a trace of hesitation or anxiety. Clearly, she's someone accustomed to the spotlight, not just a contestant in a competition. More importantly, Dai Han's likability score has reached 94 points, and I haven't spent a single cent on her.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the perfect moment to make my move.
Chen Yuan casually took out his phone and opened the Big Cat TV app. It's been a long time since I logged in, I suddenly feel a bit nostalgic. Acting on a whim, he clicked the login button, and in the blink of an eye, a legendary name lit up on the screen.
A lone cigarette officially went online.
At that moment, Dai Han's live stream room suddenly saw a familiar ID appear.
As soon as the ID appeared, the live stream room, which was already bustling, immediately erupted like gasoline poured on a fire. Oh my god, Smoke CEO has arrived, welcome Smoke CEO, I'm not mistaken, right?
The legendary man, he's finally back. Smoke CEO is here. Smoke CEO is really here.
Wait, Smoke CEO suddenly went online. Does this mean he's planning to do something? Don't tell me he's about to spend money. Just 1 second later, Big Cat TV trembled as if hit by a 10.0 earthquake.
A massive notification exploded on the screen, so large that it covered half of the interface, with a blinding light as if someone had thrown the sun into the display, completely dominating the viewer's sight. A lone cigarette had gifted the planet a collision of 10,000, 1 second of silence, 3 seconds of shock, and 5 seconds later, the entire social network exploded. And this was Big Cat TV's most expensive gift, exclusively available only to those with the Emperor of the Gods rank. The screen lit up like a fireworks festival, not one, not five, but dozens of times per second. Each tap of Chen Yuan's hand made 1 million disappear, and just like that, 200 million vanished in less than half a minute. Yang Sison stood watching, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Hey, am I seeing things? Smoke CEO is always on top, never fails to impress me. Everything Chen Yuan did, every click he made, was being watched by millions of people, not missing a single second. What was even more frightening was that he still didn't know anything about it. The planet was still wildly sweeping across the screen, moving so fast that it felt like the naked eye couldn't keep up. Behind the scenes, the staff at Big Cat's headquarters were also gaping, their eyes wide like they had just hit the jackpot. Crazy, this is really crazy. Smoke CEO hasn't even been on for 5 minutes, and 1 billion is gone. I bow down. Smoke CEO, do you need another dog that can bark? I'm ready to take the job. If it keeps going like this, Big Cat TV's valuation will jump by another 5 billion, while Smoke CEO only spent 1 billion. A 1 to 5 return is like money flowing in without worry. The boss is still the boss, such a brilliant move. Truly a person with the blood of the divine turtle in their veins, touching anything in winning. The number of online viewers kept increasing, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, peaking at 13 million viewers. At this point, the country had a population of 1.4 billion. That means, for every 100 people, 1 person was watching Dai Han's livestream. At the moment when everyone was still struggling to breathe due to the shock deep within their hearts, in a different turn of events, Dai Han remained as carefree as a fairy, completely unaware of the uproar she had caused all over the internet. And all of this was because of a man who was spending money like scattering autumn leaves, a few billion already gone. At that exact moment, Luo Qianwen rushed over, her face full of excitement, shouting loudly, "Oh my god, Sister Daihan, you probably don't know yet, the CEO of Smoke just gifted you several tens of billions as a present, and the livestream even exploded." Daihan was stunned upon hearing this. What? Chen Yuan gave me a gift worth several tens of billions? Daihan immediately felt her head spin, as if she had just been thrown into another world and hadn't had time to adapt. The biggest problem, however, was why Chen Yuan had done this. At this moment, Daihan could only ask herself, what kind of normal person would casually spend tens of billions like that? There's no way it could be that simple. Based on my long-time acquaintance with Chen Yuan, I am 100% sure that he is not the type of person who throws money around for no reason. He must have some sort of intention toward me. If Chen Yuan doesn't have feelings for me, then why did he only give me tens of billions, without giving anything to the other female contestants in the program? Isn't Zhao Yuqi also competing? And Qin Wusong, too. Are those two not worthy of a reward? Yet Chen Yuan didn't even bother to look at them, and I was the only one who received it. This is no longer just supporting a friend, this is a special form of affection. In that moment, Daihan suddenly realized the truth, Chen Yuan loves me. So, how can he still deny it? Chen Yuan, let's see how long he can keep pretending. Notification system, Daihan's favorability has increased by 1, current favorability is 95 points. Ting, the object, dog-licking Daihan, has broken through 95 points in favorability. Congratulations to the owner for successfully achieving a reverse raid. The owner has spent a total of 26 billion, rewarded with a return of 2.6 billion, rewarded with 60 enhancement points, rewarded with expertise in psychology, expertise in violin, expertise in calligraphy, level 8 English, level 8 Japanese. Chen Yuan sighed, his heart filled with helplessness. what a pity, I haven't even spent all the money yet. I just threw over 20 billion, and Daihan has already left the livestream. The 1 million limit is too small, I couldn't act fast enough, it's so frustrating. It really ties my hands and feet. If I had asked the technician to set up a gift worth 100 million earlier, wouldn't it have been easier to spend money now? Thinking of this, he felt heartache, and Chen Yuan wished he could turn back time, run to the technical department, and slam the table to demand a gift worth 100 million immediately. At that moment, of all the people she could meet, Luo Qianwen just happened to run into her die-hard fan. With just one glance, she immediately recognized Chen Yuan. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? What? Smoke CEO is pretending to be a cameraman? Instantly, Luo Qianwen's eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement. God richest Smoke CEO, is it really you? My idol has appeared, AAA. The girls who had been calm just moments ago suddenly transformed into fervent fans, screaming and shaking the place. Smoke CEO really came? Master Chen is so amazing. Hello, Master Chen, hello, Master Chen, hello, Master Chen. My heart is about to fall out, the male god truly is the male god. Chen Yuan stood there, slightly stiff. Wait, Master, wait, this seems familiar, I think I've heard it somewhere. But thinking about it, it makes sense. My last name is Park, I'm the show's master, and I'm even the best actor praised by the media. Calling me Master Chen isn't too much. But for some reason, the atmosphere feels a bit strange, facing nearly 100 beautiful girls who are all smiling sweetly at me as if waiting for me to grade them. The pressure is overwhelming. So Chen Yuan cleared his throat lightly, trying to regain his composure, then took off his hat and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. And just like that, all 120 official contestants were present, an impressive lineup. Chen Yuan stood in front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over a row of familiar faces: Daihan, Qin Wusong, Jia Yuqi, Shen Mengmeng, Xu Yuemo, Qin Bingshui, Su Lulu, He Jiang, all of them were there. Chen Yuan felt the pressure skyrocket because all these people were hardcore fans. Oh my god, am I going to lose my eyesight with so many girls around? Alright, now I have to face 120 contestants, half of whom are die-hard fans, and I still have to stay calm? Fine then, if we're playing, let's play big. At that moment, young Sison suddenly held the microphone up to Chen Yuan's face, his eyes full of anticipation. Boss, would you like to say a few words? Chen Yuan rolled her eyes, looking at all the girls and the event organizers who were eagerly waiting, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the pressure. But she had no choice but to take the microphone, as she couldn't avoid it. Earlier, I heard someone call me master, and if someone calls me master, then according to the rules, being a master means I must teach. So, let's start with the first lesson in my class, and I need to take attendance first. When I call your name, just respond with here and raise your hand, understood? The crowd replied in unison, the enthusiasm ringing out. Yes, ma'am. Chen Yuan looked at the list and began calling names. Luo Qianwen. She replied, here. In that instant, a series of strange sounds echoed in Chen Yuan's head. Ting. Dog licking action unlocked, 95 points of goodwill, binding failed. Because the owner didn't do anything yet and was already successfully reverse attacked by a girl, this proves the owner's charm has reached the level of breaking the rules of the universe, successfully escaping from fate. Reward, 50 enhancement points. Chen Yuan almost dropped her jaw to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? What is this dog licking action, what is binding, and what is reverse attack success? I haven't even done anything yet. Chen Yuan said, just calling the name once, and the favorability has already reached the maximum. This is too much. Not quite believing it, Chen Yuan decided to try again. Chen Tian Tian. She responded, yes. The system notified, ding, favorability 60 points, binding failed. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and called out another name, Lu Yufei. She replied, yes. The system reported, binding failed. Chen Yuan called out, Xin Xiaojia. The system reported, binding failed. Chen Yuan called out, Fang Xiaolan. She said, yes. The system reported, binding failed. The more Qin Yuan called names, the more she felt something was off, and she kept questioning herself. I've called over 50 names, and all of them have failed to bind. Every person has an extremely high favorability score, at least 30 points or more, and some even reach 90, but no one has been successfully bound. Of course, Luo Qianwen is an exception. Knowing this, I shouldn't have spent tens of billions on gifts.
Now it's all ruined.
All the female students already have an excessively high favorability right from the start, so how am I supposed to bind them? But the roll call had to continue. Chen Yuan looked at the list and called out, "Nia Wenxiuzi."
She responded, "Yes."
As soon as the words were spoken, from within the crowd, a young girl with an ethereal, icy aura gently raised her hand. Her skin was as smooth and white as morning mist, and her eyes were deep and profound. Every feature on her face was exquisitely sculpted, as if carved by a master's hand, resembling a peerless beauty stepping out of a traditional Chinese watercolor painting, both pure and otherworldly, yet irresistibly seductive. But before he could even process this feeling, Chen Yuan froze. The system notification sounded: name, Nia Wenxiuzi, age, 20, height, 172 cm, weight, 50 kg, beauty, 9.8/10. The female student's affection towards the host is 95 points, successfully bound, establishing a dog-licking relationship. The female's affection towards the host exceeds 95 points, triggering a reverse strike, and the other party has been transformed into the host's dog-licking servant. The system notification continued: reverse raid completed, rewarded 10% of dog-licking expenditure, rewarded 200 enhancement points, rewarded skills, peak level assassination, gun-waving headbutt, hacking proficiency, bomb proficiency, proficiency in 16 international languages, stealth proficiency, anti-surveillance proficiency, action proficiency, appraisal proficiency,
dance proficiency, combat proficiency, yoga proficiency, singing proficiency, physics proficiency, chemistry proficiency. Chen Yuan stood frozen in place, his mind nearly blank. What is this? Why is there a skill for gun-waving headbutt? Why does it know 16 international languages? Are these actor skills? At this moment, Chen Yuan had a definite guess in his mind: a girl who is as beautiful as a celestial being descending to the mortal world, exuding an air of mystery, with a skill set that makes people fearful. It's hard to believe how could a 20-year-old girl possess so many skills. Unless she's a genius or has a system like mine, there's no way she could become proficient in all these things in such a short time. And most importantly, why are all her skills at the highest level? Who's perfect like that? Her true goal in participating in this competition is definitely not to become an actress. She doesn't want to be a celebrity, so what does she want? Could she be an assassin? And with a 95 favorability rating, my god, she clearly wants to kill me. However, there's no need to rush to reveal her identity. Does she want to play the spy game with me? Is she sure she won't encounter someone who's hacking the system? Thinking this, Chen Yuan slightly curved his lips and then immediately regained his composure, pretending nothing had happened, continuing to call the roll professionally: Hua Duling. Hua Duling replied, "Here." Chen Yuan said, "Shang Kuanyu." Shang Kuanyu replied, "Here." Chen Yuan said, "Oh Yangling." Oh Yangling responded, "Yes." He continued to call out each person's name one by one, maintaining a calm expression, as if nothing unusual was happening. But in reality, he had activated his extraordinary memory. As soon as he met someone, he would never forget them. With each name he called, he immediately recalled all related information, from body measurements, weight, personal habits, contact methods, preferences, to little-known secrets. After finishing the roll call, Chen Yuan waved his hand gracefully and said, "All right, the roll call is over. It's a pleasure to meet everyone here. I am Chen Yuan, often referred to as the Smoke CEO. You can also call me Master Chen. From today, I will be accompanying the other 4 masters as we join you in this talent search program, especially during this final stage. I hope everyone will cherish the upcoming time. Because in just half a month, the program will officially begin the live auditions. The first round will eliminate 60 contestants. In other words, only half of the contestants will be able to stay.
Master Yang will explain the detailed rules of the competition shortly.
The moment the words were spoken, the auditorium shook. What? In half a month, 60 people will be eliminated. It wasn't over yet.
Yang Sison, who was standing next to him, had a completely blank expression. He turned to look at Chen Yuan, his mind screaming in frustration, I'm the director, and I didn't even know about this.
When did this rule come into play? What on earth is going on?
Boss, what are you talking about? All this time, the production team has wanted to extend the show for as long as possible to maximize sponsorship, advertising, and platform revenue.
But now, suddenly, someone wants to cut half the contestants after just 2 weeks? That's impossible. Boss, are you just talking nonsense?
Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Sison was left in a state of extreme shock, his brain desperately trying to process the information. Alright, everyone, the rules have been set, and we all have to adapt. From now on, anyone who wants to survive needs to be ready for a real fight. And indeed, Chen Yuan didn't know anything about the competition rules, nor did he care what arrangements the program had made beforehand. He was the boss, and he could say whatever he wanted. His rules were the rules of the show. While Chen Yuan was busy participating in the program and dominating with his self-made rules, an unexpected event was unfolding in another corner of the HK Nation. Beichen Medicine King caught Li Zhikai right after he had just bought his flight ticket. He sneered coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent, a bunch of scoundrels, one running to the HK Nation, the other sneaking into the imperial capital.
Do you think you've escaped from my hands? How naive and laughable. Li Zhikai, this traitor, I won't talk about other things, but inviting more people?
The bodyguards in my eyes are just ignorant people who love to show off. I'll kill you like I kill a dog. Li Zhikai begged and trembled in fear, Mr. Beichen, please spare my life, I'm willing to be your dog for the rest of my life.
Beichen Medicine King scoffed, Humph, do you even deserve that? You dare to betray me and still think you can escape to Europe to enjoy life? Truly a pipe dream.
After finishing his words, Beichen swung his hand, and the needle immediately pierced through Li Zhikai's forehead, killing him instantly without even a chance to groan. But it wasn't just a simple death, he was cut in half, and even his lover and illegitimate child were killed on the spot by Beichen. The cruelty of the act was enough to send chills down anyone's spine, the scalp tingling. After that, Beichen Medicine King tightened his grip, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and more intense. Next, it's your turn, Chen Yuan. You dared to hire international assassins to take my head, so I no longer need to maintain my noble status. You played dirty, and I'll play even dirtier. In this game, I not only want to win, but I also want to win in the most brutal way possible. At this moment, the program was still ongoing, and the temperature showed no sign of cooling down. In fact, it was becoming even more intense. Chen Yuan was giving a speech with a majestic presence, his expression shining brightly. Today is the first day of the grand finals.
Are there any contestants who would like to come up on stage to showcase their talents?
As soon as he finished speaking, a contestant suddenly spoke up from the crowd, their eyes sparkling like stars, their face flushed, and their voice trembling with excitement. Smoke CEO, how about you take the lead? I've seen videos of you playing the piano before, and I wonder if we'll get to enjoy a live performance today? Immediately, all eyes turned to Chen Yuan. Before he could react, a wave of cheers erupted like a tsunami. Smoke CEO, come up on stage.
Just play a piece, no need for an explanation, what's there to be shy about? The whole country is waiting for you.
After the cheers, the beautiful women gazed at him eagerly, their eyes sparkling like fans awaiting their idol on stage. At that moment, in Ye Wenxiuzi's eyes, a flash of killing intent appeared and then vanished. I have secretly investigated Chen Yuan, holding all the information about this person. This guy is extremely fond of showing off his talent, always wanting to be the center of attention, especially in situations with a lot of girls, particularly when playing the piano. His skill level has reached the top of the world, and he could even be compared to master artists. Ye Wenxiuzi thought, with his personality, in a situation like this, he will definitely step onto the stage.
Alright then, this performance will be his last.
Because right at the piano, I have planted a powerful bomb. As soon as he places his hands on the keys, as soon as I gently press the button on the remote-controlled earring, everything will be over. As for Chen Yuan, he never thought he would be forced to stand in front of a group of beautiful women playing the piano just to please the ladies. But the thing is, this time, he couldn't refuse. If he rejected now, his reputation as Smoke CEO would drop by 80%, and he might even be criticized for being cowardly, not daring to perform. So, Chen Yuan took a deep breath, nodded lightly, and stepped forward. "All right, let me perform a bit." As soon as the distance to the piano was less than 1.5 meters, the atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Hundreds of eyes in the auditorium were focused, waiting to witness a peak performance. But at that exact moment, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Yuan froze for a second as he looked at the screen. An unknown number, with the location from Mei Yuan. He thought for a moment, then reached out to press the answer button. "Who is this?" A familiar, sweet yet emotional female voice came from the other end. "It's me, Chen Yuan. I've returned to Nation H." Hearing the voice unchanged, Chen Yuan was startled. "Lin Shuton." Lin Shuton, excited, was about to say more, but the phone was abruptly hung up by Chen Yuan without mercy, without a moment's hesitation, too fast, too dangerously. This made him feel irritated. Damn it, really damn it. She just keeps clinging on, so persistent. Afterward, Chen Yuan muttered something, then turned his head in frustration and walked off the stage. "You all play on your own, I'm not in the mood to play anymore." A sentence was thrown out, and the whole auditorium immediately erupted. What's going on? Why did Smoke CEO quit halfway through? Having money really makes you impulsive. Just yesterday, he was happily spending tens of billions, and today he's leaving the stage without a care. But something's been feeling off to me. Wait, I think I heard Smoke CEO mention the name Lin Shuton just now. Who is Lin Shuton? Is he so influential that he made Smoke CEO cancel the performance like that? Is that a name that once made Smoke CEO play the dog-licking role? Smoke CEO actually has a past as a dog licker? Is that real or fake? Meanwhile, Niawen Xiaozi furrowed his brow, unable to hide his displeasure. Is he avoiding it again? Is he on guard now? I don't believe this is just a coincidence. Based on my calculations in Chen Yuan's mindset, the chances of him getting on the piano stage are nearly 99%. That's why I prepared and planted the bomb inside the piano. On the surface, it looks like a random plan, but in reality, it's a well-thought-out move, based on a careful analysis of the target's behavior and habits. Everything had been meticulously planned, but unfortunately, I failed. On the other side, as soon as Chen Yuan stepped out the door, the irritation on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by an almost frightening sigh of relief. He slightly squinted, mentally piecing together what had just happened. Earlier, when I agreed to play the piano, Niawen Xiaozi's eyes seemed to widen a little. If it had been before, I probably wouldn't have noticed such a small detail. But now that I know her true identity through the system, this behavior seems highly suspicious. Even without doing anything, I can tell that the piano must have been tampered with. Time passed quickly, like a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During this half-month, there had been a series of shocking events around the world. The first event, Samsung had just held a funeral for its former chairman, marking the end of a glorious era and officially welcoming a new chairman. The second event, a game called War God Hall, whose origins no one knew, suddenly became a global phenomenon. At first, no one knew when it appeared, who created it, or why it became so famous, but once it went live, it skyrocketed at rocket speed. From Asia and Europe to North America, everyone was talking about it. The total number of players had surpassed 100 million, and its growth rate was so fast that no one could believe it. Inside the CEO office of Star Group, Qin Keyen, who was in charge of the game's operation, stared at the report with a stiff expression, not because there was something wrong with his eyes, but because he was shocked. While still trying to process the reality, his assistant rushed in to report the startling news. CEO Qin, according to our data, after War God Hall was updated in Fusong, the number of players surged to 100 million in just half a month. Compared to before, this growth rate is 10 times faster than the leading games in the market. It's truly terrifying. Especially the global translation feature, which removes language barriers in the blink of an eye. In the future, children won't even need to learn foreign languages anymore. All they'll need is War God Hall, and they can go anywhere. The assistant continued reporting, but it doesn't stop there. This is not just a game. It turns out that it has quietly infiltrated a wide range of industries, from food delivery to social interaction, e-commerce, ride-hailing services, tourism, and even job recruitment. Each product is connected to the others in a way that is nothing short of ingenious. Now, all you have to do is open the game app, and a whole world is at the tip of your fingers. There's nothing that isn't there, from the sky to the earth. Qin Kuyen was stunned, her mind in turmoil. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. The more she thought, the more she shuddered. No, this isn't just a game anymore. The appearance of War God Hall could change the way the whole world lives, even change the way people think. It's a direct blow to reality. At that point, games are no longer just for entertainment, they become a tool to manipulate the entire tech market. It's no wonder Jin Jiamu lost, because it's the same playing field, but Smoke CEO has already taken 100 steps ahead. His thinking is definitely on a different level. Qin Kuyen said, "This boss truly has a far-sighted vision like a telescope, intelligence that encompasses the sky, making it hard not to admire them." This person was indeed born to be the ruler of the world. Thinking of this, Qin Kuyen's heart raced, eyes sparkling as if watching an incredibly dramatic movie, and a surge of intense admiration rose within. The system notification, Qin Kuyen's favorability increased by 25, current favorability, 95 points. Ting. The dog-licking target, Qin Kuyen, is overwhelmed by the superior aura of the owner. Favorability has broken through 95 points, congratulations to the owner for successfully executing a reverse breakthrough, and the other party will now become the owner's dog-licking. Ting. Due to the efforts dedicated to dog-licking, the owner has spent a total of 100 billion. Reward, a return on investment of 10 billion, reward, 50 enhancement points, reward, skills in fluent English, psychology expertise, proficient business management, enterprise resources integration, proficient accounting and calculations, proficient law, and strategic planning skills. In another development, a heavy-duty villain had just set foot in the imperial capital and was a master of disguise, with a slew of kill orders targeting him. However, Beichen Medicine King was not worried, for now he had not only fully recovered but, thanks to a stroke of good luck, had broken through his limits and reached the middle stage. But just as he had taken a few steps, Beichen Medicine King's gaze inadvertently swept across a massive billboard. And then his face twitched slightly. Who would have thought that just after arriving in the imperial capital, the person he had been targeting would immediately appear before him, and in such a mocking manner? On the billboard, Qin Yuan was holding a gun, shooting stylishly, taking photos with flair, and there was a striking line of text next to him. The war god Beichen Medicine King stood still, feeling as though he was being openly provoked by his enemy. He curled his lips and coldly muttered, "Well done, Qin Yuan. Just you wait. But I must admit, this kid is indeed a genius. If given a few more years to develop, Qin Yuan might just become a legend, shaking up the entire era. It's a shame he's about to die." Beichen Medicine King said, "Now, I not only change my appearance but also borrow the fame of the Eastern medicine sage to conceal my true identity. No matter how much of a genius Qin Yuan is, it will be difficult for him to escape my grasp this time." However, before Beichen Medicine King could do anything, the entire imperial capital trembled. The major families were in chaos, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm, and everyone rushed to greet the newcomer. Some individuals, having just jumped out of the carriage, quickly rushed over to Beichen, Master Eastern Medicine Sage. "It's truly you, you've really arrived in the imperial capital." Beichen was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression calm and his demeanor dignified yet filled with an aura of a revered master. "Indeed, I am the Eastern Medicine Sage." Hearing the name Eastern Medicine Sage was like hearing the news of a fan's idol coming home, especially for the Sun family, the Jiang family, and the Zhao family, who quickly prepared their carriages and gifts, hoping to have an audience with him. The reason was that the patriarchs of these three families were seriously ill, and they were awaiting the help of an immortal or divine being.
If the Eastern medicine sage intervened, they might even save a life. The Wei family was among the most excited. They remembered that just last month, their granddaughter, Wei Ziling, almost lost her life due to poisoning. Thanks to the timely intervention of the Eastern medicine sage, her life was saved. However, at that time, they hadn't even had the chance to invite him to a meal as a token of gratitude. Now, fate had granted them the opportunity. The Eastern medicine sage himself was coming to the imperial capital. Not welcoming him would be akin to slapping themselves in the face. The Wei family immediately mobilized all their resources to prepare the grandest welcoming ceremony, ready to tidy up the beds and lay out a lavish banquet to show their respect. But the Wei family wasn't the only one eager. Several other families also had relatives who were seriously ill and had sought treatments everywhere with no success. Now that they heard the Eastern medicine sage was coming, everyone wanted to seize the chance to ask for a favor. Beichen Medicine King had calculated everything, thinking he could just go and settle the score with Chen Yuan, but unexpectedly, before he could even make a move, a whole group of major families from the imperial capital came knocking. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, because these people seemed a bit too eager, clearly hoping that the immortal would step in and offer his help. Wei family, Chen family, Zhang family, Zhao family, Sun family, these are all forces that can summon storms, and now they're all trying to see me, or rather, see the Eastern medicine sage. But wait, I came here for revenge, didn't I? Why has this turned into me being some kind of traveling doctor? The love triangle full of secrets left Beichen Medicine King standing there, his mind racing. I've never really studied the personality of the Eastern medicine sage, because the only time I came into contact with that person was when I was utterly defeated by him on the Huangfu River. So now, in this situation, I have no idea how to react properly. If I refuse to treat these patients, I'm afraid I'll be suspected. What if Chen Yuan realizes that I'm not the real Eastern medicine sage? Then my plan would be ruined. But if I agree to save people, there are too many patients, and I didn't come here to be a charity doctor. Beichen Medicine King thought, but after thinking it through, I realize I can't be too obvious. The Eastern medicine sage is a highly respected figure in the righteous path, and the last time he even stepped in to save Wei Ziling, showing that he is not a cold-hearted person. If I were to blatantly refuse now, it would be the same as slapping my own image. I suppose I'll have to play the role, treat a few patients, and at least pretend to be a true expert. I can't afford to make any mistakes. Besides, even if I save them, I don't know if I'll find a chance to act against Chen Yuan, but for now, I have to focus on playing the role I've chosen. So, Beichen Medicine King decided to endure, putting on a kind and gentle face, mentally preparing himself to be an unwilling master of medicine. Please come in, anyone who is sick, take a seat and wait in order. Chen Yuan was left speechless after hearing this, only able to gape in shock. What? The Eastern medicine sage is coming to the imperial capital? Oh my god, what is going on? Daihan looked on, his eyes filled with doubt, as though he had just caught his pet cat speaking human language. Hey, Chen Yuan, I heard the Eastern medicine sage is coming to the imperial capital to see you. What's going on? Something big happening? Just asking for the sake of asking, Daihan thought, as the fragments in her mind began to flicker, but the more she pieced them together, the more off track she felt. Actually, I've had this suspicion for a long time that the Eastern medicine sage might actually be Chen Yuan in disguise. But with everything that's happening, it's clear there's a sharp turn here, completely shattering that old thought. But seeing Chen Yuan's reaction, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. His master came to the imperial capital to find him. It should be something completely normal, right? Yet Chen Yuan seems to think something's off, not trusting his own ears. Could there be something shady going on that I don't know about? Chen Yuan, on the other hand, frowned, his mind running through possibilities. After a moment, one name flashed in his mind. Beichen, yes, only old man Beichen could pull off such a masterful disguise, sneaking in and out like a ghost with this level of transformation. What is this? Masterful disguising techniques, divine medical skills, only that old man could pull it off. But wait, if the Eastern medicine sage doesn't even exist, then what exactly is this old Beichen planning? This thought just crossed Qin Yuan's mind, and he scolded himself for being stupid. Damn it, pretending to be the fictional character I created, and then conveniently beating me up? To be honest, if I didn't know this was fake, I'd probably be bowing my head and coldly begging for some flu medicine right now. After a moment of blinking, Chen Yuan threw out a cryptic remark. I guess you're worried I'm about to be ambushed here to protect me, right? To be honest, I've offended quite a few people in the past, and there are always a few assassins lurking around trying to harm me. Nearby, Niawen Xiuzi, who had also heard this earth-shattering news, was stunned for 5 seconds before starting to panic. The Eastern medicine sage is coming here? This is no joke. At first, I thought Chen Yuan was just some guy obsessed with women who would fall for a few curves. But the more I got to know him, the more I realized he's not that easy to deal with. Up until now, he's never made a move against me. Any chance of him taking action seems non-existent. And now, the Eastern medicine sage is by his side. It's like the difficulty level of this game just went up to where you only have one life left. Niawen Xiuzi thought, the risk of my identity being exposed is definitely skyrocketing.
Not to mention winning some championship or whatever, even getting close to Chen Yuan seems as difficult as reaching the sky, let alone secretly stealing the artificial intelligence data. If I just sit here waiting, I might end up being kicked out early. No, I have to act first if I want to win. This time, I might need to turn to the organization for help. Playing solo seems like a guaranteed failure. The Eastern medicine sage has to die. After a few seconds of confusion, Niawen Xiuzi finally managed to calm herself and regain composure. But just as she was about to reach out for help from the organization, Luo Qianwen came over and innocently asked, Sister Xiuzi, what are you thinking? You look so distracted. Niawen Xiuzi was startled, her brain quickly switched to emergency mode, and she immediately pretended like nothing was wrong. No, nothing at all. Don't be fooled by Luo Qianwen's innocent appearance, she was, in fact, a master at survival. And knowing she couldn't improvise on her own, she decided to cling tightly to this strong leg. Luo Qianwen said, I heard that starting tomorrow, we'll be entering the television time base for filming. Each drama team will have 10 contestants. The one who performs the best will be promoted straight into the top 30. Sister Xiuzi, please help me. I'm willing to play a maid role, even a supporting role is fine. As long as I'm with you, I'll take any role. Niawen Xiuzi, while listening to Luo Qianwen chattering beside her, tried her best to keep a calm expression. She pretended to have something to do and left, but in her mind, a plan was forming. Going to television time tomorrow, this is really heaven sent. I've been racking my brain trying to find a chance to deal with the Eastern medicine sage, and now suddenly there's a bustling film shoot with everyone running around. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At that time, I can arrange for special agents to infiltrate the film crew, posing as extra actors. That would be perfect. All I need to do is switch a few plastic toys with real ones, and I'm sure no one will suspect a thing. Once she had this thought, Niawen Xiuzi quickly reported the situation through some secretive channels. The Eastern medicine sage has come to protect Chen Yuan. The only way to deal with this is to send the Eastern medicine sage on their way, and then it will be easy to take the artificial intelligence that Chen Yuan possesses. On the ocean side, Shoal and Bone had just heard the news and immediately decided to go all in, leaving nothing behind. They had to break Chen Yuan's wings. If Eastern medicine sage continued to protect him like this, then stealing the secret technique would only be a daydream. This time, they had a full support team of 136 elite commandos, with the only goal being to send Eastern medicine sage on his way, no matter the cost. Cinema City, known as the Holy Land for filmmaking in Nation H, truly was a paradise for those who loved acting and those who loved real acting. Among the crowd, there were all kinds of people, from extras and film crews to tourists from everywhere. As for the scenery, it was beyond words, from ancient war-themed sets to youthful idol settings, they had it all. The props were abundant, and whether one wanted to borrow a sword, a bow and arrow, or even a pistol, all it took was a glance and they would appear. As for the rules set by Chen Yuan, although everyone had plenty of questions in their minds, they still followed the instructions unanimously. This was because, in the deep circles of the industry, there was one unbreakable truth: if you don't understand, just follow the orders. Once you do the work, you'll understand. Luo Qianwan, on the other hand, remained blissfully unaware that she was part of a grand drama. She thought she would become a star, that she would be supported by Nia when Xiaozi and shine on the screen. But in reality, she was just a pawn on the chessboard of Nia when Xiaozi. And what will her fate be? Perhaps it depends on where this game of chess will lead. Nia when Xiaozi nodded, her face stern. All right, you can enter my heart. Luo Qianwan, hearing this, was overjoyed. Oh my god, really? Sister Xiaozi, you're truly my savior, thank you so much. But we really are unlucky, drawing the spy movie, and I even have to play the female special agent. Nia when Xiaozi remained calm, her voice soft yet full of confidence. Don't worry too much, being in a spy film doesn't mean you'll suffer. Just focus on showcasing your abilities and give it your all. Who knows, maybe there will be a surprise. After hearing this, Luo Qianwen still had some concerns, but her eyes lit up a bit. I'll listen to you, Sister Qiuzi. Meanwhile, Bei Chen Medicine King was still out there practicing medicine, saving people, and helping the world. I heard that he just stepped in to save 3 old master figures from the Sun, Jiang, and Jia families. These elderly men had been bedridden for years, taking medicine, and even doctors gave up on them, saying they couldn't be saved. But after meeting Bei Chen, the Medicine King, they suddenly got up and started walking. It was truly a miracle. Exactly at 10 a.m. the next day, the film crew for the talent search event arrived at Cinema City. A crowd of over 500 people split into 6 smaller teams. This task was considered quite difficult, not only because of the high expectations but also due to the tight deadline. The teams had 1 week to complete a full movie, from brainstorming ideas and writing the script to filming and post-production, and the 6 films would be shown in theaters right after. The team with the best performance and the highest ticket sales would be promoted. At this point, a more experienced man standing nearby chuckled and said, "Did you just graduate? Having dreams is good, but don't let them fly too far away. I've been in the imperial capital for 10 years, running around as an extra for 5 years. Don't think this industry is easy to break into. Without talent or luck, you might end up hungry. But when you meet the right person who works out of passion, it responds just as it should. I joined Smoke CEO's drama troupe not for the money but for the girls. The girls in the troupe are all top tier, just standing near them, even without being paid, I'd be willing to pay more just to get into the troupe." At the same time, the special forces from the school organization in Bone had infiltrated as well, waiting for the right moment to act. However, due to the fake goods being swapped for real ones, the prop box became tens of times heavier, which led to an oversight. Seeing this, the 2 extra actors started chatting with each other. This spy movie really has a huge investment. Look at the props: an AWM sniper rifle, an 82 grenade, an M18 smoke bomb. Then there's the rocket launcher and 220mm MP5 armor-piercing ammunition. This is what you'd expect from a top-tier troop. Heavy-duty equipment all around. You know your stuff, huh? Yeah, I'm into military stuff, so I spend my free time reading reports and news. Hey, can I borrow your ACA gun for a bit? It looks amazing. Hearing this, the Special Forces officer was startled and quickly shook his head. No way, playing with fire will eventually burn down the house. But he quickly regained his composure and continued with his role as an ordinary extra, silently thinking to himself, if this guy knew that the gun in this box isn't a prop but real, and knew that behind my calm exterior lies a whole conspiracy, I wonder if he'd still be laughing like that? Meanwhile, the extra guy was still rambling on, but his gaze never left the 2 people carrying the props. Indeed, the 500 a day was well worth it. Extras really do take their job seriously. Even though he had just joined the crew, he got into character so quickly, truly professional through and through. However, no one noticed that among the crowd of extras, there were a few faces that were just a bit too cool. Everyone took their positions as the crew worked diligently. The sound of the camera rolling echoed through the entrance of Cinema City when a shiny car pulled up. The driver quickly stepped out, opened the car door, and bowed respectfully. Eastern Medicine Sage, this is Cinema City. Smoke CEO and the crew are currently inside filming. They are a big production company, and with just a few inquiries, you'd easily know their exact location. Beichen Medicine King waved his sleeve with a mighty gesture, his voice filled with authority. Alright, you go back. I'll go in myself. With that, Beichen strode forward, exuding an incredibly powerful aura, his presence overwhelming as if with a mere flick of his hand, even the falling leaves would freeze mid-air. In any other place, such a figure would surely turn heads, but in Cinema City, where actors in ancient costumes walked around like they were shopping, this appearance was perfectly ordinary. But little did anyone know that from the moment Beichen Medicine King appeared, he had already fallen under the gaze of unfriendly eyes. Attention all, the Eastern medicine sage has appeared in Cinema City. The target has revealed himself. Repeat, the target has revealed himself. Upon hearing this, Niawen Xiaozi replied in a steady tone, though unable to hide his excitement, "Don't make any rash moves, everyone be ready, wait for the target to enter the ambush zone." The scene continued to unfold, the actors remained in character, but the atmosphere around them gradually became as tense as a drawn bowstring. At this moment, Niawen Xiaozi had temporarily borrowed an AVM sniper rifle. As soon as she held it in her hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of power, her eyes cold and sharp like a blade. To ensure a perfect shot, she climbed onto the roof, choosing the highest position to peer through the scope. The image of the Eastern medicine sage appeared clearly. If I'm not careful for just a moment, my identity could be exposed, and at that point, not only would the plan fall apart, but it would also affect the entire school organization and the whole operation. But I have no other choice. The Eastern medicine sage must be eliminated, otherwise, the situation will only become more tangled, and when everything spirals out of control, the consequences will be unpredictable. Below, young Sison had just returned from surveying the filming situation, his face beaming with joy as if he'd just received a New Year's gift. He ran to Chen Yuan, panting as he reported, "Father, I just did a round of inspection, and I saw 6 theater troupes working hard. They are all enthusiastic, but from what I could tell, the spy film crew seems to be the most efficient. The other crews are still fumbling around, not even sure what to shoot yet. Meanwhile, the spy crew has already gotten to work. Everyone is being professional." Chen Yuan nodded after listening. Yes, indeed, they are very professional. But in his eyes, a trace of doubt and caution flashed. What is Niawen Xiaozi planning to do? Could it be that she can't hold back anymore and is really going to take action? Among the extras, there are clearly a few faces that are a bit too professional. Could it be that the real goal is to use this opportunity to assassinate me? In Chen Yuan's mind, a series of contingency plans were formulated, with every countermeasure already mapped out. Particularly when it came to Niawen Xiaozi, she was not the kind of person who could be easily predicted. Who knew how many trump cards she had prepared or how many special agents were lying in wait in the shadows? The whole thing of capsizing the boat in the ditch, it was true, there were plenty of people in this world who had been through it. Just a moment of negligence, and one might find themselves unable to turn the situation around, shifting from the one in control to the victim without even realizing it. Besides, my current strength can't even withstand a rocket-propelled grenade, let alone afford to relax my guard. After all, throughout the history of the martial world, those who were arrogant often met an early death. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Though he knew his strength wasn't as weak as it had been before, it was better to be cautious than to regret it later. Prevention was always wiser. Without wasting any time, he quickly called the system, enhance my strength, physique, and mental agility, basically, increase all my attributes by 50 points. The system notified him, Ting, this enhancement requires 200 enhancement points. Do you confirm, Master? Chen Yuan responded, confirm, what are we waiting for? The system notified him again, Ting, enhancing enhancement complete. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan felt a surge of new energy rush into his body, from the tips of his hair to the ends of his toes, as if he had just been fully recharged. To put it simply, his current strength was 33 times greater than that of an ordinary person. In other words, a single punch from him would be enough to send an entire elephant on its way, with no return ticket. Moreover, his physical attribute of 280 points allowed him to withstand powerful impacts. Even if he were struck with a baseball bat, it would feel like just a mosquito bite. Mentally, 230 points not only helped him stay highly focused but also gave him resistance against psychological tricks. His agility of 230 points was unquestionable. He moved as if he had wings on his feet, and anyone attempting to catch up with him would probably need a jet engine strapped to their back. After completing his enhancement, Chen Yuan chose to stand in an open area, so that if anything happened, he would have the space to fight without restrictions. Alright, Niawen Xiuzi, if you want to play, let's play to the end.
Let's see who will have the last laugh.
At that moment, from a distance, an elderly man in traditional robes, with white hair, suddenly appeared, walking on air. His steps were light, like a dragonfly skimming over water. With a quick leap, Bei Chen soared over several houses and landed on a rooftop without any external support. Needless to say, all the extras present were stunned, their mouths agape, staring at the blurry scene before them.
One confused person asked, "Hey, is this some kind of wire suspension trick? Why can't I see any ropes?" The person next to them nodded in agreement. Yeah, film technology has really advanced, maybe they've even switched to invisible wires now?
But look at that old man's demeanor, he's definitely a seasoned actor, his presence is overwhelming. While others admired Bei Chen, the medicine king, Chen Yuan sensed a hidden danger within the old man, and if Bei Chen were here, it was clear he probably intended to deal with him as well.
The entire film set suddenly became tense.
Even though the sound of the camera rolling and the director's voice still echoed, everyone could feel something unusual in the air. In Bei Chen Medicine King's mind, a series of thoughts quickly flashed by, each one filled with calculation. I didn't expect this.
This kid sees me, yet doesn't show any sign of respect. Does he not know that just by getting close, in the blink of an eye, his life will end right here?
My storm rain soul destroying needle is as fast as lightning, within a 10-meter range, no one can avoid it. Once the poison enters the bloodstream, just a few breaths and there will be no chance for him to regret it.
On the contrary, Chen Yuan remained calm, even feeling a little amused inside. Has Bei Chen bumped his head or something? Does he really think he can trick me by disguising himself as the Eastern medicine sage? If he turned into someone else, I might have been fooled. But disguising himself as someone I'm so familiar with? Now that's just a joke.
While the two masters silently sized each other up, the director's shout brought everyone back to reality. Everyone, take your positions, cameras ready, prepare, action.
However, no one expected that the upcoming action scene would be even more real than imagined.
Right in the midst of this miraculous atmosphere, when everything seemed to be hanging in the balance, like the calm before a storm, the sound of gunfire suddenly erupted, sharp and clear like firecrackers. It wasn't just one, but a total of 12 sharpshooters opened fire simultaneously, all aiming directly at Bei Chen Medicine King. In the blink of an eye, Bei Chen transformed into a shadow, his body moving like a ghost. Wherever the bullets flew, he managed to slip away in time. The few bullets that should have hit him only pierced the walls, columns, and ground. None of them even grazed the hem of his clothes. Bei Chen Medicine King dodged the bullets while sneering coldly, his eyes revealing disdain. Again, it's these snipers.
Do you think I'm still the wounded man from before, someone easy to hunt down? Today, my injuries have fully healed, and yet you still dare to come here? You're really just asking to meet your ancestors.
The moment the words left his mouth, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a murderous aura surged from Bei Chen Medicine King, suddenly maxing out his killing intent. He simply flicked his sleeve, the movement was light, but the effectiveness was undeniably formidable. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 silver beams shot out from his sleeve, so fast that the naked eye could hardly track them. In an instant, 8 out of the 12 professional marksmen were pierced through the forehead, collapsing right on the spot without uttering a single word. The remaining special forces watched this scene, each of them shuddering. Niawen Xiuzi was no exception, she could hardly believe her eyes.
The Eastern medicine sage strikes, truly terrifying. In a single blow, he wiped out 8 top-tier commandos. This person exceeds my expectations.
And just when she felt the situation had completely spiraled out of control, Niawen Xiuzi immediately ordered the remaining commandos, we cannot let him continue to dominate the situation. Everyone, listen up, initiate a full-scale attack now. We must eliminate the Eastern medicine sage right here. As soon as Niawen Xiuzi's voice faded, it was as if a switch had been flipped.
Over 100 commandos immediately took their positions, their faces tense, yet still exuding professionalism. There was no need to wait long, the heaviest weapons were brought out. From submachine guns and semi-automatic rifles to bazookas, they all fired simultaneously. But amidst the firestorm, the figure of Bei Chen, the medicine king, remained unaffected. On the contrary, he was overwhelming. He moved as swiftly as a shadow, each movement quick and precise to an unbelievable degree. Every time he dodged, bullets narrowly missed, and black smoke spiraled up to obscure the sky. And whenever he swung his hand, silver streaks shot out, taking the lives of his opponents in an instant. Bei Chen was like a moving nightmare. Every appearance he made brought death and fear with it. You all are quite something, daring to use a bazooka against me. Do you think I'm that easy to take down? You really lack experience. While Bei Chen, the medicine king, continued his display with his needle-throwing techniques, in a hidden corner, Niawen Xiaozi had already chosen her ambush point. Watching her comrades fall one by one, a fire seemed to burn in her heart, and her anger flared up uncontrollably. Oh my God, old man, you forced me to take action, don't blame me for not being merciful. Immediately, Niawen Xiaozi raised the AWM sniper rifle, and in an instant, his fingers squeezed the trigger. The bullet shot out of the barrel, tearing through the air, heading straight for the target. Bei Chen Medicine King immediately sensed something unusual because the bullet did not travel in a straight line, instead, it curved like a snake slithering, twisting in an unpredictable manner. At this moment, Bei Chen Medicine King was truly terrified. He narrowly managed to avoid 3 deadly, spiraling shots from Niawen Xiaozi's AWM rifle. His eyes widened in shock as he muttered, "Is this the legendary waving of the gun to strike the head? Is this really the legendary technique of waving the gun to strike the head?" Bei Chen Medicine King began to feel the weight of pressure bearing down on him. Combined with the AWM sniper rifle, which already possessed an incredible firing rate and devastating damage, the added rapid-fire gunplay made it a true killing machine. If he even made the slightest misstep, there was a high chance his head would disappear in an instant. Every time Bei Chen thought he had escaped, another bullet would fly towards him, not giving him a single second to catch his breath. The bullets flew, walls crumbled, debris flew in all directions, and smoke filled the air, making it look no different from an apocalyptic movie. Bei Chen Medicine King reached into his sleeve, where only 10 soul-destroying needles remained, and he began to feel anxious. This female sniper is truly terrifying. If it were a one-on-one, I'm not sure I'd be afraid of her. But in the current situation, I am completely helpless. Moreover, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Every time I make the slightest mistake, I get hit, while they can attack without any hesitation. This is no place to stay for long. If I push too far, I might end up giving my life to them. Why am I being relentlessly attacked like this? Has my identity been exposed earlier, and has Chen Yuan been secretly orchestrating everything all along? Bei Chen thought, damn it, did they calculate this carefully? It really can't be underestimated. Even if someone is strong, it's hard to fight against many people. The fierce tiger couldn't defeat the wolf pack, so now it's about knowing when to pull back and when to retreat. If you can run, just run, protect your life first and think about the rest later. Thinking like this, Bei Chen suddenly had the idea to retreat. Chen Yuan stood there, looking confused, his mind full of question marks. What the hell is going on? We just met, and we're already fighting like this? But heaven doesn't disappoint the clueless, and Chen Yuan finally figured it out. Damn it, turns out Bei Chen disguised himself as the Eastern medicine sage and made Niawen Xiaozi think that person was my master. Could it be that I was intentionally hinting that the Eastern medicine sage was protecting me? She actually believed it and went to strike at this fictional character first. Wait a minute, there's no information about her in the Darknet's highly confidential database, only top-ranked assassins in the world are hidden like this. Who the hell is she? But no matter who she is, this organization wants to deal with the Eastern medicine sage, which means they already don't like me. Chen Yuan thought, and this Bei Chen Medicine King as well. Do these people and his disciples have a habit of taking the blame for others? Truly unlucky. Niawen Xiaozi remained persistent, each shot fired with precision, carrying an unsettling coldness.
She wasn't in a hurry, slowly applying pressure, cornering Bei Chen like a rat trapped in a corner. The more he tried to escape, the more suffocating the pressure became.
Why hasn't he died yet? What kind of fate does this Eastern medicine sage have to survive for so long?
Masters in battle aimed for lethal spots, never allowing their opponent a chance to breathe. The bullet from the AWM rifle shot out like a lightning bolt, aimed straight for Bei Chen's head. In the critical moment of life and death, Bei Chen Medicine King raised his left hand, using his own arm to block the bullet.
It sounded heroic, but in reality, the AWM's bullet was no joke.
Bei Chen's left arm was shattered, flying off and falling to the ground like a chunk of wood split by an axe.
He was so embarrassed that he became angry, shouting while throwing out 10 soul-destroying needles, finally discarding them like trash in the street. "Get lost, will you?"
The 7 black-clad special forces fell down like overripe bananas, and the remaining 3 poison needles rushed toward Niawen Xiaozi, blocking all retreat paths, forcing her into a corner.
It was really bad luck for her.
The last poison needle brushed past her shoulder, leaving a small scratch but enough to make her wince. At the moment Niawen Xiaozi was distracted, the only thought running through Bei Chen's mind was, escape at all costs. As long as there's life, there's hope. With that determination, Bei Chen risked everything, charging forward, each step driven by the will to survive, using every last ounce of strength to break free from the ambush laid by the special forces. Watching Bei Chen charge like an out-of-control truck, everyone was stunned. No one expected that a severely wounded old man who had lost a hand, been blasted, could still unleash such a terrifying speed. At the same time, Niawen Xiaozi's situation was no better. As soon as the poison needles started to take effect, she began to feel dizzy and disoriented, and then her whole body spun wildly, her head feeling as heavy as if a weight was strapped to it.
Niawen Xiaozi was both surprised and angry, and she muttered under her breath with a sharp tone, "What is this? Is the hairpin poisoned? That despicable little man, this is truly underhanded."
Even though Niawen Xiaozi's body had been enhanced to be superhuman, with strength many times that of an ordinary person, this time she was as helpless as a ripe banana. Her lips turned black, her complexion turned pale green, and her body, once strong and resilient, became limp, her whole body powerless. She felt her consciousness slipping away. Niawen Xiaozi staggered, unable to speak, only able to cast a glance at Luo Qianwen before collapsing and falling completely unconscious. As soon as Luo Qianwen saw Niawen Xiaozi fall, she screamed as though someone had stepped on her foot, her voice echoing across the area, Sister Xiaozi, what's wrong?
Somebody, help! Quick, call an ambulance!"
Luo Qianwen's cries for help caused the crowd to become a chaotic mess, everyone feeling an indescribable sensation. Wow, the actress from the spy film troupe really nailed the role. This scene looks even more real than an actual battlefield.
Everyone kept saying, "The special effects team is absolutely amazing." Watching these explosions, I thought I was watching a blockbuster film.
The fire and explosion effects are so realistic, the smoke is so thick, it makes you want to give a thumbs up right away. Just when Niawen Xiaozi could no longer hold on, Chen Yuan emerged from the crowd like the male lead stepping out of the light. "Move aside, move all the way. Her condition is extremely dangerous right now, let me handle her." Without hesitation, Chen Yuan carried Niawen Xiaozi into a temporary resting room, but in his mind, there were only 2 words, reward.
This isn't just saving someone, this is 200 enhancement points, it's the headshot god of doom skill. How could I let this go?
If it weren't for the juicy reward, I wouldn't care to save her, even if she's a dog-licking target locked tight.
Saving a female assassin who just tried to kill me? That feeling is no different from playing with a torch in a gas station.
But there was no time for second thoughts.
Chen Yuan started treating Niawen Xiaozi.
In her dazed state, she felt someone leaning down on her shoulder, the cold and damp sensation, as if someone was sucking the poison out of her wound.
She thought, good heavens, this poison is so powerful that even I can't withstand it.
If a regular person dares to suck it in, it's like they're basically signing up to meet their ancestors. After thinking for a moment, she fell asleep, no longer caring about anything. The next morning, Niawen Xiaozi woke up with a start, feeling as though she had just survived hell. Her whole body ached as if it were bruised, her limbs were weak, and all she wanted was to stay in bed and turn to stone right there. Then, as she reflected, Nyawen Xiaozi couldn't help but feel heartache. It's strange, a king cobra or any poisonous snake wouldn't necessarily be able to poison me, yet just a slight scratch from the Eastern medicine sage's poisonous needle has left me like this.
If I had to face that old man alone, I'd definitely be the one lying down. This time, I really went too far.
The 136 elite commandos from the organization all acted together, and they still only managed to disable one of the old man's arms. His life, though, he still managed to escape with. That old man is really the final boss, not an easy target to bring down. With all the commotion this time, the elite commando group hidden within Nation H is probably wiped out now.
Besides, this could make Qin Yuan suspicious of me, too, but who saved me back then?
At that moment, Nyawen Xiaozi was as tangled as a mess of hair that hadn't been untangled, unsure of how to handle the situation, when she suddenly heard Luo Qianwen's voice close to her ear. Sister Xiaozi, oh my god, you're awake? That's great, you've been sleeping for more than 10 hours. Upon hearing this, Nyawen Xiaozi casually asked, where is this? Luo Qianwen took a deep breath and then began to talk non-stop. This is the Emperor Hotel. Oh my god, you're so unlucky, we were filming when we suddenly ran into special forces. They were trying to assassinate some important figures, and in the end, you got injured, unfortunately. Nyawen Xiaozi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but before she could ask anything further, Luo Qianwen continued, at first, I was going to call an ambulance, but at that moment, Smoke CEO, like something out of a romance novel, said he wanted to treat your wand himself. And then anyway, you're better now, and that's all that matters. I heard that Smoke CEO even used his mouth to suck out the poison for you. Oh my god, if I had been injured, I wonder if Smoke CEO would help me suck out the poison too? Hearing this, Nyawen Xiaozi felt a jolt of electricity run through her body, sucking out the poison with the mouth, and it's Smoke CEO? Luo Qianwen continued to daydream, her eyes sparkling as if watching a romance movie. That's right, Xiaozi, don't be shy. It was such an emergency at that time, I could tell Smoke CEO didn't just want to save you out of kindness. There must be some feelings involved, otherwise, who would throw themselves into danger like that? Oh my gosh, being held by Smoke CEO, and having the poison sucked out by his mouth. That's something everyone would wish for. If I got injured, would anyone still get to have such an intimate, tense moment with their idol? After saying this, Luo Qianwen's face grew even redder, and her eyes were filled with longing. Nyawen Xiaozi, hearing Luo Qianwen confirm that Chen Yuan was the one who treated her, felt a mixture of surprise and confusion in her heart. If Chen Yuan knew that I was the assassin who had killed his spiritual mentor, he definitely wouldn't have saved me. In his eyes, I'm just an accidental victim. In other words, my true identity hasn't been revealed yet. If he knew, don't even dream about this heroic savior story. From this incident, a plan suddenly flashed through Nyawen Xiaozi's mind. That's right, I cannot let this life-saving grace go unrepaid. I must use it to get closer to Chen Yuan. After all, water wears away stone, and I now have a legitimate reason to approach him. If I show gratitude and express my desire to repay this favor, it will make perfect sense for me to become close to him. And once I gain his trust, I will definitely have the opportunity to get closer to the secrets of artificial intelligence. Truly, a disaster brings fortune. Not only will I lose nothing, but I will also gain a great opportunity to carry out my mission.
Chen Yuan, just you wait.
From now on, every step you take will be part of my calculations. Thinking this, her plan became as clear as a streetlight on a dark night. Nyawen Xiaozi's heart was as steadfast as a rock, and although Chen Yuan had saved her life, her resolve remained unshaken. The mission was still the mission, and she would not abandon it for a small debt of gratitude. However, what she didn't realize was that, unknowingly, the positive feelings she had for Chen Yuan had been slowly growing, little by little. Notification system, Nyawen Xiaozi's affection level increased by 10, current affection level 85 points. However, faced with the tricky issue of choosing a gift, Nyawen Xiaozi found herself at a loss. Chen Yuan had everything: an upscale house, a car, money overflowing from his pockets, and anything he wanted was within reach. She had no idea what to give that would show sincerity. So, she asked Luo Qianwen with a seriousness that was even greater than when she was on a mission to assassinate someone, Xiao Luo, do you know what gift to give a guy that shows both thoughtfulness and depth? Luo Qianwen froze for a few seconds, her face lighting up as if she had just been enlightened. A gift?
Wait a minute, don't tell me you're planning to give a gift to Smoke, the CEO?
With that, she couldn't help but imagine some of the harsh realities of life. I never thought that my cold and indifferent Xiaozi would eventually become my rival. But well, I won't blame her. After all, who told my male god to be so outstanding? Niawen Xiaozi couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and helplessness. She quickly explained, Xiao Luo, you've misunderstood. I just want to give a gift to thank Smoke for saving me last time. It's just a matter of courtesy, I don't have any feelings for him. But no matter what she said, Luo Qianwen just kept nodding incessantly, her eyes full of I totally understand. And the way she agreed, but in such a subtle manner, made Niawen Xiaozi feel helpless. Any further words would only complicate things more. Then Luo Qianwen began to take on the role of a love strategist, offering advice. Actually, I think when giving a gift to Smoke CEO, the most important thing is the thought behind it. If your heart is in it, even a simple gift will leave a strong impression. Besides, Smoke CEO doesn't lack money, expensive or luxurious gifts won't make him sentimental. But if it's something made by you yourself, it will definitely make a lasting impression. For example, if you knit a scarf for Smoke CEO. It's really cold in the capital this season, and a scarf would be the most fitting gift. If Smoke CEO receives something made by your own hands, who knows, maybe he'll be so touched that he'll develop feelings for you. Niawen Xiaozi sat there, listening and thinking, while mentally crafting the gift herself. After she finished speaking, Niawen Xiaozi felt as though her head suddenly swelled, and waves of turmoil stirred within her heart. Here I am, a top assassin, skilled with knives, guns, and all kinds of heavy weapons, and now I'm supposed to make a gift myself. Hearing that is just so off track, it's beyond ridiculous. She thought to herself, but never mind, for the mission, for artificial intelligence, if I have to make the gift myself, then I will. It won't kill anyone. It's just a little effort, nothing much, the important thing is to complete the objective and gain Chen Yuan's trust. Not only did Niawen Xiaozi want to give a gift, but 2 days later was Valentine's Day, and everyone wanted to express their feelings to Chen Yuan, especially Daihan. She searched for a long time but couldn't find anything grand enough to choose as her gift. In the end, Daihan had to rally her entire Dai family team and decided to buy an entire palace to ensure it had the right level of prestige. When the major families heard that Dai family was planning to buy it as a gift for Smoke CEO, they immediately gave their support, helping her complete the necessary procedures. As for Qin Wusong, he wandered around the forest store and decided to buy a supercar as a gift. 2 days later, before the sun had even stretched its rays, at Villa No. 6 in Longdang District, Chen Yuan was sluggishly walking into the actor's spy movie training room. Today, he was playing the role of the master, planning to teach the contestants a few acting tricks worthy of the silver screen. But just as he entered the room, Niawen Xiaozi appeared in front of him, holding tightly onto a gift box, her expression a mix of shyness and determination, as if she had summoned all her courage to come here. Master Chen, thank you for saving me. This is a small gift I want to give to you. Upon hearing the word gift, an alarm went off in Chen Yuan's mind. Who gives a gift so early in the morning, and with a box sealed like this? Could there be a bomb inside? But she wants to get close to me, she must have a purpose. But I'm not afraid. If she wants to play a game, I'll play along. If she wants something from me, I'll find a way to get something from her. It's a win-win situation, no one loses. Even though he thought this, Chen Yuan remained calm. He didn't rush to take the box, instead inspecting it as if searching for any unusual signs. But before he could do anything, he saw Qin Wusong storming from another training room, his face full of fury, shouting, Chen Yuan, hand it over. Looking at the logo on the key, Chen Yuan suddenly realized the truth, this is a Bugatti. Are you really planning to give me a real Bugatti? Qin Wusong listened and couldn't help but smile sweetly, responding briefly, I just bought it casually, I'm not sure if it suits you. Upon hearing this, the young actors in the training room all felt a sudden tingling sensation on their scalps. Casually buying a Bugatti? This isn't just casually buying it, this is casually tossing tens of billions on the street.
My god, even Smoke CEO is too amazing, getting a Bugatti just by clinging to someone's skirt. Oh, dear heavens, please teach me how to cling to a woman's skirt with the class of Smoke CEO.
Just when the crowd was starting to think that Qin Wusong was heartless and extravagant, Daihan gently stepped in, turning the situation around with a surprising twist. Chen Yuan, I also have a property I want to give you, and it's not really a big secret.
Hearing this, the entire practice room erupted again. Is Smoke CEO some kind of living god of fortune that everyone wants to give him gifts?
From supercars to now even houses.
Oh my god, why can't I meet some rich lady who wants to gift me a house?
I don't want to struggle anymore, I just want to lie back and enjoy the blessings.
As for Chen Yuan, there's no need to mention it.
One hand still holding the Bugatti key from Qin Wusong, and the other hand holding the property deed to the royal mansion that Daihan gave him. He had unintentionally become the center of everyone's attention, causing outsiders to look on in envy and admiration. However, Chen Yuan still maintained a calm expression and turned to Niawen Xiuzi, asking, Miss Xiuzi, what gift are you planning to give me? Standing before the gaze of so many people, Niawen Xiuzi was at a loss, feeling a little regretful for having listened to Luo Qianwen's misguided advice.